Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon Wen Youning's face. She stared at the words account balance, 0. 00 displayed on her phone screen, her stomach audibly rumbling inappropriately, as if mocking her predicament of having entered this narrative with nothing. 3 hours prior, she had been the zookeeper capable of understanding the hearts of animals in the blink of an eye. She had become the unfortunate true heiress in a tale of mistaken identities, having fallen from a secure position into a state of utter poverty. Wen Youning rubbed her empty stomach and gazed at the desolate screen of her live stream, realizing for the first time how ironic the title professional veterinarian, mind-reading therapy for pets' troubles had become.
Ding.
The sound of a user entering the live stream momentarily brightened her spirits, but the next second, the online count reverted to 0. Propping her chin on her hand, she regarded her somewhat haggard reflection in the mirror, noticing faint traces of claw marks on her neck, remnants of the psychological counseling sessions she had conducted for a tiger before her transformation. Of course, the sleekness of her current form made those impressions mere figments of her imagination. Just then, a request to connect popped up, and a droopy Maine Coon cat filled her screen. Instantly, she perceived a stream of thoughts from the cat's heart. So hungry, wanna eat, wanna eat. Observing its sunken belly and lackluster fur, she felt a pang of empathy for her own empty stomach. When the male host presented a meager portion of cat food, Wen Youning nearly rolled her eyes. The Maine Coon's light golden eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, akin to a weary traveler encountering refreshing rain after a drought, while the live stream's comments questioned whether this was a new form of money-making scheme. 10 pieces? Wen Youning couldn't help but interject, "Are you feeding a cat or an ant?" Watching the Maine Coon devour the morsels and hearing its contented purring, she realized that this first challenge after her transformation might hold more significance than merely dealing with the eccentricities of the Wen family. As the male host expressed astonishment at the cat's lack of vomiting, Wen Youning pondered deeper issues. The cat's plight mirrored her own, misunderstood, overlooked, and treated as a tool for profit. Yet, at the very least, she could leverage her abilities to help this cat escape its predicament. Take it slow, gradually increase the amount, Wen Youning advised the screen, as if imparting wisdom to herself. Observing the Maine Coon nuzzling the camera after a satisfying meal, she began to feel that perhaps her life in this narrative was not devoid of hope. However, when she glanced down to see her account still empty, her stomach protested once more. With a sigh, Wen Youning acknowledged that before she could assist more animals, she needed to address her own lunch situation. The sunlight outside remained glaring, yet Wen Youning sensed that this first noon after her transformation was not as unbearable as it could have been. At the very least, she had discovered her own worth, even if at present, that worth could not procure a hearty meal. Chapter 1. Just past noon, when the sun shone its brightest, the rays streamed through the window, warming her face. Even with her eyes closed, Wen Youning furrowed her brow in discomfort. As she raised her hand to shield her face and turned to escape the sunlight for a few more moments of sleep, a brief ding echoed. Startled, Wen Youning opened her eyes and sat up to glance at her computer screen, which displayed, "User 1998 has entered the live stream." After 3 hours of waiting since the broadcast began, she finally had her first visitor. Her spirits lifted. "Welcome." Just as she began to speak, the number of online viewers in the upper right corner shifted from 1 to 0. The new user had exited the live stream. Wen Youning, the new broadcaster's entrepreneurial journey had scarcely begun before it was abruptly halted. She rested her chin on her hand and opened her phone, gazing at the glaring zeros of her account, letting out a heavy sigh. She still had not secured lunch for the day. Had she known she would find herself in this predicament, she would have savored her employee meal before taking a nap. As the sole certified animal caretaker who could comprehend the thoughts of creatures, Wen Youning's daily routine consisted of conversing with animals, forging friendships, whether they were in captivity or wild. After a grueling stretch of fieldwork, she returned to the zoo and immediately immersed herself in the psychological counseling of a tiger. The sessions had gone smoothly after a night of discussions with the tiger. She fell asleep in the break room the moment her head hit the pillow, neglecting even to eat lunch. She had intended to indulge in a feast upon waking, only to discover that she had somehow been transported into a recent novel about mistaken identities, becoming the unfortunate true heiress who had been swapped at birth. Though the Wen family, a once prominent clan, had seen its fortunes dwindle with the decline of the physical economy. Their deep-seated need for status had not faded. The true heiress, upon her return, was met with disdain, deemed unrefined and lacking the education befitting nobility. In contrast, the false heiress had been groomed in music and dance from childhood, exuding grace and poise that rendered the true heiress utterly insignificant. In a family where profit was paramount, the vast lineage of offspring made bloodlines seem inconsequential in the face of financial interests. In the original narrative, the true heiress endeavored to please, her demeanor dripping with subservience, while the false heiress employed a myriad of schemes to incite discord and slander, ultimately leading to the true heiress's expulsion from the family, her departure marked by her family coercing her into donating a kidney to the false heiress. Shortly after her banishment, plagued by anxiety and despair, she tragically fell from a bridge, her death met with indifference, lacking even a person to claim her remains. Meanwhile, the false heiress seamlessly assumed her place as the true Wen heiress, leading a life of ease. When Wen Youning arrived in this world, the original owner had yet to be sought out by her biological parents. The thought of the impending story made Wen Youning reluctant to join the fray at the Wen family estate. Reconciliation seemed improbable, especially since the original owner was already 18. Logically, the Wen family bore no obligation to provide support, nor did they have a duty to raise her. She pondered whether she could file a claim for abandonment and seek some form of compensation. However, before addressing those matters, the immediate priority was to devise a solution for her lunch predicament. The last of her money had been spent on breakfast buns. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, she was at a loss, her extensive medical knowledge rendered useless as she awaited the certification for her veterinary qualification. Fortunately, in this era of technological advancement and burgeoning live streaming, Wen Youning had set up her own channel, titling it provocatively, Professional Veterinarian. Mind-reading therapy for pets' various troubles. Yet, the lack of interest had left her with scant viewers. As she contemplated seeking alternative employment to bridge the gap, a request to connect appeared on her screen. Here was an opportunity. With a smile, Wen Youning greeted hello. The young man on the other end, slouched in his chair, seemed to be engaged in a chat with the comments, but upon seeing the live connection, he abruptly sat up, slapping his forehead in realization. Oh no, I clicked the wrong button and confirmed instead of canceling. The facial recognition payment went through automatically. Can I get a refund for this? Wen Youning considered the platform's rules, replying, if you are a minor. The male host chuckled at her response, reasoning that it was merely 10 yuan, and with a paid connection possibly providing traffic support, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget about it. Connecting is fate. What kind of host are you? As he spoke, he opened her live stream, leaning closer to the screen, squinting. Veterinarian mind-reading therapy? What kind of new profession is this? You mean you can hear animals' thoughts? Live streaming consultations? Indeed, Wen Youning replied earnestly. This is limited to complex ailments that cannot be resolved at a pet hospital. For common issues such as a cold or fever, it is advisable to visit a veterinary clinic. Wen Youning's seriousness elicited a flurry of bewildered comments from the male host's audience, filling the screen with question marks. This industry is becoming increasingly bizarre. Clearly a money-making scheme, duly noted. Though the male host was skeptical of this cyber doctor, he saw an opportunity to capitalize on the attention and enhance his show's appeal. Coincidentally, my cat has been unwell lately. After every meal, it vomits. Sometimes it barely eats a few bites before turning to throw up a few pieces, only to resume eating. The male host filmed himself live, stepping out of the room and squatting beside the sofa in the living room. Look, I searched online, and they suggested it could be malnutrition or intestinal spasms. I bought some nutritional paste from the pet store, but it hasn't helped at all. It's not a matter of food, either. I've switched to 2 different types and even tried feeding fresh meat, but it still vomits. The camera panned to reveal a solid-colored Maine Coon cat with pale golden eyes, lounging on the soft sofa. As its owner approached, the cat slowly raised its tail, appearing somewhat lethargic, giving off a sense of weakness. The male host gently patted the cat's head and inquired, could it be a psychological issue? Is it depressed or eating out of emotion? It never used to be like this. How can we remedy it? Wen Youning scrutinized the cat. How old is it? The male host replied, 2 years. I've raised it from a kitten. The Maine Coon shifted its eyes, sniffing the phone curiously. So hungry, I want to eat. The cat's abdomen was gaunt, its inner thoughts manifesting as a string of murmurs. Observing this, Wen Youning suggested, "Bring the cat food over and let's feed it live." The male host hesitated.
Huh.
But it keeps vomiting after eating. The internet says to withhold food and water for observation. Isn't it clear? Shouldn't we refrain from feeding it under these circumstances? Using a small animal for show effects is cruelty. Reported, is this a Maine Coon? It looks so thin, and its fur is matted. Wen Youning poured a glass of water. Trust my advice and try feeding it. If it vomits, I will take responsibility. Just give it a small amount of cat food, say, a few dozen pieces. The male host, still doubtful, set the bowl down. 10 pieces, right? The Maine Coon's eyes lit up at the sight of the food bowl. As soon as it was placed down, the cat dove in without hesitation. For a 2-year-old Maine Coon, 10 pieces was merely a swift flick of its tongue. In no time, the bowl was empty. The cat, now sitting beside the male host, gazed up at him, rubbing against his knees, showing no signs of wanting to vomit.
Wow.
It really didn't vomit, the male host exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that it vomited before, because it was eating too quickly? That's part of it, it's a combination of factors. Wen Youning replied, lightly tapping the table to indicate, give it another 10 pieces. The male host complied, and this time, the Maine Coon devoured the food just as rapidly. After few repetitions, Wen Youning said, that should suffice. Give it a handful, 2 handfuls, actually one might not be enough. No sooner had she spoken than the Maine Coon, engrossed in its meal, suddenly lifted its head, its pale golden eyes glistening with tears as it looked at the phone and mewed, meow. Really? The male host paused, counting the cat food. That seems excessive, it usually eats just 1 cup in a sitting. He shook the measuring cup in his hand. Wen Youning assessed the size of the cup and estimated, for a cat of its size and age, according to your measuring cup, it should consume at least 5 to 6 cups per meal. You should also occasionally mix in some dried fish and dental treats. She sighed, realizing the Maine Coon was nearly being raised like a greyhound. The male host's hand remained stiff and slow as he poured the cat food. That can't be right. When I bought the cat, the seller told me it only needed this much, along with some scraps. Who needs so much cat food? They say that those who eat less are on cat food, since cats generally eat so little. Wen Youning paused for a moment. Can a kitten's food intake be the same as an adult cat's? Besides, this is a Maine Coon. The largest Maine Coon in the world measures 123 centimeters in length. Goodness, this amount is hardly sufficient for my cat's usual training rewards. The Maine Coon, always hungry, yet never starves. Did you see the look on the cat's face when the host mentioned another cup? Really, foster mother? There's more to eat. The echoes in the live stream were filled with the sounds of the Maine Coon crunching its food. Wen Youning suggested, if you often feed it leftovers, remember to take it to the vet to check its liver, kidney function, and pancreas. A diet too rich in oil and salt can burden those organs. The male host waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I don't usually have leftovers. It primarily eats cat food. Wen Youning. Comments flooded the screen. So, a cup of cat food paired with leftovers ultimately amounts to just 1 cup of cat food? This cat has suffered under your care. Forget the cat's illness for now, you should hurry and make an appointment at a reputable hospital. Wen Youning cleared her throat gently. Your cat's vomiting is due to hunger. It sees food and becomes anxious to eat, swallowing too quickly. Coupled with prolonged hunger, its stomach has shrunk, unable to accommodate so much food. When stimulated, it will vomit. Take your time to nurture it. Gradually increase the food amount. Once it learns to control its hunger and slows down its eating pace, you can simply fill the bowl. Cats know when they're full, they will stop eating when satisfied. Meow. The satiated Maine Coon rubbed against the phone, its head repeatedly blocking the camera. Its once dull eyes sparkled with clarity, as if longing to nuzzle Wen Youning through the screen. Good cat, eat well, and don't rush. There will always be food available. This Maine Coon appeared so pitiful that Wen Youning sighed. Thank goodness you connected with me today, otherwise, if you continued feeding like this, what kind of life would this cat have ahead? Meow, yes. Exactly. There's simply no way to live like this. Chapter 2. The Maine Coon, having filled its belly, was noticeably more lively than before. Previously, it had been so starving that it barely reacted to its surroundings, appearing rather listless. Wen Youning propped her elbow on the table, lightly tapping her cheek with her fingertip. I can assure you that your Maine Coon does not scratch the sofa or chew on charging cables. The male host, currently petting the cat's head, chuckled. How do you know?
Can you read its mind?
Is it thinking, I wouldn't dream of destroying furniture in such a good cat? Is mind reading necessary? I can guess too that cat was practically on the verge of starvation, lacking the energy to play. The Maine Coon appears to have lost all its strength and means due to hunger. The gentle giant has now become merely gentle. Others may act foolishly without intent. Your foolishness seems to be a performance. A thorough investigation is advised. Wen Youning was momentarily uncertain whether the host was joking or serious. The Maine Coon shot him a glance. The male host was taken aback. Wait, can it really understand what I'm saying? It cannot be said that they fully comprehend, but clever little creatures can grasp certain meanings, often relying on tone for context, which may lead to some discrepancies. Some highly intelligent animals may interpret more accurately, and when they choose to ignore you, they might feign misunderstanding. Wen Youning shrugged, equating this to a translation that cannot match word for word between English and Chinese, yet conveys a similar essence. The innermost thoughts of these small animals follow the same principle. Translating specific words into coherent sentences that an ordinary person can understand is one of Wen Youning's tasks. Clearing her throat, Wen Youning remarked, "The Maine Coon has no other issues. If you are truly concerned, a checkup at the vet would be advisable. For daily care, just follow my previous suggestions and take your time. I'm off now." Before the male host could respond, the Maine Coon raised its head and meowed, meow. Wen Youning smiled. Goodbye. Upon ending the live stream, she stretched leisurely. The first session of the connection had concluded smoothly. She glanced at the back end and noted that viewers had entered the live stream through the traffic pool. Few were sending gifts, resulting in minimal earnings. Only the fee for the paid connection, which was shared equally between the host and the platform, amounting to a mere 5 yuan. As a new host with a fresh account, the price for a paid connection was fixed at 10 yuan, likely an incentive from the platform for volume sales. As her account level increased, the price would subsequently be adjusted. However, one commendable aspect of this platform is that there are no restrictions on withdrawals. Even 5 yuan can be transferred to a payment app for spending. Wen Youning stood up, saying, "If anyone is interested, please follow me for irregular broadcasts. You can leave messages about pet issues in the back end. I'm heading offline to grab a bite." The bullet comments read, "Don't go. I haven't understood yet, is mind reading real or not? How about a live stream while eating? Eating won't affect the connection." When Youning's stomach began to protest with hunger, waiting for paid connections was time-consuming. She had been waiting since 9 in the morning for this one, and could not bear to wait for another. "Let's do another live stream tonight. I'm broadcasting from my computer, and it's inconvenient to go downstairs for food." Before she could finish, a special effect suddenly filled the live stream, and as petals fell, a gift notification appeared. Limited flower C. When Youning quickly shifted her tone, "That being said, mobile streaming is indeed very convenient. Thank you to the generous patron for the limited flower C. Please hold on for a moment." Switching from computer to mobile streaming, she could establish the connection in 3 seconds. The limited flower C was worth 666, and after the platform's cut, she would receive over 300. Initially, she had only intended to buy some inexpensive rice noodles downstairs, but now she could indulge in a premium meal. When Youning covered the phone's camera as she descended, "The rice noodle shop right downstairs always smells amazing. As I pass by, the owner makes broth from simmered bones and donates leftover meat to the stray animals that come by. They all seem to enjoy it. That shop must be delicious." Endorsed by the furry ones, the flavor was guaranteed. When Youning's residence was conveniently located above a bustling food street, with this noodle shop being the most popular one. As she stepped into the lively street, the aromas of food mingled with the chatter of vendors, creating an atmosphere rich with the essence of life. Even though it wasn't mealtime, the noodle shop was still quite busy, although the queue was shorter compared to peak hours. Animal thoughts transformed into culinary recommendations. "Delicious, delicious, meow. This is for cats."
Awah.
Hearing the thoughts of the little animals, when Youning glanced over to a corner where a row of small bowls filled with meat broth and shredded meat was set out, with some bones on the ground still bearing remnants of meat. However, with pure meat available, the little stray cats showed little interest in the hard bones. A cluster of fluffy heads jostled for the few bowls in the center. Even if there were meat bowls nearby that had not been touched by other cats, they likely preferred the competition for the tastier food.
Go away, meow. Eat, eat, eat.
The plump little cat at the bottom of the pile was too engrossed in eating, oblivious to the other cats biting its ears or the paws pressing down on its face. This little fat cat remained motionless, using its weight to dominate the center, its head nearly covering the bowl entirely. When Youning pointed her phone at these little creatures, look how scrumptious they are. The meows of the kittens were filled with cuteness. Amid the warm and tender atmosphere, a sudden thought pierced through damn human. Worse than a dog. The thought oozed with dissatisfaction, more intense than a mere insult. Followed by a fierce declaration. I'll punch you. Wen Youning. What? Who? Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a sleek, shiny tabby cat darting from the corner, like an arrow, launching itself into the fray. Moments later, a scream echoed through the air.
Ah!
Help! The sudden exclamation startled everyone present, causing a momentary halt in conversation among friends. All eyes turned towards the man by the roadside. Those nearby instinctively scattered, creating a space around the man under attack by the tabby cat. Covering his head with one hand, the man hunched over, flailing the other hand wildly, having been caught off guard by a clawing cat. His vision was now a blur. This cat has gone mad. Chen Shui, help me. Meow. The tabby cat clung tightly to the man's arm, sinking its teeth into him. Damn it! The man gritted his teeth. Get off me, you filthy cat. His girlfriend stood by, stunned, and stepped forward, attempting to pry the cat off. Mimi, let go. What do you mean, Mimi? Grab a stick. The man's arm was already bloodied, unable to shake the cat off. He resolved to slam his arm against a tree.
Ha!
The tabby cat, agile as ever, leaped onto the tree trunk and landed firmly, its fur bristling, glaring at the man while hissing. Stinky human. Liar. The tabby cat's thoughts were filled with curses, its tail held high, ready to charge at the man again. The entire incident was broadcasted live. What the hell is happening? Is this cat rabid? It seems completely insane. Chen Shui hurriedly opened a pack of tissues and rushed to him. You should go to the hospital right away for a rabies shot. The man angrily snatched the tissues from her hand. I told you not to feed stray cats, didn't I? Now look, the retribution has struck me. I'm just taking the hit for you. Chen Shui opened her mouth. I don't know what happened. Mimi is usually very gentle. It has never. The man interrupted. So it's my fault then? I provoked it? Just a filthy creature. You didn't provoke the kitten, you provoked a human that the kitten saw. When Youning approached the tabby cat, crouched down, and gently patted its head. Stray animals are typically wary of humans, especially a tabby cat, known for its fighting prowess. However, for some inexplicable reason, when Youning exuded a comforting aura that drew the cat near. Hesitating between running and fighting, the tabby allowed her to pet it. The man frowned. What's this? Is this cat yours? You saw it scratch me like this. You owe me for my medical expenses and lost wages, not to mention the rabies vaccine serum. Not a single yuan less. Chen Shui realized that the man was about to start his usual unreasonable tirade. Let's not waste time on that. You know this cat is a stray. Just hurry to the hospital. The man shook off Chen Shui's hand, exclaiming, Are you silly? Shut your mouth. In his perspective, his girlfriend's money was inherently his. Regardless of whether he or she spent it, it all came from his own pocket. When he finally saw someone stepping forward to claim reimbursement, he naturally wanted to hold on to that person, fearing that they might flee after returning from the hospital. When Youning disregarded the furious man and turned her attention to the girl. You must be Chen Shui. Have you married this man beside you? Taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, Chen Shui instinctively replied, Not yet. When Youning nodded, saying, Then your boyfriend has another girlfriend. The man froze momentarily before erupting in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I even know you to make up stories like this? Meow. Without even glancing at him, Wen Youning continued to stroke the tabby cat while saying, he was seen hugging that girl, right here. She pointed upwards at the surveillance camera. It should have captured the entire scene. The tabby cat's whiskers twitched in agitation as it let out a soft meow. He even kissed her several times and shared a bowl of rice noodles with her. Your boyfriend mentioned that once he marries you, any debts will become marital debts, and he can divide the assets with you. He also said you have several spacious apartments in the city center, and it would be easy to part with 2 or 3 of them. At this point, Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. You've been deceived by a scoundrel. What? Is this true? How does the host know? Wow, look at that man's dark expression. It seems genuine. So the tabby cat is avenging the girl? Little Tabby is fiercely protective of. Justice, good cat. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Shui looked at the man with skepticism. Is what she said true? Have you lost your mind, Chen Shui? The man denied it vehemently. I don't even know this person, how can you believe her made-up story? By this time, the tabby cat had relaxed, perhaps having vented some of its frustration after a scuffle, and lay lazily on Wen Youning's shoe, swishing its tail. It's not false. Following the cat's unspoken thoughts, Wen Youning lifted her chin towards the man's pocket. The little tabby says after your boyfriend put her in a taxi, he made a phone call, making a sucking sound over the line. Chapter 3. Chen Shui was practically about to strike the man, while the little tabby was poised to spring into action. In the summer, clothing is often thin, and unlike house cats that have their nails trimmed, the wild tabby's claws are sharp and pointed, easily piercing through fabric. Are you insane, Chen Shui? The man raised one hand to shield himself from Chen Shui while retreating to evade her, but the agile tabby was quick before he even realized it. He felt a sharp sting on his leg. Realizing he had been scratched, in a fit of anger, he picked up a piece of gravel from the ground and hurled it at the cat. Ouch, intense. Wait, I'm a bit confused, so everything the host said is true?
What?
Can the host really read the thoughts of animals? Didn't they say there's surveillance? It could easily capture this. Perhaps the host witnessed the cheating incident while going downstairs, pretending to speak in the cat's voice. It's hard to believe that anyone would trust such a wild story. I'll remember your ID and sell you health products when I get older. The police arrived swiftly. It was unclear which bystander couldn't bear to watch and called the authorities. A semicircle of onlookers formed tightly around the scene as the police car approached, sirens blaring. Stop! Everyone cease fighting. As the words fell, Chen Shui kicked the man in the leg, declaring, "We're breaking up."
Ah!
The man screamed, rolling on the ground in agony. Chen Shui exhaled deeply, smoothing her disheveled hair, before approaching the police to explain the situation. Seeing the police maintaining order, Wen Youning stood up, dusted off her clothes, and turned to continue her queue for rice noodles. Due to the commotion, several customers in line had stepped out to see what was happening. There were only a few people left in line, and it wasn't long before Wen Youning reached the front. The shopkeeper, holding a pair of tongs for selecting ingredients, asked, "Hello, what would you like?" A serving of extra spicy rice noodles, with more vegetables than noodles. Wen Youning surveyed the array of toppings, from fried eggs to crispy chicken feet and half a braised pig's trotter. After a moment's consideration, she pointed to the selections. "I'll have one of each of these toppings."
Great.
"Would you like it to go or eat here?" The shopkeeper deftly placed the toppings into a bowl. Wen Youning replied, "To go." Her phone was still live streaming, and eating outside would hinder sound quality. Taking it home would be more convenient. Plus, it was just upstairs, so she needn't worry about her noodles getting clumped together. The shopkeeper handed her a small circular number tag. "Scan here, pay, and wait for your number to be called at the left window." Taking the tag, Wen Youning found a spot under the sunshade outside to sit. Looking back, she noticed the police car had already departed. Bloodstains remained on the ground, remnants from when the man had fallen. The cat's scratch wasn't severe, but the wounds were numerous and bled significantly.
Meow.
With a soft leap, the tabby cat hopped onto the chair beside her. Wen Youning gently petted the cat's head, her fingers gliding down its fur. "Have you returned from punishing the wicked?"
Meow.
The tabby lay down, pawing at Wen Youning's wrist affectionately. "Are you playing the victim?" Wen Youning chuckled, raising her hand, and the little tabby followed her motion, playfully bouncing up and down. "Next time, I'll bring you a treat." As she squeezed the little tabby's paw, its claws extended in response to her pressure. "Look, this tabby cat is a champion among wild cats, having honed its claws since childhood." When she released her grip, the claws retracted again. The action had a certain elegance reminiscent of a sword being drawn from its sheath. She waved the cat's paw in front of the live stream camera. "With these claws, catching mice or birds is effortless." The tabby lay on its back, its belly exposed, gently swaying as Wen Youning held its paw. Despite being held, it showed no inclination to claw at her. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, it had been fiercely attacking that man. Whether it can catch mice is another matter, but judging by the host's actions just now, if I tried that with my cat, I would already be on my way to get a rabies vaccine.
Booster.
Is this cat really not one that the host raised for show? Stray cats are typically very cautious. How could it allow such handling, especially a tabby? The fierce little cat has such cute pink paw pads. The little tabby lay at the edge of the sunshade, sunlight warming its belly, without shining in its eyes. Its tail occasionally flicked up, clearly enjoying the gentle strokes, eyes half closed, emitting a soft purring sound. Wen Youning placed her palm over the tabby's throat, feeling the vibrations clearly. Order number 17 for the ultimate spicy rice noodles is ready. My noodles are ready. Wen Youning affectionately ruffled the little tabby's ears. You can rest now, I'm off. The drowsy little tabby flipped over and sat at the table's edge, eyes unblinking as it watched Wen Youning's retreating figure. Wen Youning's order was so abundant that the toppings couldn't fit into the same container as the noodles. A separate box was used, filled with the noodle broth, while the toppings, all fried, would soak up the flavor with just a quick soak. Doesn't it look particularly appetizing? Wen Youning lifted the rice noodles to her eyes, clearly seeing a thick layer of red chili oil floating on top. She could hardly contain her eagerness to taste the dish. Wen Youning hurried home, climbing the stairs 2 steps at a time, as there was no elevator. Ding ding. The fingerprint lock scanned successfully, and as the door opened just a crack, a slender shadow darted inside like a beam of light. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, finding the figure somewhat familiar. She entered and closed the door behind her, watching as the tabby cat scampered onto the sofa. How did you end up coming back with me? The little tabby appeared nonchalant, yet its demeanor shifted to one of unexpected shyness after entering, as it sat perched on the armrest of the sofa, its front paws neatly tucked in front, its tail nervously wrapped around itself. If you like it, you can stay for a few days, Wen Youning remarked with a light laugh. Stay for a few days? Is that even a proper response? Why not just take it in right away? How can you be so heartless? The little kitty is being so proactive. Why aren't you adopting it right away? Those of us who can't resist cats can't bear to see this. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in exclamations as viewers noticed the host's lack of intention to adopt and began attempting to privately message for adoption addresses. Wen Youning unwrapped the plastic bag containing the rice noodles and explained, the abandonment rate for tabby cats is quite high. If they aren't raised from a young age, those accustomed to the wild often struggle to adapt to domestic life. Of course, if one willingly follows you home, it definitely deserves to be adopted. So, it's not about whether I can care for the little tabby, but rather whether it wishes to live with me. It can adapt, I swear. I would never abandon it. If I had it, I would care for that clever little kitty until it grows old. Who wouldn't love such a smart cat? Wen Youning clarified, no, that's not what I meant. She adjusted the camera angle to focus on herself and continued, what I mean is that the intelligence of tabby cats is comparable to that of border collies, and it may even exceed that of border collies. While border collies may find their owners lacking in intelligence, they still tend to stay close. However, tabby cats are different. If they deem you foolish, they may actually leave, abandoning you entirely. It's not you who abandons them. Comments flooded in. This host has quite the sharp tongue. Haha, just kidding. Wen Youning paused before adding, however, I have heard of some particularly responsible tabby cats that dislike being confined. They occasionally venture out but return to check if you are still alive, wanting to confirm that you are doing well before completely leaving. If they see you struggling, they might even hunt to provide for you. That could be considered an exceptionally responsible cat. I'd love to adopt one, but I'm afraid it might reject me.
Sob.
Truly a remarkable cat, chosen by our ancestors. So, let's hold off on adopting for now. It really depends on the little tabby's own desires. Wen Youning mixed the noodles with the toppings. For the time being, the little tabby will stay with me. She didn't have any pets at home, so bringing a stray cat wouldn't pose any health risks to other animals. However, for safety's sake, she planned to take the little tabby to the vet for vaccinations and perhaps a bath. Wen Youning thought about buying some cat food as well. Besides the rice noodles on her table, there was hardly any food left at home. The little tabby, used to hunting for itself, would find it ironic to be in a new home where it couldn't get a meal. Wen Youning continued to eat, her fingers gliding over her phone. Let me see how far the nearest pet hospital is. Over 300 meters? That's manageable. I can walk there after dinner. Consider it a post-meal stroll. Given her limited funds, she aimed to save on transportation costs, ensuring her money was spent wisely. The live streaming platform only allowed withdrawals once a day. When she bought the rice noodles, she had withdrawn over 300 from her account, and although gifts had been sent afterward, the funds from those could only be accessed the next day. She had a limited amount of money on hand now.
Meow.
The little tabby pawed at Wen Youning's leg, wanting to jump up, but hesitated upon making contact. Wen Youning was wearing a skirt, and if the little tabby latched on, it would leave a trail of scratches on her leg. Wanna come up? Wen Youning lifted the little tabby onto her lap. You can't have this, I'll get you some cat food later. The spicy aroma of the chili oil was overwhelming, and the cat, with its keen sense of smell, didn't need to get close. It squinted at the scent, turned its head, and buried its face into Wen Youning's embrace, shaking its ears as if it were ready to sleep. Wen Youning gently petted the cat with one hand while picking at the noodles with the other, occasionally savoring a bite of the accompanying ingredients. The rich, savory broth soaked into each strand of meat, flavorful yet tender, and each mouthful brought immense satisfaction. There wasn't much in the bowl, but combined with the toppings, it was just enough for a meal. When Youning finished picking through the ingredients, put down her chopsticks, and glanced at the time. Today's live stream has already exceeded the limit. I'll be signing off now. We'll meet again at the same time tomorrow. Don't be late. Bye-bye. This time, she truly ended the stream. She needed to make a trip to the pet hospital before it closed. Before the comments in the live stream could start asking questions, Wen Youning tapped her finger and closed the broadcast. The little tabby was already fast asleep, curled up on her lap, deep in slumber. When Youning gently pinched the little cat's ears, the tiny creature merely stirred its paws, showing no intention of waking up, so she chose to let it rest. Chapter 4. Even though I could not comprehend the dog's barking, I sensed that it was rather foul-mouthed. Dr. Zhang tightened his grip on the syringe, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Youning before turning back to smile reassuringly. It's all right. When it suddenly barked while wearing the muzzle, I was quite flustered and didn't even notice when I accidentally stepped on its tail. He chuckled awkwardly, with each bark louder than the last. How could I not be more anxious? The Samoyed shot him a disdainful look, turned away to lick its own tail, and then resumed glaring at him. Is the dog scaring you? When Youning scoffed, the muzzle had yet to be fitted, and the fierce barking proved that it was a gentle, amiable creature. If you stepped on its tail, kneeling on one knee while bearing your weight on your toes, you would certainly bark too. This doesn't concern you. Please vacate the premises. Dr. Zhang said, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with impatience, though he refrained from being overly harsh due to his professional standing. Enough, Ms. Liu interjected, standing up to separate Dr. Zhang and the Samoyed, attaching the dog leash with a nonchalant remark, refund my membership. She declared that she would not return to this pet hospital, even though it was conveniently located just below her residence. However, after the incident of stepping on the tail, and without a clear understanding of the situation, the multitude of unnecessary tests that had been administered struck her as foolish. Unlike children, who could articulate their discomfort, animals were voiceless, leaving guardians to rely solely on the veterinarian's assessments. If fortune smiled upon them, they might encounter a competent doctor, but should luck falter, they risked exploitation through excessive treatments and prescriptions, merely to line the pockets of unscrupulous practitioners. Silently, Ms. Liu secured the dog leash, resolved not to dwell further on the doctor's character, ultimately deciding against returning. Dr. Zhang hurriedly interrupted, Please wait a moment, Ms. Liu. We are already preparing for surgery. We can manage Hani's current condition, and there is no need to transfer hospitals. Moreover, without professional assistance during transit, unforeseen circumstances could arise that might prove fatal. Setting aside my previous error, for Hani's sake, you should not leave at this juncture. Ms. Liu replied firmly. I do not believe that a hospital incapable of diagnosing a simple ailment can perform surgery on my Hani. Just refund the remaining balance to my membership account. And do not contact me again.
Wang.
The Samoyed rose, its left hind leg barely touching the ground, bounding along awkwardly. Ms. Liu, wait, please listen to me. Dr. Zhang followed her out, casting an unabashed glare at Wen Youning as he passed. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, sensing that the hospital had just lost a significant client due to the recent events. The anguished cries of the Samoyed had drawn the attention of everyone in the facility, including the cashier, indicating that the Samoyed had frequented this establishment. As the interior emptied, Wen Youning exited as well, observing Dr. Zhang still trying to persuade Ms. Liu, while the Samoyed, evidently holding a grudge for its tail being stepped on, bared its teeth menacingly at him. Do not waste my time with your empty words. My sole demand is a refund. Do you understand? Ms. Liu, exasperated by his persistence, adamantly rejected Dr. Zhang's overtures. That is understandable. You are understandably upset. Once you have calmed down, I will provide a thorough explanation. Dr. Zhang maintained a smile throughout, exuding an air of warmth and politeness. However, upon spotting Wen Youning emerging, his expression faltered slightly. Is there something you need? Dr. Zhang inquired, the formality of you having been stripped away in his frustration. Wen Youning was merely out for vaccinations, having temporarily ventured out as her supplies were lacking. She had no intention of engaging in extensive interactions with the doctor, only wishing to vaccinate her cat and depart. Vaccinations were regulated by authorities. A legitimate animal hospital, regardless of the doctor's competence, would never compromise the integrity of vaccines. This was the only pet hospital in the vicinity, and while the doctor may be lacking, the vaccines themselves would suffice. If necessary, she would purchase them and administer them herself. Dr. Zhang gestured toward the front desk, requesting, "Please provide the vaccination list." After receiving a sheet from within, he signed it before handing it directly to Wen Youning, along with a disclaimer for her signature. Vaccines were preventative measures against diseases, yet there were no guarantees against unforeseen complications arising post-administration. The risk, albeit minimal, was not non-existent. Some hospitals required guardians to sign such waivers in advance. Wen Youning glanced at the document, noting that the disclaimer was stapled to a list detailing the specific vaccines and their manufacturers. At the bottom, 7,500? The price darkened her vision momentarily. You must be joking. Many vaccines cost mere tens or hundreds. Charging 7,500 for a single shot is outrageous. Dr. Zhang defended. Our vaccines are of the highest quality, imported from premier institutions, unlike those from small-scale operations elsewhere. Wen Youning closed the document, stating, "We will not be administering the feline AIDS, feline infectious peritonitis, or chlamydia vaccines. How much for the feline trivalent and rabies vaccines? Furthermore, administering so many shots in a single day would be excessive for such a small kitten. It would be akin to subjecting a human to a barrage of needles."
Dr.
Zhang, clearly accustomed to such requests, remained unflustered, responding calmly, "The package cannot be disassembled. You may choose not to administer certain vaccines after purchasing the package. However, payments for the vaccines not administered will not be refunded." Dr. Zhang continued, "Do not be misled by the number of options. While it may seem unnecessary, these diseases, once contracted, can be fatal to your cat. They are crucial." Initially disinterested, Wen Youning found herself compelled to interject. "Your assertion that the feline AIDS vaccine would cause a constant positive result on tests, thereby obscuring the distinction between infection and vaccination efficacy, is dubious. Moreover, the feline infectious peritonitis is caused by a mutated coronavirus, and tracking such mutations is impossible. If you possessed a genuine vaccine for that, would you still be practicing medicine here?" Dr. Zhang opened his mouth, but upon realizing the depth of her knowledge, he surmised she was likely a fellow practitioner, and his expression darkened. Just as he was about to summon security to expel her, Ms. Liu, who was at the front desk seeking a refund, turned back to ask, "Are you a veterinarian as well?" Wen Youning nodded, "Yes." Pausing for a moment, she added sort of. It was prudent to exercise caution until her credentials were fully established. "Could you examine Hani's hind leg?" Ms. Liu inquired, patting the Samoyed's back. "It was playing with other dogs yesterday and accidentally tumbled down the stairs. Initially, there seemed to be no issue, but I later noticed it was reluctant to place weight on its hind leg. After an X-ray, Dr. Zhang diagnosed a fracture and recommended surgery. I had made an appointment yesterday, and under normal circumstances, Hani would already be on the operating table by now." Dr. Zhang, wishing to eject her from his premises, now found Ms. Liu conducting business within his establishment, and he deemed it inappropriate. Ms. Liu replied tersely, "Should I report you for excessive treatment? I must have spent at least 100,000 here, considering the assistance I provided for stray animal medical care, cat and dog food, and canned goods. Have I not contributed financially during your charitable appeals? Is it unacceptable for me to engage in a mere conversation here?" Dr. Zhang, aware of the precariousness of his position, replied, "That was not my intention." Ms. Liu ignored him and redirected her gaze towards Wen Youning. "Is that acceptable?"
Wen Youning replied,
"I do not possess a veterinary practice certificate. I must clarify this beforehand." She had taken the examination, but the results were yet to be disclosed. Observing Wen Youning's youthful appearance, Ms. Liu surmised that she might still be an undergraduate student. Although she had sounded quite knowledgeable regarding vaccines, Ms. Liu chose to place her trust in her, believing that merely viewing an X-ray would not pose any significant issues. "Of course, I appreciate your assistance."
Ms.
Liu's bag contained numerous items, primarily medical reports. She extracted an X-ray film from within and handed it over. Is the fracture severe? Wen Youning fell silent as she examined the film. At this, Ms. Liu felt a tightening in her chest, fearing the doctor's silence indicated a grave diagnosis. Given the height of the stairs, at least 2 stories, it was plausible that a fracture could occur. There is no fracture, Wen Youning stated, her fingertip gliding across the film, revealing no issues from top to bottom. Ms. Liu was taken aback. What? Dr. Zhang, growing agitated, exclaimed, "Do not speak recklessly."
Ms.
Liu's eyes reddened with fury as she pointed an accusatory finger at Dr. Zhang, shouting, "I will file a complaint against you. There is no fracture, absolutely none. If this leads to surgery requiring anesthesia, who knows how this doctor would proceed? Even if surgery is unnecessary, it would still be a considerable ordeal. She does not even have a veterinary practice certificate. How could she interpret the film?" Dr. Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that he could not afford to dismiss the situation. Acknowledging the gravity of the circumstances, he forced himself to remain composed. "Please calm down. Do not blindly trust an unqualified layperson. This is an affront to the veterinary profession. I cannot remain calm. If Hani's treatment is delayed due to you, I will not let this go." Ms. Liu trembled, not out of concern for her expenditure, but from the dread of having nearly entrusted Hani to such an individual.
Doctor.
Zhang's complexion turned pale as he realized the implications. The Samoyed sensed its owner's distress and leaned its head into Ms. Liu's hand, baring its teeth at Dr. Zhang. "Do not worry, it is not a significant issue. Look here." Wen Youning pointed to the Samoyed's paw, indicating something lodged inside that was causing discomfort, preventing it from placing weight on its leg. "It will be fine once removed." "Is that true?" Ms. Liu's emotions fluctuated wildly, akin to a roller coaster. Dr. Zhang, having reviewed the film, understood the situation. However, given the hospital's protocols and his desire for a commission, he had initially considered surgery. He had not intended to perform anything substantial, merely a superficial incision to extract the object, which was a minor matter. Yet, with Wen Youning having already identified the issue, he found himself unable to proceed further without jeopardizing a significant client. He thus eagerly offered, "I can assist." Ms. Liu turned and barked, "Get out. Silence yourself."
Doctor.
Zhang paused, cleared his throat, and scratched his head while glancing towards the front desk, where the receptionist, catching his eye, discreetly lowered her head. Chapter 5. Lu Nuan's hand grasped at emptiness, a mix of helplessness and amusement washing over her. "How is it that this happened?" she mused, flicking the tail of the little tabby cat. "I even fed you cat food, you little rascal." Wen Youning gently lifted the small cat from her shoulder, contemplating her next words. "I will return the little tabby before coming to fetch the cat food from you. After all, it was a feral cat. And with Lu Nuan already having cats at home, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary contact." "That sounds reasonable," Lu Nuan replied. "I just need to pick up some ointment from the pharmacy. I will wait for you in the little garden beneath Building 3. This way." She could avoid making an extra trip later to purchase medicine. It was far more efficient to gather everything in one go. As twilight descended, the days grew longer with the arrival of summer, and remnants of daylight lingered even past 7 o'clock. When Wen Youning emerged, she had changed into a different outfit. She had initially intended to wear the same clothes after disinfecting them but found only 84 disinfectant at home, rendering her efforts futile. To avoid carrying any germs, she opted for a fresh ensemble instead. At this hour, many residents nearby ventured out for leisurely strolls after dinner, and the most crowded spots were the community square and the small garden. Leaning against a large tree, Lu Nuan tossed tidbits of snacks to her Samoyed. Although the wound on its paw had not yet healed, it seemed free of any obstructions, and the pup was clearly regaining its appetite, merrily bouncing as it devoured the treats. Upon spotting Wen Youning, Lu Nuan tugged at the dog leash. "Come along, my home is in this building, it's quite close." She took the lead, with the Samoyed bounding ahead into the familiar corridor. "I have several brands of cat food at home, all quite popular online, including some renowned names. I also stock up on artisanal meat snacks recommended by bloggers. I particularly enjoy hoarding supplies, especially cat food, dog food, and pet treats. An entire wall is dedicated to them." With a click, she opened the door and gestured, "Please come in." Just as Wen Youning stepped forward, she paused, taken aback by the surroundings. Is this a seaside view? She inquired, puzzled. There isn't even a river nearby. How could there be a sea? At that moment, Lunwan turned to see a layer of water accumulating on the marble floor, not enough to submerge her shoes, but certainly 3 to 5 centimeters deep.
Oh,
I dare not open my eyes, hoping this is merely an illusion. Lunwan's voice, usually gentle, rose in pitch with incredulity. To her surprise, no cat rushed in response. Instead, a blue plastic basin drifted from the living room, carrying a beautifully exquisite ragdoll cat, oblivious to the chaos around it, its striking blue eyes wide with innocence. Wen Youning stifled a laugh, while Lunwan exclaimed, "Meow?" as the ragdoll tilted its head in confusion. With no time to rescue the drifting cat, Lunwan dashed into the kitchen, splashing through the water to turn off the incessantly running faucet. She opened the drains in the kitchen and bathroom, hoping to salvage whatever water she could. Thankfully, her previous experience with pets had prompted Lunwan to waterproof her home during renovations, though costly. It had spared the downstairs neighbors from a deluge. Otherwise, their abode would have transformed into a waterlogged cave by now. The Samoyed, mistaking the situation for play, barked joyfully and followed its owner into the water, its paws splashing noisily. "Hani is back," Wen Youning announced, reaching to scoop up the Samoyed, which was hefty despite its fluffy coat. "Stay put here. Don't move, or your paws will hurt again." Perhaps her words evoked memories of a painful incident involving a chicken bone, as the Samoyed surprisingly refrained from jumping back into the water. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves and picked up the empty basin that had floated into her line of sight, assisting in scooping out the water. It must have been Hani's doing. With an array of tools at her disposal, Lunwan and Wen Youning worked diligently to absorb the visible water. Look at Hani's face. He always wears that expression when he messes up. I'll dock his treats for a month. Let's see if he dares to do this again. Following Lunwan's finger, Wen Youning noticed a Maine Coon perched on the back of the sofa, its large frame and floppy ears presenting a picture of innocent contrition, embodying the essence of a pet that feared punishment. "Is this culprit Hani?"
she asked. "Indeed,"
Lunwan confirmed, "and the ragdoll is Hapai." "Then let us deduct treats from Hapai instead," Wen Youning suggested, placing the basin down. Listening to the ragdoll's soft muttering, she recognized that the Maine Coon was merely apprehensive of the water, not guilty of any wrongdoing. The faucet had been turned on by the ragdoll, so it should be penalized.
"Meow."
The ragdoll, previously playing in the water, let out a loud protest. "It wasn't me. Of course it was you, yet you refused to admit it." The thoughts echoed alongside the cat's vocalizations. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. "Your denial does not absolve you of responsibility." The ragdoll retorted, "Meow, so what? Humans remain oblivious." "Meow." The ragdoll's eyes widened in disbelief, as if it had heard something utterly unfathomable. It gazed at the peculiar human. "You can hear." Wen Youning smiled, curling her fingers to gently tap the cat's head. "Yes, I can hear your mischievous thoughts, little rascal. You must own up to your misdeeds."
"Meow."
"This human is crafty." "It's all right. The strange lens cannot capture me. I'll shield myself with something." Wen Youning found herself in fits of laughter, pointing at the ragdoll. "It was you who did this. Punish her." She even tried to obstruct the surveillance camera to feed her treats to Hani.
"Meow."
The Maine Coon's voice rose.
"Oh,
"Dear human, woe is me, you truly are a good human." Clearly, the Maine Coon had borne the brunt of blame more than once.
meow."
The ragdoll attempted to protest, but just as it lifted a paw, Wen Youning withdrew her hand, leaving it to swipe at nothingness in frustration. Lunwan stood by, bewildered. The conversation seemed remarkably fluid, and she found herself unsure of how to interject into this lively exchange. It struck her then that she recalled Wen Youning mentioning her ability to understand the thoughts of animals. "Can you really understand the thoughts of animals?" Lunwan asked, astonished. If earlier coincidences could explain some things, the question of who had turned on the faucet and the surveillance issue remained. Wen Youning had remained by the doorway since entering, never actually entering the kitchen. Surely, she could not have guessed the camera was placed in the kitchen. In her astonishment, Lunwan stepped into the kitchen, and indeed, she spotted a towel hanging from a camera in a high corner she had previously overlooked. Wen Youning was absolutely correct. When the impossible becomes possible, The most unlikely guess may indeed turn out to be the most accurate answer. Wen Youning's lips curled into a smile. Of course, I will share the live stream with you where they specialize in reading minds to treat small animals. Lun Wan's mouth opened and closed, feeling as though her worldview had been profoundly shaken. The ability to hear the voices of animals, it actually exists. Lun Wan exclaimed, I will follow this immediately. Indeed, there are still many things in this world that remain unknown to them, much like the mysteries of ghosts, metaphysics, Taoism, and Buddhism, where many matters defy conventional logic. Lun Wan's mind was filled with thoughts of how impressive Wen Youning was, and how fortunate she felt to have met her. Just a moment, let me fetch some cat food for you. As Lun Wan dashed into the room, her mouth was stretched into a wide grin. On one wall stood shelves, and the water had only touched the bottom of the large bag of cat food. The bags above remained dry. Although the cat food bags are waterproof and would be fine with just a bit of water exposure if unopened, Lun Wan still opted for the smaller packages that hadn't been affected, along with various treats and canned food. Hearing the sounds from inside, Wen Youning entered to find, as expected, that Lun Wan had filled a large bag. No need to take too much. Today will be a transition. And tomorrow I will buy ingredients to make cat food. Make it myself? Wen Youning was currently considering her finances, and compared to cat food, homemade meals have their advantages. They are more convenient, and can be frozen for prolonged use. Lun Wan became intrigued. She had seen tutorials online before, but at that time, she hadn't thought to try it herself, opting instead for ready-made options. However, hearing the same suggestion from Wen Youning ignited an inexplicable desire to attempt it herself. Is there a tutorial?
Can you teach me?
Wen Youning replied, I don't have a tutorial at the moment, but I plan to do a live stream tomorrow. Great, I will watch your live stream tomorrow, Lun Wan said, continuing to fill her bag until it was full. Alright, take these back, and if it's not enough, let me know. Wen Youning pulled out her phone. How much is it? I will transfer the money to you.
Oh.
You didn't even charge me for your consultation. Why would I pay for a bit of pet food? I often stock up, and even use these to feed the little strays. Consider it a gift for the little tabby, no charge. Lun Wan shoved the bag into Wen Youning's arms, saying, the little tabby is waiting at home, hungry for you. Hurry back. However, the bag was too large, and Wen Youning had to tilt her head to make room. Lun Wan exclaimed, pressing the cat food against her, insisting, there is no however. If it weren't for you, I would have spent a fortune today at that pet hospital, and Honey would have suffered. Even this little bit of cat treats feels insufficient. If you continue to decline, I truly want to know what to do. Just the thought of her previous expenses at that pet hospital made Lun Wan feel a headache coming on. She feared she had been treated like a cash cow. The charges at that pet hospital had always been exorbitant, and she wasn't the only one being milked there. After some contemplation, Wen Youning relented, fine. Consider this as your advance payment for future consultations regarding your pet. Feel free to reach out anytime with questions. I'm leaving now. Chapter 6. Upon returning home, Wen Youning found that night had fully descended. A small tabby cat sat at the entrance, perched on the shoe cabinet, tilting its head and pawing at the doorknob. I'm back, Wen Youning exclaimed, scooping up the little tabby and heading into the kitchen. There were no bowls for small animals, so she decided to make do with a plate. Before leaving, she had filled a deep bowl with water. The water line noticeably lower now. She opened a bag of cat food and poured it onto a plate. Let us eat first. Having clung to Wen Youning since her arrival, the little tabby had only sipped a bit of water and was now hungry. The quality of the cat food was excellent. The rich aroma of meat wafted from the open bag. The little creature circled the plate of cat food twice, scratched the ground a few times with its front paws, and then finally bent down to nibble at the food, making a delightful crunching sound. After much ado, the little tabby was finally enjoying its meal. Wen Youning stretched, realizing she still needed a litter box. Such items could be purchased at the pet hospital, where even the lowest quality options were unlikely to be too poor, given their visibility. However, the prices were steep. According to the pet hospital's price list, a litter box costing 30 or 40 online would set her back hundreds there, not including the litter. Fortunately, she planned to visit the market the next day, which was a bit distant, as there was a pet supply store there where she could gather everything she needed. For tonight, however, Wen Youning rummaged through her home, looking for any unwanted blankets or thick clothing. Anything absorbent would suffice. although she couldn't find any clothes. She did discover a bag of absorbent mats tucked away in the storage room, the packaging still coated in dried soil, presumably from gardening. It seemed there were no flowers around, likely all withered away, leaving the unused mats to collect dust in the corner. Just what she needed. Wen Youning took out the mats, which had a thickness of about 3 or 4 centimeters, and placed them against the wall in the corner, preparing a spot for the little tabby to familiarize itself with and leave its scent. After finishing its meal, the little tabby lay on the ground, licking its fur. Its tongue still extended when it was suddenly picked up. Its paws sank into the unfamiliar soft mat, and it sniffed curiously. Wen Youning gently patted the little cat's head. "Be good, after tonight. I'll upgrade you to a luxurious bathroom and get you an extra large one where you can run around." It is quite challenging for small animals to be trained to use a designated spot, as some domesticated creatures require professional guidance to achieve this. Yet, Wen Youning was different. She needed only to speak once for understanding. Her ability to communicate effortlessly with small animals was her advantage. The little tabby responded obediently with a soft meow. After a long day, Wen Youning, weary and aware she needed to rise early the next morning, stifled a yawn and retreated to her room. A quick rinse and a blow-dry later, she nestled into bed, wrapped in a light blanket, letting out a contented sigh in the air-conditioned room. "Good night, little one." The little tabby, still unbathed, was cruelly denied access to the bed, opting instead to lie outside the bedroom door, pressed against the crack, emitting a soft response meow. The following day, dawn broke gently. The summer morning was the most pleasant time of day, even in a lightweight short-sleeved shirt. A hint of coolness lingered in the air. Runners passed by in waves along the path. The freshest vegetables of the city could be found at the morning market. Wen Youning had brought along a phone holder this time to appear more professional. "Is this what the sunlight at 6 in the morning looks like? I haven't seen it in ages. Can anyone tell me why there's a vibrating alarm-like ringtone when the broadcast begins? Good morning, streamer. Are you out for a jog?" Wen Youning wore a watch of the same brand as her phone, allowing her to glance at the live chat without straining her neck to look at the screen. Today, she intended to venture to a more distant market to buy ingredients for cat food while also getting some exercise. She had even brought a large shopping bag for her purchases. Before setting out that morning, Wen Youning had withdrawn her earnings from the back end, which had already arrived in her account. After taxes, the amount was sufficient for her day as expenses. However, upon witnessing the splendid morning light, she opted against taking a taxi. Instead, she decided to run there, planning to take a cab back when the weather warmed up. The vegetable market was situated far from the city center. The larger wholesale markets were located in that direction. "Does anyone wish to connect?" Wen Youning inquired. Fans who had gifted items of equal or greater value could apply to connect. No one sought a paid connection, but many had gifted Wen Youning the previous day. Perhaps it was too early. Students were heading to school, workers were on their way to jobs, and night owls were just falling asleep. Aside from a few scattered messages, no one was interested in connecting. "All right, feel free to apply directly if you wish to connect later." Wen Youning was not in a hurry. With money in her pocket, she felt a sense of calm. As she jogged past a street stall, she paused to buy a bun. Though she hadn't seen the stall from afar, the aroma of the buns wafted through the air. With one bite, the soft bun absorbed the juices of the meat filling. Even before reaching the meat, it was already delectable. This bun is quite good." Choosing to walk instead of run after breakfast, she noticed many stalls selling breakfast foods. Numerous students in uniforms and office workers queued up. Wen Youning spun around with her selfie stick, keeping the angle low to avoid capturing the faces of passers-by. The lens swept past a nearby alley where someone squatted on the steps, holding a tiny kitten. It appeared no larger than a palm, its sparse fur suggesting it had just been born a few days prior. The young boy holding the kitten looked quite youthful, still dressed in his school uniform. As Wen Youning approached, she heard him say, "Here, take it. It's probably time to feed it. It has been crying. Why aren't you helping?" The kitten had yet to open its eyes, mewing softly, its tiny voice surprisingly strong, not sounding as though it were starving. Meanwhile, the boy was earnestly trying to pass the kitten forward. On the steps sat a bewildered orange cat, gazing at the kitten below, its head bobbing up and down. The boy urged the orange cat, "Don't just stare. Feed it. It's hungry. Look at it squirming. It seems like it's in distress." The orange cat blinked. "Meow. Me feed it?" It was unable to nurse. Wen Youning stepped forward, cradling the kitten in her hands. "Where did you find this little one?" The boy replied, "I found it right here." "Isn't this orange cat its mother?" "Why, isn't it feeding it? A kitten this small should still be nursing." Wen Youning chuckled helplessly. "Of course not. This orange cat looks to be only 2 or 3 months old. It's still just a kitten itself." The boy looked confused.
Ha.
A baby found on the roadside handed over to a passing elementary school student. The orange cat seemed to think, "I'm not ready. I haven't weaned yet, and now a child expects me to feed this one? Little buddy, this orange cat, just a few weeks ago, was in the same predicament as this tiny one. Your intentions are good, but perhaps it's best to hold off for now." The boy scratched his head, realizing he had made a blunder, his face flushing slightly.
Is that so?
"When I found the kitten, I saw the orange cat passing by and thought it was its mother. What should I do now?" The boy felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for misplacing the kitten. Yet time was fleeting as class was about to commence, and attendance would be taken during morning study. He hesitated, contemplating whether to bring the tiny feline to school. Surely, if discovered by the teacher, it would be confiscated. Is morning study scheduled before 7? Have even elementary students succumbed to such pressure? Didn't the Education Bureau abolish morning study for primary schools? Queried Wen Youning. "We have also discontinued it. Morning study is now voluntary for students." The boy shook his head, counting on his fingers the numerous responsibilities awaiting him. The distance to the 13th primary school was considerable, and he had to catch the bus and attend to his duties. He simply might not have time to care for the kitten. It seemed wisest to return the little creature to its nest. Wen Youning, attuned to the kitten's cries of hunger, pondered the challenges of nurturing such a young animal. The kitten's robust cries indicated it was well fed and cared for by its mother, not an abandoned orphan. It would be imprudent to take it home. Glancing at his watch repeatedly, the boy appeared anxious to leave, yet he was reluctant to abandon the kitten. "I read online that if a kitten strays too far and is returned, the mother cat may refuse to care for it," he lamented. Wen Youning reassured him. "If it comes into contact with human scents, it may be abandoned by the mother. She might even carry away the other kittens, leaving this one behind." She gently patted the kitten's back, sensing the boy's unease. "Do not worry. I will explain to its mother that the kitten accidentally wandered off." A little persuasion should suffice for her to continue caring for it. This explanation was crucial, yet more importantly, her prolonged embrace would likely mask the boy's scent, as the mother cat would not feel overly repelled by her presence. The boy nodded in understanding. "Then I shall trouble you, sister," he said politely, expressing his gratitude. As he adjusted the strap of his backpack, preparing to depart, he suddenly paused.
What?
Explain what? To whom? Realization dawned upon him that something was amiss. He turned back. Is it because I'm a primary student that I failed to comprehend some adult conversations? The school hasn't taught me yet. The chat buzzed with laughter. The streamer has managed to fool a primary student. How amusing. The persona remains intact. Glancing at the live stream's title, Wen Youning thought, "If you can indeed persuade the mother cat to adopt the lost kitten, I shall shower you with gifts." "Really?" she exclaimed, noticing a member's comment on the screen. Almost instantly, a gift effect appeared. The member had sent a deposit. The transaction was complete. "Thank you for the gift, kind sir," she remarked with a snap of her fingers, then turned to inquire, "Little Orange, do you know where its nest is? I can trade you 2 cat treats for the information." The orange cat, having roamed this vicinity, should be aware of where the kittens were born. Since the kitten was found nearby, the nest must also be in close proximity. "Meow," the orange cat responded, leading the way up the stairs. "Follow me," Wen Youning replied, trailing behind. The boy glanced at his watch, and after much hesitation, decided to follow, still concerned. The books warned that newly birthed cats could be aggressive, and he cautioned her, "Sister, please be careful and don't get too close to the nest." Chapter 7. The child was correct. It is not solely the mother cat that exhibits fierce protectiveness after giving birth. Many animals do. I once fed a stray dog that, after having pups, would whimper if I approached, only allowing me closer once the puppies were older. But wait, why did the screen go black when I was returning the kittens to their nest? The live stream had few viewers, and only a handful were engaging in the chat. After sending a message, I looked up to find the screen completely dark. Had it not been for the absence of any notification from the platform indicating the host had ended the stream, one would have thought the host had simply shut it down. Wen Youning remarked, "I'll show you the kittens later." The building was inhabited, with various items cluttering the corridor, including discarded furniture that people were reluctant to throw away, nearly obstructing the passage. The hallway was even more challenging to navigate than an undeveloped alley. The little orange cat moved effortlessly in such surroundings, while the child, being shorter, struggled more. Fortunately, they did not encounter any holes so small that only a rat could squeeze through. After traversing a large area of furniture, Wen Youning realized that this direction led to a corridor. Clothes were draped over the railing, and on the opposite side hung preserved meats, exuding a strong sense of daily life. Each building in this area was connected by such corridors, and after what felt like an eternity of going up and down, with no floor numbers displayed on the walls, Wen Youning lost track of which floor she was on. The faint cries of kittens emerged from beneath the piled furniture. Leaning down to peer through the gaps in the fabric, she spotted a calico cat lying inside, its round, beastly eyes staring unblinkingly at her. Upon noticing a human presence, the calico cat bared its teeth, hissing as it lunged forward, its claws already extended, causing the mat beneath it to ripple. A boy, sensing the calico's hostility, reached out to pull Wen Youning back, cautioning her to be careful. "It's all right, don't worry. I can handle it," she replied, bending slightly as something obstructed her head. This position was rather uncomfortable, so she decided to sit on a nearby wooden frame. The little orange cat jumped onto a table beside her. Wen Youning gently stroked its fur, curling her fingertips to scratch its chin, saying, "Thank you, little one, for leading the way. Please stay nearby. I'll bring you some cat treats when I return from the market." The orange cat's mouth moved, producing a continuous mew from its throat. Can it really lead the way? The little orange cat seems small yet reliable. Let it lead when it wants to, and wait when it says to wait. It's so well behaved. I just want to pet it. ISN. Anyone concerned about the host talking to the cat? New fans? I suggest you watch for a while before commenting. The old fans who followed yesterday have already begun cheering. Inside the cat's nest, the calico's ears were pinned back, its head appearing rounder without the visibility of its ears. Its sharp canine teeth were exposed, a silent warning of its aggression towards any intruder. The nest was lined with soft padding, looking quite clean, suggesting that someone had cared for the cat, likely the residents of this floor. "Shh, quiet now. Don't be fierce," Wen Youning whispered, raising her index finger to her lips. "Look what I've brought you."
Mew.
The kitten's voice was sharp. She widened the opening slightly and lifted the kitten in her hand so the calico could see it. "Do you recognize this one?" As GIFs began to float across the live stream, the popularity of the broadcast surged noticeably. New viewers, puzzled, clicked in to see Wen Youning presenting a kitten directly to the mother cat. With growing numbers, some audience members began to question Wen Youning's actions. "Wait, you're just giving the kitten like that? In front of the mother cat? Don't let your hand get scratched off. Who taught her to return kittens this way?" Seeking attention is one thing, but risking her life is another. Let us see how she handles it if her hand gets bitten off. Daring actions certainly drew attention. Wen Youning, aware of the comments, did not shy away but earnestly addressed the camera. "This is a dangerous action. Please do not attempt to replicate it." Afterward, she extended her hand further, saying, "Come on, let me help you return your child." The calico paused, tilting its head in confusion as it scrutinized Wen Youning, then glanced down at the kitten nestled in its embrace. 175. "They're all here. Not mine. It is yours. If you don't believe me, come closer and sniff." Wen Youning could almost hear the calico's thoughts, awkwardly counting in a stilted manner. 1 followed by 2 was correct. She was uncertain how many kittens there were, but she knew the one in her hand had to be included. The calico froze, its mouth widening as its pupils narrowed into slits, its ears perked up.
Who said I can't count?
Do not question a cat.
E.
Can humans hear me counting? Wen Youning chuckled. Come on, it must be starving. It has been crying. Hesitantly, the calico rose, its gaze fixed on Wen Youning as it approached cautiously. Check if there are any damaged holes in the nest. The kitten may have accidentally fallen through one. Wen Youning continued, there will be some unfamiliar scents on it, but don't worry, it's not dangerous. It's just the scent of the child who found it, this little one with me. Come, say hello. The boy, momentarily dazed, struggled to process the situation, mechanically raising his hand to wave. The calico immediately hissed at him. The boy recoiled, taking a few steps back. Wen Youning held the kitten for a while, ensuring it carried her scent. But it was impossible to completely mask the scent of the child. She wanted to prepare the calico psychologically for when it would sniff the kitten. As the calico approached the gap, it leaned in to examine Wen Youning's hand, carefully discerning whether this was indeed its offspring. The boy opened his mouth, intending to warn Wen Youning to be cautious, fearing that at this distance, the calico could suddenly bite, but he hesitated, afraid that speaking might startle the large cat and lead to worse consequences. The nearby elementary school student clenched his fists nervously. Mom said if a stray cat bites, I need to go get a shot. For a moment, the live stream audience shared in the tension, collectively holding their breath, awaiting the calico's sudden, violent response that might leave Wen Youning injured. However, at that critical moment, the seemingly fierce calico did not attack. The anticipated scene of cat teeth piercing through fingertips did not materialize. In fact, while everyone was on edge, the calico merely gave a gentle lick to the kitten in Wen Youning's hands, paused, and then licked her fingertips.
Mew.
The boy was left speechless. Comments flooded in. Wait, what? What was I so worried about? Wasn't he had said that mother cats are very fierce after giving birth? I initially imagined a fierce battle lay ahead. Was it merely an illusion? The once fierce mother cat had suddenly become remarkably docile, as if the host had administered some enchantment. The calico cat clutched her kitten by the scruff of its neck, while Wen Youning, with her palm facing upwards, cradled the little creature, allowing it to dangle freely. The kitten, now held by its mother, had noticeably quieted, its cries no longer sharp and piercing. The edge of this platform seemed perilous. The fabric behind had been torn, and such aged material tends to be fragile and prone to breakage. Concerned about the risk of the squirming kittens falling, Wen Youning rose to search among the discarded furniture for something useful. It appeared these items had been abandoned for quite some time, and evidently, there had been no fire safety inspections. Otherwise, these items would have been cleared away long ago. She extracted a wooden board, coughing as the dust stirred into the air. Well, this should suffice. She thought it seemed sturdy enough. Steady now, little one, she murmured, carefully positioning the board behind the nest to provide a barrier. At this tender age, the kittens were not yet the most agile. Any misstep could result in a fall, and once they grew more active, it would be like a rain of kittens below. The calico cat nestled her two kittens, gazing up at Wen Youning with a sweet demeanor, entirely devoid of the fierce expression she had displayed upon their first encounter. Placing the board securely against the area near the windowsill instilled a sense of safety. Wen Youning tapped it gently to ensure it was firmly in place before releasing her hold. The calico cat affectionately nudged the back of Wen Youning's hand. Thank you, she replied with a smile, feeling no need for formality. Turning around, she found herself met with a pair of eager, inquisitive eyes. How did you do that? Were you just talking to the kittens? It felt like you were communicating with them. The boy, who had a fondness for animals, recalled how his mother had warned him about the dangers of feral cats, equating the ferocity of a mother cat with that of a rabid dog. Thus, he had always viewed them with trepidation. However, witnessing Wen Youning speak softly to the calico, he was astounded by the transformation. Indeed, Wen Youning affirmed, having successfully returned the kittens to their nest for nursing, marking the completion of her task. She turned to the young boy, playfully teasing, impressive. Isn't it? Absolutely incredible. You're amazing. The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Children at this age do not question the veracity of events. They simply believe what their eyes perceive. Therefore, Wen Youning felt no need to offer further explanations. He was completely convinced. You're the best adult I've ever met. When I found the kitten, I asked others for help, but they ignored me. You were the only one who offered to take the kitten home. A thought struck him, and he rummaged through his heavy backpack. My mom says that those who do good should be rewarded. Wen Youning crouched down to meet his gaze. There's no need for that, young friend. Protecting and helping small creatures is simply my duty. She possessed a unique ability, one that prioritized the welfare of animals above all else. Chapter 8. Although it was somewhat dismal, Wen Youning could not help but smile, her lips curving upwards. She gently patted the little orange cat's head in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Poor thing, I'll bring you back a can of meat." Meow. When Youning was in a hurry to head to the market, fresh vegetables would wilt if she missed the morning market hours. "I have to go ahead. You all keep busy," she added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haoyu exclaimed, "Ah, I'm going to be late." As he spoke, he hastily threw his backpack onto his back and called, "Goodbye, sister." The woman nodded at Wen Youning before turning to catch up with Xiao Haoyu. "Xiaoyu, wait a moment, Mom will drive you." As Wen Youning stepped out of the corridor, she exhaled deeply, and the live stream began to fill with gift effects. It was from a member who had previously given a deposit. "Thank you, boss. How generous," she said, her eyes narrowing with delight as she packed away her phone stand, connecting her Bluetooth camera to her chest. Time was of the essence, and she needed to hasten her pace. Initially, she had allotted ample time to reach the market, even allowing for a brief rest if she felt tired from running, but a minor hiccup had occurred. Now, getting to the market in the shortest time possible was paramount. Although the camera hanging from her chest was convenient, it only captured a first-person perspective, making it unsuitable for regular streaming. The phone stand was indeed more reliable for that purpose. With a cheerful farewell to her audience, Wen Youning dashed onto the sidewalk. The morning was precious, and the number of people on the road had increased since she encountered the kitten earlier. The morning rush hour would only begin to subside after 7 or 8 o'clock. At the market's entrance, numerous vendors lined the roadside, selling their wares as mobile stallholders. Inside the market, elderly patrons were busy selecting vegetables while conversing with the stall owners. "Okay, timing is just right," Wen Youning thought, steadying her breath as she removed the camera from her chest and strolled along with the crowd into the market. In addition to purchasing ingredients for her cat's meals and daily necessities, Wen Youning also wished to buy some vegetables to prepare her own meals. Although she occasionally indulged in the snacks from the food street downstairs, she preferred to cook for herself regularly. The market was filled with fixed stalls. With plastic bags hanging outside, patrons simply grabbed a bag and filled it with their selections while the stall owners busily unloaded goods from their vehicles. They would only look up to call out prices when someone inquired. "Let me share a little tip on selecting vegetables," Wen Youning began, picking up a palm-sized eggplant and weighing it in her hand. This round eggplant appeared smooth and free of blemishes, but upon touching the tip, she found it to be dry and lacking moisture. "This type of eggplant will be tough when cooked. You should choose one with a moist end for a tender bite. I usually don't go to the market. I prefer the supermarket for its guaranteed prices and quality. Although I'm not adept at selecting vegetables either, I do know how to pick an elderly lady. I just follow one into the market and select from her well-chosen bags."
Ugh. Just be yourself.
Don't fear the judgment of society or the glare of the elderly. Haha, you're truly unafraid of the elderly. Just lie down in front of them. In the midst of their chatter, Wen Youning selected several bags. The leafy greens looked abundant, but they would shrink significantly when cooked, and her bags were filled to the brim. The morning produce was fresh. Farmers drove overnight to the wholesale market, and vendors purchased the goods to sell that morning, with many vegetables still bearing traces of dirt.
"Boss, please weigh these for me." "Sure."
The stall owner took each bag and placed them one by one on the scale, adding, "Here, take some scallions as a bonus. Come back after enjoying your meal." When purchasing a large quantity, stall owners often included additional vegetables as a courtesy. After finishing her vegetable shopping, Wen Youning proceeded to the adjacent meat stall. Compared to the bustling vegetable stalls, the meat section was relatively quiet. Under the special lighting, the meat displayed in the counter appeared remarkably fresh. Wen Youning observed the fresh pig hearts and lungs, deciding to take 3 pounds of each, while also ordering 5 pounds of beef. "All right, just a moment." The stall owner switched to a larger bag. All the offal was fresh from the morning delivery, none of it frozen. "Would you like some pork too?" After a moment's thought, Wen Youning replied, "Add 2 more pounds of lamb and pork. I want to prepare a variety of flavors for the cat food." "Sure thing." This order was quite substantial for a small stall, and the owner promptly grabbed a foam box and lined it with a plastic bag. The primary ingredients for cat food were these. Cats being carnivorous, they naturally preferred meat. Buying in bulk allowed her to freeze portions for later use to feed other animals. "Boss, are these fish yours?" Wen Youning noticed a large fish tank beside the stall, housing 1 golden dragonfish and 1 silver dragonfish, both sizable and shimmering. The stall owner chuckled. Yes, they bring good fortune. Isn't the anchor supposed to be able to read the thoughts of animals? What is this fish thinking right now? Wen Youning mused, stroking her chin. What is it thinking?
Glub.
It wants to blow bubbles. Glub, glub. Wen Youning laughed, translating, it keeps saying glub. At that moment, the golden dragon fish gracefully swayed its tail and glided toward Wen Youning, its large eyes blinking. Glub, look at the market. The animal thought translator, Wen Youning, paused. Boss. How much is this fish?
What?
The golden dragonfish. Did I allow you to see me? The smile won't fade. It will only shift from the anchor's face to mine. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the stall owner looked up. Ah, this fish isn't for sale. If you want to buy one, you can go to the fish market. There are better specimens there. These two are of average quality. Glub, foolish human. Wen Youning replied. Curse you, golden dragonfish. Tonight, I shall feast on fish barbecue. The contest between Wen Youning and the golden dragonfish had only just begun, when the silver dragonfish suddenly flicked its tail, sending the nearby golden dragonfish tumbling aside. Glub, ugly creature, stay away from me. I don't want to share the same tank water as you. Tonight I will leap out of this tank. Glub, bothersome. The silver dragonfish's whiskers betrayed its disdain for the golden dragonfish.
Oh.
It seems your crush has little admiration for you, Wen Youning remarked, a smile brightening her face. Oh dear, love's path seems fraught with obstacles. The golden dragonfish, now chasing the silver dragonfish, abruptly halted before Wen Youning. Foolish human. Wen Youning turned and suggested, Boss, your silver dragonfish refuses to associate with the golden dragonfish and is contemplating a leap out of the tank tonight. You should best separate them.
Ah?
Leap out of the tank? Is that for real? The stall owner, bewildered, asked, Do you keep fish too? Is there some sign that it will jump? Wen Youning replied, I didn't see any signs, but I did hear the silver dragonfish's thoughts. The stall owner. Are you aware of what you were saying? Wen Youning refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, You bought the silver dragonfish later, didn't you? To keep the golden dragonfish company? The stall owner nodded, yes. Wen Youning continued, The silver dragonfish isn't interested in your golden dragonfish. If you wish to keep the silver dragon safe, you ought to separate them.
Ah?
The owner remained in a state of confusion as Wen Youning completed her payment via a QR code transfer. Remember to separate them soon. There are still daily necessities left to purchase. Wen Youning did not linger, advising to pick up the box containing the meat, and then departed from the stall. The stall owner stood in front of the fish tank, scratching his head, pondering how she could discern that the silver dragonfish was purchased later. The two fish appeared to be of similar size. Pet supplies were located at the far corner of the market. Wen Youning carried the box, traversing half the market. Dad, where are you? When will you come to find me? Woof. The little dog's thoughts were filled with dejection and despondency. Had someone abandoned it? This area was distant from the city. If someone had driven the dog here and left it, it would struggle to find its way back. Wen Youning sighed, finding such irresponsibility appalling. Even if one could not keep the dog, due to unavoidable circumstances, they ought to find it a suitable adoption, or at least arrange for its future. Simply discarding it was utterly unacceptable. As Wen Youning contemplated taking the dog back to arrange for its adoption herself, she followed the sound only to discover that it was not a stray puppy, but rather a German shepherd confined in a cage, appearing to be partially paralyzed. Unable to stand and lacking proper care, its hindquarters lay in excrement, its fur matted and devoid of luster, with dark clumps resembling blood. The stall owner emerged upon hearing the noise, casting a cursory glance at the box in Wen Youning's arms and asking somewhat perfunctorily, What do you want? Wen Youning ignored the desiccated meat on the stall and inquired, Is this dog for sale as well? The stall owner replied, Yes, 500 yuan, includes slaughter and processing.
What?
You're selling a dog that you own? Yet there's a dog tag on its neck. Who knows where this stall owner obtained it? It certainly isn't his dog. It looks severely injured. This person must have stolen it. How shameless to brazenly sell a stolen dog. This is it. It seems the streamer is about to be manipulated by the stall owner. Clearly, the streamer wishes to rescue the dog, and the stall owner will undoubtedly demand an exorbitant price. Such individuals are the most unscrupulous. The presence of the German Shepherd ignited a fervent discussion in Wen Youching's live stream. It was evident to discerning viewers that this dog was clearly not the stall owner's. The actual owner might be frantically posting lost dog notices in search of their beloved pet. Sensing the stall owner's covert scrutiny, Wen Youching realized his intentions. While she could afford to negotiate a higher price, appearing too desperate might deter the stall owner from selling, akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey. Using the German Shepherd as bait for profit. The dog's condition was dire. If she hesitated further, even she might not be able to help it stand again. It was imperative to take the German Shepherd away today. After a moment, Wen Youching raised her hand to fan her nose, feigning disdain as she remarked, "So expensive? It looks filthy and emaciated. Lower the price. You needn't kill it. I'll handle the processing myself. If it weren't for the fact that you are the only one selling such a thing here, I wouldn't even consider it. Selling it at this price is madness." The stall owner paused. This dog had been there for several days, half dead and reeking. Nearby vendors had already received complaints. Few had inquired about the price. And even a group of elderly individuals had turned up their noses at it. If the dog died, it would be even harder to sell. Having finally found a potential buyer, he hesitated a moment before asking, "How much are you willing to offer?" Chapter 9. Alas, that vendor truly deserves contempt. He shouldn't have received even 200, let alone more. The host should connect with Mr. Wang, the veterinary expert. I've seen him restore many paralyzed animals. Perhaps he could provide assistance. But isn't the host a veterinarian herself? Why seek help from others? For the sake of the show, the appearance of being professional is paramount. The injuries sustained are unrelated to psychological factors, and for the well-being of this German Shepherd, the host ought to consult a specialist. As Wen Youning comforted the German Shepherd, she searched for a nearby veterinary clinic on her phone. "I recall the last time I searched for a pet hospital, there was one located within the market. Found it. The clinic is not far from the pet store I initially intended to visit. Let us go. I will take you for treatment first, and then help you find your owner." Wen Youning removed the collar from the dog's neck. The tag was visibly damaged, as if it had been partially torn off. The remaining part of the tag was smooth and devoid of contact information, with a thread attached that appeared to be for tracking purposes. Perhaps the damage disrupted the tracking, which is why no one had located it. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, save for the occasional sound of a broom sweeping by the cleaning staff. Wen Youning pushed open the door to the veterinary clinic, and the wind chime, hanging above, emitted a delicate chime. She maneuvered her body to push the curtain aside and carefully dragged the dog crate inside. "Hello?" The receptionist stood up to assist, asking, "What seems to be the matter?" Wen Youning removed the meat from the crate, exposing the German Shepherd fully to the receptionist's gaze. A preliminary assessment indicated it had suffered a severe impact, possibly from a car accident or being thrown from a height. "I'd like to have an X-ray taken." Seeing the poor condition of the dog, a flicker of compassion crossed the receptionist's eyes. "Follow me. Do you know what caused the injuries?" Wen Youning replied, "I'm not sure. I just bought it from a vendor." Understanding dawned on the receptionist. "I see. Let us get some help and place it on the examination table." The receptionist reached out, but the German Shepherd instinctively recoiled. "Allow me," Wen Youning said, gently adjusting the dog's clothing and carefully lifting it from the crate. The dog's hind legs were limp, and as she cradled it, its ears twitched, but it made no further effort to struggle, gazing at her with an expression of profound helplessness. Once in her arms, the dog buried its head against her, seemingly seeking refuge. While others might not perceive it, Wen Youning could distinctly feel the trembling of the dog within her embrace. She softly patted its back, murmuring soothing words, "Do not fear. We are merely taking an X-ray. You will stand again soon. Do not worry. Everything will be all right." The veterinarian paused, and with her professional acumen, she deduced that the chances of the German Shepherd regaining its footing were exceedingly slim, prompting a sigh from her. It's gone." "What is gone?" "The tail," someone interjected. "The tail is still there. You just can't feel it for now." The puppy could not articulate the sensation of paralysis. It only knew it could not move. As she continued to comfort the dog, Wen Youning placed it on the examination table. The veterinarian adjusted the machine, noting the radiation levels. "Would you prefer to wait outside?" Wen Youning looked down, meeting the dog's unwavering gaze, and resolutely replied, "Let us proceed with the X-ray." The radiation from the PET X-ray machine is considerably lower than that of a human CT scan. The body will naturally metabolize it, presenting no significant issue. Having endured an unknown length of time in that confining crate, the German Shepherd remained anxious and unsettled. Wen Youning placed her arm beneath its head, occasionally raising her hand to stroke its ears and pat its head. "Let us begin."
All right.
The German Shepherd remained remarkably quiet throughout, scarcely blinking, as if terrified that the moment it closed its eyes, the person before it would vanish. Wen Youning gently covered its eyes with her hand, asking, "Isn't it tiring to gaze like this?" The soft warmth of her palm enveloped the dog's face. Wen Youning gently nudged its nose with a finger, teasingly brushing its brow. "All done." The veterinarian entered, stating, "Please wait a moment. The results will be ready in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Wen Youning grasped the German Shepherd's front paw, exclaiming, "You are so good. How did you become so obedient?" The dog lifted its head slightly in acknowledgement. Animals thrive on praise. "Let us step outside for a moment." Wen Youning lifted the German Shepherd, along with the absorbent pad beneath it, and carried it to the examination room, mindful to avoid soiling the veterinarian's desk with the dog's involuntary excretions. During the interval while waiting for the X-ray results, Wen Youning finally glanced at the barrage of comments on the live stream. To her surprise, the viewership had surged beyond 3,000. She blinked and welcomed everyone to the stream. "Oh my goodness, the host is finally reading the comments. The host is so gentle and patient. That poor dog. I hope it can stand again." Veterinary expert Mr. Wang commented, "The chances of standing again are slim. Let us assess the X-ray results first." "Please, not that. If this obedient little dog cannot stand, I will surely burst into tears." In the live stream, comments from the audience appeared in distinctive colors, differentiating them from the members. Wen Youning swiftly recognized one that stood out among the myriad of comments. Scrolling back, she noted several viewers tagging a particular blogger known for addressing pet-related issues, an authoritative figure from a top-tier veterinary hospital. "Hello," the veterinarian said, entering with the developed X-ray images, placing them on the viewing light. The phone stand for the live stream was conveniently positioned to capture the proceedings. Wen Youning glanced at the images and immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. There were no fractures, only nerve damage, which was indeed a positive outcome. Simultaneously, in the live stream, Mr. Wang remarked, "No fractures, just nerve issues. This is truly unfortunate." Comments flooded in, "What? Who should I believe?" Completely opposite answers. "My tears are on the verge of falling. Are you both jesting? Is there a problem or not?" Not only were the viewers confused, but even Mr. Wang found himself bewildered. The host did not appear to be putting on an act. She seemed genuinely concerned for the dog's welfare, so why was she so upbeat, even smiling? This left Mr. Wang feeling somewhat perplexed. He had joined the live stream after noticing the audience comments about the host's efforts to assist the German Shepherd. Now, the unfolding situation felt increasingly strange. The veterinarian pointed to the X-ray images of the German Shepherd, still yet to address them, when he heard Wen Youning's words and paused in surprise. "What?" Wen Youning took the veterinarian's place, indicating along the dog's spine where the bones were intact, meaning there was merely a slight misalignment pressing on the nerves. She traced her finger downwards, identifying the precise location where realignment would suffice. "How could you possibly ascertain that?" The veterinarian instinctively retorted. "Look at the X-ray. This area and that area further down, it's nearly indiscernible. Unless the animal was born with a disability, there are numerous reasons for hind limb paralysis. While your suggestion is valid, pressure on the nerve from the bones is also a possibility." However, the doctor sighed, lamenting that the current machines were incapable of capturing such intricate details, whether it be a CT scan, MRI, or enhanced CT. None were sufficient. Many pets that experience paralysis later must undergo a gradual rehabilitation process, often supplemented by acupuncture, to have any hope of standing again. It ultimately relies on intuition. Wen Youning's hand rested gently upon the back of the German Shepherd, meticulously exploring. The specific condition of the dog could only be ascertained through imaging, and Wen Youning had refrained from hastily intervening for fear of exacerbating any spinal injuries. Forcing realignment might yield adverse effects. With the images now available, confirming that there were no such issues, Wen Youning felt liberated to proceed. The doctor observed her fingers dancing over the dog's body like a pianist, gradually furrowing his brow, unaware of the complexities of canine neurology. Suddenly, a subtle crack echoed as the German Shepherd's outstretched hind legs drew inward, and its tail, which had been drooping on the table, lifted slightly. The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible?
What?
Am I seeing things? The German Shepherd's hind legs moved. The host is incredible. I always thought the host was just for laughs. Turns out you truly have skills. The real fool is me. Veterinary Master Wang. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Wen Youning retracted her hand, acknowledging her modest familiarity. Veterinary Master Wang. You're being humble. How long until the German Shepherd recovers? Achieving such a response could not simply be attributed to a mere acquaintance with the subject. While traditional Chinese medicine is common, veterinary practitioners specializing in it are indeed rare. This host possesses genuine talent. I'll administer acupuncture again when I return, in 2 to 3 days. It should be able to walk normally. The German Shepherd, clearly intrigued by its newly regained tail or perhaps expressing joy, wagged it vigorously. Wen Youning gently stroked the dog's fur and suggested, "Let us draw some blood for a comprehensive health check." Very well. The doctor retrieved the necessary tools for blood collection. Wen Youning restrained the dog from licking itself, saying to the doctor, "I'll first take it next door for a bath and return shortly for the results."
All right.
The doctor inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" "No, I can manage." Wen Youning confidently lifted the German Shepherd. It appeared large, yet felt surprisingly light, lacking substantial muscle. She opted not to carry the groceries and meat she had purchased, as she would be returning shortly. Inside the pet supply store, the groomer at the entrance was busy trimming a poodle. Upon noticing a customer, she looked up and greeted, "Welcome." Wen Youning asked, "Hello, can I wash my dog here?" "Certainly." The groomer called out, "Xiao Lu, come over and assist a customer."
Coming.
Xiao Lu tied her uniform as she approached. "So, you'd like to wash this German Shepherd, right?"
Just hand it over to me.
The German Shepherd, however, was quite resistant to the approach of strangers. In this unfamiliar environment, the only individual it trusted was Wen Youning. The astute dog sensed that someone intended to take it away and buried its head deeper into Wen Youning's embrace, striving to remain close.
Yet.
No matter how hard it tried, its substantial frame rendered it unable to conceal itself like a small breed dog. Chapter 10. A Moment of Rest. Bathing and massaging is my specialty. When small animals fall ill, they become exceedingly vulnerable. Due to the nature of her work, Wen Youning frequently encounters injured creatures, and it is inevitable that they arrive in a rather unkempt state. In such instances, she takes it upon herself to ensure their cleanliness. Although she has not undergone formal training, experience has honed her skills. Wen Youning skillfully creates a rich lather with her hands, first placing a mound of bubbles atop the German Shepherd's head, as if donning a whimsical shower cap. The German Shepherd tilts its head to nuzzle Wen Youning's hand, causing a delightful explosion of bubbles that momentarily blinds it, prompting it to paw at its nose in confusion. The bathing products used in pet salons are composed of safe, natural ingredients, and their fragrances are mild and pleasant. What a bubble crown you have. The German Shepherd and the host are both adorable. Who understands this feeling? Just watching the live stream brings a smile to my face. With the remaining foam, Wen Youning gently massages the German Shepherd's neck. The bathtub is sloped, with a small protrusion on the left side that serves as a makeshift pillow for the dog. Care must be taken during the bath. One cannot engage in deep scrubbing, or the German Shepherd may inadvertently slide down the incline. After cutting away the matted fur, the task of washing becomes significantly easier. Otherwise, given the large size of the German Shepherd, it could take half an hour of rinsing just to penetrate the outer coat. Some pet salons refuse to groom large breeds, as the cost of washing one may not even cover the water bill. There are still some wounds on its body. Wen Youning parts the fur with her fingertips to reveal a healing cut, indicating that the German Shepherd has likely been lost for at least a couple of weeks. The wound has begun to grow new pink tissue, a testament to the dog's remarkable self-healing abilities. Otherwise, under such dire circumstances, it would have perished long ago. The vendor likely did not provide proper care, perhaps even neglecting to offer a drop of water. They are merely in the business for quick profits, unconcerned with the well-being of the animals. Come, let us turn you over. Wen Youning, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, rolls up her sleeves and gently supports the German Shepherd as she flips it over. The buoyancy of the water makes the task effortless. The German Shepherd obediently allows Wen Youning to maneuver it, though its eyes remain fixed on her, its head craning back in curiosity. Wen Youning lifts her hand to steady the dog as its shower cap slips into the water.
Woof.
The German Shepherd paws at its head, attempting to secure the cap, but the soapy material dissolves upon contact, leaving only a trace of bubbles on its paws. Wen Youning gathers the remaining foam, assuring, "No worries, I shall craft you a new one."
Ding.
She pivots the live stream camera, positioning herself to face the German Shepherd. Behold.
A double shower cap, handcrafted.
Neither absorbent nor waterproof. Purely aesthetic.
Wow.
Aesthetic. With laughter, Wen Youning playfully splashes water on the German Shepherd and begins to massage its other side. While bathing, she also incorporates gentle massages, as both massage and acupuncture are effective methods to aid the dog's recovery. The German Shepherd seems to relish the experience. Once soaked, the dog appears even thinner, its ribs prominent beneath the wet fur. As she drains the dirty water, Wen Youning contemplates purchasing some meat to nourish the German Shepherd later. After draining the tub, she uses a towel to remove the dirt and clumps of fur from the bottom before refilling it with fresh water. The remaining fur on the German Shepherd appears patchy, with uneven coloring and bald spots. Anyone unfamiliar might think the German Shepherd had a run-in with explosives. It looks so disheveled. Not to worry, the German Shepherd is still quite handsome, even in this state. Wen Youning rinses away the remaining soap, remarking, "It will grow back quickly. Once it's dried and fluffed, it won't be as noticeable." Woof. The German Shepherd rests its head on Wen Youning's hand, seemingly unbothered by the remarks regarding its grooming, displaying an amiable disposition. After 2 rounds of soaking and rinsing, the German Shepherd is finally free of soap. Even its ears have been thoroughly cleaned. Wen Youning carefully lifts the dog out of the tub. The pet salon has a drying machine, though it is somewhat cramped. Wen Youning assesses that the German Shepherd might feel uncomfortable in it, so she opts to use a hairdryer instead. She starts with the lowest setting, and as the gentle hum fills the air, she massages the dog's ears. Seeing that the German Shepherd remains calm amidst the noise, she proceeds with drying. All the other dryers are mounted on racks, so she adjusts the angle and temperature before switching to another dryer, knowing that using just one would take an eternity. The warm breeze causes the German Shepherd to squint its eyes, its breathing gradually becoming more even as it lies comfortably on its side. Wen Youning uses her fingers like a comb, smoothing the fur while blowing warm air. By the end of the process, the German Shepherd has drifted into a deep slumber, likely feeling secure beside Wen Youning after being confined in a dirty, cramped cage where restful sleep was an impossibility. Once the fur is adequately dried, Wen Youning turns off the hairdryer, removes her water-resistant apron, and carefully lifts the German Shepherd. Bathing a large dog truly is a laborious endeavor. Wen Youning stretches her sore arms, finding herself more fatigued from this experience than from any previous bathing session. The German Shepherd emits soft whimpers in its sleep as she strokes its fur. Freshly bathed, the German Shepherd's coat is plush and carries a faint, pleasant aroma, appearing exceptionally gentle in slumber. Wen Youning descends the stairs with the German Shepherd in her arms, and Xiao Lu, who is arranging the shelves, approaches. Pausing, she lowers her voice. "Is it asleep?" Wen Youning nods, retrieving her shopping list from the previous night. "I plan to purchase some items at the pet store. Please prepare a set for me, along with 2 packs of pads and a leash." Xiao Lu jots down the list and turns to gather the items. "It seems like quite a lot. Will you be able to carry it all? Here, we offer free delivery for purchases over 300. Your total qualifies. Then please arrange for delivery." Wen Youning ponders how to transport everything home. Initially, she considered taking a taxi, but with the added weight of the German Shepherd, she realized she could not carry anything else. Xiao Lu responds, "Sure, let us become friends. Send me your address, and we can deliver between 3 and 5 this afternoon. Does that work for you?" "Absolutely." Wen Youning scans the friend code. As soon as Xiao Lu adds her as a friend, the transfer is completed, and she inquires, "I noticed you picked up quite a few items next door. Would you like me to bring those as well? It seems you might struggle to carry them. Would that be too much trouble?" Xiao Lu waves her hand dismissively, Our pet store is somewhat secluded, and we usually rely on online sales to make ends meet. If a customer visits without intent to purchase, I would gladly escort them home. It's no trouble at all. We can fit a few more boxes in our vehicle. Just leave everything to me. Then I must thank you. Wen Youning sent her a red envelope, asking for a portion of cat treats, cat food, and chicken freeze-dried snacks to be prepared for her. All right, came the reply. These provisions were meant for the journey home, intended for the little orange cat and the calico mother. To facilitate feeding, Wen Youning had also purchased 2 small plates. The kittens were still too young to consume anything other than milk, so she didn't bring anything for them. The health examination report from the neighboring veterinary clinic had already been issued. Wen Youning flipped through it with one hand, her gaze sweeping across each line, noting that while the results were acceptable, there were indications of slight malnutrition and, "Please get me a box of anti-inflammatory medication." Under normal circumstances, when a report is released, it is the doctor's duty to explain the findings to the pet owner. However, given Wen Youning's earlier display, the doctor refrained from elaborating and merely handed over the printed report without prescribing any medication. It was only after hearing Wen Youning's request that the doctor complied with her instructions. Meanwhile, the German Shepherd had awakened. It had clearly enjoyed its brief slumber, resting its chin on Wen Youning's shoulder affectionately. "Is Bontifin suitable?" The doctor presented a small box of anti-inflammatory medication, noting its effectiveness with minimal side effects. Though it was challenging to administer, you can conceal it in meat to ensure the dog swallows it whole. One pet owner raised their hand, recalling that their dog had undergone surgery last month and the same medication was prescribed, emphasizing that it must not be crushed or broken, but swallowed whole, resulting in an epic battle each time medication was administered. From personal experience, hiding it in meat didn't work. My cat would spit out the medication while devouring the meat. No worries, the German Shepherd is paralyzed and can't escape. A simple use of the pill dispenser should suffice. What a devilish method. Don't bully the disabled furry friend. The doctor evidently considered this tactic as well. Do you need a pill dispenser? She retrieved one from her drawer, a device designed to place the medication directly into the dog's throat, and with a gentle squeeze, the mouth would close, allowing the dog to swallow the pill naturally. I'll give it a try. Wen Youning was unaware of the German Shepherd's aversion to medication, and as she observed the comments on the screen, it seemed this particular medication had received widespread criticism concerning its administration. Giving medication could not be forced or rushed. Wen Youning intended to negotiate with the German Shepherd, although she had not heard of this brand of medication. The instructions indicated it was suitable for the dog's current condition. She sanitized her hands with an alcohol swab, unwrapped a pill, and held it in her palm. Be good. Look at this medication. Before she could finish her sentence, the German Shepherd lowered its head and, with a swift flick of its tongue, the small white pill vanished from her hand. The doctor blinked in astonishment. This dog must be hungry. It was undoubtedly hungry. My dog said it was all an act. Told me not to watch. Wait, it just ate that? What about the daily battles I faced last month when administering medication? Consider it a testament to your strength. Chapter 11. The veterinarian quietly retracted the pill dispenser, indicating that it would no longer be needed. Wen Youning was taken aback by how swiftly the German Shepherd consumed the medication. Before she could finish her sentence, the tablet was nearly in the dog's stomach. After taking its medicine, the German Shepherd nestled back into Wen Youning's embrace, its tail wagging enthusiastically behind it. Meeting the dog's eager gaze, Wen Youning smiled, gently kneading its ears. Well done. You are truly the most remarkable little dog I have ever encountered. The German Shepherd stood tall and proud. Wen Youning tore off a piece of jerky for it, which she had intended as a treat for the journey home, now serving perfectly as a reward for taking its medicine. The resilient jerky felt like cotton in the dog's mouth, crumbling easily upon the first bite. However, after taking a hefty piece, chewing became somewhat cumbersome as it clutched the large chunk of jerky with its front paws. Wen Youning organized the examination results, placing the anti-inflammatory medication together. How much is it? She inquired. Come over here, let me prepare an invoice for you. The doctor typed a few commands on the computer at the front desk. Please show me your payment code. I'll scan it. After a brief beep, the machine began to print the receipt incrementally. The doctor tore off the receipt, signed it, and handed it over while glancing at the phone box by the door. Is it difficult to carry these items? Wen Youning replied, "It's fine. I bought a few things from the pet store next door, and their staff said they could help deliver them together." The doctor nodded, saying, "All right, you needn't worry about the rest. I'll coordinate with the store next door." Since they operated in the same area and had no competitive tension, the doctor maintained a good rapport with the staff of the adjacent shop. During quieter times, they often gathered at the entrance to chat and enjoy sunflower seeds together. When Youning lifted the German Shepherd slightly, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for your help. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter." The doctor opened the door and added, "My WeChat is on the receipt. Feel free to contact me if you need anything."
All right.
As Wen Youning stepped outside with the German Shepherd, a warm breeze greeted them, carrying a faint aroma of grilled meat. The morning rush had passed, and many vegetable stalls in the market were already covered with tarps. With several entrances to the market, Wen Youning deliberately chose the most secluded path to avoid any encounters with the stall where she had purchased the German Shepherd. Perhaps having been confined at the stall for too long, the dog in her arms noticeably slowed its chewing as they passed the vegetable stalls. Casting furtive glances at Wen Youning, "What's wrong?" she asked, keeping her eyes on the road but easily sensing the dog's apprehensive observations. "Don't be afraid. You have left that stall behind. You are mine now, bought for a hefty sum of $200. No one can return you to that stall." "Woof. No way." Upon hearing Wen Youning's words, the German Shepherd's drooping ears perked up, but as it opened its mouth to bark, the jerky it was holding fell from its mouth. "Oh no." The dog quickly shut its mouth, clutching the edge of the jerky with its teeth and using its paws to push it back inside. After exiting the market, Wen Youning boarded a ride she had prearranged on her phone, specifically marked for pet transport. This type of vehicle catered to pet owners, as some individuals were allergic to fur and might encounter difficulties if mixed with other passengers. The fare was slightly higher than ordinary vehicles, and if a pet soiled the car, an additional cleaning fee would be required. The German Shepherd leaned against the window, watching the world outside. "I'm so relieved to have left the market. I was terrified the stall owner might suddenly rush out to snatch the dog back." Raising a German Shepherd is no easy task. The owner must have been quite anxious while searching for their lost dog. "Don't worry. The live stream is quite popular. There are surely many people clipping videos, and the owner will definitely see them. I haven't seen any lost dog notices near my home. It seems there haven't been any along the way either." Wen Youning turned the camera toward the German Shepherd, encouraging viewers to take screenshots in case anyone recognized it. She also mentioned the collar, inviting familiar faces to reach out to her. "Woof. It's all right, just focus on your own business. Soon I'll take you to see some kittens." Wen Youning gently ruffled the German Shepherd's fluffy, soft fur. "By the way, I haven't asked how you ended up in the market." "Woof. I was chasing a bad guy, and I ran so far, almost caught up to him." When recalling the past, the German Shepherd's once wagging tail drooped. "Then I flew up. The bad guy ran away. I felt so much pain and wanted to sleep. A human got down from the car and pulled me. When I woke up again, I was in a cage." The German Shepherd whimpered softly, its voice trailing off, somewhat indistinct. For a dog that had experienced a car accident, recalling these memories was no small feat, especially since some time had passed. Wen Youning gently patted the dog's back, piecing together that it had likely been struck by a vehicle while chasing after something, losing consciousness before being captured. It seemed the intention was not to steal the dog, but rather an unfortunate accident on the road, and seeing how serious the injuries were, they had taken it away for help. "Did someone treat your wounds?" Wen Youning held its paw, gently pressing her fingertip against its pads, simulating the application of ointment in the sore spots. The German Shepherd tilted its head, responding, "Woof.
No.
I just licked it, and it didn't hurt anymore." The proud tone in its voice hinted at a sense of accomplishment. "Hello? Does the host remember they are live? Are you really not going to translate anything for us? Come on, folks, let us get a minor refund for the underage viewers. What are you two even talking about?" I'm scratching my head in confusion, wishing I had paid more attention in school. Well, they don't teach this stuff in school anyway. Engrossed in conversation with the German Shepherd, Wen Youning only noticed the chaotic comments as she stepped out of the car to adjust her selfie stick. She smacked her forehead in realization, chuckling apologetically. "I'm so sorry for forgetting about you all." After securing the selfie stick, she held the German Shepherd as they disembarked. For now, She only knew that the dog had been hit by the stall owner's car while pursuing a wrongdoer, who then confined it in a cage to sell it. Chasing a bad guy. Even the dog's inner voice perceives it as a villain. That person must have been truly wicked. The German Shepherd acted heroically. It's a good dog. The stall owner who hit it and mistreated it is the real villain. She planned to inquire about the other details later. Once she had a clearer understanding, she would share it with her audience. In situations where the thoughts of small animals were somewhat vague, further questioning could assist in clarifying their inner voices for more precise answers. The car ride was brief, leaving Wen Youning unable to ask every little detail. Let us go. It's time to see the kittens. Wen Youning intentionally chose a drop-off point near where the kittens were likely to be found. After switching the live stream to a black screen, she entered the hallway. The surroundings appeared much the same as they had that morning, with one notable difference. Only a solitary orange cat was lounging on the windowsill, while the calico was nowhere to be seen. As Wen Youning approached, the sensitive little orange cat opened its eyes at the sound, hesitating mid-escape. Upon recognizing her, it turned back, meowing softly. While giving the German Shepherd a bath, Wen Youning had inevitably picked up the scent of the bathing liquid, causing the little orange cat to momentarily fail to detect the familiar aroma. Similarly, the German Shepherd, enveloped in the fragrance of shower gel, failed to instill a sense of intimidation in the little orange cat. To the feline's discerning judgment, the German Shepherd shared the same scent as Wen Youning, and thus it regarded the dog as belonging to her. Trusting Wen Youning, the orange cat felt no fear towards the unfamiliar large dog. Wen Youning placed the plates on the windowsill. Where's the calico cat? The orange cat brushed against her wrist with its ear, meowing in a plaintive tone. Meow. I'm thirsty. I'm going out to find some water. With no intention of broadcasting the scene, Wen Youning casually set her phone stand on the table. I cannot linger for too long. Struggling to open a can while cradling the German Shepherd, she was fortunate that the dog was well behaved, allowing her to manipulate it without resistance. After successfully opening all the cans she brought, she found herself at a loss when it came to tearing open the cat treats. Unlike the cans, the soft cat treats lacked a pull tab. A simple tug wouldn't suffice. Feeling a bit exasperated, Wen Youning decided to take a different approach. Here.
Help me open this.
The German Shepherd, with its powerful jaws, clamped down on the treat, its imposing size rendering the slender cat treat reminiscent of a mere jelly stick. It bit down on a substantial portion, pausing only a breath away from Wen Youning's fingertips. After a moment's hesitation, the dog adjusted its grip slightly, puncturing the treat. Open it. Wen Youning encouraged. Yes, it's done. Well done. With the assistance of the German Shepherd, she was now able to open several treats at once. The little orange cat, filled with curiosity about the giant being cradled in Wen Youning's arms, was drawn to the alluring aroma of the meat can. A platter of meat cans, a plate of cat treats, and an additional bowl of water were laid out, ample provisions for both the orange cat and the calico to enjoy several meals. Thank you for guiding me today, Wen Youning said, nudging the plates towards the cat. Remember to call the calico back for dinner. I must take my leave now. Meow, meow, chirped the little orange cat, taking a hearty bite of the canned meat, which consisted of whole meat chunks and some PT, devoid of additives, and of commendable quality. The little creature was so engrossed in its meal that it could hardly lift its head. Wen Youning crouched down, discarding the empty cans and treat wrappers into a plastic bag. Let us go home, she said, hoisting her belongings. As she rose, the German Shepherd glanced back, resting its head on Wen Youning's shoulder and stretching its neck to reach the phone stand. The retractable phone stand, when not extended, was quite short, and it resembled a bone being carried in the dog's mouth. Is there anything I, as a VIP member, cannot see when feeding the cats? Probably to avoid revealing the address, for the protection of the kittens. What is going on? Does feeding take this long? The host hasn't forgotten to unmute the room, has she? Member, sending a gift. Apart from special effects, gifts from premium members also vibrated. A myriad of vibrant colors appeared on Wen Youning's watch face, followed by a buzzing sound. My phone! Wen Youning exclaimed, overwhelmed with her numerous and disorganized items. In a reflexive attempt to reach for the phone stand, she realized she had forgotten her phone and the stand altogether. Here. The German Shepherd let out a couple of soft whines, tilting its head as the phone stand appeared at an angle before Wen Youning. Startled, she met the dog's sparkling eyes, and a gentle smile spread across her face. "Thank you. What a clever dog you are." The German Shepherd, panting with its tongue lolling out, wore a grin that curved at the corners of its mouth, its round eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Chapter 12. No need to post a lost dog notice. Its owner has arrived. I am its owner. Go away. Do you understand how to raise a dog? Let me take care of it. The barrage of comments erupted into a heated debate regarding the ownership of this German Shepherd. Wen Youning gently tapped the dog's damp nose and, with a smile in the puppy's bewildered gaze, remarked, "You are quite popular." The German Shepherd licked her fingertips, its drooping tail wagging enthusiastically. "Woof. Let's go home and prepare something delicious." Cradling the German Shepherd in her arms, Wen Youning quickened her pace towards home. Soon, the warmth of the day would envelop them. Holding such a large, fluffy creature felt like being wrapped in a thick quilt under the sun. By noon, she feared she might melt away entirely.
Meow.
The sound of the door opening coincided with the meowing of the kitten inside. At the entrance, Wen Youning pushed the foam box and cage aside, realizing the items she purchased from the market had arrived home before her. She had initially thought it would take until the afternoon to receive her goods, but they had come much earlier than expected. Still holding the German Shepherd, she couldn't use her hands to move things, so she opened the door. The little tabby had already begun scratching at the door. Had it just woken up? As she stepped inside, she remembered the tabby was still asleep when she left. She had added cat food and canned food, and now the bowl was empty. The tabby stretched, its tail held high, ready to pounce at the door, but upon taking a step forward, it froze. "Meow? A new friend?" Wen Youning shook the German Shepherd's paw gently, explaining, "It has been injured and will stay with us for a while. You two must get along well." Even if the online lost dog notice proved effective and the German Shepherd's owner came to claim it the following day, Wen Youning could not allow that to happen. Until the dog stood fully upright, acupuncture and daily massages were essential. The tabby's formerly raised tail drooped, its tip flicking impatiently. Tabby cats possess a sense of territory, and some stray tabbies would even chase away intruding cats from their domain. However, since the tabby had only recently arrived at her home, having been there just a day or two before the German Shepherd, there would not be significant conflict for the time being. Had she introduced a long-term resident tabby the moment she opened the door to bring in the German Shepherd, the tabby's claws would have likely met the dog's face. For now, the little tabby was merely curious. "You two play. I'll tidy up the things I brought back." Wen Youning set the German Shepherd down on the sofa, and the tabby leaped onto the armrest. She affectionately ruffled the little cat's fur. "Tonight, I'll prepare something delicious for you." Meow. The phone stand was positioned on the table, its camera aimed directly at the two fluffy creatures on the sofa. Wen Youning found places for the cat litter box and the dog cage. The cage was the one assembled by the market vendor, and the pet store owner had kindly cleaned it for her. She stuffed it with soft padding and placed a layer of pea pads on top. After arranging these minor details, Wen Youning began to unpack the meat, preparing to grind it into a paste for her pets. Cooking at home allowed her to adjust the proportions of various meats according to her pet's preferences. The internal organs needed to be used in specific quantities, as they served as natural flavor enhancers, though their effectiveness varied among different animals. As she spoke, she fished the meat out of the water. Isn't it necessary to add trace elements? I remember seeing tutorials that suggested adding many trace elements in powdered form. Feeding them alone is fine too. I bought a lot and can add a couple of tablets during feeding. Those vitamin tablets are quite expensive, especially the pet-specific ones that cost several hundred for a bottle. Wen Youning cut the meat into appropriately sized pieces before placing them into the meat grinder, which was compact and could not accommodate too much meat at once. She glanced up at the barrage of comments. Pet-specific? For regular vitamins, you don't need to spend a fortune. The cheap ones from the pharmacy, priced at $1 or $2 a bottle, are sufficient. Whether for humans or pets, vitamins are still vitamins. Pet-specific ones do not alter the structure of the vitamins. Wen Youning knew a fair bit about this subject. In essence, there was no such thing as pet-specific vitamins. They merely contained reduced quantities. Buying regular vitamins and breaking them apart would yield the same result.
Oh.
Then what do you call the several hundred I spent on those premium pet vitamins? You must be wealthy. The meat grinder roared to life, causing the dining table to vibrate slightly. The mixture of ground meat, organs, and vegetables filled a large bowl. The tabby had somehow made its way to the dining table, stretching its neck to sniff at the meat paste. Hungry? Meow. Wen Youning removed her gloves and gently patted its round belly. If you eat more, you'll burst. Go run around a bit, and I'll prepare something special for you tonight, okay? Meow. The little tabby pawed at the edge of the bowl, its ears drooping, while its whiskers expressed disappointment. Just a little bit, meow. The elongated tone sounded almost like a plea as the tabby rubbed against Wen Youning's hand. All right, just a little. Wen Youning took a small plate and set aside some for the tabby, preparing a portion for the German Shepherd as well. No, you're being too lenient. Send the kitten over, and I'll teach you how to refuse. I can't hear your scheming even from across the internet. Those little eyes are simply irresistible. Who can resist not giving in? The tabby began to eat from the plate on the table. Wen Youning turned around, her gaze landing on the empty sofa, when woof. The sound was startlingly close. Looking down, she found the German Shepherd had crept up to her feet, though its hindquarters still lacked mobility. It managed to shuffle forward using its front paws, moving with surprising speed. Wen Youning smiled. This portion is for you.
Woof.
I like it. Although the animal meal had yet to fully take shape, judging by the way both furry friends reacted, it had already won their hearts. Wen Youning adjusted her apron, intending to divide the mixture into appropriately sized portions for drying. Without a dehydrator, she could use a steamer, oven, or air fryer. Regardless of the method, once cooked, she would cut it into desirable sizes and vacuum seal it for storage. Each time they needed to eat, she could chop it up and, if necessary, incorporate the trace elements required by her pets. For larger dogs, such as a German Shepherd, giving them a whole chunk to chew on would also be suitable, as it would help with their dental health. However, without preservatives or advanced technology, the shelf life of her homemade food would be limited. Yet, with the German Shepherd's appetite and the addition of the tabby, she figured they would finish it all within a month and a half. This homemade food is quite costly. It must add up to several thousand. While there are options online for just $6 or $7 a pound, how do they profit? The meat used must differ. They might be utilizing scraps, cat food and dog food for $6 or $7 a pound. Wen Youning pondered for a moment before responding, those wouldn't use scraps. Even scraps have their costs. In fact, many inexpensive brands are not recommended for household pets. Enhancing the protein content with expanded soybeans, incorporating the plasticity of puffed corn flour, supplementing with coarse fiber, colorants, and enticing flavor agents reminiscent of poultry and fish, is a recipe that tempts one to take a bite at first whiff. A sprinkling of guanine clay is added to prevent digestive issues in pets, followed by a touch of antioxidants to ensure preservation for 3 to 5 years, maintaining freshness akin to that of newly produced products. Wen Youning, engaged in this industry, has witnessed numerous peculiar practices. This particular grain is delectably crunchy, imbued with a meaty aroma, yet paradoxically, the more pets consume, the slimmer they become. These ingredients are remarkably inexpensive, with the priciest costing only a few yuan per pound. Selling at 8 yuan allows for a profit of 6 or 7 yuan. However, it is worth noting that ingredient lists can often be misleading. Some disreputable companies neglect even the semblance of honesty, resorting to outright fabrication. In light of this, I was compelled to discard the inexpensive pet food from my home in haste. As for the exceedingly cheap options, they consist solely of guanine clay mixed with artificial flavors and colorants, posing a grave risk to pets' health. Wen Youning meticulously prepared meat paste in dishes on a steaming rack, advocating for the purchase of reliable, reputable brands. Established brands do not engage in such practices, while the mishmash of small workshops pales in comparison to homemade alternatives. With the steamer ignited and 2 gas stoves working in tandem, 3 layers of steaming racks were strained to accommodate the meat paste. During the grinding and mixing process, there were inevitable spills on the table. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves, determined that anyone who partakes of her food must lend a hand in the task. Her German Shepherd eagerly approached, and she lifted the dog to a corner of the table, entrusting it with the meat. Prior to cutting the meat, she laid down 2 layers of cling film on the table. While discarding it directly would be wasteful given the residue, it could be gathered and steamed to perfection. As she spread the cling film over the marble tabletop, the cool surface accelerated the cooling process.
Meow.
I want to help too. The little tabby cat eagerly volunteered. darting forward. Wen Youning lifted her hand to cradle the kitten, preventing it from indulging further. "No more for you." The kitten mewled pitifully, its voice tinged with desperation. Having gone a full half-hour without food, Wen Youning found herself bemused. Logically, the tabby should understand hunger at its age, yet it still yearned for more. Be good. Wait until you digest before eating. I'll provide a late-night snack. The young tabby should ideally be fed smaller portions more frequently. The tabby struggled and flailed, but could not escape Wen Youling's grip, its strength waning as it rested its head against her fingertip, resigned to its fate. Observing its woeful demeanor, she might have been tempted to offer more, were it not for the noticeable bulge of its belly. As dusk settled, the meat grinder's efficiency lagged, and the meal in the pot remained unfinished, while the home's scheduled chandelier flickered to life. Engrossed in her tasks, Wen Youling felt no pangs of hunger. Opting to sit at the dining table, one hand grasping the little tabby and the other steadying the German shepherd to prevent any mishaps. "You heartless creature. What harm would it be to let the kitten have a taste? It seems the little tabby might require legal counsel." Chapter 13. The Vegetable Market. Wen Youning nodded, recalling the silver arowana that was planned to jump out of the tank tonight. Following the live stream, she entered the vendor's live broadcast room. The account boasted thousands of followers, and the broadcaster had been online for over 10 hours, likely starting their stream early in the morning to showcase fresh produce. Due to her earlier comments, the chat was now flooded with messages like, "The silver arowana is jumping tonight, don't miss it," and "Don't pack up your stall. Keep an eye on the silver arowana." The vendor, who typically operated an online shop without much fanfare, was now experiencing a surge in attention thanks to big data recommendations. By this time, he had already finished selling the remaining vegetables and was on his way home. The barrage of messages urging him to stay at the market had begun to lose its impact. As he waited at a traffic light, he responded to the chat, assuring viewers, "It won't really jump out. You all can relax. I know my fish well. I've had them for a long time. It's just a joke. The market is closed, and I'm almost home. I want to turn back to check. Everything is fine." The vendor was not taking the situation seriously. In fact, he found it hard to believe that someone could truly hear the thoughts of animals. Knowing the other person was a streamer only reinforced his belief that it was all for show. Thus, despite the persistent urging in the chat, he had no intention of turning around. After all, he had been watching similar content all day. "Take a look at the shopping cart below for anything that piques your interest for the next order," he said. With such high engagement, it was odd that not a single piece of meat had sold. What if it's true? Exactly, it's better to believe it exists than to dismiss it entirely. The silver arowana is quite expensive, isn't it? It's been raised to this size. Not to mention the purchase price, the investment must be several tens of thousands. Satisfy my curiosity, won't you? Seeing the ever-increasing barrage of messages and the rapidly rising sales figures, the vendor sighed. "All right, since everyone insists, I'll go back and take a look, but just to clarify, I'll only check on the fish in the tank and then I'm leaving. If later viewers miss it, I won't be turning back." In light of the enthusiastic purchasing from his fans, the vendor activated his turn signal and made a U-turn. Those two arowanas had been in the same tank for a while. If they were going to jump, they would have done so by now. Gripping the steering wheel, he felt a sense of helplessness. People are so easily swayed by rumors. The entire market was dark, and the area was quite remote, with the streetlights on either side dimly illuminating the road. As he drove back, his headlights illuminated the security booth, where an elderly man squinted, wondering who it was. The vendor rolled down his window and called out, "Sir, I'm from the meat stall. I've come back to grab something." The old man shuffled over in his slippers, slowly registering the entry. The vendor filled out the registration form, taking about 5 or 6 minutes to complete all the details. "All right, sir," he said. The old man, donning his reading glasses, scrutinized the form, comparing it to the vendor's ID. Once satisfied, he pressed the remote, opening the small rolling door to the side. "Go on in, but come out quickly. With hundreds of stalls in the market, lingering too long could lead to losing something valuable." "Understood, sir," the vendor replied, passing a pack of cigarettes through the window. "Thank you for your hard work." Driving into the vegetable market's parking lot, he aimed his phone camera at the entrance, ready to showcase the longed-for silver arowana. The market's lighting was managed by the area, and the vendor only knew where the switches near his stall were located. Upon entering, he switched on his flashlight, grateful for the night vision feature in the live stream, allowing viewers to see despite the surrounding darkness. Though the silver arowana was a later addition, the two fish had coexisted harmoniously. In such a large tank, they often swam close together, bumping against one another. Even if their bond wasn't particularly deep, the golden arowana wouldn't harbor any animosity towards the silver one. It was unimaginable that the silver arowana would want to jump out and escape. As he approached his stall, he clicked on the overhead light. The moment he saw the silver arowana leap gracefully through the air and plunge back down,
His voice fell silent. Thud.
the silver arowana landed headfirst, its tail angled, and the fish thrashed helplessly out of the water. The vendor bent down, extending his hand, but it was a considerable distance from the fish. His fingers stiffened as disbelief washed over him, his face contorting in shock. "My silver arowana." A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the empty market.
Ah!
It really jumped. This lighting is perfect. I was still searching for the silver arowana in the tank, only to find it has already leapt out. Is this a performance? Did he tell the arowana to jump at the moment the light turned on? Or is it reverse footage? Sister, don't you think it would be even more impressive if it were reversed? Earlier that day, Wen Youning had mentioned that the silver arowana was set to jump out tonight. Now, as darkness enveloped the sky, the silver arowana wasted not a moment. Jumping with a decisive flare, the vendor dashed to wet his hands in the tank water, cooling his palms before swiftly retrieving the silver arowana from the ground, placing it back in the tank. He didn't even have time to wipe off the dirt clinging to the fish, fearing that even a second of delay could mean its demise. His face was still marked by panic, and a wave of dread washed over him. Had he not heeded the chat and returned to check, by morning, he would have found the silver arawana's lifeless body. Even the most resilient goldfish cannot survive out of water for too long, let alone the fragile silver arowana, a delicate ornamental species. His heart raced, pounding in his chest. Could it be that he truly understood the thoughts of animals? After all, who could have foreseen that one of the two fish, which had previously cohabited so well, would wish to jump out? It was an absurdity that was not only guessed but also accurately predicted. The timing was spot on. Was it possible that such an outrageous ability was genuine? The vendor stood in a daze, utterly disoriented. Oh no, he thought, I need to think more critically. Perched on a chair beside the tank, he gazed into the shimmering water illuminated by the light. The silver arowana, having returned to the tank, lacked vitality, muttering incessantly. I didn't die, how annoying. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? The silver arowana, as thoughts grew increasingly irritable. Wen Youning, noticing this, sent a message in the chat. Get down from the chair and step away from the tank. The vendor responded, huh? What? Before he could fully process the situation, a flash of white caught his eye, and in the next moment, bang. His left cheek stung sharply, and his head tilted uncontrollably to the side, the phone he was holding for the live stream flying out of his hand. The occurrence was too sudden. The splash from the silver arawana's tail drenched his face. Gradually, he raised his hand to touch his stinging, water-splattered cheek, realizing that the silver arowana had struck him and was now diving back to the bottom of the tank. With a thud, his phone hit the ground, jolting him back to reality. What just happened? Did a fish just slap me? Is this even possible? Before the mobile phone flew away, the scene of the silver arowana attacking a human was captured in vivid detail. Goodness, my head is buzzing from this. The pace of progress is astonishing. Even the fish's tail swipe has been recorded in first-person perspective. Haha, that slap was remarkably forceful. The vendor, gazing at the silver arowana in the tank, clenched his jaw in frustration, feeling powerless to intervene. He decided to momentarily disregard it, as his mind was occupied with the barrage of comments from Wen Youning's streaming account that had just flashed before him. Those words seemed almost tangible. He truly believed that the streamer could hear his innermost thoughts. Leaping from his chair, the vendor hastily picked up his phone, opened it, and entered Wen Youning's live stream, immediately sending several extravagant gifts without hesitation. Had it not been for Wen Youning's warning about the silver arawana's impending leap, he would never have fathomed such an occurrence. By tomorrow morning, that silver arowana would be desiccated on the floor. Wen Youning was also watching his live stream. The actions within the vendor's streaming room were invisible on his phone screen, and it was only upon seeing the gifts that she realized what the vendor was preoccupied with. The vendor exclaimed, "Thank you, streamer, for saving my silver arowana's life. I am truly in awe. I believe you can indeed read the minds of pets. How narrow-minded I have been in this vast world." After sending his comment, the vendor still felt it insufficient and continued to shower gifts. The live stream was awash with images of his generosity. If the initial encounter with the silver arowana's leap was mere coincidence, the second instance, where he was struck by the fish, still left his face aching. How could this be anything but authentic? While others might speculate that it was a scripted performance or an act, he, as a direct participant in the event, was acutely aware of the truth. He certainly understood whether he was an actor or not. Previously skeptical, the vendor sighed inwardly. Had he believed from the start, he might have avoided such a harrowing rescue. Had he followed Wen Youning's advice to separate the tanks at the outset, none of this turmoil would have transpired. Wen Youning took a sip of water and tapped the keyboard. "As long as it is saved, let us separate the tanks as soon as possible. The silver arowana is quite vexed by the golden one. Further delay could lead to trouble." As soon as the message was dispatched, a request to connect appeared on the screen. Wen Youning hesitantly accepted the call, wondering if there was another issue. There was none. He merely wished to express his gratitude in person. Additionally, he scratched his head and redirected the camera back to the fish tank. Noting the title of her live stream, which suggested she could also treat pets, he inquired, "Is there anything wrong with my silver arowana? After today's ordeal, it doesn't seem to be in good condition." The silver arowana, now returned to the water, did not swim gracefully like a healthy fish but rather sank motionlessly toward the bottom. The vendor lamented, "Look, it's almost resting on the bottom. It appears quite disheartened. What could it be thinking?" The silver arowana's eyes remained unmoving, its whiskers gently swaying with the current. Its back, so bothersome. "Gurgle, gurgle, scratching my scales. Gurgle. I can't go on." Chapter 14. The fish that could not jump back into the tank. Filled with resentment, the silver arowana was overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. Wen Youning slowly raised an eyebrow, assuring that the fish was unharmed, with no external injuries. However, it seemed that while attempting to catch it, she may have inadvertently brushed against its scales, leading it to express a desire to cease living and drown itself. The stall owner, perplexed, remarked, "Why does a fish have such morbid thoughts?" Unsure of how to address the situation, he wondered aloud if it was still possible to separate the fish into another tank. Wen Youning assured him it was feasible, suggesting that a treat after the transfer might alleviate the fish's mood. Upon hearing that there was a chance for redemption, the stall owner promptly set to work. He genuinely cherished the two fish. Otherwise, he would not have kept them at his workplace, merely to enjoy their company. Fortunately, he still had an unused tank from when he previously housed a golden arowana, which was perfectly sized for one fish. He had upgraded to a larger tank after acquiring the silver arowana. The tank was in good condition and merely required rinsing. Due to time constraints, he decided to siphon some water from the larger tank instead of filling it anew, intending to manage for the night and address everything more thoroughly the following day. While cleaning the tank, the stall owner reminisced about the peculiar relationship between the two arowanas and asked, "I noticed they seemed quite close before. What caused the sudden rift?" Wen Youning, taking a moment to reflect, listened intently. The silver arowana, overhearing the conversation, internally scoffed, thinking, "Who has a good relationship with that foolish creature?" As it ruminated, the golden arowana swam closer, and the silver one recalled how the golden would often disturb its slumber, leading to the animosity that had developed over time. The stall owner was bewildered, questioning whether this was truly the language of their native tongue. Wen Youning offered a different analogy. If you were sound asleep and someone slapped you, you would certainly be agitated. Furthermore, it appeared the silver arowana was at a disadvantage, as the golden was larger. Upon hearing her words, the silver arowana floated back to the surface, bubbling in agreement. "Exactly," it exclaimed, "that wretched fish." Just then, a tabby cat appeared in the frame, its face nearly obstructing the view. The stray tabby, adept at catching fish and birds, had no concept of size. All fish, regardless of their dimensions, were fair game for consumption. When the tabby locked eyes with the silver arowana, the latter remained indifferent, having been confined to the tank for so long that it had never encountered a cat. However, the tabby opened its mouth, its pupils dilating as it fixated on the sizable fish. Meow. The tabby purred, licking the phone screen, its tail brushing against Wen Youning's wrist. I'll catch fish for you. Fish are delicious. The sight of such a large fish caused the tabby's eyes to sparkle with excitement as it poised its paws on the phone screen. Just before a showdown between the tabby and Wen Youning's phone could ensue, she swiftly scooped up the cat, sensing its desire for fish. The tabby, caught off guard, blinked innocently. Just a little. I want some. Wen Youning offered a small fish treat, which was hard and not overly filling, ensuring the tabby could chew it without overindulging. Having once been a stray, the tabby retained its survival instinct, eating whenever food was available, fearing the uncertainty of its next meal. This habit would need to be gradually adjusted, establishing a routine for feeding while allowing for occasional snacks. The tabby took the fish treat and began nibbling, while a nearby German shepherd was also given a small portion. But the treat was so diminutive that it barely registered in the dog's mouth. Meanwhile, during a live stream, the stall owner successfully transferred the silver arowana into its new tank, using the water from the previous tank to avoid complications. The silver arowana flicked its tail and turned to observe the golden arowana in the adjacent tank. Unfair, it lamented. I wish to perish. Gurgle. The stall owner watched in disbelief as the silver arowana flipped over once more, exclaiming, What now? He turned to the live stream for assistance, seeking guidance from Wen Youning. She sighed, feeling exasperated. The silver arowana believed its tank was too small and the golden's tank too spacious, leading it to despair once more. The stall owner, frustrated, thought, Am I truly unable to save this stubborn creature today? He dismissed the idea of transferring the golden arowana to appease the silver, fearing the former might also succumb to despair. Though your space may be limited, the water level is significantly higher, Wen Youning noted. You possess twice the water of the golden arowana. Not only was the visual difference apparent, but the stall owner had indeed filled the silver's tank to a higher level. The silver arawana's momentary despair shifted as it recognized its vantage point over the golden arowana, and it began to swim joyfully, its whiskers swaying and tail gliding gracefully through the water. More water, splendid, it exclaimed. I shall not perish. Gurgle. Wen Youning could only smile wryly at the silver arawana's abrupt change of heart. Nevertheless, it was a relief that the fish's morbid thoughts had subsided. The stall owner exhaled deeply, relieved that the silver arowana had finally settled down. What's taking so long? Why haven't you come out yet? An elderly man at the market entrance shone his flashlight, noticing the stall owner had not emerged with the keys.
Coming.
The stall owner replied. When Youning interjected, you go ahead. Remember to get a larger tank for the silver arowana when you can. Understood. Thank you so much for today. He expressed his gratitude before exiting the live stream. Wen Youning stood to fetch water and turned to see the two fluffy creatures nestled together. A warm feeling enveloped her heart at their harmonious interaction. As she walked past them, she suddenly halted, noticing the German shepherd attempting to feed the tabby the small fish treat. Caught in the act, the dog blinked, unsure whether to relinquish or consume the treat in its mouth, its paws scratching the ground in embarrassment. It turned out that when faced with awkwardness, dogs had their fair share of elaborate distractions. The tabby, however, was straightforward. Upon being discovered, it briefly hesitated before seizing the treat and devouring it eagerly, the sound of crunching filling the air. The treat was still a challenge for the tabby, which struggled to swallow it whole, resulting in a messy eating process. Despite its efforts, progress was slow. Haha, the tabby. Chew faster. Help, this is too adorable. The German shepherd is so considerate, even feeding the tabby. Mature and composed, could this not be the quintessential dream dog? The soft pads have already formed into dainty claws, so tempting to pet. If I were to snatch away the dried fish, the little kitten would surely cry for a long while. Slow down, I want to compete with you. Wen Youning gently patted the remnants on the little tabby's belly and pointed toward the busy German shepherd nearby, reminding it that next time, it mustn't be so greedy.
Woof.
The German shepherd lifted its head to nuzzle her fingertip, displaying an endearing obedience. Wen Youning affectionately petted the dog's ears, suddenly realizing she had yet to inquire about its name. What is your name? The German shepherd proudly puffed out its chest and barked, "Woof woof. They call me General. My dad named me General." "General? What a dashing name," Wen Youning remarked with a smile. The German shepherd responded with two soft whines, its tail wagging exuberantly. Although its hind legs could not yet support it, it had already mastered the control of its tail. Returning to her computer, Wen Youning noted that nearly 10,000 viewers were currently online in her live stream. "Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Here, we analyze pets' feelings to diagnose ailments with professional veterinary expertise." She introduced herself to the newcomers and, resting her chin on her hand, reopened the connection channel she had just closed, inquiring, "Does anyone wish to connect?" Before her words had fully settled, a request to connect popped up on the screen. That was quite swift. Locking eyes with a stranger on the other end, Wen Youning greeted politely, "Hello. It's Jing Yizhou. I thought it was a fake account until I clicked in to verify. Promoting a new drama, connecting randomly with fans. What luck for the host. He just won Best Actor last month, and he's already joined a new project. A true workhorse." Wen Youning gleaned from the scattered comments that the person was quite well known. Although she did not closely follow the entertainment industry, the rapid rise in popularity within her stream indicated substantial fame.
"Hello," she said.
Jing Yizhou attempted to initiate a conversation based on the live stream title, but upon reading it, he paused, analyzing pets' feelings for diagnosis. Indeed, Wen Youning confirmed, it specifically addresses complex ailments that typical veterinary clinics struggle to manage. Jing Yizhou nodded, intrigued by the premise.
"What?
This seems utterly absurd. At first glance, it appears quite far-fetched. Upon closer inspection, it's exceedingly implausible. The host industry truly encompasses a myriad of peculiarities. Just the other day, I saw someone live streaming the process of fitting dentures for an alligator. For those who lack understanding, please refrain from commenting, all right? Just because you cannot does not mean teacher one cannot." Most of the comments hailed from Jing Yizhou's fans, who had witnessed Wen Youning's previous live streams and were fervently defending her amidst the barrage of remarks. Wen Youning lightly tapped her fingers on the desk. "Do you have a pet that requires a consultation?" It was customary to ask before proceeding with a paid connection. Jing Yizhou's team had arranged several dummy connections, which he disliked. Thus, before the team was fully prepared, he initiated the live stream himself. Randomly connecting while waiting for the designated start time of the production seemed a fitting way to pass the time. Coincidentally, my golden retriever injured its leg last month and has been limping, afraid to place its paw on the ground. Jing Yizhou waved off-screen, shifting the camera to reveal a slightly bent left foreleg as the golden retriever, relying on its 3 legs, trotted over with a wobbly gait. Chapter 15. Wen Youning nodded slightly, feigning innocence.
"What?"
Jing Yizhou was taken aback, realizing that the host opposite him was speaking to his dog, and instinctively glanced at the golden retriever. The dog had ceased its mournful howling, its healthy paws resting on his knee, ears turned away, eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. "Woof. You just mentioned that everything was fine in the bedroom yesterday, so there must be something in the living room that it doesn't want you to see." Observing the golden retriever's reaction, Wen Youning recalled its anxious thoughts. "You mustn't talk." "Woof. I'll give you a bite." The golden retriever attempted to stretch its neck towards the laptop screen, as if to take a bite. Jing Yizhou sensed something was amiss and hugged the golden retriever closely. "Are you implying that its leg isn't injured?" "Indeed," Wen Youning affirmed confidently. With such clarity in its thoughts, coupled with Jing Yizhou's assertion that the golden retriever had suddenly changed, she felt no need to examine any medical records. "Recall, when you leave the living room, does its legs seem to improve?" Jing Yizhou stiffened, slowly nodding. He had just finished filming a drama and had been on a break since returning from an awards ceremony. During this time, he had ample opportunity to take the dog to the vet and had diligently followed the doctor's advice to observe it closely. Yet he had failed to discern any clear reason for its condition. The change in environment was subtle for the golden retriever. For instance, when in the living room, it struggled to jump onto the sofa with 3 legs, tugging at his trousers to lead him elsewhere. However, in the bedroom, it seemed at ease,
Even able to leap onto his bed.
Jing Yizhou found the situation somewhat surreal. Following Wen Youning's line of reasoning, it suggested that, while in the bedroom, it could easily jump onto his bed, and once up, it would lift its injured front leg, perhaps due to forgetting to feign an injury while jumping. Is it possible that online vets have become this unreliable? I anticipated it would be unrealistic, but never to this extent. What kind of diagnosis is this? Just whimsical conjecture, as no one truly knows what a dog is thinking. Her words are merely assumptions. Where's the manager? Shouldn't they hastily end the live stream? If this drags on, Jingo might be implicated in a scam, and there will be no place to lament. Wen Youning remained calm. What misdeeds have you committed? This question was evidently directed at the golden retriever. Jing Yizhou absent-mindedly ruffled the fur on the back of the dog's neck.
Woof.
Of course not. I merely accidentally broke a new cup. Oh, you broke a cup.
Woof.
Be quiet. Woof woof woof. The golden retriever's defenses crumbled. Its claws, not as sharp as a cat's, were nonetheless enough to nearly unravel Jing Yizhou's pants. Amidst the dog's frantic barks, Wen Youning turned to Jing Yizhou. Have you misplaced any cups at home? Perhaps one you recently purchased? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Jing Yizhou lived in a 3-story villa filled with cups, promotional items, gifts from friends and fans, tea sets, wine glasses, and countless others. If he were to seriously search, he would find hundreds of cups. Who would keep track of whether any were missing? Moreover, Xiao Fei has been raised by me since childhood, and I tend to indulge it. Breaking a cup is hardly worthy of feigning illness. Jing Yizhou was somewhat baffled. Although he harbored skepticism towards Wen Youning's claims, he responded politely. Wen Youning inquired again, where have you hidden the cup fragments?
Woof.
I haven't hidden anything.
Woof.
I pushed it under the sofa. You wouldn't know. Under the sofa.
E.
The golden retriever truly seemed on the verge of a breakdown. A conflicted little dog. Listening to the golden retriever's thoughts, Wen Youning pieced together the sequence of events. It had pushed the broken cup under the sofa when Jing Yizhou saw it, pricked by the shards. It yelped in pain, drawing his attention away from the cup to its paw. Wen Youning concluded, this taught the golden retriever how to divert your attention. It feigns a leg injury, and the moment you sit on the sofa, it exaggerates its pain because you are sitting above the cup. The golden retriever, you mustn't speak any further. Ah woof woof woof. Villain. I'll bite you. Rationally, Jing Yizhou should not have believed this narrative. However, the golden retriever, which had been barking and baring its teeth, abruptly ceased its commotion upon the host's words. The once empty villa fell into silence, with remnants of the dog's barks echoing faintly in the air. Jing Yizhou pondered so. Wen Youning prompted, the newly acquired item. The golden retriever believes that if it breaks it, you'll be upset, indicating that this cup holds significance for you. Incorrect. I didn't buy a new cup upon returning. Jing Yizhou realized the inconsistency. Wen Youning seemed to recall something, a smile gracing her lips. Where did you place the trophy you received for Best Actor? She tapped on her device, the award being described as a glass-cutting craft, destined to shatter upon impact.
Vink Yizhou.
You speak as if it's true. Have you installed surveillance on Jinga? The dog hid the trophy under the sofa, and you know about it. If you don't know how to treat a pet, please refrain from pretending to be knowledgeable. Just a clown seeking attention. Jing Yizhou, Jingo, I know of a reputable online vet. Perhaps we should reach out to them without delay, lest we jeopardize Xiao Fei's health. This individual isn't even a quack. Is this truly considered veterinary care? Yet, Jing Yizhou could think of little else. He set the golden retriever down and hurried upstairs. The dog watched its owner dart up the staircase, then glanced back at the computer screen. Woof woof. Villain. You are the worst human I have ever encountered. A small tabby cat leaped onto the table, bristling as it glared at the golden retriever, hissing. The golden retriever flinched, instinctively retracting its neck. The German shepherd, hearing the commotion, attempted to approach, but it struggled to rise, even with its front legs straightened. And it was difficult to reach the edge of the table. Woof woof. Though it could not see, the golden retriever heard the sounds and retreated. Outnumbered, it regrettably withdrew from the confrontation. My trophy is truly gone. Jing Yizhou's voice, tinged with helplessness and despair, echoed from a distance. The broom appeared before him. Woof. The golden retriever wagged its tail, grinning ingratiatingly. However, Jing Yizhou paid no heed, pushing the broom under the sofa. When it met some resistance, the sound of glass clinking filled the air, and Jing Yizhou shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight. The golden retriever shrank back. retreating silently as Jing Yizhou bent down. Once the multitude of shards, large and small, were extracted, Jing Yizhou's vision darkened. This was the first trophy of his acting career. Any award holds significant collectible value, and now, before it had even warmed, it lay shattered into countless pieces. Jing Yizhou's heart ached as if bleeding. He gazed at the heap of fragments, momentarily dazed, uttering, "After I received the award, I took a photo in my living room and posted it on Weibo. Then, I received a phone call, and upon returning, I found Xiao Fei yelping in agony due to a wounded paw. Subsequently, I was preoccupied with taking him to various veterinary clinics around the world, neglecting my home. I didn't even notice when the trophy went missing." Jing Yizhou closed his eyes. Woof.
Hehe, Daddy, I'm tired.
Let's run a couple of laps outside. Wen Youning lightly coughed. He wants to run. Woof.
What?
The golden retriever's ears perked up in agitation, its eyes wide with surprise.
Cursaumans.
Woof will not spare you. You are Woof's eternal enemy. Jing Yizhou called out in frustration. Jing Yifei. In a fit of anger, he shouted the dog's full name. Seeing the golden retriever keeping its distance, he grabbed a broom and gave chase. You broke the trophy and pretended to be ill. Woof, woof, woof. The golden retriever barked as it ran. Although the villa's living room was spacious, furniture hindered their movements, and with the added length of the broomstick, the head start the dog had was insufficient. Observing the three-legged canine stumbling slowly, under the gaze of 1,000,000 viewers in the live stream, the golden retriever, who had been howling in pain moments ago, suddenly set down its injured paw. Now, it sprinted with all four legs, nimbly darting over the sofa and coffee table with remarkable agility. Wen Youning clapped gently. He healed. The barrage of comments read, "A divine healer."
No.
I'm still processing this. Let me rewind and take another look. This soy sauce-colored golden retriever is the worst. All right, you little rascal. No wonder you're the dog of an Oscar-winning actor. Your acting skills are astounding. No wonder the doctor was scratching his head after seeing the X-ray.
Turns out you were just faking it.
Can no one speculate why the host knows all this? Could it be that a stalker set up surveillance? It couldn't be. Jing Yizhou, panting heavily, returned to the screen to continue the live broadcast. His work was unique. He had many stalkers, and for his own safety, the security system around the villa was exceptionally robust, making it impossible for anyone to infiltrate. Various home surveillance systems had been hacked and videos uploaded. Considering the privacy of certain surveillance, his home lacked any monitoring equipment. Otherwise, he would have discovered the ruse long ago. With cameras, he would have investigated what transpired before the dog limped. Thus, dismissing all impossibilities, the sole remaining answer, however absurd and difficult to believe, was indeed the only one. It was, the host across the way had read the dog's thoughts. Coupled with the golden retriever's reaction at that moment, it was as if its little mind had been completely laid bare. Standing in this position, having encountered myriad people and experiences, Jing Yizhou maintained a relatively calm demeanor, sending Wen Youning 10 of the most exquisite gifts as a gesture of gratitude. He appreciated the mystical forest of the boss. Wen Youning, tending to the ruffled tabby cat, resolved the matter and prepared to leave. Jing Yizhou was also nearing the time for his crew activity. All right, let us connect next time if the opportunity arises. He ended the live broadcast connection. The barrage of comments in Wen Youning's live stream continued to flash by at an astonishing speed. The rapidly scrolling content was nearly impossible to discern without pausing. The comments from premium members lingered briefly, floating across the screen, with most viewers displaying their fan badges from Jing Yizhou's live stream. Chapter 16. The elderly lady's face was flushed with anger. A poor university student, having been defrauded of over 3,000 yuan, found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the scene. Next time I help someone, I might as well help the old man apply for a loan, she mused. Is this even legal? Can one truly learn this? Illegal?
Me?
Wen Youning cast a glance at Shijin Chen's phone and inquired, "What law have I broken?" The barrage of comments echoed her confusion. Fraud? Wen Youning shrugged. The money is in my own account. What could I possibly be defrauding? The funds were willingly given. The phone was handed over voluntarily. And she was the one who blinked and turned her head for facial recognition. I merely held up my phone. I did nothing wrong. She maintained an air of innocence. You. The old lady placed her hands on her hips, short of breath, unable to articulate her anger, and began to pound her chest in frustration. Sure, Jean Shun expressed concern. What if she gets too worked up? Wen Youning looked over and met the old lady's shrewd gaze. She is quite sprightly for her age. With a nonchalant tone, she continued, this old woman is over 90. At this age, she has managed to exploit a loophole at the police station. Local residents have reported her multiple times, but to no avail. They bring her in, only to provide her with food and drink, and after taking her statement, they send her right back. Once she has you in her sights, she clings to you like a vengeful spirit until you can no longer endure and give her money, or simply move away. This is why bystanders are present but keep their distance, as she does not discriminate. She will defraud anyone. The only exception to her targets is children. Last time, she attempted to defraud a child, only to be kicked twice by a 5-year-old, which kept her from returning to work for 2 months. Since then, she has avoided children altogether. While children can easily resolve such matters, adults find themselves ensnared in a web of complications. Reporting to the police is futile. Civil litigation is an arduous process that consumes time and resources. Convicting her for extortion is equally challenging, even if one prevails in court. She remains unscathed and continues her antics. Sure, Jean Shin was taken aback by the depth of her knowledge. How do you know all this? It was mentioned by the tabby cat, Wen Youning replied, gesturing towards the old lady. She is a notorious figure in the community, influencing property prices single-handedly. In the live stream, the small tabby cat could still be heard mumbling, meow, the bowl, meow, the house. Meow, the house was ruined shortly after moving in. Meow. I almost got stepped on.
Stinky people.
Stinky dogs. She chased us out of the neighborhood. Humph, such a villain. The cat's thoughts, punctuated by occasional meows, revealed its indignation. Merely seeing the old lady incited fury, and the camera captured the tabby cat bristling with agitation. For a stray cat, finding food is already a challenge. At a fixed feeding spot, even the cardboard boxes and bowls were devoured by the old lady's pet dogs. To the stray cat, this was pure malice. No matter how formidable a stray might be, encountering a robust, aggressive dog is a daunting situation, and escaping with luck is a rare feat. Wen Youning, previously unaware, now felt it was time for the old lady to face some consequences. The elderly woman became choked with rage, cursing in dialect, pointing at Wen Youning. You impudent young one! Bullying an old woman! You have no respect for the elderly or the young. Then why not call the police? Wen Youning sidestepped the old lady's outstretched hand, tapping Sure Jean Chun on the shoulder. Let her see my police badge. Upon hearing this, Sure Jean Chun complied obediently. Upon seeing the badge, the pursuing old lady halted. Those engaged in her line of work often have dealings with the police and rely on their age to escape repercussions. However, when the situation involves an actual police officer, it is no longer a mere matter of mediation. She might jest with the police, but she dared not defraud one. With a belly full of grievances, the old lady lamented, "Oh, what a wretched life I lead." Sitting on the ground, she began to pound her thighs and wail, this time with a hint of sincerity, far more genuine than before. Yet, for all her cries, no one paid her any mind. As Wen Youning and her companions departed, other residents who had been observing hastily vacated the scene, fearful of becoming her next victims. Upon returning upstairs, the small tabby cat, sensing something amiss, leapt from the table, tail held high, bounding towards the door to greet them. Meow, meow, meow. It trilled as it scampered. The moment Wen Youning opened the door, the little feline leapt into her arms, exuberantly climbing her top. Instinctively, Wen Youning raised her hand to support the kitten, preventing it from falling. What a joyful little creature. The tabby raised its head, so lovely, meow. Unaware of Wen Youning's actions, it observed the villain who had tormented it now weeping on the ground. The old lady, once a formidable adversary to the little stray, had been reduced to tears. The memory of being stepped on and shaken from its cardboard box was a nightmare etched in its mind. But now, Wen Youning had caused that old woman to cry. The tabby mewed sweetly, nuzzling against her neck, meow, meow. It seemed to celebrate its new human protector. Truly, a remarkable human. Look at that. The moment the host sees someone scamming, She dives in to defend her furry friend. Well done. Wow, from the tabby's perspective, the host must seem divine, banishing the one who once bullied it. Wen Youning turned to the person lingering at the door. Why don't you come in? The general is waiting for you inside. Shi Jinqian's breathing became noticeably more rapid as he attempted to quell his emotions, striving to appear mature and composed while sharing his innermost thoughts with the general about his recent journey. However, upon stepping into the room and seeing his lost beloved dog lying on the table, tears erupted uncontrollably from his eyes. He could no longer hold back. General, Shi Jinqian abandoned any pretense, rushing to embrace the German shepherd's head, sobbing, I missed you so much. The general's bark changed pitch, excitedly licking him, his front paws causing a ruckus on the table, while his paralyzed back legs twitched slightly and his tail wagged furiously, thumping against the surface with a muffled sound. It's so wonderful to see you again. Shi Jinqian choked back tears as he uttered, They all say you are gone, yet you are still alive. The longer a dog is lost, the slimmer the chances of recovery become. From the initial confidence stemming from the existence of surveillance and collar tracking to the utter despair of losing all news of General, and finally to the ongoing search, he has persisted solely on sheer willpower. Even as many urged him to abandon hope, insisting the dog could not be found, he never wavered. His intentions evolved from a desire to safely bring General back, to yearning for a lifeless body, then to seeking a tuft of fur, a paw, or even a single tooth. Ultimately, it became a quest for the tattered collar that adorned General's neck. He simply needed to retrieve something, anything, to cherish as a memory. Transitioning from anticipation to despair, and ultimately to numbness, he now felt a euphoric explosion of joy upon seeing that General was still alive. My goodness. Is this not a comedic live stream? I am in tears, someone commented. Oh, how heart-wrenching. A dog owner cannot bear to see this, another added. So touching. The host has truly done something remarkable. May all lost animals return to their owners, a viewer expressed. Wen Youning handed over a box of tissues, sensing that both the man and his dog would need to cry a bit longer. The emotional connection felt through a mobile video call paled in comparison to witnessing the reunion in person. She embraced her tabby cat and proceeded to the kitchen, preparing a meal. There were still some vegetables left from yesterday's shopping, and as she simply processed them, her tabby's keen eyes were fixated on her while perched on her shoulder. Setting down the knife, Wen Youning took a piece of dried fish. Meow.
What?
Her tabby exclaimed, gripping the fish stick, nearly the size of its paw, and tilting its head in an effort to stuff it into its mouth. Now, during feeding, Wen Youning would first check her tabby's belly. The amount she provided was appropriate, but it was unusual for General to share his food with the tabby, resulting in a meal that exceeded a kitten's normal intake. She had to help regulate it. As she turned to retrieve vegetables from the refrigerator, she took the opportunity to remove some frozen pet food from the freezer to steam. These ingredients were fresh, cleaned meticulously, and free from additives. Indeed, if one disregarded seasoning, they could be suitable for human consumption, offering a balanced nutrition. After holding General for quite some time, his eyes swollen from tears, Shi Jinqian suddenly recalled something. He hurried into the kitchen, hands stuffed in his pockets, and said, Teacher Wen, thank you for saving General. This is the money you spent on him. Please accept it. Wen Youning glanced at the thickness of the red envelope. She had only spent 200 to procure General, and the bills were thin. Yet the envelope Shi Jinqian offered was substantial, amounting to nearly 20,000. She declined, saying no need, encountering each other is destiny. It was merely 200. Shi Jinqian insisted, pushing the envelope forward again. No. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude.
Please take it.
Oh, and there are the medical fees. You didn't mention the amount during the live stream. Just tell me privately and I will transfer it to you. Although his salary was modest, he had some savings and was prepared to scrape together the funds for the medical expenses. Wen Youning returned the envelope to his pocket, stating, that was merely to deter those who seek to exploit the situation for clout. I voluntarily accepted the case, and do not charge a fee. Please take the money back. Your gifts during the stream have already been more than generous. Chapter 17. The bubbles in the sparkling water exist only for a fleeting moment before they burst one after another. Close by, the German shepherd was caught in the splash, retreating its head in surprise. It noticed the largest bubble above, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sun's rays. The puppy blinked and cautiously leaned in to sniff. But before it could do so, the bubble popped with a plop. The German shepherd immediately stood at attention, barking in indignation, "Woof. I've been hit." With a whimper, it pressed its front paws down and swatted at the bubbles. Amused, Wen Youning approached and patted its head, questioning how it had gotten into a tussle with the bubbles. The dog looked up, nudging her palm with its nose, as if to say, "Woof, I'm quite formidable." "Keep it up. You can definitely triumph over the bubbles," she encouraged, righting the fallen bottle. "I must take my leave now. Until tomorrow." Woof. Meanwhile, the live stream at home was still active. A small tabby cat was playfully prancing in front of the camera. Surprisingly, there were no negative comments popping up, suggesting that the audience accepted the feline host quite well. Upon returning home, Wen Youning saw the tabby cat tapping away at the keyboard, creating a clattering sound. The screen was filled with messages typed out by the little cat. "Is anyone chatting?" Wen Youning picked up the cat and settled into her place, realizing that her solo live stream had unexpectedly transformed into a group chat, and with someone from the same city at that. "Hello, teacher, when you're back." A cheerful voice rang from the other end. The girl had spent quite a bit of money on diamonds to secure her spot in the queue for the group chat, initially believing she would have to wait for Wen Youning to return before being able to join. However, the little cat had jumped onto the table and somehow managed to send a group chat request. Considering that Wen Youning had not yet returned, she had blacked out the screen and occupied herself with other activities. Upon hearing Wen Youning's voice, the girl eagerly opened the live stream screen. "Hello, teacher Wen. I'm an animal keeper at the zoo." She introduced herself while still clad in the official uniform of the zoo staff. The camera panned around, capturing the sign of the aviary, where various colorful birds were visible behind the glass. A cockatiel with feathers standing upright hopped closer. "Get a black thing to take a picture." It squawked. "What are you looking at?" "I'll give you a claw." It pretended to raise a claw, as if to scratch through the glass. This cockatiel, a mix of pale yellow and white, had quite the temper. Wen Youning pressed the little tabby cat, eager to interact with the cockatiel, and complimented, "Look how beautiful you are." The cockatiel, well cared for, had symmetrical blush on its cheeks, and its feathers were immaculate, free of any stray strands. Flattered by the praise, the cockatiel lowered its claw shyly, chirping softly.
Meanwhile,
It eyed Wen Youning with curiosity, as if to say, "Ah, a person of discernment." After lingering by the glass for a while, it suddenly turned and flew away. "Hey, why did it leave?" the girl wondered. "Did it say anything?" Before Wen Youning could explain, the cockatiel returned, clutching a delicate pink flower in its beak. It scratched at the thick glass, seemingly annoyed by the barrier. "Little Yellow wants to give you a flower." The girl interpreted the cockatiel's gesture, lamenting. "I've cared for you for so long, and you haven't given me a single flower? I often compliment your beauty." The cockatiel paused, still holding the flower,
and replied, "Did I speak to you?"
"You seem unwell. Get away." In an apparent attempt to evade the girl, it sidled away a bit. All right, she conceded. "So you have grown distant, huh? Haha, it's the first time I've seen such clear disdain on a bird's face." "Poor girl, hurry and hide behind teacher Wen. The little bird is about to deliver a flower. Don't block the way." "Hey, did you join the chat because of this cockatiel?" Wen Youning asked. Unable to discern any issues with the bird, it appeared healthy.
"No, it's not about it."
The girl hastened her pace. "It's the mute swans. We have 2 in our park. They've been freely roaming in the small garden, where visitors can buy food to interact with them. Recently, however, the mute swans have exhibited inexplicable aggression. They want to just stay away from the garden. They chase after anyone who passes by, even in other areas of the park, and have been known to bite. Strangely, they are also losing weight at an alarming rate. They consume a lot of food, yet they grow thinner, and their feathers have lost much of their sheen." As the keeper, she managed the entire aviary and was familiar with the mute swans through feeding, yet she, too, faced hostility when approaching them. Once known for their gentle nature, the swans inexplicably began to attack indiscriminately, leaving her perplexed. As she ran, she explained while navigating through greenery and onto the pebbled path into the small garden. "We even brought in experts for examination, but all results came back normal. Animal psychologists also visited and suggested that the recent rise in temperature might be causing them distress, advising us to lower the outdoor air conditioning in the small garden. In summary, they had spent a significant amount of money on investigations, yet no cause for concern was identified and no solutions were offered. Adjusting the temperature yielded no results. When she stumbled upon the live stream, she was curious, believing the host was legitimate, which prompted her to spend her own money to join the chat, hoping to uncover the mystery behind the mute swan's behavior. She dared not approach the mute swans directly and instead hid in the foliage to film them. Look, it's these two. The two mute swans, pure white, floated silently in the water of the small garden-esque pond, their necks entwined, creating an inexplicably melancholic atmosphere. As she entered the small garden, her voice lowered significantly. They were nearing the end of the breeding season, and experts speculated that the swans might be feeling down due to unsuccessful breeding, as there were no eggs produced. The current aggression of the mute swans posed a risk. Should they be disturbed, they might flap their wings and come after her. A peck from them would be quite painful. Originally, many visitors frequented this area, but now sigh. The park's traffic was correlated with its financial sustenance, and the keepers feared that if the park did not turn a profit, their provisions would be cut. These two mute swans were a pair, symbolizing pure, unblemished love, and many couples used to come to take pictures. However, as news spread of the swans' aggressiveness, gradually, no one came anymore. The keeper whispered, "Can we hear the mute swan's thoughts?" Indeed, Wen Youning activated the noise-canceling feature of the live stream. The larger mute swan flapped its wings, shaking them out. Despicable creatures.
Thieves.
A bunch of thieves. Dare to come near, I'll bite them to death. Someone had stolen from them. Wen Youning tapped her fingers on the table. When you clean this area, haven't you noticed anything missing?
Huh?
The keeper was bewildered. No, aside from the artificial scenery, there are only the fish in the water. How could anything go missing? The fish were meant for the swans to hunt and eat. Not only had nobody stolen them, but they would also add more fish to the pond. How could this be about something missing? What was lost? Such an abrupt inquiry left the caretaker momentarily bewildered. Perhaps we should check the surveillance footage. Such places typically have cameras, do they not? They seem rather dejected. The caretaker's instinct was also to consult the monitors, yet she sighed and explained, "The small garden lacks surveillance. They are quite privacy-conscious. Previously, we installed cameras where they often congregated, but as soon as the technician departed, they swooped in and pecked the cameras, being capable of both flight and swimming. Any camera placed high or submerged would inevitably be dismantled. Eventually, we decided against further installations." Wen Youning pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not turn on the speaker on your phone? What are their names?" Oh, very well." The caretaker complied with her request, realizing that Wen Youning intended to communicate with the swans. She even raised her hand high to ensure her voice carried. The male knob-billed swan was named Dui, while the female was called Nian. Wen Youning gently tapped the screen with her fingertips, generating sounds to capture the attention of the two knob-billed swans. As anticipated, upon hearing the noise, both swans simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes glinting with intensity as they focused on the source of the sound. Wen Youning spoke softly. "Nian Dui, may we converse? If you've lost something, please let me know, and I shall assist you in finding it." The swans were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance filled with surprise. After a brief pause, Nian suddenly spread her wings and took flight, with Dui closely following. The caretaker concealed herself behind the foliage, perspiring despite the air conditioning, hesitant to peek outside and uncertain of the unfolding situation. As she heard the flapping of wings and the sound of water being disturbed, she cautiously parted the leaves, only to be met with a dazzling expanse of white. After a fleeting moment of confusion, she looked up to meet the gaze of the knob-billed swans. Oh no! At that moment of being scrutinized, the caretaker instinctively raised her hands to shield her head. She had endured this before. Every feeding session resulted in a peck or two, prompting her to don long sleeves during such activities. Short sleeves and shorts were perilous indeed, often leaving her bruised and at times bloodied. However, this time, the anticipated pain did not arrive, and instead, Nian and Dui squeezed in front of her elevated phone, emitting urgent, truncated sounds from their throats. "Humans have stolen our eggs. They have taken our fish. We cannot fight back. They are all villains. Humans are all bad. Quickly, let them return our eggs. The heartfelt voices of the two knob-billed swans nearly intertwined, revealing their deep grievances, which no one else seemed to comprehend. They could only internalize these emotions, yet the heartache remained palpable. Wen Youning softly reassured them, "Do not fear. I am here with you. How many eggs have you lost?" "All of them." The caretaker looked up in bewilderment. What eggs? What had been lost? What? The barrage of comments was a flurry of question marks. Didn't they say reproduction was unsuccessful? How could they have lost eggs? So they were indeed reproducing normally. It's just that their eggs were stolen, which is why they are so upset. Chapter 18. The black bear was in a state of exasperation, exclaiming, "Is this for you?
Then eat it."
Meanwhile, the little black bear nearby seemed utterly stunned. The little bear pondered, if more fish are thrown down, should I eat or not? The bears in the zoo appeared to be ranked, likely a result of their established hierarchy. They stood in a row, and the prominent black bear at the front was noticeably larger than the others. "No fighting. There's enough for everyone," Wen Youning said as she tossed down fish. The zoo provided quite a feast, as evidenced by the bear's sleek and well-fed appearance. Who would refuse a delicious meal of fresh fish? The black bear pushed aside a brown bear vying for food and began devouring a large fish. The way the black bear consumed the fish was reminiscent of savoring fluffy cotton candy. The raw fish bones were not as tough as when cooked, making it easy to take a big bite and fill its mouth with both fish and flesh. The fish had been freshly caught from the small garden pond and placed in a box lined with ice to keep it cool. Eating a piece of cold, fresh fish on a sweltering day was as refreshing as enjoying a popsicle under the blazing sun. The black bear clasped the large fish in its forepaws, taking bite after bite. Everyone shared the fish, and disputes ceased, replaced by the peaceful sounds of chewing. Wen Youning removed her gloves, leaning against the railing as she watched them relish their meal. When Qian Nuo returned, she was accompanied by a man dressed in the zoo's uniform. "Hello. You must be Teacher Wen," he greeted. "This is Chen Feng, the manager and caretaker of the bear enclosure." Qian Nuo added with a smile. "I mentioned our interest in the black bear to him, and he was quite intrigued, so he joined me." She leaned closer to Wen Youning and whispered, "Mainly, he's worried we might harm the bears." She rolled her eyes. "He has a bit of a, peculiar concern about interpreting the animal's feelings. He fears something might go wrong. After all, these bears are domesticated and not as formidable as their wild counterparts. But I think he is worried about the wrong thing. The probability of the bears harming us is far greater. They are black bears, and even from behind a glass, the sight of one lunging at you could cause your heart to stop." Chen Feng glanced at the box of fish before stepping closer to the railing. "Have you started asking questions? Would you like to go inside? The bear's resting area is much quieter. The indoor and outdoor sections are for visitors, while the resting area is the bear's private domain, restricted to guests." Wen Youning replied, "No need to trouble yourself. A simple chat will suffice." The brown bear, munching on fish, looked up towards them.
Sha, sha.
The black bear nimbly approached, gently pushing. "Move aside. Let the bear talk." The brown bear was shoved into the cooling pool, standing up and shaking its head, realizing that its half-eaten fish was gone.
Fish.
It promptly dove into the pool, searching for the fish that now only had its tail remaining. The mischievous black bear patted its belly, innocently calling out to Wen Youning, "Awoa. Now, let me tell you." Wen Youning inquired, "Have you encountered any strangers in the bear enclosure recently? Especially at night, excluding visitors. The visitor area is under surveillance, and any thief would clearly avoid the cameras." Chen Feng interjected politely, "Excuse me for interrupting. This is the bear enclosure. Even though the zoo keeps these animals, their wild instincts remain. Occasionally, we release live animals to help them hone their hunting skills. Therefore, even a thief or robber would not be foolish enough to run into the bear enclosure. Bears may appear cute and cuddly, but with a single swipe, they could crush a person's skull. To put it bluntly, even if the bears here were as gentle as kittens, being surrounded by so many black bears could lead to dire consequences for a human who would be reckless enough to approach the bear enclosure." Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a dark object in his peripheral vision. Before he could focus, a cold object slapped against his face. Frowning, He removed it to find it was a small piece of a fish's tail. Looking down, he met the furious gaze of the black bear. As he looked down, the bear stepped forward, raising its voice to express its dissatisfaction. Roar.
Did I talk to you? Keep quiet.
Please refrain from such embarrassing behavior in the future. Qian Nua stifled a laugh, handing him a tissue. What did you do to provoke it? Chun Feng held the tissue absently against his face, realizing that after feeding these bears for so long, he could somewhat decipher the lead black bear's intentions, especially now that its emotions were so vividly expressed. It seemed to have taken quite a liking to her. Bears have remarkable memories. They often remember visitors who interact with them frequently. Chun Feng speculated that perhaps Wen Youning had previously fed the bears, leaving a lasting impression on the black bear. After venting its frustration at Chun Feng, the black bear turned away to lick its nose and softly wooed towards Wen Youning. You speak, Chun Feng remarked, puzzled by the bear's demeanor. Wen Youning cleared her throat and rephrased her question. Have you detected the scent of bird eggs? While the black bear might not comprehend the reference to swan species, it would understand the mention of bird eggs. Wild black bears often seek out and eat bird eggs. The black bear tilted its head, its ears twitching as it considered the question, its eyes fixed on Wen Youning. The brown bear, having salvaged the remaining fish from the water, lay on the shore, basking in the sun while eating. Silence enveloped the scene as Chun Feng held his breath, awaiting a response. However, standing with his back to the sun for too long caused him to feel the heat without gleaning any insight. He had never truly believed their tale, and now he was even more convinced they were merely jesting with him. All right, there's no one you're looking for here. The bear enclosure can't hide anyone, Chun Feng said, waving a fan he held. Though it provided little relief, it was better than nothing. As for the egg matter, why not ask other staff members? It's unreasonable to assume that just because the bear enclosure is near the aviary, the black bear would have encountered a thief. Moreover, if a thief had indeed crossed paths with the black bear, there would undoubtedly be signs of struggle, blood, clothing. Something would remain as evidence. Since Chun Feng, the caretaker, had no knowledge of such an incident, it was likely that it had never occurred. Chun Feng, concerned about the two women causing trouble, realized that the discussion had reached a dead end. Let us not linger here in the sun any longer. Qian Nua, reluctant to leave, was about to discuss alternative options with Wen Youning when the previously quiet black bear suddenly stood up. The black bear licked its paws and turned to walk away with a low howl. Wait, bear. Hey, why is the black bear leaving? Let us wait a moment, Wen Youning said, uncertain of the bear's intentions but willing to follow. The fish in the box had all been tossed into the bear enclosure, leaving only the uneaten fish on the rocks. While waiting for the black bear, Wen Youning noticed a tuft of yellow fur emerging from behind the artificial rock. As the yellow fur ascended, it was soon accompanied by two fluffy ears, followed by a pair of bright, expressive eyes. When the bear caught sight of food, its gaze was more resolute than ever. Its snout reached the stone first, tilting its head as it combined its paws and mouth to grasp the tail of a fish, which promptly vanished behind the rocks with a swift motion. Even from a distance, the sound of chewing could still be heard. It was indeed enjoying a buffet. A sudden, loud howl erupted from the black bear, causing the chewing to momentarily cease. However, the black bear that emerged did not approach the fish. Instead, it awkwardly scampered away on three legs. As it continued, it seemed uncomfortable in that position and opted to stand upright while running, swaying unsteadily. One of its front paws curled inward, and it raced forward as if presenting a treasure, lifting it high as it neared the wall.
Look,
A bird's egg.
for you.
Could it truly be? A wave of excitement washed over Wen Youning as she realized it appeared to be an egg belonging to the swan with the warty nose. Delighted, she wondered why there was only one, as she had heard there should be at least three. Could it have been consumed by the bear? Wen Youning was momentarily stunned. She had merely intended to inquire about some information but had unexpectedly stumbled upon this treasure. Qian Nua's mind buzzed, accompanied by a heavy ringing in his ears, making it difficult to discern sounds around him. Was that really an egg from the warty-nosed swan? Chun Feng stood in a daze for a moment, his expression reflecting confusion as if pondering, who am I? What has my black bear brought out? It seemed improbable that the bear's nourishment would consist of dispersed egg liquid. It was unlikely that a whole egg would be tossed in for the bear to consume. The size of the egg was also inconsistent. By comparing it to the bear's paw, it was evident that it was not an ordinary chicken egg, but at the very least, the size of a goose egg. Goose eggs, however, would not typically be found in Bear Ridge. In the stillness of the environment, Chin Feng could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. This was simply unbelievable. Whether or not that egg was genuinely from the warty-nosed swan, its pristine presence in Bear Ridge was astonishing. "Thank you," Wen Youning called out. But she found herself too high up to reach the egg, even when crouching down to extend her hand over the railing. The black bear, leaning against the wall, strained to lift its paw and present the egg, even attempting to stand on tiptoes. However, its hind paws lacked the agility, and, despite the support of the wall, it wobbled unsteadily, unable to deliver the gift to the humans. The bear was visibly anxious. "Wait, I'll go down and retrieve it." Chin Feng, still uncertain about the egg's identity, could see Qian Nua's face flushed with excitement. It seemed they had inadvertently stumbled upon the warty-nosed swan's egg. Regardless of the circumstances, their priority was to retrieve the egg. "I will bring it inside first," Chin Feng announced. Typically, the bears in Bear Ridge were not compelled to return. They would simply lie down and rest wherever they felt comfortable. Just like now, in the viewing area of the artificial rocks and landscaping, the black bear occasionally chose to nap there. To clear the area, it was necessary to lure the bears away with food, which was the usual method employed during cleanup. Chapter 19. Oh my, how adorable. It appears so polite. "Let us shake hands, shall we?" I would deem the golden monkey as the nobility among monkeys. The area is bustling with staff. Practically every few steps, one can encounter a member of the team. After being bullied, the golden monkeys can exhibit aggression. Yet on the whole, their temperament remains remarkably gentle, necessitating thorough protection from the staff. Wen Youning held an apple in her hand, and many golden monkeys strolled over slowly, their curious gazes fixed upon her. Some little monkeys, with remnants of fruit still clinging to their mouths, were so engrossed in observing Wen Youning that they forgot to chew. Their curiosity stemmed not only from their nature, but also from the scent of a black bear that clung to Wen Youning. While humans might be oblivious to such things, small animals are particularly sensitive to them. Under the influence of this scent, Wen Youning resembled a fierce beast. However, when one delved deeper, there was also an undeniable warmth about her that beckoned the golden monkeys to draw near. This peculiar tug-of-war of sensations left many golden monkeys in a state of bewilderment, pondering the enigma before them. "Come closer," Wen Youning invited, raising the apple in her palm. "Please don't be shy. I have plenty for everyone." As her words faded, her hand was suddenly empty. A golden monkey had snatched the apple, its paw landing firmly in her palm. A soft grunt emanated from the golden monkey. Wen Youning curled her fingers around its paw, gently tapping the plush back of its paw with her fingertips. She then switched the apple in her hand, offering it to the creature. "Did you happen to see any strange individuals around here this evening? Did anyone find an egg? It might have fallen from that person. It's the kind that has one end pointed and the other round." Fearing that the golden monkeys might not recognize what an egg was, Wen Youning elaborated, gesturing with her hands in an effort to convey her meaning. The golden monkeys exchanged puzzled glances before shaking their heads.
Nope.
There was a strange person. They were chased away. No one dropped anything. Upon hearing their chorus of responses, Wen Youning sighed softly, realizing that no goose egg had been left behind. It must still be in the possession of that thief. Nevertheless, it was progress to know that the individual had frequented Monkey Mountain. While conversing, Wen Youning did not neglect to distribute apples to the golden monkeys. These apples were large and red, their skins thin, bursting with juicy flesh, a quality befitting fruits destined for feeding golden monkeys, a national first-class protected species. The golden monkeys grasped the apples with both paws, and those who received them did not retreat. Instead, more curious golden monkeys approached to partake in the bounty. Chin Feng observed in awe as the golden monkeys continued to congregate around Wen Youning, their numbers swelling until they began to spill over into the surrounding area. No wonder Wen Youning bought so many apples. Watching the golden monkeys' eager expressions as they awaited their turn, he felt a surge of guilt for those who left empty-handed. It was a grave injustice to deny apples to the golden monkeys, especially for the one who had yet to receive any. That was truly unforgivable. The commotion around Wen Youning soon captured the attention of nearby tourists. many of whom began to glance in her direction. Tourists holding their food aloft looked to Wen Youning with curiosity. Aren't those the same apples? One visitor, clutching the same type of fruit, rubbed it skeptically. It looks identical. Why are all the golden monkeys flocking to her while mine remains solitary? The lone golden monkey that approached his platform was merely displaced due to the crowding. The tourist scratched his head, undeterred, and, taking advantage of the golden monkey's inattention, poked it. Hey, eat. But before he could finish his sentence, the golden monkey blinked at him and swiftly hopped down to squeeze into a more promising spot. The tourist was left dumbfounded. Is my apple poisoned? Why did it flee at a mere glance? The golden monkey that had darted away landed on the platform, adjusting itself, and then stumbled. It lost its balance. The golden monkey teetered sideways, letting out a startled shriek as it flailed for the platform's edge. Wen Youning bent down just in time to catch the falling golden monkey, cradling it with one arm and ensuring its safety. Although the platform wasn't too high, a fall could still be quite painful. Not all the golden monkeys were fully grown. Many appeared noticeably smaller. However, there were no baby golden monkeys in sight, likely being cared for separately. The little golden monkey nestled into Wen Youning's embrace, emitting soft whimpers. Its call was youthful, yet not piercing, laced with delicate nasal tones, as if expressing both fear of its near tumble and a plaintive desire for comfort. Seeing this, Wen Youning took her time before placing it back down, gently grooming its fur while reassuring it, it's all right. Don't be afraid." The little golden monkey let out a soft hum, its voice trailing off in a tender manner as it buried its head deeper into her embrace. Thus, Wen Youning held one golden monkey while offering apples to the others in line. However, upon noticing a companion clinging to Wen Youning, the nearby golden monkeys grew restless. One first clutched the hem of her garment, its determination evident as it attempted to climb higher. Wen Youning assessed the little golden monkey's size and lifted it onto her shoulder. "There you go, you can perch here." This also provided the golden monkey with an expansive view of its surroundings. From that moment forth, events spiraled delightfully out of control. Goodness, where is my dear one? Buried under a pile of golden monkeys. Fun fact, if you stand still at Monkey Mountain for too long, golden monkeys may begin to grow on you. Help. Being surrounded by so many golden monkeys is enough to make me faint from happiness just thinking about it. And they seem so clean. Their golden fur glistens beautifully, while the white parts appear bleached. Utterly stunning. All right, you can still enjoy apples from down there. Wen Youning found it increasingly challenging to manage the enthusiasm of the golden monkeys. She gently removed the little golden monkey from her face. "You can't stay here. Let us find you a better spot." The little golden monkey curled up, and Wen Youning settled it beside her phone, which was live streaming. Close by, it could intently listen to the delightful chatter of the golden monkeys around it. "Hello there, human. Thank you for the apple. I like it. Give me a hug. Stay close." The first golden monkey to receive an apple had barely consumed half of it before it found itself without a place to sit on Wen Youning's person. Anxiously, it relinquished the apple, craning its neck to survey the area. I can do it myself." Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, catching sight of the golden monkey hanging from her garment. "Oh, you can find a spot for yourself, can you?" With a soft laugh, she freed a hand to pat this independent little golden monkey. Very good. Given the limited height of humans and the abundance of golden monkeys, Wen Youning was adorned with these charming creatures, even having one perched atop her head, resembling a whimsical golden plush hat. The sole drawback was the heat, for the fur of the golden monkeys provided significant warmth. The commotion attracted the attention of the staff, as the entire Monkey Mountain was now devoid of its usual inhabitants, making the conspicuous absence of gold quite striking. When the staff approached, they were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sight of the golden monkeys emerging from their usual domain. As one staff member reached out to grasp a monkey, Wen Youning turned at the sound of footsteps behind her, partially concealed by the monkeys. Her face emerged as she greeted, "Hello?" The staff member, unsure of how to respond to the peculiar scene before her, hesitantly lowered her hand and replied, Hello." Nearby, a visitor held up fruit, eyes gleaming with excitement, and inquired of the staff, "Can I hold a golden monkey?" "Certainly," the staff replied, "as long as the monkey consents." The visitor pondered, realizing that this rule was not explicitly stated on any sign. How could one determine if a monkey agreed? It was hardly feasible to ask, "May I embrace you?" The staff shrugged, responding, "If they don't agree, they might scratch you." The visitor, slightly taken aback, remarked, "That is indeed stated on the sign." The park emphasized close interaction with the golden monkeys, noting that any injuries incurred were considered personal responsibility, and compensation would not be provided. "Do you need assistance in removing the monkey?" the staff awkwardly suggested, realizing how strange that sounded. Wen Youning contemplated, deciding it best to handle it herself. After all, she wished to avoid overheating. Fortunately, as the sun reached its zenith and temperatures peaked, the heat began to diminish, making heat exhaustion unlikely for the moment. Theoretically, staff would not interfere with visitors' decisions, provided they did not contravene park regulations. Chen Feng, standing nearby, chimed in, "Yes, I'll help her." The staff, taken aback, thought, "There's another person?" Chen Feng, unperturbed, continued speaking. The staff resumed her duties, positioning herself not far away. As the golden monkeys congregated in one area, allowing for easier observation without the need for constant vigilance. Observing Wen Youning struggle to lift an apple with a monkey hanging from her arm, Chen Feng offered, "Let me assist you." Distributing the numerous golden monkeys one by one was inefficient, as his hands could only manage 2 at a time. "All right," Wen Youning replied, tilting the bag of apples towards him. Chen Feng selected an apple from the top, extending it to the free-handed monkey. However, the golden monkey merely glanced at the offered fruit before shifting its gaze up to Chen Feng's face. A smile crept across Chen Feng's lips, revealing his teeth in a friendly manner, striving to appear approachable. Yet, the monkey, seemingly intimidated, staggered back 2 steps. Had the path back not been obstructed by other golden monkeys, Chen Feng had no doubt that this one would have turned and fled. Chapter 20. A sudden shout startled Wen Youning. In contrast, the crocodile remained remarkably calm, its mouth still slightly ajar, not even blinking its eyes.
No biting.
"Release. Let go. What did I teach you? Hurry up and let the person go." The staff member shook the curtain and swiftly closed the door while hastening forward, raising his voice to warn the crocodile. That shout nearly gave me a heart attack. "Crocodile, are you blind? Was that me who bit?" She put her hand right into my mouth. Fortunately, Sister Wen merely touched the crocodile's face and did not actually place her hand inside. Otherwise, if the crocodile had been startled and instinctively shut its mouth, it would have bitten her hand. The crocodile's emotions are far more stable than the keeper's. Reliable. Definitely worth raising. Wen Youning withdrew her hand and wiped it dry with a tissue, explaining, "I came with Qian Nua from the bird park to see the crocodile. She went to buy meat and will be back shortly." To avoid any misunderstandings, Wen Youning offered a brief explanation, omitting any mention of her intention to chat with the crocodile about its situation. "No matter who brought you, it doesn't matter. Even if it were the director, being too close could still result in a bite," the keeper said, hands on his hips. "The crocodile doesn't care about your identity. If meat is brought to its mouth, it will eat it."
Wen Youning nodded lightly, yes.
The keeper's hair was slightly disheveled, having seen someone attempting to feed the crocodile with their body when he entered, his tongue almost tied in anxiety. Now, facing Wen Youning, who seemed to listen earnestly, he found himself at a loss for words. If it had been a rude tourist arguing back, he could have retorted without hesitation.
But now.
The keeper cleared his throat, slapping the side of the tank. "This crocodile is rather dim-witted. If it encountered someone quick-witted, you wouldn't even have time to call for help." The crocodile squinted its eyes, casting a sidelong glance. "Get lost." Wen Youning turned her gaze, surprised. At this moment, its reaction was not slow at all. Qian Nua wheeled in a cart. "Teacher Wen, do you think this meat is enough?" Upon entering, she noticed another person in the room. "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be performing next?" I just came to take a look at Songbai." Zhao Zhe glanced at Wen Youning and added, "This is my future colleague, Teacher Wen." Qian Nua teased with a smile. "I told Sun Ge I was coming to see the crocodile, and he agreed." Zhao Zhe, realizing his misunderstanding, replied apologetically, "I mistook you for a lost tourist. But you really shouldn't get so close to the crocodile next time." Even though they often performed with the crocodile and sometimes even placed their heads in its open jaws, No matter how familiar they became with the same actions and performances, they could never guarantee absolute safety with the crocodile, especially not for someone untrained like Wen Youning. What did I miss while I was gone? Qian Nua asked, perplexed. Wen Youning replied earnestly, Indeed, that cannot be done. This sounded more like a reminder to the fans in the live broadcast, who would randomly touch a crocodile for fun. Wen Youning inquired, Is this crocodile under your care? Indeed, Zhao Zhe confirmed. The keeper who looked after it before resigned, so now it's my responsibility. He gestured toward the meat that Qian Nua had brought in. Is this for Songbai? Let me take care of the feeding. Feeding the crocodile could be done from a distance, as it was safe to toss the meat from above. The likelihood of the crocodile snapping at a visitor's hand was zero. However, this method was not appropriate for the current setting. Zhao Zhe remarked, How fortunate you are. Even in confinement, someone brings you meat. Do you really confine the crocodile? Such strict management, Wen Youning mused, intrigued. It was her first time hearing about crocodiles being confined, and she couldn't help but wonder what heinous deed this crocodile had committed to warrant such punishment. Recalling the incident caused Zhao Zhe to grit his teeth. In the yard where the crocodiles were kept, a wall had been severely damaged, and this creature nearly frightened the golden monkeys. The shock he experienced upon hearing this was no less than that when Wen Youning had reached toward the crocodile. You're not a protected species. You want to eat a first-class protected animal? That would be risking my life.
What?
Qian Nua exclaimed. Wen Youning's eyes widened in confusion. Eat golden monkeys? Shut up. The crocodile grumbled internally. Wen Youning asked, Is there some misunderstanding here? The breach in the wall aligned perfectly with its teeth. It was indeed the culprit. The crocodile had attempted to reach beyond its bounds to sample the golden monkeys, and the evidence was irrefutable, leading to its immediate apprehension. Fortunately, all the golden monkeys were relatively nimble, and after a thorough check, none were injured. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Zhao Zhe sighed, looking at the crocodile he had cared for so long. We'll wait for the director to return before making a decision. Until the outcome is discussed, Songbai will have to remain here. Come on, have a bite of meat. The crocodile's internal grumbling was slow. Yet its mouth was not at all sluggish when it came to eating. Taking its time wouldn't allow it to grow horizontally. It was quite rare for a crocodile to become this plump. The crocodile clamped down on the meat and repeatedly tilted its head back to swallow. Who eats junk food? Someone went. Fish says wants. After much effort, the meat reached its throat, and with a gulp, it was swallowed down. A brief pause followed before its internal voice resumed, Be careful. Wen Youning's eyes widened in realization. Are you saying someone went to Monkey Mountain to warn the monkeys to be careful? Qian Nua instantly grasped the implication. Oh, so it was a helpful monkey doing a good deed. Zhao Zhe observed the two as they exchanged cryptic remarks, finding their conversation bewildering yet somehow coherent. What was going on? Qian Nua waved her hand, sensing they had reached a critical juncture. She felt she had touched upon the ultimate answer. The thief must have first gone to the bird park to steal eggs, then been discovered by the crocodile and fled to Monkey Mountain, subsequently making their way to the bear area. The sequence seemed somewhat peculiar. The correct order should have been bird park, bear area, Monkey Mountain, and then the crocodile pool. The egg thief had completely reversed their path. But how did the thief manage to leave the park? Once the egg theft was confirmed, all staff from the bird park and the surveillance teams sprang into action, meticulously reviewing the footage, yet they found no trace of the thief leaving the premises. Qian Nua pursed her lips. They can't have sprouted wings and flown away. Is it possible that the egg thief hasn't left yet? Wen Youning frowned. If it wasn't captured on camera, then it simply didn't happen. Qian Nua exclaimed in disbelief. What? The comments flooded in. What is going on? Oh my gosh, stop joking. You're giving me goosebumps. So, the egg thief, after stealing the goose eggs, first went to the bear area, then took the Monkey Mountain route to the crocodile pool, only to be frightened back to the monkeys? Wen Youning turned to Zhao Zhe, asking, when was Songbai caught running to Monkey Mountain?
Zhao Zhe,
aware of the incident involving the goose eggs at the bird park, raised an eyebrow. Last Wednesday at around 6:30 a.m., our colleagues in the surveillance room caught sight of the crocodile at Monkey Mountain. We brought it back after we arrived. Wen Youning discovered surveillance snapshots on her phone. The last recorded image was from 3 o'clock in the morning last Wednesday. Thus, It became evident that the thief was still at Monkey Mountain, merely concealing themselves from view. After all, she had previously inquired with the golden monkeys. Had they seen anything? They would surely inform her of someone lurking in the area, reluctant to depart. Wen Youning raised her chin slightly towards the stunned Xianhua, urging her to inform the police that the suspect was at Monkey Mountain and to act swiftly to apprehend them. She advised them to pay special attention to areas where the golden monkeys could not venture. "Oh, okay," Xianhua exclaimed, spinning around to dash outside. As she opened the door, she stumbled, fumbling to bring the intercom to her mouth. "Hello? Where are you right now?" A chill ran down Xianhua's spine. The individual was still inside the zoo. Who would have thought? The surveillance had failed to capture the escape, leaving them puzzled about how the person had managed to flee. After all, having stolen the eggs of a protected species, they would surely have been in a hurry to leave the premises, yet they had meandered about, intending to find the direction in which the egg thief had exited, only to discover that the culprit hadn't left at all.
Wow.
I was already searching online for news about customs seizing goose eggs. And yet the egg thief hasn't even transported them out? Does that mean they've been lingering in the zoo for 4 or 5 days? Could it be an inside job? An insider would hardly be foolish enough to wander around the Crocodile Pond and Bear Ridge, though Monkey Mountain is a different story. This egg thief gives off an impression of being unfamiliar with the terrain, merely adept at evading surveillance, haha. Thinking they were clever for evading the cameras, little did they know that when Jia had been inquiring all along, with a plethora of little creatures acting as her eyes. Wen Youning did not follow them. Apprehending the suspect was the police's responsibility, and she had provided them with sufficient information, thus saving time on the investigation. Excluding the staff lounge from the limited spaces of Monkey Mountain where the golden monkeys could not reach, there were not many places left for someone to hide. They should be relatively easy to locate. Zhao Zhe, having absorbed the gossip he overheard, grimaced upon realizing he might have misunderstood Song Bai. Oh no, if this were true, he owed Song Bai a tremendous apology. Would there be confinement?
No.
When I caught it, I gave it a shovel. Zhao Zhe covered half of his face, feeling embarrassed to face the crocodile. The critical point was, if the crocodile went to Monkey Mountain, who would believe it was there to warn anyone? Who would accept that as truth? Thus, upon seeing the crocodile, everyone must have assumed it was there to devour the golden monkeys, especially since it had even made a hole in the wall, expanding the breach. The intent to consume the golden monkeys was far too evident.
Now.
Hearing Wen Yuning's unwavering assertion and seeing Xianhua hastily seek out the police, Zhao Zhe felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. If all else failed, he might as well place his hand in the crocodile's jaws, allowing it to take him away. Wen Youning, the crocodile. Song Bai, a moment of cheerfulness exchanged for a lifetime of introversion. This is outrageous. Once the truth is revealed, an apology to Song Bai is a must. Oh no. Now seeing Song Bai, even the crocodile appears charming. Truly a benevolent animal angel. The crocodile lazily lifted its eyelid, releasing a puff of air that created ripples in the water. Chapter 21. The cat is healed and welcomes new life, a double blessing indeed. Ha ha ha. It seems like CE is on the verge of tears. 3 little female cats, no wonder she looks so exhausted. Tears lingered at the corners of Zhou Ci's eyes. She had just been worried sick about the ragdoll cat's health. Yet now, she wiped her tears away, laughing at herself. You little rascal. You really had me worried. Zhou Ce spoke through gritted teeth, poking its forehead with her fingertip. Master. There's no need to go to the city. Let's head back. The driver, upon hearing this, reduced the speed of the vehicle. Not going anymore? What about the fare? It's fine. Just go by the meter. Zhou Ce replied, turning her attention back to the ragdoll cat, which was meowing incessantly. I thought you were dead, but it turns out you were just tired and asleep. I called you for ages. Couldn't you have given me some sign? The ragdoll cat trembled in her hands, letting out a soft meow. You've disturbed my sleep. I'm too lazy to respond. When Youning remarked, it thinks you're noisy and doesn't want to engage. Meow. The ragdoll cat widened its ice blue eyes, baring its teeth as it pounced. I'll take you on. With a loud crash, the scene abruptly shifted from a brief flash of light to a sudden blackout. The live stream connection was automatically terminated, leaving Zhou Ci's fans bewildered. Is this real or fake? This story seems a bit too far-fetched. Looking at Mantu State, It appears to have been touched by something deep. It can really read minds during a live stream? I can't believe it. Let me take another look. Wen Youning initially planned to focus on resolving the issue with the mute swan today. The emergency connection was made out of concern for any unforeseen troubles, but fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding. Teacher Wen, I've brought the monitoring equipment. A girl outside knocked gently and opened the door slightly. Seeing the mute swan resting on Wen Youning, she sighed in relief and placed the box on the floor. The girl explained, these are all self-adhesive types. Just peel off the back, choose a position and press it on. Since I'm not a professional installer, drilling and wiring would be too much trouble. This solar-powered option is much more convenient.
Great.
Wen Youning gently patted the feathers of the mute swan. Please bring me the box.
Ooh.
The mute swan shook its feathers and turned to run towards the door. The box was light, and it carried it back, wobbly.
Thank you.
Wen Youning leaned down and kissed its forehead, such a good bird.
Ooh.
Nian Nian raised its head, swish. Wen Youning, equally affectionate, kissed Nian Nian as well. You two play. I'll set up the monitoring system. She opened the box, revealing a paper manual that detailed the installation process. The camera was compact, slightly smaller than her palm, lightweight, waterproof, and self-cleaning. You must not peck this off. It is quite useful. Wen Youning installed the cameras in each corner of the little garden to ensure their safety. At the very least, in the event of any incident, they could review the footage to identify the issue. The mute swan was quite familiar with such devices, having pecked off quite a few in the past. Wen Youning climbed onto the decorative rocky structure, affixing the camera at the highest point, while the two mute swans positioned themselves on either side, lifting their heads in unison without any inclination to attack. When Wen Youning descended, they even shifted slightly to leave enough space for her to land.
All right.
Wen Youning dusted off her hands, surveying the cameras, which did not seem too intrusive and would not diminish the aesthetic beauty of the garden. After being away for so long, she noticed it was nearly time for her to give acupuncture to the German Shepherd. Covering the box of monitoring equipment, she said, I must return home now. I'll come back tomorrow and see if we can get the eggs to hatch. There had been no news from Qiannua, and the specifics of the police's capture could not be disclosed to the public. Wen Youning privately sent her phone number, knowing that if there were results, Qiannua would call her. One night should be sufficient to locate the remaining eggs, and by tomorrow, they would likely have answers.
Ooh.
I don't want you to leave. Don't go. Stay here. The mute swan fluttered its wings, generously offering its nest to Wen Youning. Grateful, she smiled and ruffled the feathers atop the mute swan's head. I'll come back tomorrow. You all rest well tonight, and prepare for hatching the eggs.
Ooh.
You must come tomorrow. The sun had yet to set, casting warm yellow rays down. As Wen Youning stepped outside, it was the hottest part of the day, and by the time she headed home, a breeze had picked up, dispersing the lingering heat of noon. Just as she settled into the car, Zhou Ce sent a connection request.
Teacher Wen.
Zhou Ce hadn't finished her previous thought. The live stream had unexpectedly cut off, and now the scene behind her had transformed into an outdoor setting. I found those 3 little female cats. The camera shifted, revealing the tortoiseshell, calico, and tabby cats huddled together, while the ragdoll cat busily rubbed against them. Zhou Ce swatted at the screen. Get out of my way. Wen Youning organized the food she had brought back. It hasn't shown yet, but if conditions allow, you can take care of them.
Meow?
The ragdoll cat, hearing the familiar voice, clearly still harbored resentment over the earlier incident. You bad person dare to come back. Zhou Ce, having previously experienced a disconnection, gripped her phone tightly this time. Go away, go away. No more interruptions. Pressing the ragdoll cat down, Zhou Ce explained, I want to take care of them too. But they don't really respond to me, so I was hoping you could help negotiate. Bringing them back would provide a good environment, with clean food and water. And if any issues arose, they could easily seek veterinary help, ensuring greater security. Wen Youning inquired, Are you willing to go home with her? She can care for you, and the unborn kittens. The calico paused in its grooming meow. The tabby and tortoiseshell also looked up in interest. Human? We understand what you're saying. Meow too. How strange. Not strange at all. Wen Youning observed the haystack where they lay. If you come back with me, there will be delicious cat treats and warm cat beds. Yes, yes, we have everything. Zhou Ce, financially secure, planned to take the kittens back to her house in the city first. Flying with a pregnant cat was unsafe, and staying in the countryside was too far from the pet hospital. It made sense to temporarily stay in the city until the kittens were born, after which they could arrange the next steps. Wen Youning encouraged, if you are willing, you can step into the cat carrier. It's the cage right in front of you. Really? The calico lifted its head. Humans can be deceitful. Not at all. If I were to deceive you, I'd take you home with me. Wen Youning glanced at Zhou Ce's profile, noting her substantial following of over 1 million fans, making her quite a significant influencer. The kittens would receive excellent care upon their return. At the very least, it is certainly better than wandering the streets. 3 cats huddled together, meowing softly as they exchanged their thoughts. Ultimately, it was the calico who first ventured into the cat carrier, followed closely by the tortoiseshell and tabby.
Oh.
Witnessing their willingness to enter brightened Zhou Ce's eyes. The cat carrier she had chosen was an oversized, reinforced airline crate. Even a ragdoll could comfortably turn around within, and accommodating all 3 cats was hardly a challenge. However, as she closed the door, the ragdoll attempted to squeeze back inside. Zhou Ce swiftly intervened, asserting that it should remain outside. This place was quite near her home. She typically did not venture out during her live streams, or else she would have apprehended that troublesome cat long ago. Serves it right. That scoundrel cat has been reprimanded. Remember to spay after this litter, both male and female. Zhou Ce had usually carried the airline crate with one hand, but now she cradled it carefully with both hands. Rest assured, once the kittens are weaned, I will arrange for their neutering. And that troublesome cat too. Upon entering her yard, Zhou Ce first settled the 3 cats into the ragdoll's designated room. Their residence was a single-story home with plenty of vacant spaces, one of which was solely for the ragdoll. The 3 cats could easily move in. However, as she observed the weary ragdoll stumbling in, she disdainfully tapped its head, pondering how anyone could find it appealing. Stray cats typically seek partners based on their hunting prowess, robust physique, and good looks. I must admit, the pedigree ragdoll's appearance is indeed striking, though I wonder how other cats perceive it. Mystery solved. It's a combination of hunting skills and a seemingly strong physique. Cats cannot discern between being plump and being robust, after all. Given that ragdolls are quite solid. Hunting? How could her beloved Mantu possibly be? Zhou Ce crossed her arms, her words trailing off as a sudden realization struck her. She hastily opened the cabinet containing cat treats. Trembling, she pulled out the first box of cat sticks, only to find the rest were entirely gone. Where have all my cat sticks gone? How is there just one left? It was the very first box. Had she not opened it at that moment, a mere glance would have led her to believe the treats were plentiful within the cabinet. A whole box, over 70 packs. Do you treat cat sticks as a staple? Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, finally understanding the source of the ragdoll's hunting skills. Cat sticks equated to captured prey. Zhou Ce. Every time, I manage to bring back a substantial amount of food. Isn't that the mark of a skilled hunter? Not a single can of cat food was taken, yet only 1 box of cat sticks remained. Forget it. I'll give it to the little female cat. It's only right. All this trouble is thanks to that ungrateful creature. Well, with the matter resolved, she decided to. However, Wen Youning had already switched off her phone, watching the final flicker of the low battery alert before exclaiming, "Oh no. It's time." The driver handed her a QR code. "Scan here." Wen Youning, excuse me, do you have a portable charger?
Huh?
After borrowing the driver's charger to get enough power to turn her phone back on, she paid the fare before alighting. The phone could only hold on for a brief moment after disconnecting from the charger. A notification reminded her that her live stream was still ongoing and inquired if she wished to resume. Chapter 22. The sudden screech of the brakes startled Wen Youning, causing her to instinctively clutch the little golden monkey in her arms. Qian Nua, who was fastening her seatbelt, lunged forward momentarily, the belt constricting around her neck and leaving her coughing. Cough, cough. Driver, what happened? Qian Nua gasped, her eyes reddening as she spoke in a hoarse voice. The driver switched on the interior light, glancing back at the 2 in the rear seat, his gaze ultimately resting on the bewildered little monkey. He let out a cold laugh. Humph. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator, intending to return to the Public Security Bureau from which they had just departed. Fortunately, this road was relatively secluded, and at this hour, there were few vehicles on the road. Otherwise, such a sudden stop could have easily led to a chain collision. Realizing the driver's intentions, Wen Youning hurriedly interjected, "This is a misunderstanding, sir." "Yes, a misunderstanding." "Yes, a misunderstanding," Qiannua added, rubbing her neck. She had no desire to re-enter the Public Security Bureau at this late hour. "I'm a staff member at the zoo. Here is my work ID. The golden monkey needs to be returned to the zoo." The driver glanced at the identification she presented. "What were you two discussing just now?" Qiannua replied, "Just idle chatter between colleagues. Besides, we were right outside the Public Security Bureau when we got in the car. If we were truly involved in stealing the monkey, do you think we could have walked out?" The driver pondered this, and it seemed to make sense. "My apologies, I panicked." He turned the car around at the intersection once more. Wen Youning, observing the still bewildered little monkey, sighed. "Let us not go to the neighborhood for now. Let us head to the wildlife park."
All right.
"By the way, where are my water, the spray, and the rope? Did you take them somewhere?" Wen Youning had come prepared for the night's escapade, claiming she wasn't going to take action herself, yet she ensured she had the necessary self-defense items. To accommodate all these items, she had chosen a larger backpack, and since the little monkey was still not fully grown, it was slightly smaller than an adult golden monkey. Once the items were cleared from the backpack, the monkey nestled inside, remaining silent and hidden. If one didn't open it to look, no one would notice it was there. The monkey squatted inside, rummaging around until it pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Drink water. Is there only one bottle?" Qiannua teased. "What if I want some too?" The little monkey twisted the cap with its tiny paws, its bright eyes blinking as it cautiously shifted its body in the backpack, turning its back to Qiannua. "Listen, I can't hear anything." "Nothing at all." The little monkey raised the partially opened bottle of water, letting out a sound that resembled a plea. "Sister, drink water." A faint smile flickered across Wen Youning's face, her lips curling upwards, though she tried to suppress it. "Thank you." The last words escaped her with a hint of laughter. Qiannua exclaimed, "What the? Is this directed at me?" However, upon facing the monkey's round, fluffy golden head, she found it impossible to feel anger. Sigh, never mind. How could one stay mad at such an adorable creature? Wen Youning handed the water to Qiannua, cradling the golden monkey in her arms as she lifted it from the backpack. The little monkey clung to her arm, its tail hanging onto the strap of the backpack as it turned back to grasp its tail. Wen Youning playfully lifted the tail and placed it in the monkey's embrace. "Aren't you feeling stuffy in there?" The backpack isn't made of breathable material. The only ventilation is likely the small drainage holes at the bottom and the zipper at the top.
No. I am awake."
The little monkey's eyes sparkled like dark jewels, reflecting the rapidly passing scenery outside the car window. After waking, the little monkey was full of vitality. Wen Youning playfully twirled the tip of the monkey's tail between her fingers, relieved that it was comfortable. "This is too dangerous. Next time, you mustn't do this." The little monkey nestled into Wen Youning's embrace. Qiannua watched enviously from the side. Her workplace was not far from the monkey mountain, but during work hours, she couldn't wander around. Even when passing the monkey mountain after work, she could only lure the golden monkeys with food, never having had the chance to hold one, as Wen Youning did. "Teacher Wen, may I hold it?" Qiannua eagerly reached out her fingers to touch the little monkey, marveling at its soft, silk-like fur. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace it tightly and bury her face in its belly. Well versed in the art of cuddling, Qiannua attempted to experiment with the little monkey. Wen Youning didn't directly pass the monkey to her, but first sought the little creature's consent. "This older sister would like to hold you. Is that all right?" The little monkey, sipping water slowly, turned to look at Qiannua after understanding Wen Youning's words. It placed the bottle down and stood up. Qiannua interpreted the monkey's action as a sign of consent, her mouth agape in surprise, arms already outstretched in anticipation of the little monkey leaping into her embrace. However, in the next moment, the little monkey picked up the backpack, placing the water inside it. Then, with both the backpack and the water, it offered them to Qiannua. Qiannua stared incredulously at the items in her arms. Was the monkey suggesting she hold the bag while it drank? Wen Youning bit her lip, trying to maintain her composure, while sneaking a glance out the window, her breath quickening and her shoulders trembling. the situation escalating in intensity. "Teacher Wen, if you want to laugh, just let it out." Qian Nua crossed her arms, feeling a momentary hatred for this cold, unfeeling world. Haha, Wen Youning began, stepping in to defend the oblivious little monkey. "It seems the little one might still not be very familiar with you. It will be fine once it gets to know you better." Qian Nua nodded in agreement, considering it might indeed be the case. Then she paused. "Wait a minute, teacher. One has only known the monkey for less than a day, right? I used to occasionally feed the golden monkeys at the Monkey Mountain, and upon reflection, I've known them longer. Don't think about it. The more I do, the more it hurts." In the early hours of the morning at the zoo, most animals remained in slumber, while the nocturnal creatures and the staff busily carried out their duties. This time was even more lively than at 1 or 2 in the morning, when Youning placed the little golden monkey back into the backpack, which she wore in front of her, leaving the zipper unfastened so the monkey's head could peek out and observe the surroundings. Perhaps it was the first time experiencing such a perspective. The little golden monkey appeared curious about everything around it. As they passed the bear enclosure, the little black bears and brown bears were huddled together. The black bear occupied the prime spot beneath the tree, sprawled on its back with its belly exposed, paws resting on its body as it snored peacefully. The little monkey tilted its head to sniff, the same. It seemed to have caught a whiff of the scent that Wen Youning had on her, which was similar to that of the black bear. Wen Youning thought, recalling that she had embraced the black bear before heading to the Monkey Mountain. As they turned into a narrow path, the black bear rolled over, squinting as if it had noticed something, resting its head on a rock and catching sight of the monkey in the backpack, letting out a low "Get down. Let the bear in." The voice was barely audible, and Wen Youning instinctively turned her head upon hearing the thought, only to see the black bear soundly asleep with its eyes closed. A smirk crept onto her lips as she mused. What kind of dream is this bear having? Dreaming of competing for something? What's going on? Qian Nua exclaimed in surprise as they entered the storage area of the Monkey Mountain. "Why is it even messier than when we left?" Wen Youning hurriedly stepped forward, her backpack clutched tightly in her arms. Scattered across the ground were half-eaten apples and bananas stripped of their peels, but left untouched, mingled with the remnants of foam boxes and cardboard. The staff inside were clearly too preoccupied to notice the chaos below. The golden monkeys, having escaped indoors, were now their responsibility. Awakened abruptly from a deep slumber by a phone call bearing grim news, they rushed to clean up the mess. The staff inside emitted a series of sounds to attract the golden monkeys, gently gathering them one by one to return them to their enclosure. One staff member, upon realizing the situation, clutched a golden monkey tightly and cursed the person in charge. How irresponsible, they lamented, burdening the monkeys and themselves. They were already stretched thin with their meager salaries, and now they had to bear the brunt of this negligence. Apologies were uttered amidst the chaos, but when the staff noticed someone entering, they instinctively began to shoo her away. However, upon seeing the golden monkey nestled in Wen Youning's backpack, they paused, then shouted sharply, "Quick, someone is trying to steal the golden monkey." Wen Youning protested, "I'm not. I didn't take it." She carefully pulled the monkey out, intending to return it inside. Realizing her presence had been discovered, she added, "I'm the one reporting this. The monkey snuck into my bag when I wasn't paying attention. I'm just here to return it." The staff scrutinized her and the monkey, clearly skeptical. "Do I look foolish to you? Why not claim the backpack enchanted the monkey instead?" Wen Youning quickly produced her work ID to affirm her connection to the staff. They examined the ID, muttering, "Make sure to tell the police the same thing. Calling them 3 times a day, isn't a waste of resources, is it?" Wen Youning attempted to explain further, when suddenly a voice from the warehouse called out, Don't play with that. What is it? Why does it smell so spicy?" A jolt of recognition struck Wen Youning at the mention of the item. She set her troublesome backpack on a table, cradled the small golden monkey, and said, "Be good, little one. Return on your own. I'll explain everything soon." With that, she hurried into the warehouse. Hey, don't leave." A staff member, having released the golden monkey, followed her inside. The warehouse was nearly cleared of empty boxes, and spoiled fruit had been removed from the shelves, leaving only 2 pitiful crates of salvageable fruit. The golden monkey clutched a canister of pepper spray, while a staff member nearby rubbed their mouth incessantly, clearly affected by the spray. "Be careful. Is there any water? Rinse your mouth out," Wen Youning advised. She hadn't noticed the clutter and pepper spray. Evidently, the golden monkey had rummaged through her bag and, curious, taken the items. Golden monkeys are remarkably intelligent creatures. Having observed Wen Youning using the spray, they had figured out how to operate it themselves. Perhaps due to their smaller stature, they had only managed to spray themselves on the mouth, fortunately avoiding their eyes. When Youning approached, "Little one, could you hand me that spray? It's not a toy." The golden monkey hesitated, shaking the canister slightly before reluctantly passing it to her, clearly reluctant to part with it. Chapter 23. The man pondered over the small puppy, finding it quite bothersome. Sister Zhao had claimed that it was easy to care for, insisting that it wouldn't require dog food. He contemplated the responsibility and declared, "I'll just return her." However, Wen Youning believed that the puppy would receive better care if returned, as the original owner had experience with dogs, which was certainly preferable to feeding her a meager diet of rice soup and pickled vegetables. Such a tiny dog for guarding?
Ha!
A thief could waltz right in without noticing this little creature. The puppy, feeling somewhat offended, thought to herself, "I may not be human, but you truly act like a dog." The man lifted the puppy, adjusting the camera on his phone. "I even built a doghouse for her. What a waste of effort." At that moment, a rooster behind him stretched its neck and curiously peered over. Its beak, still stained with uneaten feed, bobbed with each movement of its head. The rooster's comb swayed gently, and it shuffled its feet, inching closer to the man. The yard was home to free-range chickens and ducks, and the rooster pecked at the ground, its eyes darting about. Suddenly, "I'm coming." Wen Youning paused, her hand hovering near the cat. Just then, the man's words were interrupted as the rooster leaped into the air, flapping its wings and striking him on the head. The man's bald scalp offered no protection, and he felt the sting of a peck as well. The rooster, having successfully attacked, landed gracefully on the ground, clucking triumphantly as it flapped its wings and scampered away. Casting glances back at the man, who was now clutching his head, the rooster mimicked him, flapping its wings as if to cover its own head. "Oh, how cheeky. It's hard to believe I can see such a smug little creature in a rooster." The rooster chuckled to itself. "Just the thought of flying up to kick him makes me want to laugh." The man, clearly annoyed, set the puppy down and picked up a stick, muttering, "Before I head back, I'll treat you to some chicken." The puppy wagged its tail excitedly, barking, "Eat, eat, eat." The man, irate, ended the live stream to confront the rooster. A red falcon perched nearby, its head positioned before the phone, surveyed the scene, squinting its eyes. "So slow," it mused. A falcon against a flock. The red falcon boasted the fastest known flight speeds among birds, cruising at 140 kilometers per hour and diving at over 300 kilometers per hour. The rooster's meager speed was beneath its notice, and it could not fathom why humans chose to watch chickens within such a small frame instead of appreciating the swiftness of falcons. Strange humans, it thought. Are they whispering ill of me? Wen Youning gently tapped the back of the falcon's head. "Don't touch the falcon." In response, the falcon turned and nipped at her, its beak halting just before her fingertip, its small eyes glancing upwards. When it noticed her remain still, the falcon pretended to preen its feathers, ruffling its wings as if to act nonchalant. Foolish human, not knowing to dodge. The falcon hopped a little farther away from Wen Youning, its posture exuding disdain. Once it realized she had spotted it, the falcon turned and strolled back, swaying as if it were an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely walk, hands clasped behind its back. This imagery made Wen Youning chuckle heartily. The falcon halted abruptly, casting a sidelong glance backward. "She can't possibly be laughing at me, can she?" Upon meeting the falcon's scrutinizing gaze, Wen Youning laughed even louder. "She is indeed laughing at me. I'm not laughing at you. Go find something to eat." Sensing that the falcon was on the verge of becoming agitated, Wen Youning quickly reassured it, "The meat is fresh. You should eat." Having stocked up on various meats from the market, she had ensured that they could last a considerable time if stored properly. Aside from the pet food preparations, there was still plenty in her home. Uncertain of the falcon's preferences, she prepared a platter of beef, lamb, and pork, allowing it to choose. Hesitantly, the falcon jumped onto the table, eyeing the assortment of meats, and sampled a piece. The quality was evident, the tender morsel exuding freshness. It thought quite ordinary. Yet inwardly, it mused delicious. Wen Youning concealed a smile behind a clenched fist, appearing serious while keenly observing the falcon. It suddenly lifted its gaze, shifting its body away and turning its back to her. The small tabby cat, witnessing the falcon's retreat, felt an urge to pounce, but was held back by Wen Youning. She connected to the next live stream. The falcon, clearly hungry, had been apprehensive about eating initially, but Wen Youning had sensed its emptiness when she had grasped it earlier. She had mixed some medicine into the meat, ensuring the dosage was minimal so the falcon wouldn't detect it. Teacher, Wen Youning. We finally connected. I adore watching your streams. The video call connected, revealing a girl cheerfully greeting the camera. This is my cat, Aiding, a 5-year-old Persian. Look at our faces, so plump and cuddly. The tabby cat showed little interest in the Persian, preferring the falcon, which looked much more appetizing. Wen Youning handed the tabby a piece of fish jerky, attempting to divert its attention. Hello. Are you feeling unwell? The Persian appeared listless, lacking energy, and upon hearing the voice, it perked up, looking vacantly at the camera. Well, the girl lowered her voice, covering the Persian's ears as if fearing it might overhear. It seems to have a bit of foot odor.
Can this be treated?
Foot odor? Did it step on something foul? Various factors could cause such an issue, from walking on damp surfaces leading to bacterial growth to inflammation or fungal infections. The Persian lounged on the windowsill while the girl reached over, cradling one of its front paws. No, this has been happening for a while. I often wash its paws so it shouldn't be from stepping in anything. My mother noticed it the last time she visited and mentioned it. Since then, Aiding's condition has gradually worsened. The girl looked at her cat with concern, recalling that online sources claimed kittens could understand human speech. I suspect it may be upset by what my mother said. I've brought it up again in front of her, but despite using various fragrances and disinfectant shampoos, the results have been minimal. It improves for a brief period, then returns. Wen Youning examined the cat's paw, finding no foreign objects lodged within. Avoid using heavily scented shampoos on small animals. What you find pleasant may be overwhelming for them. Right, the girl sighed, feeling exasperated as this matter had become quite the conundrum. I'm eager to resolve it. Have you checked for gingivitis? Yes. The vet confirmed it isn't that. The girl pulled up the case from her phone to show Wen Youning. At that time, there were doubts regarding whether it was a case of stomatitis or halitosis, possibly caused by its licking of its paws. Consequently, a visit to the veterinary clinic was arranged for a thorough examination. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. Does it hurt? Wen Youning, could you please open your mouth for your sister to take a look? The Persian cat let out a soft meow. I feel unwell. It hurts. It seemed to convey. I understand you're uncomfortable. Let your sister have a look, and once treated, you won't suffer any longer. Wen Youning gently coaxed the Persian cat to open its mouth, her fingers meticulously magnifying the image on the screen. After gaining clarity, she restored the image to its original size. All right, that's sufficient, she declared. Let us reward it with some of its favorite treats. The girl set down her phone and dashed out of the frame, returning with something to place by the cat's mouth, which it began to lick eagerly. Teacher Wen, what seems to be the problem with Ting? Isn't it just foot odor? Wen Youning shook her head gently. No, it's an oral tumor.
What?
What did you say? The girl nearly fumbled the can in her hands, her composure shattered upon hearing the word tumor, causing her speech to quicken. That's impossible. I went to the hospital for an examination. The location was rather obscure, perhaps it was overlooked at that time. Wen Youning scrolled through a shopping platform, checking the medicinal effects. As the tumor was not overly large and there was no bleeding in the oral cavity, she advised for the next few days, ensure a balanced and light diet, avoiding excessively cold or hot foods. Maintain oral hygiene and gargle regularly. I will send you images of 2 boxes of medication via private message. Please refer to the text for usage instructions. Wen Youning meticulously detailed the dosage and application. One was for reducing swelling and inhibiting tumor growth, while the other aimed to bolster immunity and prevent recurrence or metastasis. A week's course should suffice, but if you still have concerns, it would be prudent to have an X-ray done. After a brief pause, she added, consider visiting a larger veterinary hospital for the X-ray. Do not return to the previous one. All right, understood. The girl held her phone, frantically taking screenshots, switching to the shopping app to search and place an order, messaging the vendor for the fastest delivery. Meow, meow, the cat vocalized my throat. I feel unwell. Suddenly, Wen Youning paused, her hand hovering in midair as she prepared to end the live stream. From the narrow camera angle, she perceived a subtle movement by the curtains, a hazy shadow that was indistinct. Is there a cat behind you?
Huh.
The girl turned her head. Oh yes. She shifted her position, directing the camera towards a white cat in the background. This feline, named Awan, was a purebred lion cat, stunning in its appearance. Its long, pure white fur contrasted beautifully with its ice blue eyes, which bore deep markings resembling glacial crevices, as if they could speak. Noticing the lion cat's antics, the girl exclaimed, "TSK," as it continued to paw at the curtains. You've turned my French curtains into tassels. Though she lamented, her affection was evident, for she did not attempt to remove Awan, instead watching the small creature as it clung to the curtains, swaying along with them. With a smile, she remarked, "Isn't it adorable? It loves to scratch the curtains, and when its paws get caught, it seeks my help. I can't be bothered with it. That little rascal can frolic as it pleases. How beautiful. This cat has completely captured my heart. Oh, darling, you are a fluffy ball of cotton candy. It looks like it's dancing ballet, simply enchanting." Chapter 24. Indeed. You are the most handsome, Wen Youning gently poked the tuft of feathers atop the red hawk's head with her fingertip. So, what became of that red hawk from which you snatched the food? The hawk leaped back, evading her hand. Let it be, it seemed to say, indifferent to the matter. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not familiar with it. Our encounter was merely a fleeting moment of robbery. Well, I hope it hasn't sustained any injuries. After all, an injured wild creature faces immense challenges in the wilderness. Wen Youning advised, if it has been hurt, remember to inform me. Humph, it won't. Hawks are quite discerning. Wen Youning chuckled, hoping that was indeed the case. She then stood, calling out, "Let us have breakfast." They could not venture out just yet. She needed to wait for the blogger to contact her regarding the return of the pigeon. The wound was deep, but fortunately not too severe. The blogger could take care of it. She mixed some cat food into the homemade pet food for the little tabby and prepared a plate of thawed, fresh meat for the hawk. After a night of busy work, the freshly hunted food lay within the house, and the two fluffy creatures had likely eaten nothing at all. So, where did Brother Wen actually go? Why hasn't there been any news? I don't know. Does anyone have contact information for him? A WeChat message would suffice to let us know the pigeon has been found. Bad hawk. It was just having fun, showcasing its training achievements to its brothers, and you swooped in and snatched it away. How wicked. It was not the hawk that captured the pigeon. Wen Youning poured 2 bowls of water, and, noticing the barrage of comments attacking the red hawk, she explained, it seized the pigeon from another hawk. To be precise, it saved the pigeon's life. Male and female red hawks differ in appearance, with the males displaying more vibrant colors. If you enlarge the live stream recording, comparing it with this one, it is clear they are not the same. Wen Youning zoomed in the camera, bringing it closer to the red hawk, which was engrossed in its meal. As it clutched the meat in its beak, it noticed the human approaching and raised its claw to tap the phone camera. It stood firmly on one leg while eating. Don't block, I'm trying to prove something. Wen Youning swept her fingers over the hawk's body, deliberately pinching the edge of its wing, carefully pulling it apart to reveal the distinct patterns. She adjusted the angle and took a shot, capturing every detail except for its abdomen. The hawk, initially resistant, ultimately conceded. As it did not impede its meal, if the human wished to film, so be it. It does seem quite different. So, where did Brother Wen chase that hawk to? Could it be that he didn't realize the pigeon was taken by another hawk and is still pursuing the original one? The comments began to analyze the situation thread by thread, following the clues left before the stream ended. The red hawk in Wen Youning's home boasted a blue-gray nape, while the one in the video that captured the pigeon displayed a chestnut-red upper body, though the dawn sky as a backdrop made it hard to discern. Now, with Wen Youning's close-up shot, the differences became glaring when side-by-side screenshots were compared. Meow. Get away. Wen Youning, engrossed in chatting with the comments, suddenly froze as she looked up to see the 2 fluffy creatures, which had been eating on either side, now dangerously close to squabbling. Stop fighting. Before any incident could occur, Wen Youning swiftly reached her hand between the 2 fluff balls. The little tabby tilted to the left, baring its teeth. The red hawk, not to be outdone, likewise tilted its head. Gore. The two faced each other, both leaning left, yet their gaze did not align. They blinked at each other, momentarily frozen.
Fifth.
Haha. Wen Youning beheld the two, their heads resembling two great, solid question marks. As she smiled, both fluffballs simultaneously raised their heads.
All right.
Wen Youning gently coaxed them. Now, go back to your meals. She opened the refrigerator, surveying the remaining ingredients, contemplating what to prepare for breakfast. Meow. Chirp. In the brief moment she turned her head, the two were at it again. Wen Youning exclaimed, "You too." "It's mine. It's mine. Everything belongs to me. Hawk can eat whatever it desires. Don't touch the hawk's meat." Wen Youning was puzzled. Did hawks eat cooked meat? It appeared that the red hawk was quite fond of the tabby as pet food. Normally, she prepared some jerky for the little tabby. Though it was never a meal consisting solely of jerky, it was always mixed with other foods. Could it be that the tabby, witnessing the hawk eating, now desired jerky as well? Regardless of the flavor change or any other reason, Wen Youning prepared an additional serving of food, placing it before both creatures. "Here, eat up." The two squabbling fluffballs paused, glancing at their respective bowls before simultaneously turning back to resume their tussle. Wen Youning sighed. Well, it seems they aren't fighting over food. It's purely for sport. However, observing their playful antics, she noted they bore no injuries. The hawk had pecked at the tabby for quite some time without plucking a single hair, and the tabby merely swatted with its paws without dislodging any feathers. Rather than a fight, it resembled a playful frolic. Wen Youning allowed their antics to continue, only cautioning, "Don't break my plates, otherwise, I will deduct from your rations." In her home, aside from a set reserved for personal use, nearly all plates had been brought out. Breaking these plates would necessitate purchasing a new set for the next feeding. Wen Youning entered the kitchen and quickly whipped up a simple sandwich, comprised of 2 slices of bread, a leaf of lettuce, and a slice of ham, paired with milk to complete her breakfast. The little tabby and the red hawk played on the table for a while but took a brief respite before continuing their meal. As Wen Youning crumpled the empty milk carton, her phone on the table chimed, beep, beep, signaling a message from the enigmatic Wen Sha. Concerned that too many private messages might overshadow Wen Sha's reply, she had set special alerts for his account. Wen Sha, hello host. I know this is rather forward of me, but I truly have no other recourse. I am currently with the Red Hawk and have encountered a bit of a problem. Would it be convenient for you to come over? And could you please bring Donna with you? I will pay double or even triple the consultation fee. Or name your price. I will not haggle. The Red Hawk? The very one that had been snatched away by the creature in her home after it had captured the pigeon. From Wen Sha's message, it seemed the condition of that hawk was not very promising. Wen Youning. Address. Wen Sha. Thank you with map location. The pigeon was small enough to fit into a pocket. Be good and wait for my return, Wen Youning instructed before tugging gently at the repaired window screen, ensuring it was secure. No escaping, or I will genuinely be upset. Meow. The little tabby jumped up, rubbing against her wrist.
Come back soon, meow.
Indeed. Wen Youning scratched the tabby beneath its chin, ensuring the window was locked before turning around, only to find the red hawk, which had previously been feasting at the table, had somehow made its way to the doorway. It exuded a sense of urgency, as if to say, the hawk is here. Aren't you going to let it in? After all, the red hawk was not a domesticated bird. Perhaps it had simply had its fill and wished to venture outside. Wen Youning opened the door and said, and you, no more pecking at my iron net. If it breaks completely, the cost of disassembling and reassembling will be quite exorbitant. The kestrel tilted its head. I am a falcon. Falcons do not comprehend human speech. It seemed to wear the very essence of rebellion on its countenance. Haha, do not trouble the kestrel. I will compensate for any expenses. Children simply enjoy sharpening their beaks on iron nets. How else will they catch mice? You understand. Wen Youning tapped its nape. The kestrel ignored her. And as soon as the door opened, it soared into the sky. After a night's rest, its injuries from the previous day had nearly healed. Without parting the feathers to inspect closely, one might hardly notice the wounds upon its wings. The kestrel swiftly departed through the ventilation opening in the corridor. Wen Youning stepped outside, glancing at the address on her phone. It wasn't too far, yet to save time, she opted for a taxi. The location indicated was at Sanhua Park, which she surmised to be the park where Guai Wensha conducted flight training for pigeons. On a weekday morning, around 7 or 8, the park was bustling with people. Elderly men and women danced in their own spaces, each undisturbed by the others. The cacophony of different songs emanating from the speakers created a slight disarray. Following the map's navigation, Wen Youning ventured down a narrow path, where the crowd thinned, and the noise of the speakers gradually receded behind her. From a distance, she did not spot the kestrel, but noticed several men crouched on the ground, one of whom was searching for something on his phone. The only one standing was engaged in a phone call. Yes, it is. Oh no, it wasn't us who caused this. It was like this when we found it. Really, it wasn't.
What?
Does this require a judgment? Don't mess with me, brother. I'm not joking. Is this a consultation for sentencing?
Ah.
Guai Wensha wouldn't he have impulsively harmed the kestrel? Would he? That is a nationally protected species. Does he lack both education and sense? The man in a suit, who was crouched in the middle, noticed the commotion and immediately stood upon seeing Wen Youning. Teacher, when you've arrived. Indeed. I've just watched your live streams several times. And we were discussing when you would arrive, not expecting you to come so soon. Guai Wensha picked up the nest from the ground, along with the unconscious bird nestled inside, and presented it to Wen Youning. Feeling uncertain, Guai Wensha nervously fiddled with a protruding twig of the nest. Is there any hope for it? Wen Youning, taken aback, replied you. No, not me. Before she could finish her sentence, Guai Wensha could already discern the implication of her words and hastily denied, I swear, I did nothing. When we chased after it, it was already like this. If I weren't holding the nest, I would have raised my hand to swear. It was still dim when the incident occurred. We chased several times and nearly lost it. We searched tree by tree, and by the time we found this nest, it had already fainted. I swear. I merely wished to retrieve my pigeon. Who could have known that he would encounter a nationally protected species and be accused unjustly? He had even missed the moment when the kestrel regained consciousness. Wen Youning handed him the pigeon she had been cradling, donned gloves, and began her examination, administering some pain relief. It remained asleep, and if there was concern, he could take it to a veterinary clinic for a thorough checkup. Chapter 25. General, spit it out. Wen Youning swiftly vaulted over the plastic barrier, determined to retrieve the red hawk before the general could swallow it whole. The general, mouth agape and head tilted back, blinked in bewilderment, seemingly at a loss for the situation at hand. Wen Youning clutched the damp red hawk, exclaiming, let go. The hawk must battle to the death. The hawk, clearly indignant, rejected the notion of a sneak attack by a foolish dog. A fair and open confrontation would surely lead to its victory. Ha ha ha. Yama. Why is this red hawk flickering at the entrance? I can attest the general did not eat it. It merely happened to intercept the hawk mid-yawn. Almost a direct route to the stomach. Did you willingly offer yourself to the dog? Wen Youning wiped the hawk with a tissue. Absolutely not. It was a trap. Earlier, as she was preoccupied with untangling a needle, her phone was carelessly set on the table, broadcasting the playful antics of small animals. Listening to the hawk's inner thoughts left her puzzled. She clicked on the live replay to investigate. In the video, a little tabby cat lounged by the plastic barrier, licking its paws. The general spat out its beloved toy ball, pawing at it as if eager to share it with a new friend. In stark contrast, the hawk remained vigilant. Friendly gestures among animals were not always understood, as the hawk perceived the gaze as a provocation, while the German shepherd observed curiously, wagging its tail amicably. A cognitive dissonance ensued. With a sudden burst of energy, the hawk flapped its wings and dove, leveraging the slight elevation of the barrier to close in swiftly. At that precise moment, the general sneezed. The hawk, moving too quickly and too close, could not halt its momentum and collided headlong.
Ha!
Something unexpected filled its mouth, prompting the German shepherd instinctively to close its jaws, leaving one of the hawk's claws dangling outside. Wow, takeout. If it had flown just a bit faster, it would have landed directly in the stomach. Is that how the speed of a dive is utilized? The hawk watched the video intently, squawking it was a trap. It had merely yawned at an inopportune moment. Wen Youning found amusement in the little creature's indignation. It had no way of knowing it would suddenly rush forth. The general was merely attempting to make a friend. Wen Youning picked up the toy ball that the general had nudged toward her. She had seen the general with this very ball last time. It bore numerous bite marks and appeared somewhat faded, clearly not new. For a small dog, this cherished old toy held significant value. It was a provocation. The hawk remained ruffled, while the German shepherd slowly approached, licking a generous mouthful from Wen Youning's hand. Slurp! The hawk puffed up in anger, while the general stood on its front paws, tongue lolling, eyes crinkled in a grin, barking delightedly. I like it. So cute. Do not be angry, it was an accident. The general was still complimenting its cuteness. Wen Youning, having just dried the hawk, found her efforts thwarted. How about I give you a bath? I can even massage the hawk. My massage skills are exceptional. In a fit of rage, the hawk pecked at the general. But Wen Youning, having seen the German shepherd lick the hawk, quickly distanced herself. The hawk launched into a theatrical performance, temporarily masquerading as a woodpecker. Concerned it might twist its neck, Wen Youning suggested, "Come, let us take a bath." Before that, she messaged Shi Jinchen to borrow the bathroom. Shi Jinchen. Did the general urinate on you? I am truly sorry. The general currently had no control over its bodily functions, and upon seeing Wen Youning's request, Shi Jinchen assumed she had encountered an accident while handling the general. As he pondered how much to transfer for clothing compensation, Wen Youning sent another message, "Not me." The general accidentally tasted a bit of wild game. Shi Jinchen. Wen Youning shared a picture of the damp hawk she had just rescued from the dog's mouth, stating, "Just extracted from the dog's jaws. Nearly as good as new." Shi Jinchen.
Ah.
My dog ate a red hawk while I was away. Wen Youning. Just kidding. I'm borrowing the bathroom to wash the hawk. The best way to bathe a small bird is to place a bowl of warm water in the sun. The bird will naturally jump into play, cleaning itself in the process. Non-professionals should not attempt this. If you find a bird, do not hastily take it for a bath. Wen Youning made a point to mention this in her live stream to prevent well-meaning individuals from causing harm. The hawk, placed in the water, remained irate, muttering, "How dare it launch a sneak attack?" reflecting on its earlier failure in the scuffle. Seeing the hawk's serious contemplation, Wen Youning splashed a bit of water on its head, saying, "No more fighting next time." Playful antics are fine, but no more diving into the general's mouth. One might mistakenly think it was a lethal technique. While techniques are indeed lethal, the one most likely to perish would be the hawk, as the German shepherd would hardly be harmed. The hawk flapped its wings, splashing water, exclaiming, the hawk was careless. Wen Youning playfully flicked water onto its wings. The injured wing hung over the sink, dry and untouched. Once clean, Wen Youning scooped the hawk from the water, laying it in her palm before giving it a gentle shake. The hawk fluffed its feathers, shaking off droplets, expelling most of the water. Wen Youning covered it with a washcloth, rubbing and patting it all over, even attending to its tiny paws. Judging by the hawk's response, it seemed quite satisfied. Using the hairdryer on the lowest setting, she dried the hawk slowly. The hawk had not soaked for long, and was not completely drenched. A gentle breeze soon dried it sufficiently. Gulp. Warm wind. Do you like it? Wen Youning teased, rubbing the hawk's belly with her fingertips. I must be off now. Will you stay here, or venture out to play?
Cheap.
The hawk shook its head. I will stealthily follow the humans. No way. Wen Youning countered, exposing its intentions. The zoo is very dangerous. The hawk huffed and lay down, comfortably nestling in Wen Youning's palm. Then I will go play. All right, remember to come back tonight for your medicine. Wen Youning assessed the state of its wound. Another application of medicine would be beneficial. Cheap. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the wildlife park. Wen Youning had arranged to meet the park director at 10:30, arriving half an hour early. The wildlife park was bustling with visitors, coinciding with the entry period, and numerous vendors selling balloons and bubble machines lined the entrance. Qian Noa waited in the staff passage, engaged in conversation with the security guard at the entrance. Catching a glimpse of Wen Youning, she promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher Wen." She was the person in the entire zoo most familiar with Wen Youning, having been specially dispatched by the director to wait for her. Qian Noa approached, greeting her. You arrived quite early, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning replied, Yes. I was concerned about long lines delaying us. Regardless of the task at hand, arriving late is never ideal. With me around, how could you possibly wait in line? Qian Nuo led her inside. The director has a flight this afternoon. It was originally scheduled for the morning. But he stayed behind to handle matters at the Monkey Mountain because of you. Rest assured, I've laid the groundwork for you. If any issues arise, I will take responsibility. Just feel free to state your conditions. The veracity of mind reading remains ambiguous. However, the director's sentiment is clear. Regardless of its authenticity, the ability to diagnose animals, courageously engage with ferocious beasts, and swiftly forge amicable bonds with unfamiliar wildlife is undeniably real, as witnessed by all. This makes her an invaluable asset to the zoo. Qian Noa remarked that the condition of the swan with warty beak had significantly improved. It no longer attacked visitors as it once did, though it still glared at them. When Youning inquired if the eggs could not yet be returned, the intact ones may be returned, but the damaged ones cannot. Even after repairs, they must remain in the incubation room. First, to prevent the swan from perceiving the mended areas as obtrusive and tearing them away, and second, to safeguard the hatchlings from inadvertently pecking at the repaired shell. The artificially mended sections of the eggshell are undoubtedly thicker than normal, as a piece of similar shell has been placed over the gap, rendering it nearly impervious to the beaks of the hatchlings. Eventually, assistance will be required for the hatching process. After careful consideration, only the 2 intact eggs can be sent back. As they conversed, they walked further inside. The atmosphere at Bear Ridge was lively, with visitors crowding the stands, while the bears below seemed lethargic, lounging and preening their claws. A black bear in the shade twitched its nose and abandoned half-eaten apple to venture out. Gur? Good morning, Wen Youning greeted cheerfully, waving at it. Gur. Good morning, humans. It responded. I have a little matter to attend to, but I will return shortly with treats for you. Wen Youning patted her bulging backpack, filled with meat for the black bear. What? Food cannot be indiscriminately fed. Anything brought from outside must be inspected by the staff before it can be given to the bear. Hence, feeding is not feasible at the moment. Could it be that the black bear emerged due to sensing teacher Wen's presence? It was just hiding and sleeping moments ago. It resembles a puppy eagerly waiting at the door after you leave home. A dog bear? Goodness. Facing these adorable creatures daily makes me wish for a villa and a luxury car instead. Why does it seem like they are both eating and taking?
Jump, jump.
Director, teacher Wen has arrived, Qian Nuo announced, standing at the door without stepping inside. Wen Youning handed her the backpack, requesting a check of its contents. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's my duty. You carry on with your work. I will come find you shortly. Qian Nuo was merely passing time watching a live stream, for all the meat had been prepared right under her nose. There was nothing to inspect, merely a formality. Once Wen Youning silenced the audio and video of the live stream, she entered the office. Good day, Director. The director, appearing to be in her early 50s, wore a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor devoid of hostility. Welcome, please have a seat. I heard Qian Nuo excitedly speak of you while I was on the high-speed train. I was skeptical, thinking such talent could not possibly exist. However, after watching your live stream for a while, I realized, indeed, you possess remarkable skills. The director continued. The primary reason for inviting you here is to inquire if you have any interest in applying for a veterinary position at our zoo. The roles of zookeepers and veterinarians are perpetually open for recruitment. However, the requirements are exceedingly stringent, and though many apply, few remain. Chapter 20, 6th The Black Bear. Having successfully stowed itself within the confines of a backpack, was elated, albeit somewhat hindered in its vision of the path ahead. It pushed against the pack resting on its shoulders, realizing that to see clearly, it would have to extricate itself from the bag. Consequently, it hurriedly secured the backpack back in place, patting it firmly to ensure a snug fit. Let us proceed, exclaimed the golden monkey. And the bear was determined to follow suit. However, it found itself incapable of moving. When Youning observed the black bear she had packed, her face alight with amusement. You are far too large. She chuckled, noting how it had perfectly emulated the monkey's escape from the zoo. Return the backpack to me. It will be needed for future foraging. The black bear, cautiously clutching the straps of the backpack, endeavored to inch toward the wall, attempting to send the pack upwards, while simultaneously hoping the humans would carry it away. The brown bear, noticing the black bear's furtive movements, rolled over and approached stealthily on all fours, then, bam!
Oof.
The bear tumbled into the flowing water encircling the outer edge of Bear Ridge. Typically, this water served as a cooling bath for weary bears. The black bear, blinded by the backpack, plummeted into the water with a splash. Given its considerable bulk, the current was insufficient to displace it. Be careful. Wen Youning leaned over the railing, peering down at the black bear near the wall. A muffled sound of discontent emanated from below. The water posed no threat to the black bear. Even in its hasty descent, it did not choke. It sat in the water, cradling the backpack it had just removed from its head, surveying its surroundings. The smaller black bear had already retreated to a corner, while the brown bear had returned to the rocks to sneakily catch some sleep, snoring audibly. Ha ha ha, how mischievous. That brown bear is quite the trickster. The tawny bear is the craftiest of them all. This feigned slumber is so exaggerated. It's all technique, devoid of sincerity. The drenched black bear looks utterly bewildered. I could cuddle it tenfold. The black bear emitted a low grunt, confirming its target. It slowly climbed up and shook off its damp fur, placing the backpack atop a rocky outcrop before advancing toward the slumbering brown bear. It's you. The brown bear, eyes closed, secretly chuckled to itself.
Hee hee.
The bear just toppled over. Hee hee. With stealthy success, the brown bear reveled in its mischief. Suddenly, the black bear, having approached, let out a low growl and pounced.
Oof.
The brown bear, caught off guard, opened its eyes just in time to be tackled by the black bear, which responded with its own growl. In an instant, the echoes of their roars reverberated throughout Bear Ridge, causing the onlookers to instinctively shrink back. Qian Nua and Wen Youning, standing at the forefront, squinted at the commotion, with Qian Nua whispering, "This roar feels different from earlier," though she lacked extensive knowledge about bears. There was indeed a notable distinction in their vocalizations. Chun Feng patted her shoulder, explaining that the playful cooing and the aggressive challenge were unmistakably different. The brown bear, retreating while fending off the black bear, was ultimately pushed into the water. With vengeance fulfilled, the black bear felt a sense of satisfaction. However, clutching the now wet backpack, it glanced at the brown bear, which, struggling to ascend the bank, paused and resignedly sat back down in the water.
Ugh.
The black bear raised the backpack, letting out a pitiful grunt. It's ruined. Wen Youning reassured, it's merely wet. It isn't destroyed. Once dried, it can still be used.
Ugh.
The black bear nestled the backpack under its chin. Chun Feng noticed the muddy backpack and remarked, it's too dirty to simply sunbathe. Let me find someone to clean it properly before returning it to you. Wen Youning did not decline, replying, that would be much appreciated. Qian Nua's attention was fixated on the brown bear, which seemed to embody the principle of resting where one falls, as it lounged half-submerged in water, leaning against the bank and dozing peacefully, akin to a hot spring. The sun-warmed water indeed offered a slight warmth. Just as they were engrossed in the scene, a phone rang. Who is this?
What?
Is it confirmed? The change in her demeanor was palpable. She brightened, exclaiming, great. I'll be there shortly. Once she hung up, her face radiated excitement, prompting Wen Youning to inquire, what is the matter? The 2 eggs of the knob-nosed swan can be returned. They passed inspection, while not explicitly stated. The allowance for their return implies that the eggs can be expected to hatch successfully. Qian Nua, who had been tracking this matter closely, could hardly contain her joy. The hatching center has asked me to sign for the eggs. Let us go, Teacher Wen. You can remind the swan not to bite when laying the eggs. The swan eggs would not pass through their hands. Her role was merely to sign and confirm that the staff from the aviary would retrieve them, to be returned to the swan with professional oversight. All right, Wen Youning called down to Bear Ridge. Ryu, the backpack will be given to the caretaker shortly.
I'm off now.
Roar.
All right.
I want to give it to him. Hearing the black bear's reluctant protest, Wen Youning insisted, that's not permissible. You must remember to return it.
Ugh.
Fine then. As Wen Youning's figure receded, the black bear raised a paw dismissively. Take it away. Take it away. From this height and position, retrieving the backpack from the viewing platform was impossible. Chun Feng, maintaining his composure, wielded a long pole designed for cleaning up Bear Ridge, extending it downward. The pole's end featured 2 hooks, originally intended for garbage, now perfectly suited to snag the backpack. Ugh. The black bear swiftly withdrew its paw, exclaiming. The bear was merely jesting. How did you actually retrieve it? You villain.
Chinfong.
Did Ryu just toy with me? Upon exiting Bear Ridge, Qian Nua radiated exhilaration, her steps light and breezy. The eggs could be retrieved. Joy bubbled within her. Had the occasion been more fitting, she would have laughed heartily. When Youning inquired, will we be able to take the eggs immediately after signing? Not quite. Signing merely confirms the arrangement. We must await environmental testing to ensure they can be transferred. Yet, she was elated, having arranged for the tests and the signing simultaneously. So the staff could likely return the eggs today. This wait is hardly an inconvenience. Be careful. Someone's coming. When Youning grasped her companion's hand, guiding her around a rider they nearly collided with. Horseback riding was one of the recreational activities offered at the zoo, allowing visitors to traverse designated areas on horseback, with fees based on duration. Each horse was led by a trained handler to prevent any mishaps that might unseat riders. The hatchery, located in the heart of the zoo, served the entire establishment, containing not only goose eggs. A recent path cut through this area. Qian Nua stepped aside to avoid a galloping steed, chuckling, "Teacher Wen, you are truly my lucky star." Ever since he had met Wen Youning, his endeavors had been remarkably smooth. It felt wonderful to have a reliable ally. He had certainly embellished his tales of her accomplishments to the director, coaxing and persuading them to retain Teacher Wen. Working alongside you must be. What is that? Qian Nua squinted, pointing at a figure racing down the arched lawn in the distance. A person? Hey, slow down. Stop, Gale, stop. The girl's voice rose above the sound of pounding hooves. At the nearby riding arena, the girl, clad in riding attire, lowered her body, crouching to shift her weight backward in an attempt to slow the horse down on the slope, trying to avoid a fall. When her first attempt failed, she had to run a few steps alongside the horse, repeating the process. The black steed she was guiding did not gallop wildly, but rather ambled forward at a brisk pace. The speed was neither rapid enough to be halted nor slow enough to lose momentum. Just keep running, don't stop. Run, run, run. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of the slope that the black steed finally came to a halt, leaving the girl breathless from the exertion. She propped herself against the horse, appearing as if she was about to chastise it, but the black horse nuzzled her instead. This affectionate gesture dissipated much of her frustration. Brushing off the dirt from her attire, she remarked, all right, I know you didn't do it on purpose. You couldn't control yourself on that slope, could you? Gale exhaled through its nostrils. Of course not. What could you possibly do if it was intentional? When someone else mounts, I'll toss them off. Gale appeared docile, its tail swishing behind it as it reveled in the groomer's attention. It turned its head to see the two individuals beyond the fence. What are you staring at? Did I invite you to watch? Humans are truly bothersome. If you come in to ride, I'll kick you. No. 2 kicks. Is it just my imagination? Or did that horse roll its eyes? I feel the same. Did I just get disdained by a horse? When Youning merely passed by, inexplicably insulted, she pointed to herself and decisively spoke. Gale deliberately sped up while going downhill to throw you off. Nay. Gale's front hooves came down heavily on the ground. Be quiet. How does this human know the horse was intentional? You guess, Wen Youning emphasized. It said it would throw off the tourists when they mounted. Nay. Shut up.
Damnumans.
The groomer remarked. This person seems to be arguing with my horse. Sister Yao, Qian Nua stepped over the fence. This is our zoo's newly appointed veterinarian, Teacher Wen Youning. Chapter 27. The smile on Qian Nua's face gradually stiffened. Could it be? She found it hard to believe as she clicked to replay the video, watching it over and over. Was that the general and the dried fish? The red falcon was also the one that appeared in Wen Youning's live stream. That's it. And they even went to treat other animals. Their home was stolen. I was watching the live stream, and as soon as I exited, the news was about the general and the others. The official account merely shared the post. The video was captured by a passerby who happened to record them on their daily stroll, and it has likely reached the police station by now. I can't stop laughing. Teacher Wen's expression, hee interesting. The next moment, not hee something else off. More than one person captured footage of the general and the others. Along the way, people noticed these fluffy creatures waddling together, with the one with the worst legs at the bottom. Many found it amusing and began filming videos and taking photos, chatting in the comment section. The background of the photos kept changing until, ultimately, they captured them entering the police station. Well, that saved the trouble of calling the police. They went there on their own. Qian Nua trembled as she waved her hand in front of Wen Youning. Teacher Wen, are you alright? Just then, a call from Shi Jinchen popped up on her phone. Wen Youning quickly stood up, saying, I'll head to the police station first. You take care of things here. Qian Nua, initially wanting to accompany her, hesitated, considering the uncollected fishing box and the small cart left carelessly in the way, and decided to stay behind to finish her tasks. Alright, then please be careful on your way, Teacher Wen. Don't rush. They're already at the police station and are safe. Wen Youning replied affirmatively and dashed out of the small garden. The viewers immersed in the live stream were aware of the general carrying the dried fish and the red falcon's escape and quickly exited the stream to share the video. The chat inevitably mentioned Wen Youning's live stream, with some later directly posting. Animal Doctor Wen Youning, click to watch the live version. Parents were on their way. No worries, the police are there for protection. They can't confront the children. On the surface, Sister Baby is here to take you home. Once back home, you'll pay for this, ungrateful child. The parents are so irresponsible. How could they leave the doors and windows unsecured? How did the paralyzed German Shepherd get outside? But I remember Teacher Wen locked the door when she went out, right? She even double-locked it with the key. Hello. Wen Youning stepped into the police station. A female officer turned to her, asking, What can I do for you? Wen Youning replied, I'm looking for Shi Jinchen. The officer paused. Oh. You're here to collect those little animals, right? Chon is in a meeting. Please follow me. Thank you. The officer led her to the lounge, asking, Is that red falcon also yours? I rescued it. Its wing was injured. The officer nodded, understanding the situation without probing further. They're all inside. I'll call Chon when he has done. With her work demanding her attention, the officer didn't linger. Big sister is here. Meow. Go to the door and greet her. No, meow. Trick the falcon. The falcon wouldn't go. Does it look foolish?
Meow.
Go out and greet. Chirp. Only a fool would go. The red falcon and the little tabby cat exchanged glares filled with indignation, and in the next moment, their attention shifted to the German Shepherd, who was utterly engrossed in devouring dog food. The German Shepherd licked its nose and looked up in confusion. Woof. Inside, the murmurs and exchanges between the little animals created a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. As Wen Youning pushed the door open, the half-paralyzed German Shepherd struggled to prop itself up with its front paws, its eyes squinting in delight, tongue lolling. Woof. Unknowingly fooled by the red falcon and the little tabby cat, it appeared blissfully unaware of the situation. Wen Youning felt a surge of anger. Their escape was incredibly dangerous. Thankfully, it happened on a busy street, and with the red falcon being a protected species, passers-by were curious, but dared not act overtly. However, the busy street had its fair share of vehicles. Wen Youning's heart raced with fear as she saw the general's silly grin, both exasperated and amused. The general, dull as ever, even retracted its big teeth in the face of danger. It took a couple of steps back. The wheelchair could only move in a straight line. It backed up until it hit the table, then quietly began to shift sideways, turning the wheelchair around and dashing backward, burrowing under the table, head against the wall. With its head buried, it was the perfect hiding spot. Haha, what's wrong with this puppy? Totally clueless. Teacher, one must be looking quite displeased now. Just look at how scared the general is. The general was clearly not the mastermind behind this escapade. Wen Youning turned her gaze toward the two culprits with a history of escaping home. Now, speak up. Who opened the door? The little tabby cat raised a paw and pointed. Meow. The red falcon tilted its head. Goo. It was her. Both the red falcon and the little tabby cat chimed in simultaneously, pointing at only half of the German Shepherd's rear end. The German Shepherd peeked out, noticing everyone looking at it, and its tail couldn't help but wag, then wag again. Wen Youning. This big silly. She placed her hands on her hips. The general couldn't even reach the doorknob if it jumped. Pfft, ha ha ha. The general is still young. How could you let it bear such a heavy burden?
What?
You're both young too, and the general is the biggest? Well, that's all right then.
Meow.
Stinky Bird, open the door. Meow. It absolutely cannot be said that I was the one who pressed the doorknob. Chirp. It was clearly the stinky cat. If the falcon admits it opened the door with a key, it's doomed. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. A collaborative effort? One outside with the key, one inside pressing the doorknob, right? No wonder she couldn't find the mastermind. It was a result of their teamwork. Quite clever and resourceful of you, bringing them out along when you escaped. The little tabby cat fluffed up, meow. Oh no. The red falcon also shuddered. It's over. Eavesdropping on the thoughts of a nationally protected animal is illegal. Wen Youning's mind was buzzing. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, only responding repeatedly. All right. On the surface, she remained calm, but inside, she was about to explode. Meow, meow. The little tabby cat leaped onto the table, pawing at her hand. Don't worry. I remembered to close the door when we went out. Wen Youning. Is that what I'm worried about? The child is quietly scheming. It's over. This time, teacher, when is truly angry, you all better brace yourselves for the consequences. Wen Youning crossed her arms and sat on the sofa, determined to make the little animals aware of the dangers outside. She deliberately put on a stern face and said, "You all are putting yourselves in great danger by going out like this, do you understand? You could easily be captured." Meow. The little tabby cat glanced at the red falcon. The red falcon fluffed its feathers. Goo. It's all right. I'm a nationally protected animal. No one would dare capture me. Wen Youning? Hey, She was on the verge of breaking her facade, biting her lip. She realized that smiling now would undermine her authority, and they understood more than she had anticipated. However, even if one is not abducted, what if they're struck by a vehicle? Automobiles possess blind spots in their field of vision.
Woof.
Stack high.
Meow.
If we stack together, humans will be able to see us. Following humans at traffic lights will prevent us from being hit. The attempt to educate the fluffy creatures was unexpectedly met with enlightenment by Wen Youning. This does seem to have some merit. Wen Youning raised a hand to her forehead, deciding it was better to just give them a good scolding. Meow, meow.
Peep.
Woof. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shi Jinchen entered with a bright smile, prompting the small animals to scurry behind him. The red falcon, after flying over, paused momentarily. Wait, why is it hiding? Shi Jinchen turned to glance at the trio. The general had run too hastily, colliding with the wall multiple times without halting. What's going on here? Shi Jinchen, feeling out of place, wore a bewildered expression. Meeting Wen Youning's raised eyebrow, he cleared his throat and took a large step to the left. What good is hiding behind me? If she gets anxious and strikes at me too, I won't stand a chance. Bullet comments. Ha, Shi Jinchen, if I hit them, they can't hit me back. No witties. It's your work hours now. If teacher Wen dares to hit you, it counts as assaulting a police officer. Feel free to use the fluffy ones as shields. You are currently in boss invincibility mode. Try to absorb as much damage as possible.
Meow.
The little tabby was the first to leap up, snuggling into Wen Youning's embrace, rolling and purring with a voice even more adorable than usual. Wen Youning, cold and unyielding, patted the little cat's head. Does cuteness really prevent one from being punished? The little tabby licked her fingertip, nuzzling eagerly against her wrist. This sticky affection. The red falcon narrowed its eyes in disdain. The obsequious cat had commenced its antics. It gracefully descended to Wen Youning's shoulder, tilting its head to nuzzle her. Quite hardcore. The soft down feathers atop the falcon's head resembled the high-quality down found within a puffy jacket. The general squeezed out from behind Shi Jinchen, resting its head on Wen Youning's lap, whimpering.
Woof.
The small animals, soft and cuddly, pressed against her, their eyes reflecting only her image, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Wen Youning's fingers twitched, yet she refrained from petting the cat, understanding the lesson at hand. The emphasis lies not in the process, but in the outcome. The small creatures must realize that running out carelessly is perilous and wrong.
Meow.
We understand our mistake. Woof woof. We know we were wrong too. A segment of sound was absent, and Wen Youning shot a sidelong glance at the red falcon perched on her shoulder. The falcon fluffed its feathers, chirping softly, indicating its guilt. Wen Youning inquired further. Will you dare to do it again next time? Meow. I won't dare. Of course. As this thought crossed her mind, the little tabby suddenly fluffed up, quickly following with, Meow meow. Of course I wouldn't dare. Attempting to patch up her own thoughts. The little tabby, flustered, resorted to cuteness and charm to deflect the situation. Regardless, it shall not be permitted again. Wen Youning placed her hand on the little cat's belly, stating, "If there is a next time, I shall punish you with 2 baths a day." Meow. The little tabby's pupils constricted in terror, narrowing into slits. Chapter 28. Hey master, do you want the black bear? Whether you want it or not, it's coming. Ha ha ha. I really don't know who that kid was earlier, but this guy is running so fast that the snow is flying everywhere. The black bear just opened its eyes. It has just awakened from hibernation and is still a bit dazed. Stop singing, master, please stop singing. Let us join our hands in prayer for the streamer. As Wen Youning gazed at the swaying camera, it was evident that the black bear was drawing closer. Don't run like that. Find a tree to climb. You can't outrun a black bear on flat ground. The black bear could sprint at a speed of 48 kilometers per hour. When humans encounter a black bear in the wild, it is utterly impossible to outrun it on foot. Especially now, having been startled awake from hibernation. The bear was irritable and aggressive, and with the hounds provoking it, it was a force to be reckoned with, charging forward at an alarming pace. The thick blanket of snow would ordinarily impede the bear, yet it charged and rolled, its speed only increasing. It was a struggle to run safely. The snow was an obstacle, and with the added weight of the hound, it felt like running under a heavy burden. Breathing heavily, there was clearly no time to respond to Wen Youning's words. Had the phone not been hanging around his neck, it would likely have been flung away in the midst of this frantic escape.
Woof.
Can't we catch up? Useless. Roar. The bear was furious. What is it now? Without daring to look back, the runner was terrified that a simple turn might result in an intimate encounter with the bear. Wen Youning suggested, cover the hound's mouth. It can reduce the bear's anger by 30%.
What?
In the midst of chaos, the runner adjusted direction, facing forward.
Woof.
Turn around. Let us face it head-on. Are we afraid of it? Though he did not fully comprehend, he sensed that his beloved dog played a crucial role in this chase. In exasperation, he shouted, "Just stop talking." He truly feared that if the bear continued its relentless pursuit, it would lose interest and give up. "Daniel! Help! Help! Quickly!" He seemed to see a glimmer of hope ahead and shouted loudly. Simultaneously, his free hand waved frantically. "There's a bear! Help!" The footage was chaotic and did not capture any figures, but the distinct sound of a bullet being chambered was clear. Phew. Hearing that sound puts my mind at ease. So, it turns out the holder was equipped with a calming device for all living beings. I thought, how could one dare to run like this without some real skills? It was unclear where a shot had been fired, but it didn't need to harm the bear. The sound alone was enough to calm it down. The runner dashed back to the car, snow covering him completely. Removing his mask and goggles, he gasped for air. The basset hound wagged its tail, peering outside the car door, searching for the bear. Woof. Where did it go? Exhausted, the runner had lost the strength to speak, holding the hound in place to prevent it from running off. I nearly lost my life today. Sweating profusely, oxygen deprivation blurred his vision, and he reflected. Thank goodness I called for emergency help. Turns out it was I who was panicking, not the dog. This money spent was truly worthwhile. Had he delayed any longer and encountered the bear, there would have been no room to escape. If the bear charged, he would have had to lie flat in submission. What made you provoke the black bear? He grasped the hound's harness, recalling their agreement to catch a few rabbits before heading home, yet the situation had escalated dramatically. Had he not considered the dangers of venturing out in heavy snow and arranged for a companion armed for safety, he might not have made it back today. Whether he had been chased down or engaged in a fierce struggle with the bear, there would have been no chance of survival. Woof. The basset hound licked its nose. I didn't mean to. The rabbit burrowed into the snow, and I followed it for a bite, distracted by the rabbit. He had unknowingly chased after it. Now that they had escaped danger, Wen Youning sighed in relief, reminding herself to remain cautious in the wilderness.
All right.
Thanks to Teacher Wen for saving both my dog's life and my own. The runner clasped his fists in front of the camera, acknowledging the cause of their predicament. After disconnecting the call, Wen Youning poured some hot water into her teacup. Suddenly, General appeared behind her, eyes bright, fixated on the live stream. So cool, woof. I want to join. Wah. Quickly, Wen Youning covered General's eyes. No, don't look, be good. When Shi Jincheng returned home from work and opened the door, he was met with the sight of the black bear. Who could withstand that? Wen Youning opened an unfinished document and continued writing, adding every question she could think of. General's front paws moved across the smooth floor. Despite his paralyzed hindquarters, he showed no signs of slowing down. He ran to the wheelchair and nudged it with his snout, attempting to wear it. General, even with the wheelchair, you wouldn't stand a chance against a black bear. Wen Youning picked him up, weighing him in her arms. You've gained quite a bit. What? General wants to fight the black bear? Ha ha ha, if you charged at it, it wouldn't even see you. What are you doing? Duck? Don't bully the little dog. Clang, ding, clang.
Meow.
The little tabby stood before the cat bowl, its paws repeatedly scraping at it. Weren't you hungry? Wen Youning mused. It wasn't feeding time yet, but perhaps after running around outside, the little one was hungrier than usual. She carried General back to the sofa. It seemed their supply of pet food was running low. Previously, she had bought a lot of meat, intending to prepare meals for the little tabby and herself. Originally, it was enough to last a long while, but with more animals at home, a good portion had been given away. The stock was dwindling fast. Wen Youning prepared a meal for the little ones, sorting through the remaining meat to whip up another batch. Cooked meat and jerky were divided into 2 plates. As she emerged from the kitchen with lunch ready, the little tabby was busy grooming General. Come on, it's time to eat. Meow woof. I'm all tangled up, meow. Is your fur not smooth? Wen Youning set the dining plates down and said, I'll help you groom him after you eat. Meow. Meow, I got my tongue stuck. In the feline world, grooming is a sign of dominance, an act of asserting one's status over another. Yet with General S size, when he lay on his side, the little tabby might stumble while trying to stand on his belly. Grooming him was quite the undertaking. After a short while, the little tabby became so exhausted that it forgot to retract its tongue, staring blankly instead. Haha, it seems like it's run out of saliva. The little tabby is contemplating whether this position of dominance is worth the effort. Grooming once a day is exhausting. After a moment, Wen Youning tapped the cat bowl, the sound snapping the little tabby back to reality. Meow. I'm coming. Eagerly, the little cat rushed to the front of the line for dinner. Apart from the German Shepherd's bowl, which contained a large chew bone, all the meals were identical. Wen Youning lifted the wheelchair, hearing the familiar clattering sound, causing the German Shepherd's ears to perk up. No playing outside. You can eat in peace, she reassured. She intended to relocate it, as the small animals at home often bumped into things when they played. The German Shepherd chewed its meat, its gaze slightly forlorn. Puppies thrive on outdoor activities. They relish running and frolicking, and extroverted pups enjoy making friends with their peers, often finding joy even when confronted by unfamiliar dogs. Strictly speaking, today marked the first genuine outing for the General since the incident that led to its injury. Wen Youning patted the General's back, promising, once you finish your meal, I'll take you out when it cools down a bit.
Woof.
Okay. Wen Youning prepared a bowl of noodles and opened the document she had just edited, checking it while savoring her meal. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence, devoid of even the whisper of the wind, save for the subtle sounds of swallowing and chewing. With a gentle smile, Wen Youning observed the furry creatures engrossed in their meal, thinking how adorable they appeared. They were so neatly arranged that one couldn't resist the urge to poke them. I can hardly imagine how wonderful it would be to rush in and immerse myself among them. You coward, I dare to imagine. The plushies at Teacher Wen's home are truly accommodating. After all the effort I put into buying meat and vegetables, finally chopping and drying them, my cat merely sniffed and walked away. Sipping the noodle broth, Wen Youning set down her bowl and chopsticks. Perhaps they don't fancy offal. The homemade food contains crushed offal, which acts as a natural flavor enhancer. If cats and dogs aren't keen on it, we could try adjusting the recipe. As each cat has its unique palate, it's best to include more of their preferred meat and use the others as supplementary ingredients. The little tabby finished its meal and leapt onto Wen Youning's lap, licking its paws and grooming itself, its belly round from a satisfying meal. Wen Youning extended her hand, resting her palm on the plump belly, affectionately rubbing it. The little tabby's paw rested on her hand, helping to groom her in the midst of its own care. Is anyone else joining the call? Let's hold off for today. As the popularity of the live stream soared, The price for joining the call also increased. The entry price effectively kept those who sought to provoke at bay. Sticking to the usual protocol, she selected the first request to join, connecting with the ID Shan Shui. Did I really get in? A surprised voice from the other end exclaimed, Haha, I'm so lucky. Teacher Wen, just a moment while I set up my video.
No rush.
Wen Youning cradled the little tabby in her lap and opened the drawer of the coffee table, filled with assorted pet toys. She rummaged through it and retrieved a comb buried beneath, beginning to groom the little tabby. Sounds emerged from Shan Shui's side, and after a brief pause, the image gradually came into focus. Okay, I think we're ready. The girl had round, doe-like eyes that sparkled with vitality as she smiled. Teacher Wen, look. This is my piggy. She introduced her 3-year-old French lop rabbit, pure white with only a black spot on its nose, the color gently diffusing outward. Its fluffy fur resembled a soft cloud of cotton candy. Even while being held, it continued to munch adorably, its mouth moving as if it held something, though nothing was visible within. Chapter 29, Covering Ears and Stealing Bells, German Shepherd version. Haha, as long as I pretend not to hear, I can follow along to the scene. General, farewell, sister. Today I embark on a long voyage. Wen Youning smiled gently. The general? The general's ears twitched, and he left without looking back. She grasped the wheelchair. The general, already relying on his front paws to move, found the wheelchair immobile. He made a couple of desperate attempts to push forward, then began to flail his front paws in place. Wen Youning restrained the little tabby cat that was trying to stealthily escape and picked up the dog leash that had fallen to the ground, saying, You're going the wrong way. Woof! The general's efforts to shuffle his front paws momentarily halted. The little dog had entered through a small hole, using its size to bypass the long route, heading straight for the wall before the pack of wild dogs could catch up. Upon exiting, it instinctively retraced its previous path. The red hawk also soared in this direction, but the general clearly could not fly. Wen Youning patted his neck, instructing, This way. Woof! Realizing that Wen Youning intended to take them along, the general's previously drooping tail perked up once more. Let us go, let us go. Lead the way. Woof woof. This way. The little white dog took the lead, running with great zeal. However, its short legs made it pant heavily, and Wen Youning easily caught up with a few strides. The little white dog occasionally paused to sniff at the corners, searching for the scent it had left behind. It seems a bit like a police dog tracking scents. The little dog has it tough. Did it rely solely on its nose all the way here? But has it really been a whole day, and still relies on scent? It should not be just scent. Wen Youning placed the little tabby on the general's back, and it sniffed as it walked, seemingly offering the sparrow food as a reward to help find her. One could say the little white dog had exhausted every conceivable method in its search. Birds are typically quite cautious, while wild dogs do not hunt birds like cats do. It does not mean they are not preyed upon. Generally, when wild dogs approach, birds take flight to find a safer location. Perhaps the little white dog's innocent demeanor, as a non-aggressive pup, encouraged the sparrow to assist. Bullet comments. Wow, it even knows how to hire a subordinate. The little white dog is quite clever. Woof. Indeed. Big brother gave me lots of meat. Wen Youning mused that the little white dog was likely referring to the officers at the police station. Among wild dogs, there exists a unique information network, sharing news of food sources and dog catchers, spreading from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. Recently, the woman who used to feed the little white dog had not been around, leading it to the police station. Perhaps it was because the officers were present, preventing conflicts, and with ample food provided, any number of dogs could feast without fighting, allowing the little white dog a stable place to eat. Do you remember any distinctive, notable buildings around the white lady's house? Wen Youning followed the little dog through the alley. The little white dog, in a panic from being chased, seemed a bit lost. Wen Youning hesitated to pick it up. If there were crucial directional cues left behind, taking it out might leave the little white dog truly disoriented. Woof. The little white dog appeared uncertain, seemingly pondering. Woof, I don't know. It's all dirt, filthy. So much rubbish, it smells awful. It might not recognize the buildings but was aware of the general environment.
Huh.
Wen Youning was taken aback. This sounded nothing like a normal residential building or community. City A is vast, and at this pace, continuing the search could extend into the dawn without guarantees of success. Wen Youning contemplated, How about I take a cab to the police station first? The little white dog frequently roamed within that vicinity, centered around the police station, making it potentially easier to find. Her home was still a distance from the precinct.
Woof.
Good. With many animals in tow, Wen Youning opted for a larger SUV, one that could accommodate everyone in the back. The red hawk perched on the general's wheelchair, pecking his head, and the general happily stuck out his tongue, clearly unbothered, even attempting to lift his head to lick it. They were indeed quick. Wen Youning fastened her seatbelt, only to discover the red hawk had flown in without her noticing. She grasped the red hawk and placed it on her lap, gently stretching its wings. Tired from flying? Gulp. If it can ride, only a foolish bird would choose to fly. The hawk could tire too. Outside, a sparrow flitted alongside, seemingly feeling scolded by the red hawk. The little white dog stood on the seat, its tail drooping as it gazed out the window, watching the light and shadows whip by. A little dog, its eyes reflecting a palpable sorrow. After the evening rush, traffic thinned. The SUV accelerated and soon arrived. Upon disembarking, they encountered Shi Jinchen, just finishing work. Woof woof. Upon seeing its owner, the general was clearly excited, leaping onto the ground as soon as the wheelchair touched down. Shi Jinchen crouched down to embrace the general. Puzzled. Teacher Wen? Didn't you take them back? Did you come to find me? I encountered the little white dog while out for a walk, and it sought my help. They wanted to come along, so I brought them together. Wen Youning placed the little white dog on the ground, saying, Perfect timing for you to take care of the general. I'll follow up on this. What is it? Can I assist in any way? Shi Jinchen took the dog leash, noticing Wen Youning in a hurry, her words barely complete. Without hesitation, he decided to accompany her. At this late hour, Shi Jinchen was uneasy about letting Wen Youning venture alone, especially towards the development area, where developers were moving in, and the single-story houses awaited demolition, an area sparsely populated. Woof! Starting from the police station, the little white dog clearly remembered the route, leaving markers every so often. Racing towards familiar landmarks, the little white dog ran increasingly faster. From a distance, the plump little dog looks like a rabbit hopping, haha.
No.
Why does it feel like this road is getting more desolate? Are there really such dilapidated places within the city? It seems like a garbage recycling station, filled with cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. One side of the wall was piled high with discarded trash, the stench overpowering even from a distance. The yard's gate was tightly locked, and the night was eerily quiet, the yard itself also silent. Shi Jinchen waved his hand in front of his nose, the pungent odor causing him to cough incessantly. How did we end up here? Did something get picked up by the garbage truck? They should check the waste disposal station instead. This was Shi Jinchen's first visit to this place. No, the little white dog said. The kind woman who often fed it was here. Wen Youning's expression grew serious. Evidently, this was not a place suitable for habitation, rather than a residence. It resembled a confinement. She swiped her finger across her phone screen, terminating the live stream and activating the flashlight. In some recycling stations, owners might keep a room for lodging in the surrounding single-story houses, but through the gap at the top of the gate, it was clear that the space was crammed with cardboard, leaving no room for accommodation.
Woof.
The little white dog excavated a hole beside the garbage heap, only to find it obstructed by a cardboard box. Even for a dog of its diminutive stature, it had to squeeze with all its might to enter. Is anyone there? Shi Jinchen was taken aback and, without hesitation, declared, I'll knock on the door. But is it appropriate to knock directly? Shouldn't we act stealthily? Nevertheless, if we act stealthily and discover no one resides within, it would be acceptable to retreat discreetly. However, if someone does live there, it would constitute trespassing. The ancient iron gate, long neglected, was encrusted with rust, and with each knock, flakes of red dust cascaded down. It seemed as though no one was inside. Shi Jinchen knocked for an eternity, yet there was no sign of anyone answering, not even a flicker of light from within. After the little white dog ventured inside and realized no human had followed, it promptly crawled back out, whimpering, Come in. Wen Youning seized the padlock hanging on the door, but upon inspection, discovered the keyhole was blocked. Shi Jinchen had asked a colleague to investigate, revealing that this recycling station had been abandoned 2 years prior due to a debt dispute. Did you hear the little white dog mention someone was here?
Woof.
The lady in white was estimated to have been missing for nearly a week. Check the surveillance at the police station's entrance to see when this little white dog arrived. It had only come to forage after the lady had ceased feeding it for some time. Wen Youning procured a sturdy iron rod, maneuvered it through the padlock, and exerted force. The padlock was resilient and would not break, yet the latch securing the door could be pried open. Stray dogs in the wilderness possess no sense of time. They seek food when hungry and look for shelter when sated, with no fixed meal times. Their only means of gauging time is the rising and setting of the sun. She could not ascertain the exact time from the little white dog. Nearly a week? Shi Jincheng exclaimed, as the station had not received any missing persons reports. Recently, the only missing case reported was that of a lady named Zheng. In urgency, Shi Jincheng abandoned typing and directly dialed a number. With a resounding crack, the dilapidated iron gate's latch buckled under pressure, emitting a muffled sound of collapse. Once freed, Wen Youning discarded the padlock and iron rod aside, the door, now unlatched, creaked open with a gentle push. "I found it, Teacher Wen," Shi Jincheng hurriedly relayed. "The little white dog first appeared in the surveillance footage 5 days ago, at 3:25 p.m. Is the door open?" "Yes." The little white dog, having awaited impatiently, dashed inside as soon as the door creaked ajar, barking, "This way, this way." The path was evidently familiar to the little white dog, with paw prints imprinted on the cardboard scattered across the ground. Wen Youning followed closely behind. Shi Jincheng, while on the phone, softly urged, "I'll lead the way. Teacher Wen, please stay back." The discarded remnants lay unattended, the cardboard boxes flattened and decayed by the elements, emitting a nauseating odor after being soaked and dried repeatedly. As they stepped upon them, the soggy cardboard made a squelching sound. The dimly lit courtyard bore an air reminiscent of a chilling adventure from a horror film. Chapter 30. The tiger's robust tail flicked impatiently, dare to challenge the tiger's faults. Suddenly, the tiger opened its mouth, startling you. The tiger tilted its head, not rising but shifting its position slightly closer to Wen Youning. As its paw lifted, Wen Youning stepped forward abruptly, causing the tiger to leap back in fright, darting away to a distance, pacing in agitation and growling. "Haha, look how scared my brother tiger is. Tiger, are you out of your mind?" Do Kunlin understood the implication of Wen Youning's words, yet his mind raced in confusion. What does this have to do with it being sick? Arno was currently refusing food, feeling depressed, and somewhat withdrawn. Wen Youning took a step back to avoid the tiger's probing paw, saying, "It's not sick. It's neither depressed nor withdrawn. It refrains from speaking to you because it's cursing you internally, and it only pretends to fast until you leave work. After which it sneaks a bite." "Impossible," Do Kunlin immediately countered. "The meat I bring out is precisely measured, and the quantity in the bucket has been weighed. If the tiger had eaten, it would be evident at a glance. Moreover, every day after work, I collect all the meat back into storage."
Ah.
"It must be sneaking food from the storage." Wen Youning noticed the tiger baring its teeth at her, its formidable fangs capable of crushing bones as if they were mere cotton candy. There was always some meat in the storage that hadn't fully frozen, and on sweltering days, indulging in chilled morsels must be quite pleasant. Do Kunlin's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment in his unwavering gaze. "What's wrong with you?" Qiannua asked, seeing him seemingly lost in thought, waving a hand in front of his face to bring him back to reality. Do Kunlin replied, "I think I understand why Zhong has been trembling and dazed while guarding the gate lately. Zhong was a local dog kept at the zoo."
Puffed.
Qiannua couldn't help but laugh. A little dog guarding the meat while the tiger was around would hardly dare to wake up even if it pretended to be asleep. "Zhong, is this job really necessary? Guard dog, just tell me if the gate is lost." "The gate is fine. What's the big deal if a bit of meat goes missing?" "Reasonable, well-founded." Do Kunlin said, "So, Arno is not sick, just pretending." Wen Youning described the tiger's earlier thoughts to Do Kunlin, analyzing, "You sending it to another zoo has made it unhappy," referencing the storyline. "It's likely pretending to be ill in hopes that you will regret your decision." Do Kunlin's mind buzzed, feeling slightly dizzy. "Are you saying it's acting? It's referencing a storyline?" This was all too peculiar. What storyline could it possibly be drawing from? Wen Youning stroked her chin. If it were a tale from a crematorium, it would likely follow the male protagonist in the first half and the female protagonist in the latter half.
Oh.
Not enduring any hardship? Do Kunlin's lips twitched, his hands gesturing in exasperation. It gets to take all the good for itself? The whole crematorium is just tormenting me? Coming at me? Roar. Be quiet. The tiger's thoughts were laid bare by Wen Youning. Didn't he, the tiger, care about its dignity? As a first-class national protected animal, did it possess no privacy at all? You have already infringed upon the tiger's right to privacy, Wen Youning explained as the tiger slammed its paw down, appearing as if it wanted to reason with her. That constitutes an invasion of privacy.
What?
It's all the same. No, is this right? You two are going back and forth as if in court. The plaintiff and defendant should each hire a lawyer. You're a tiger, for heaven's sake. Shouldn't you be biting someone out of anger instead of howling and reasoning? Roar. The tiger approached slowly, its expression fierce. The tiger's roar was imposing, and its low growl echoed in her ears. What exactly do you want? Wen Youning was not intimidated by the tiger. She laughed, teasing, still a northeast tiger, huh? It does have a bit of that lineage. Do Kunlin remarked. Arno was a product of breeding, a mixed breed. Can this be discerned? Does it have features of a northeast tiger? Do Kunlin examined the tiger's large head, but he couldn't quite see it. Perhaps he wasn't a professional veterinarian, thus unable to identify specific traits. Ahem. Just joking. Wen Youning observed the tiger glaring at her, realizing it was unsettled by being sent away, which could indeed affect its mood. Arno had a good temperament, but a more introverted tiger might truly become withdrawn if sent away, so it was best to avoid doing so.
All right.
I'll report this to the director later. Upon saying this, Do Kunlin paused, feeling as though Wen Youning had led him by the nose since the topic began. He was merely following her rhythm, nodding along. He scratched his head, not yet realizing how he had transitioned from questioning the validity of reading the minds of animals to believing Wen Youning's words, and by that point, the matter was already concluded. Then, next time I'll bring a few books to listen to. Do Kunlin mused, thinking that this troublesome creature was pretending to be sick to frighten him. If it acted up again, he would have it listen to Water Margin, particularly the segments featuring Wu Song played on repeat.
Huh?
The tiger tilted its head. Wu Song? What is that? Let me listen. Do Kunlin didn't comprehend, but upon meeting the tiger's keen gaze of curiosity, it seemed genuinely interested. That's it. My tiger brother is getting educated here. A bit cultured, but not much. Give me an address, and I'll send over some exam papers from the last 3 years. I think my tiger brother needs them. A studious, chubby baby. Let it listen to calculus, advanced mathematics, and particle decomposition. That should help it sleep. Qian Nua, hiding behind Wen Youning, had laughed enough for one day. She nudged Do Kunlin's shoulder. You little Lin seem to have quite diverse interests. Go away. Do Kunlin pushed her back. Why are you so bold today? You used to throw things from a distance just to deliver something to me. You wouldn't dare come close to speak. With Teacher Wen here, what do I have to fear? Qian Nua asserted, confident that with Wen Youning in charge, there would be no unexpected incidents. Moreover, she patted her chest, saying, I bought insurance. Do Kunlin.
Huh?
Not only are you unafraid, but you also want to come in and swindle the tiger a bit, is that it? Wen Youning sat down next to the tiger, taking the bucket of meat and seizing the opportunity to eat it fresh. Frozen meat always had a different texture. As the tiger lay down, it turned its head away upon noticing her. Have you ever seen a sick tiger eating in front of people? You call a tiger, and it just eats? Does a tiger have no pride? Humph. Wen Youning playfully tugged at the tiger's ear. The tiger's fur felt coarse, entirely different from the softness of a kitten or puppy, thick enough to cover her hand. As she scratched the tiger's neck, she expertly navigated the sensitive spot that no feline could resist. The tiger narrowed its eyes, a low rumble emanating from its throat, vibrating slightly, and keep your distance, tiger dislikes you. A little lower. While grooming the tiger, Wen Youning displayed remarkable skill, applying just the right amount of pressure in her massage, ensuring it was neither uncomfortable nor too light to be unnoticed. Noticing the subtle gestures of the tiger refusing to eat, Do Kunlin let out a hiss, as Arno seemed to remain unwilling to consume food. Whether he truly sneaked into the warehouse for a bite remains uncertain. Since the morning of his workday, the tiger has not ingested anything. If we believe what Wen Youning suggested, that the tiger is merely feigning illness, then the ruse has already been exposed. Why, then, does he still refuse to eat meat in front of others? Wen Youning remarked, "It is because he is still angry. Your caretaker has promised never to send you away again. He has acknowledged his mistakes. Have you forgiven him?" While gently grooming the tiger, she spoke kindly of the caretaker. The tiger rested his head on her lap, his purring continuous, and he lifted his paw slightly, as if to cover his mouth, attempting to assist Wen Youning in silencing herself. However, with his eyes closed, he struggled to find the right direction, and after a few futile attempts, his paw fell back down, letting out a soft sigh. Let's not mention him during such a joyful moment. Apparently, the tiger still harbored deep resentment about being sent away and then brought back. Basking in the warm sunlight, the tiger lay drowsily on Wen Youning's lap. His eyes shut as he let out a yawn. Seizing the moment, Wen Youning deftly slipped a small piece of meat into the tiger's mouth. As he felt the morsel, he instinctively closed his jaws, and with a gentle lift of her hand under his jaw, the meat slid down effortlessly. The tiger was never one to savor his meals. He would typically tear flesh from his prey and swallow it whole. The piece of meat Wen Youning selected was significantly smaller than what the tiger would normally rip from his quarry. The tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, raising his head in astonishment, as if questioning whether he had truly swallowed something. "All right, you've taken a bite in front of the caretaker. The narrative has shifted, and a new script awaits his regret. Undoubtedly, he must be regretting it already." Wen Youning cradled the tiger's head in her hands, her fingers gently kneading his fur towards the center. In moments when the tiger was not agitated, this affectionate gesture revealed his eyes, which sparkled like amber. Both beautiful and somewhat vacant, the tiger's gaze flickered, casting a sidelong glance at Do Kunlun. Wen Youning nodded at him, signaling that he should cooperate. With the atmosphere having reached this point, a gesture from him would surely pacify the tiger. Do Kunlun glanced around, receiving the cue, and after a brief moment of mental preparation, though he did not quite understand why he was doing this, he resolved that if this action could restore Arno, then embarrassment be damned. Thus, without hesitation, Do Kunlun cried out, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have sent you to another reserve. Ever since you left, I have been unable to eat or sleep, constantly longing for your return. I regret it. I cannot be without you. You must recover quickly." Wen Youning interjected, "That is not what I meant. Just the first 3 words would suffice. No need for a full-blown performance. I am like limit. And there is still a show to consider. This visit is not in vain. It is far from being without purpose." Laughter erupted as I found it utterly hilarious. I can hardly imagine the joy that will ensue once the Tiger Park reopens. I suggest they show the tiger some suspense or horror movies. I do love to see him sneakily scare the caretaker at night. Is there really a need for him to act? The mere appearance of the tiger at the bedside would be terrifying enough. In contrast to the astonishment exhibited by the 2 women regarding Do Kunlun's actions, the tiger seemed quite pleased with Do Kunlun's attitude, roaring softly. Chapter 30:1 The Elderly Gentleman. Upon witnessing the video of the border collie feigning a fight and pushing him into the river, initially felt quite irate and was determined to retaliate. However, after being interrupted by Wen Youning, his desire for vengeance waned. He took the willow branch from Wen Youning's hands and pretended to swing it a few times. The border collie, quick to react, darted away, attempting to snap at the Samoyed during its escape. The Samoyed, having learned from past encounters, recognized the border collie's intentions, tucked its tail between its legs, turned to face the intruder, and bared its teeth, barking, "Go away, you wretched dog." In terms of combat, the Samoyed held a distinct advantage. Its larger size meant that even if it couldn't overpower the border collie, it could strategically lie atop it, thereby subduing its opponent. The Samoyed had no desire to engage in a prolonged tussle, and once the border collie fled, it shook its fur and happily approached Wen Youning, whimpering, "Sister, don't be afraid." The elderly man observed the border collie, making a hasty retreat, and took a few steps in pursuit. The Samoyed picked up the fishing rod the man had left on the ground, attempting to present it to Wen Youning, barking, "This is for you.
Take it."
Yet a mere fishing rod felt insufficient. After all, the gentleman was a good Samaritan. The Samoyed returned to retrieve the toolbox, exclaiming, "And this, and this. All for you. I give you everything." Elated, The Samoyed brought nearly all of the elderly man's possessions to Wen Youning. But Grandpa is a bit foolish. So I want to give him that. The wretched dog is also annoying, so it won't get anything. I'll give you all the good stuff. Wen Youning crouched down to pet the Samoyed's fluffy neck. The Samoyed tilted its head back, grinning and panting, appearing blissfully simple-minded and endearing. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe these items should be returned to your grandfather, she said, placing the things back by the riverbank. The Samoyed scampered over, barking, "Don't be polite. This is what a good person deserves." The elderly gentleman continued to chase the border collie. "Hurry, don't let the Samoyed empty your fishing gear." Wen Youning chuckled at the unfolding scene. The old man's intentions are transparent. The border collie had not strayed far, still evading the elderly man's willow branch while occasionally barking at Wen Youning to express its displeasure. "Old man," Wen Youning said in front of the border collie, "you should give the meat you prepared for the border collie to the Samoyed."
What?
The border collie's eyes widened in outrage. "You villain! Trying to sow discord. That's not rescuing." To which Wen Youning replied with a laugh, "How can you say you saved someone after pushing them into the water first?" The Samoyed gazed at Wen Youning with starry eyes, thinking, "A divine human. I'm so happy I can hardly contain myself." As Wen Youning crouched, the Samoyed circled around her, exuberantly expressing its affection. "This is wonderful. I like you. I will do as you say when we return." The elderly man, having lingered in the sun for a while, realizing his clothes were still damp and deciding against further fishing, attached a leash to the border collie. "Thank you, young lady." Wen Youning smiled as she released the Samoyed from her arms. "I'm glad you're all right. I must take my leave now." The border collie barked. "Finally. You should have left sooner. What a villain." The Samoyed turned to chase after it, growling, "Don't speak ill of my divine human." After purchasing meat, it was already afternoon. This time, Wen Youning bought even more than before as she needed to feed her fluffy companions. It had become her habit to prepare extra. Even if there were leftovers, it was better than facing a multitude of hungry animals with insufficient food. It was essential that the supply of food never falter. Carrying vegetables she had picked up on the way home, she stood at the door, listening to the commotion inside. The small animals, engaged in playful antics, were oblivious to her arrival. The general had the little white dog, who was supposed to be resting in the closed bedroom, licking its fur. The little tabby had climbed onto the cabinet, meowing at the chandelier. "Come down, you silly cat. What's the point of hiding?" The red kite perched on the chandelier, unfazed, responded with a nonchalant "nope." It then tossed sunflower seeds at the little tabby. With limited space atop the cabinet, the little tabby was unable to evade the projectiles and was hit twice during Wen Youning's entrance. Although it didn't hurt, the little cat was quite irate. Suddenly, the little tabby leaped up, aiming directly for the chandelier. The force of its leap caused the chandelier to sway perilously, while the little tabby struggled to secure its grip. In contrast, the red kite clung firmly, appearing as if it were an integral part of the chandelier. In the next moment, the chandelier, overwhelmed, crashed down, colliding with the coffee table beneath it. Wen Youning watched in horror as the crystal chandelier shattered, sending shards raining down like a torrential downpour. "Oh no!" The little white dog and the general, both startled, widened their eyes in surprise. After a brief moment of shock, the general stood on his front legs, struggling without his wheelchair, and picked up the disoriented little white dog, limping awkwardly into the side room. With a decisive click, he shut the door behind them, leaving the living room in an eerie silence. "Meow. Stupid bird, you're too heavy." Wen Youning stepped carefully to avoid the glass shards, setting down her vegetables as she approached. "Is anyone hurt?" The chandelier had many thick, cut glass pendants. If they shattered, the debris could easily cause injury.
Meow.
"I'm fine." The little tabby hesitated, then shrank its neck, adding a faint meow. "Injured, gravely so." "I can't just say it's fine, meow. What a mess. What a mess. All because of that wretched bird." The little tabby scratched the table in frustration, her eyes blazing with ire as she gazed at the red hawk, only to freeze upon witnessing its current state. The once upright red hawk now lay on its back, its claws drawn in, wings tightly pressed against its body. It appeared unscathed, albeit somewhat lifeless. The little tabby, Wen Youning let out a heavy sigh, addressing the two of them. She picked up the red hawk, extending her hand for the little tabby to climb aboard. First, they needed to escape the shards of glass scattered across the floor. They would have to treat the guest room as the living room for the next few days. Observing the extent of damage to the chandelier, she realized it was beyond repair and would require a complete replacement, especially since the fall had taken a significant portion of the ceiling plaster with it, necessitating a fresh coat of paint as well. Meow. The little tabby blinked, catching a whiff of the foul dog odor from Wen Youning, yet remained obedient. Kittens are always the most docile when feeling guilty. And you? Wen Youning gently rubbed the red hawk's belly, a hint of provocation in her tone. Two mischievous rascals. Wen Youning, I'll be withholding your rations for renovations. No, please. The little ones are at a crucial stage of growth. I believe the chandelier was of inferior quality. It couldn't even withstand the weight of a single kitten, clearly defective. Chandelier issue 1. The plaster is also suspect. Such a large area falling off must be the fault of the renovation company. Did teacher Wen get swindled during the renovations? The comments in the live stream rolled in rapidly, leaving some viewers unable to interject, prompting them to change their IDs to get a new lamp, the fluffball's rations. Let us find a bigger house, and other such exchanges to shower gifts. The space at home was limited, and with the lively nature of the little animals, a larger abode would allow them to frolic freely. Wen Youning's live stream had reached a stable popularity, with a growing fanbase and a fair share of gifts. However, the desire for a larger home was hampered by financial constraints. The subsequent renovations would also pose a considerable challenge. Wen Youning opened a new bag of sunflower seeds, offering some to the red hawk. Stop pretending. I can see your eyes are open.
Cheap.
Who's pretending? The hawk is merely a bit sleepy. The red hawk, being lively, found it difficult to remain in its position. It stared at the sunflower seeds being offered, somewhat perplexed, yet still raised its claw to grasp a handful, uncertain of its next move. Peeling them, Wen Youning placed the entire bag of seeds beside it. I want to eat. The red hawk. Haha, even a hawk can't outwit you. Let me see. What clever plan does my Minister of Justice have in mind? There must be some form of punishment, otherwise, the chandelier would never find peace. Wen Youning could only be grateful that the house was not rented, otherwise, explaining the situation to the landlord would be quite the challenge. Was the old chandelier in the house requesting to clock out? The little tabby, ears perked up, listened intently.
Peeling.
It's your turn to peel. Humph. You've been punished now, wretched bird.
And you.
With a flick of her gaze, Wen Youning lifted the little tabby and placed it beside the red hawk, together. Chapter 32. The seriousness of the Caucasian response. Who says this dog is fierce? It is simply adorable. The scarred face that appears formidable is, in your presence, a gentle little lamb. Oh my, how can I not be moved by such a stark contrast? I once thought the Caucasian was rather intimidating, but now I can't help but ask, may I adopt it? Ha, how utterly charming you are. Wen Youning was utterly captivated by the dog's unexpected cuteness and couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. The Caucasian, seemingly unaccustomed to such close proximity to humans, tensed its body and slightly recoiled. This was a gesture indicating an ability to swiftly distance itself. Engaging with small animals requires a gradual approach, and Wen Youning exhibited great patience. She gently stroked the Caucasian's ears and said, after we finish eating, come with me. I'll take you for a checkup. If the results meet the surgical requirements, we shall proceed as soon as possible. Wen Youning thought to herself, as a contracted veterinarian for a wildlife park, she had access to the surgical facilities there. However, as this was not for an animal within the park, she considered the costs of supplies and medications and sent a message to Qian Noa. Wen Youning, can the surgical room be borrowed? I will cover the expenses. Qian Noa, no need. Just register at the hospital front desk. Our zoo's hospital also performs charity surgeries for stray animals when not busy, and these are subsidized. Wen Laosher, I'm watching the live stream. Are you planning to bring the Caucasian back to the dormitory? How about I take our park's van to pick you up? The Caucasian seems fierce, and most drivers might hesitate to approach. Perhaps noticing that Wen Youning had not replied, Qian Noa quickly followed up with, regarding the surgery. It is better to act sooner than later, Wen Laosher. After some thought, Wen Youning typed back, then I'll trouble you. Qian Nua sent a cat emoji nodding. On my way. Wen Youning closed the chat application and observed the Caucasian, who had been eating for quite some time, still only nibbling on the slightly bruised animal feed. I have arranged everything. Soon, we will leave together. The Caucasian remained silent, deep in thought. Them. Who? The stray dogs outside? Are you worried about leaving them behind? Wen Youning quickly recalled the number of stray dogs she had just seen, 7 in total. Aside from a single puppy, the rest were all adult rural dogs. In the realm of strays, this number was not particularly large. The staff dormitory was spacious enough. Wen Youning swiftly formulated a plan. Is it alright if they come with us? Oh. Okay. Qian Nuo's van, typically used for transporting tigers from the zoo, was significantly larger than the usual vans seen on the streets. The interior was also more spacious. How is it, Teacher Wen? Qian Nuo stood beside the van, patting it. If we had waited another hour, this vehicle would have been restricted from entering the city. I'm quite nimble. As soon as you said you needed it, I went to find the vehicle. In the presence of strangers, the Caucasian kept its tail low and remained still, closely pressed against Wen Youning's leg. Qian Nuo felt a shiver of unease under the gaze of the Caucasian. While watching the live stream, she had longed to see it in person. Even when faced with a tiger or a black bear, she found herself hesitant to reach out, yet touching a large dog seemed feasible. Arriving with full confidence, yet now, standing before the Caucasian, who towered over her waist, she pondered how it would appear if it stood on its hind legs. Was this Caucasian truly as large as it seemed on the live stream? Qian Nuo silently took 2 steps back, thinking perhaps she should practice her courage by petting some smaller strays first. The camera must be making it look smaller, she mused. Wen Youning walked over to the van and climbed in, gesturing for the Caucasian to follow. The Caucasian glanced at the somewhat unstable folding ladder, placed its front paws on the edge of the van, and leaped inside, turning to let out a low growl. Woof! Woof! The strays hiding in the alley emerged in response. A woof the woof. The smallest among them, unable to compete for food or jump into the vehicle, stood beneath, whimpering in desperation. The large dog hesitated to help, but Qian Nuo was willing to assist the little one. The puppy spun in circles, momentarily dazed when picked up, only to realize it had been cradled by a human. Huh. Observing the van filled with strays, Qian Nuo sighed. They would be difficult to find homes for. The probability of adoption for the puppy was higher, but adult dogs faced significant challenges. Among them were even some purebreds, clearly abandoned by humans. How cruel. Qian Nuo shook her head and closed the van door before heading to the front to drive. The interior of the vehicle was dimly lit, and the live stream camera could capture little. To conserve battery, Wen Youning temporarily turned off the broadcast, intending to resume it once they arrived. The comments read, I wouldn't even find it boring if you filmed the Caucasian up close. Inside the vehicle, where only a few windows were open, the puppy curiously poked around, while the other strays exhibited signs of anxiety. Whoa. We are trapped. We're doomed. Are we being taken to be eaten again? The big yellow one didn't escape last time. This vehicle is terrifying. Woof! A black dog turned and barked at it. I told you, we're just going to another place. The boss is here. We want to die. If the boss saved you once, they can save you again. The strays played and wrestled, easing their anxiety during the journey. The Caucasian sat steadfastly beside Wen Youning, not participating in the strays' antics, resembling a statue in deep contemplation. Its ice-blue eyes reflecting profound emotions. What could it be pondering? Wen Youning leaned closer, inquiring, What are you thinking? The Caucasian cast her a sidelong glance. Seatbelt. Ahem. Wen Youning fumbled to locate the seatbelt on her chair, securing it. May I take a look at your leg? Wen Youning switched on her phone's flashlight, clarifying. I mean a thorough examination. Having only caught a vague glimpse earlier without touching, she knew that a proper diagnosis could not rely solely on sight. As she spoke, Wen Youning gently placed her hand on the Caucasian's hind leg, observing its reaction. Noting that the Caucasian did not resist, she lowered her head to focus on the injured leg, tentatively asking, Does this hurt?
No.
Wen Youning shifted her position. And this area? Do you feel anything?
Yes.
Is it painful?
No.
The Caucasian was remarkably intelligent and understanding. Wen Youning did not conceal the truth from it, estimating, It may need to be rebroken and reset. The injury had already healed improperly. Given the current medical techniques, there was no better solution than to re-break it, realign the misaligned bone, and apply a cast. Receiving this conclusion, the Caucasian remained unfazed, as if nothing could awaken its interest, merely responding, "Break." So aloof. Wen Youning noticed that since the Caucasian realized she could hear its thoughts, it had become more reserved, as if consciously restraining its inner voice. It was difficult for even humans to achieve such restraint. Who can truly master the thoughts that dwell within the mind? Such musings often emerge unexpectedly. Wen Youning released the Caucasian's hind leg and inquired, "Do you recall who struck you? Or perhaps what that individual looked like?" Lin Yuhai. Wen Youning anticipated a description of features, or perhaps a brief characterization of the perpetrator, be it man, woman, elder, or child. To her surprise, the Caucasian articulated a name with precision. This implied a familiar acquaintance was responsible. The Caucasian's inner voice soon echoed, "I shall not let him escape." Were they to encounter one another now, Wen Youning had no doubt the Caucasian would leap forth to sever Lin Yuhai's throat. Gently patting the Caucasian's back, she asked, "Was it Lin Yuhai who administered the poison to you?" "It was the nanny," the Caucasian squinted. "My master has perished. They deemed me an eyesore and sought to eliminate me." Wen Youning paused, her fingers stilling. "How did your master die? Was it their doing? If so, this transcended mere harm. It warranted a criminal investigation." The Caucasian lowered its head, emitting a mournful sound, a plain crash. "He left and never returned. Lin Yuhai intruded into our home seeking to steal. I would not permit his trespass." With each revelation, Wen Youning's brow furrowed deeper. It appeared the Caucasian's former master was no ordinary individual. As a shepherd dog, the Caucasian possessed a strong sense of territory, repelling those it disliked. Lin Yuhai must have been driven away before, and in his attempt to pilfer, colluded with the nanny to poison the Caucasian. Perhaps it was their first time administering such a drug. The dosage was miscalculated, resulting in the Caucasian rising in defiance and biting Lin Yuhai's leg. Wen Youning stroked the Caucasian's fur. "Do you still remember your master's name?" The Caucasian's inner voice responded, "Lin Baiyu." The name seemed somewhat familiar. Wen Youning, upon hearing it, instinctively reached for her phone to search. Unsure of the characters, she typed them in, and the predictive text associated the name with a notable figure, revealing Lin Baiyu. Upon further investigation, she discovered that Lin Baiyu had an online presence. The most recent entry was a few months old. Lin Baiyu, CEO of Lin Corporation, perished in a private plane crash in the suburbs, with no survivors. From the relational diagram, it was evident that Lin Yuhai was Lin Baiyu's uncle. With Lin Baiyu's demise, Lin Yuhai's intentions for entering his home were glaringly apparent. What a vile creature! Trespassing into a private residence, injuring the guard dog, and resorting to poison when outmatched. Could such actions stem from a rational human being? It was no wonder that at such an age, he had achieved nothing and relied on his nephew for support. Wen Youning reassured the Caucasian with a gentle pat on the back. "Fear not. I shall avenge you." However, the Caucasian's ambitions were grand. Inflicting harm upon the assailant might prove challenging, given the presence of bodyguards. Should the adversary alert the authorities, the Caucasian could easily be labeled a vicious dog and face dire consequences. The Caucasian glanced at her, and at that moment, Wen Youning raised her gaze. Meeting its eyes, she blinked and said, "Leave it to me. I will devise a plan." Raising her hand, she beckoned, "Come." The Caucasian appeared puzzled. So, Wen Youning clasped its paw in her palm.
All right.
"It is settled." The Caucasian emitted a sound of discontent. How childish. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to the Caucasian's face. "Did we not come to an agreement?" Chapter 33. Though the capybara's voice posed a question, it was delivered in a calm and even tone, resembling a statement more than an inquiry. In stark contrast to the capybara's composure within the old man's vehicle, Wen Youning was outside, running and speaking, already somewhat breathless. When the question of which side was left arose, Wen Youning's mind briefly malfunctioned. In that moment, she could not determine a reference point to help the capybara discern direction. Without hesitation, she dashed to the other side of the vehicle, shouting, "This side. Over here.
Oh.
Quick, quick. We're going to crash." Wen Youning's heart raced as she observed the approaching stone wall. The capybara remained lodged beneath, the vehicle's speed unchanged, clearly not in a position to effectively apply the brakes. Noticing the capybara's lack of response, she called out, "Hey, are you still awake? We're about to crash." "Okay." "This is not okay." Is the capybara truly indifferent to life and death? It seemed to embody a philosophy of simply living well, or not at all. Seeing that the capybara could not grasp the concept of braking, Wen Youning gave up on chasing after the vehicle. Instead, she elbowed the window in a bid to rescue the capybara, but the motion proved ineffective while running. She turned to the roadside, selecting a stone to smash the window. Despite the old man's vehicle not moving at high speed, it lacked the safety features of a modern car such as airbags and reinforced pillars, making it clear that a collision with the wall would be catastrophic for the capybara. With the impending crash, Wen Youning thought, saving even one of them would be worthwhile. "This one will do," she decided, clutching a pointed stone and racing ahead. However, a shadow overtook her, reaching the old man's vehicle first. Wen Youning paused, recognizing the figure as a rock wolf. The black Caucasian shepherd blended seamlessly into the night, moving swiftly and purposefully towards the vehicle without a moment's hesitation. It seized the rear of the car, attempting to halt it. With the Caucasian's strong pull, the vehicle's speed noticeably decreased, yet it still refused to stop. Not allowing the old man's vehicle any chance to be dragged further, the Caucasian decisively released its grip and collided with the side.
Bang! Zow! Zow!
The overturned vehicle lay on the ground, its wheels spinning rapidly in the air. The tremendous impact shattered all the glass on either side of the driver's seat. The unbuckled capybara was tossed about inside, disoriented yet still maintaining an air of nonchalance. Its inner voice vaguely called out, "Dizzy." This state seemed to render it even more animated. Just a little. Wen Youning opened the door of the overturned vehicle, lifting it as one would a rice cooker lid, wrapping her arms around the capybara, which felt heavy. Its coarse and short fur appeared solid and sturdy, lacking any fluffiness.
Oh.
Still, OING? Do you realize you were almost in a crash? Wen Youning brushed off the shards of glass clinging to the capybara's fur and set it aside, pushing the toppled vehicle back upright. The capybara blinked. After a night of running about, Wen Youning felt her heart rhythm faltering. The Caucasian's ears perked up, and it stepped forward, silently positioning itself protectively behind her. Wen Youning set the capybara down and looked curiously to her side. "What's the matter?" The Caucasian emitted a low growl as figures emerged distantly. "Oh my!" The capybara's caretaker rushed towards them, tucking his shirt into his pants. "I knew it was you who drove out. I told you so. You wouldn't believe me. You insisted on checking the surveillance, and by the time you find out, Momo will have already left the country." The caretaker's jacket bore a large photograph of the capybara, making it easy to identify as belonging to that particular zoo. "Who are you?" Pang Zizha glanced between the old man's vehicle and Wen Youning, finally resting his gaze on the Caucasian. "Bringing a dog to the zoo? Isn't that akin to visiting a cat CAF with a cat?" He regarded Wen Youning as just another visitor. "Our zoo isn't open at night. Are you lost? Or perhaps you thought you could sneak in to continue your visit after hours?" This idea, while uncommon, was not entirely unheard of. "I'm the new veterinarian at the zoo." Wen Youning presented her ID badge, which she always carried, for entry into the animal hospital. Pang Zizha handed it to a colleague, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you unhurt?" "No, just the old man's vehicle is damaged." Wen Youning shook the dilapidated door, allowing the jagged glass to reflect light more clearly. "As long as you're fine," Pang Zizha expressed relief, fearing that a sudden acceleration could have harmed someone. "I've noticed it sneaking onto my car lately. While patrolling today, I nearly stepped on it. While monitoring the surveillance, I saw the capybara's door was ajar. And when I went to investigate, the old man's vehicle was also missing." This revelation pieced together the recent occurrences in his mind. Having just finished running, the wind made Wen Youning feel even colder. Since the caretaker was now present, she decided to leave the ensuing matters to the professionals. She patted the thick fur around the Caucasian's neck. "You all take care, I'll be heading out." As she moved, the Caucasian did not immediately follow but stood still, gazing intently at the two caretakers. The pair, under the Caucasian's watchful eye, halted their attempts to reach for the capybara. Fortunately, this seemingly fierce Caucasian did not attack. After a moment, it joined Wen Youning as she walked away. The stray dogs in the yard were already fast asleep. As Wen Youning entered, she lightened her footsteps, heading directly to the bathroom. She activated the constant temperature heating within the bathroom and unfurled a disposable plastic cover over the bathtub. Unlike the thin, common plastic used for wrapping items, this one was thick, resembling a rain tarp, with one side pressed tightly against the bottom of the tub and the other side laid out with a bath towel. Turning on the faucet, Wen Youning crouched at the doorway and spoke to the Caucasian lying nearby. The checkup results indicate you are in excellent health. We can proceed with the surgery by tomorrow at the latest. But for now, let us give you a bath, shall we? It will be difficult to wash you after the operation. If the dog is of a smaller stature, wrapping the injured area in plaster allows for a bath, provided one avoids wetting the plaster. However, this is not the case for the Caucasian Shepherd. A mere trickle of water is utterly insufficient to soak its thick fur. It is preferable to bathe the dog prior to surgery. Moreover, the surgery necessitates shaving the fur from the injured hind leg. As Wen Youning's hand rested upon the back of the Caucasian Shepherd, she mused that summer was approaching and suggested thinning out its fur. Such a dense coat, exposed to the summer sun, could be stifling. Since the fur would need to be shaved anyway, a trim would blend the appearance, avoiding the starkness of shaving just one hind leg. Wen Youning prided herself on her expertise in animal grooming. The Caucasian Shepherd remained silent, while Wen Youning, self-assured, promised satisfaction in both shaping and thinning. The dog continued to be uncommunicative, its gaze falling upon a small patch of baldness on its forepaw, an area shaved during a blood draw. The sudden indentation amidst the thick fur revealed skin beneath. Not ugly, but decidedly unsightly. Wen Youning quickly reached out, inadvertently patting it, explaining that during the urgent blood draw, the fur was entirely shaved off, which was indeed unappealing. She clarified that thinning involved merely removing a layer from the thick fur, ensuring it would not appear bald. The Caucasian Shepherd curled its paw and exhaled through its nose. Wen Youning paused, questioning if it was smiling. The dog replied with a soft whine, denying it. "You are smiling," she exclaimed, playfully rubbing the dog, eager to see the transformation post-bath and grooming. Having conversed with the Caucasian Shepherd for too long, Wen Youning nearly forgot the tub. "Oh dear, my water." Fortunately, the water was flowing gently and the tub was spacious, nearly half full. She turned off the faucet, tossed in a thermometer, and noted that with sufficient room temperature, the water did not need to be excessively warm. After filling a basin with cool water and carefully monitoring the thermometer, she mixed it until it reached a suitable temperature before setting the basin down. "Come on," she beckoned, palms up, inviting the dog to bathe. The tub was semi-recessed, a more cost-effective choice for a bungalow. In an apartment, such designs could lead to leaks over time. The edge of the recessed tub was lower than the Caucasian Shepherd, allowing it to step in effortlessly. Once the dog entered, the water level rose considerably. "You need to soak a bit longer." Wen Youning, unable to find an appropriate brush, resorted to using her hands to massage the dog's fur. One must engage actively. Leaving it to soak without movement could result in an ineffective wash. Many pet grooming salons shy away from washing large dogs like this due to shedding and the difficulty in thoroughly cleaning their coats. It could take hours of exhausting effort only to find the roots remain dry. Bathing a cooperative dog, however, doubled the efficiency. Wen Youning cupped the Caucasian Shepherd's face with her wet hands, gathering its fur together, admiring its bright eyes, rounded head, and large ears. Chapter 34. What happened? Do Kunlin switched off his phone, which was still in use, and returned to find Wen Youning and the tiger locked in a silent stare, both motionless. He was utterly perplexed. What were they doing? The tiger, its claws resting on its face, attempted to turn at the sound but instinctively lowered its paw to the ground, inadvertently causing its glasses to slip. In a flurry, it raised its paw again to hold them in place, now too wary to let go. The tiger spun in place, its front paw circling as it faced Do Kunlin. Letting out a howl, "Come here." Do Kunlin, confused by the tiger's intent, cast a pleading glance towards Wen Youning. She translated, "It wants you to help take off its glasses. But it's best if you don't." "Hey, what's there to hesitate about? It's not every day that Arno asks me for help." Do Kunlin thought, feeling a sense of camaraderie in the request. He cheerfully raised his hands, grasping each side of the frame. "Taking off these glasses is a small task I'm happy to assist with." However, as he praised the quality of the glasses, His words trailed off upon fully removing the frame, giving way to a rising tone of alarm. Do Kunlun stared at the broken glasses, holding each half in his hands and aligning them to reveal a perfect fit at the fracture.
Done,
He declared. The tiger let out a low growl, followed by a series of whines, leaning its head against Wen Youning's shoulder. Oh no. You broke it. How could you be so careless? Its inner thoughts echoed, hee hee. How delightful. The tiger's expressions conveyed a playful, yet accusatory vibe. You little rascal, Wen Youning teased, pinching the soft face of the tiger, which bared its teeth, yet appeared quite pleased. It wasn't me. I barely applied any force. Do Kunlun defended himself, finally comprehending Wen Youning's earlier words. All of Arno's little schemes were directed at him, an innocent scapegoat. Ahahaha. Lin, what is going on? Qian Nua chimed in, feigning ignorance while joining in the banter. Teacher, Wen just opened a package, and you've already managed to break something. How careless. Wait a minute, don't stir the pot further. The truth is evident. Do Kunlun thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness. He glanced at the tiger, now nestled against Wen Youning, whining for sympathy. Stop acting. Teacher Wen sees through you. Are you trying to ruin Arno's things and sow discord between him and Teacher Wen? The damage is in your hands, just admit it, ha ha ha. How clever. Auntie, give me a kiss, I'll nibble your ear, and act all cute. What does the tiger's body language convey? A longing for home. The tiger is quite the scholar. The tiger was unfazed, proclaiming loudly, it's broken. Compensation. If not, I want to get up. The tiger rolled around, almost flattening the grass at Wen Youning's feet. All right, stop rolling around, Wen Youning said, gently nudging the tiger. I'll ask the vendor if it can be repaired. The tiger flipped over and stood up. Good. Do Kunlun mused, resting his tongue against his cheek, breathing heavily. You're the one who broke it? Deliberately making me help you take it off. He had suspected something was amiss. After all, when had Arno ever been so proactive? It was only after Wen Youning left that Arno had insisted on accompanying him, but after being refused, it reverted to its usual self. He had thought today would be a wonderful opportunity to bond with Arno, but alas. The caretaker was in sync with the tiger's clever antics. Do Kunlun smacked his thigh. Aren't we the best of brothers? The tiger rushed over, anxious. Do Kunlun chuckled, Arno. Your voice is filled with affection. I knew you still cared for me. We are brothers forever, hey, what are you doing? The tiger casually replied, seizing the glasses frame from Do Kunlun's hand, stepping back to clutch the other side. Do Kunlun was left bewildered. Ha ha ha, the caretaker's stunned expression is simply hilarious. The tiger thought, you can smack your thigh all you want, but don't damage my precious glasses. Do Kunlun, hands empty and open, looked at the tiger who is now running off with the glasses frame, finding humor in his own frustration. The tiger returned the broken glasses frame to Wen Youning, letting out a whimper. Wen Youning kept the smaller frame for the tiger to play with. It was far too small for the tiger, and even when worn halfway, it could only focus on one eye, making it a playful challenge. The tiger pawed at the tiny glasses frame, trying to nudge them onto its face. Wen Youning snapped a photo of the damaged glasses, sending it to the vendor. Can it be repaired if it's this broken? The customer service responded swiftly. Was the delivery so rough? That shouldn't happen. How could it break so completely? Wen Youning thought to herself, no, it was the tiger that was rough.
No.
It wasn't the delivery. I accidentally broke it.
Can it be fixed?
The customer service, confused, assumed the customer had purchased the item for testing its durability, hence the damage, and politely replied, yes, you can try using glue or adhesive to fix it. For a more refined repair, you can send it back to the shipping address, but we will charge a fee. Wen Youning replied, all right. With the tiger's strength, it could easily break the glasses again, and ordinary glue might not suffice. After considering the repairs, she placed 2 additional orders of different colors from a previously customized link, planning to switch them out for the tiger once they arrived. Initially, she had only purchased one, not anticipating the glasses would be so fragile. The vendor had advertised a new technology claiming to be resistant to being crushed by vehicles, and indeed, the promotional video showed a small car rolling over them without damage. She had believed them to be quite sturdy, yet, after not long on the tiger's face, they had shattered into 2 pieces. Now, that one was broken. The tiger would surely learn to control its strength when wearing glasses in the future. Preparing several pairs, she thought, would allow for a change of color to match its mood. All right, she concluded, after chatting with the vendor and scheduling a pickup for the damaged item. I'll take this back with me and give it to you when the new ones arrive. The tiger's tail shot up high, rubbing against Wen Youning affectionately. Do Kunlun squatted nearby, reaching for the tiger's tail. Don't just cozy up to Teacher Wen. If you like glasses, I can buy you some too. Just charm me. I'll spend a few months' salary for you. The tiger glanced at him, its tail flicking as it evaded Do Kunlun's hand. Oh, late affection is not the same this isn't right, Wen Youning exclaimed, firmly grasping the tiger's head. Where did you learn these words? You were unaware of your preferences before. Gifting the tiger with items and treats was one thing. At most, it involved live chickens or rabbits to hone its hunting skills. Who would have thought that gifting a pair of spectacles has transcended mere novelty? Do Kunlun was oblivious to what the tiger had said, yet the latter part of Wen Youning's statement struck a chord deep within him, prompting a hurried agreement. Exactly. Roar. The tiger circled Do Kunlun, its tail playfully wrapping around his wrist. The spectacle frames enchanted Do Kunlun, rendering him almost entranced. His lips curling upwards in a smile that nearly reached the back of his ears, disregarding whatever the tiger was saying. Bye. I shall place an order at once.
Ah.
Is the tiger's tail so agile? Bye. Who wouldn't purchase frames for my tiger brother? Let us get a whole bunch. I'll sleep with them as my pillow. Forget merely wrapping around my wrist. If it merely glances my way, I would empty my wallet to acquire them. After the tiger finished its affectionate rub against him, it returned to the side of Wen Youning, suddenly recalling something and leaping up, roaring, Wait for me. Before Wen Youning could inquire further, the tiger had dashed onto the artificial rock formation. The orange feline turned its back to her, rummaging through the crevices of the stones, and then pivoted, proudly clutching an inflated ball in its mouth. The ball was approximately the size of a half basketball, adorned with sequins that danced within the pink surface as the tiger sprinted about. With a triumphant tilt of its head, the tiger shared its cherished toy with Wen Youning. Was this ball still intact? As the tiger's caretaker, all toys were dispensed from Do Kunlun's hands. He distinctly remembered this ball, primarily due to its superior quality and hefty price. It could withstand the tiger's playful nibbles, though a genuine bite would surely pierce it. However, the tiger understood the concept of play, and even Arno would handle toys with care. Yet, this ball had vanished shortly after being gifted. He initially assumed Arno had misplaced it, not realizing it had been hidden away. Wen Youning squeezed the inflatable ball, noting that it felt somewhat deflated and soft to the touch. Roar. The tiger scampered toward her, eagerly anticipating her toss. Here it comes. Wen Youning raised her right hand high, twisting her wrist before launching the ball in the tiger's direction. Roar. The tiger, head tilted upwards, fixated on the parabolic arc of the ball as it soared through the air. With remarkable precision, it leaped and caught the ball mid-flight, landing gracefully and tumbling into Wen Youning's embrace. She held the magnificent beast securely, playfully scratching its ears and praising, Excellent. The tiger squinted its eyes in delight, lifting its chin. Wen Youning curled her fingers to scratch its chin, retrieving the inflatable ball from its mouth. Shall we try again? Roar. The tiger, upon hearing this, bounded away, eager to return to the opposite side.
Come on.
Rejecting animal performances, yet unable to resist the animal's insistence to perform. The tiger with its nose atop the inflatable ball. Arno is having such a great time. Does the caretaker play like this with Arno regularly? How blissful. Do Kunlun, a silent witness to the joy of others, stood with arms crossed, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the barrage of comments. Calm and composed. His pride soared above the clouds, and with a dismissive glance upwards, he thought, Pfft, I've long grown weary of this. In reality, aside from the initial occasion of gifting the ball to the tiger, he had never engaged with this inflatable toy. Alas, he had never witnessed Arno playing with the ball before, yet today it seemed to be having an absolute blast. Internally, he felt a pang of regret, but outwardly, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Chapter 35. Amber Sugar observed the sugar glider, who seemed eager to snatch her phone away, to engage in a lengthy conversation with Wen Youning, pouring out her grievances. She silently raised her hand to her forehead, contemplating that from now on, she need only provide food and water regularly, correct? Indeed. Wen Youning gently lifted the dog resting on her lap and turned to the sugar glider, saying, "She is not a bad person. She merely cares for you too much. There is no need to fear her or worry about her causing you harm. You both should take your time to adjust to one another. Once the sugar glider becomes accustomed to Amber Sugar's presence, the issues will resolve themselves naturally."
Squeak.
The sugar glider flew to the top of the cage, nodding in the direction of the camera. Wen Youning ended the call, deciding not to connect with another person just yet, opting to discuss it further once she returned home. Mountain high and water far. Wait. Teacher Wen, connect with me. I have something exciting to show you. Mountain high and water far. Teacher Wen will be home shortly. If you're not in a hurry, you may need to wait your turn. Mountain high and water far. No. I meant to say, I just encountered the slightly bitter person from earlier, and now I'm at the park. Teacher Wen, connect with me. I beg you. Just listen, it won't hinder my walking. I don't have live streaming permissions. You connect with me and I'll show everyone. Upon hearing this, the fans in the live stream grew excited, urging Wen Youning to connect. Little did they know, the incident of forgetting the child had a sequel. Indeed, there are no secrets on the internet. As Wen Youning settled the dogs and stepped out of the yard, she noticed the clamoring voices of the audience, their curiosity palpable, prompting her to connect. Smack, bang. Amidst the chaotic sounds, the thud of blows and a man's anguished cries filled the air. You fool! Do you have a pig's brain? I asked you to take care of the child, and you went home without them? The woman's furious reprimands were accompanied by a series of sharp slaps. A child wearing a balloon hat clutched a bottle of milk, drinking. A Doberman stood guard by the child's side, barking towards the feuding couple. Wen Youning, are they fighting? Mountain high and water far. Yes. I was setting up a stall next door and heard the commotion. I came over and instantly recognized this person from earlier in the live stream. He even said he was waiting at home for his wife to come back to save him. Haha, and now he has caught red-handed by her. He made his way around to get a closer look. When the slightly bitter person and the Doberman arrived, the child's mother was already present. However, he didn't catch the details at the time. An elderly person out for a walk mentioned that the mother returned home through the park, and upon seeing her child in the inflatable castle, the little one waved and called out to her.
Then,
Mountain high and water far chuckled at the memory. Hee, as the slightly bitter person and the Doberman arrived, but without missing a beat, the mother delivered a resounding slap. The camera panned around, revealing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers who had gathered in several concentric circles. Initially, people were trying to intervene, but once they learned that the slightly bitter person had forgotten the child, an elderly man, around 80, brandished his cane and approached. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, the slightly bitter person might have been in serious trouble. The slightly bitter person covered his head, trying to shield himself as the Doberman watched, anxious that its owner was unable to land any hits on the slightly bitter person. It promptly picked up its leash and offered it to the little owner, barking, "Let us go.
we're on."
The little owner, holding onto the leash of the towering black Doberman, staggered along behind it. Fortunately, the leash was long enough that the Doberman, upon nearing the man, nudged the little one, using the length to help it leap forward.
Woof.
You're done for.
Ah.
The Doberman executed a mid-air spin, its back legs driving into the fleeing man's chest. Thud, cough. The slightly bitter person's vision darkened, nearly retching on the spot. The little owner gazed down at the extended dog leash, rolling it along, wide-eyed and bewildered. Huh? Goodness, that spiral kick was perfectly executed. And it landed without causing the little owner to fall. Is this the true value of a top-tier guard dog? Haha. It even helped intercept while the man was fleeing. I'm about to burst with laughter. Isn't anyone concerned about the slightly bitter person getting beaten? Of course not. If the child were truly lost, there would be no time for regrets. A father with a child is the greatest danger when there's no real threat. The elderly onlookers nearby often carried snacks with them. Observing that the large dog was not crowding the child, they discreetly slipped some treats into the child's pockets. The presence of the Doberman provided a significant sense of safety. As long as the child was unharmed, the slightly bitter person could endure a few slaps. Qian Nua glanced at the live stream, and it made her want to adopt a dog of her own. By the way, Teacher Wen, my little orange cat needs to get vaccinated. Do you have any brand recommendations? I'd like to purchase it in advance. No need to buy, I have basic vaccines at home. I'll bring them back when I return. Wen Youning lowered the volume of the live stream, while the scuffle on the other end came to an end with the Doberman's strong intervention, and the voices of the crowd began to overlap chaotically. Wen Youning, let us stop by the chain supermarket. I need to buy some cardboard boxes. I only have one suitcase at home, and I need to bring a lot of stuff. It's better to prepare some boxes in advance for sorting when we arrive at the staff dormitory.
All right.
Qian Nua turned the steering wheel, guiding them directly to the underground garage. As Mountain High and Water Far observed the situation winding down, he remarked, "Well then, Teacher Wen, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll take my leave. I need to return to my stall. Goodbye, Teacher Wen." After a brief connection, he received several gifts and joyfully exited the call. Qian Nua followed the overhead signs to find a parking spot. This location was excellent, right next to the elevator. In the quiet underground parking lot, even the slightest noise echoed. A security guard, dressed in uniform, held a bag of dog food, squatting in the corner by the elevator shaft, calling out to the puppies, "Come eat." Seeing the two plump puppies emerge from a crevice in the wall at the guard's invitation, Qian Nua asked, "Are these your dogs, sir?" The security guard smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No, I don't know where they came from, and no one looks after them. They seemed quite pitiful, so I fed them." Just as he finished speaking, the elevator arrived, and the security guard rubbed his hands together before stepping inside. The elevator was nearly empty. When Youning entered and pressed the door close button, faint whispers reached her ears. "Woof. Should we go find Grandpa?" But Woof said Grandpa wouldn't pay any attention to Woof.
Sigh.
The little dog sounded quite forlorn, its tone filled with sadness, sighing deeply. When Youning instinctively wanted to step out and inquire about what was happening, but the elevator doors had already closed, ascending. She looked down and saw the two puppies squeezing into the adjacent elevator. "Teacher Wen?" Qian Nua noticed Wen Youning staring blankly, her gaze fixed. "Is something wrong?" Wen Youning shook her head. "It's the puppies over there."
Ding.
The elevator arrived at the first basement level, where the supermarket and a street of snacks awaited. The security guard was the first to exit, returning to his post at the supermarket entrance. Almost simultaneously, in the adjacent elevator, the two little puppies squeezed their way forward, jostling each other as they ran towards the security guard.
Woof. Woof.
"I want to say something."
Woof.
"Let me go." "Hey, how did you two manage to follow me?" The security guard instinctively glanced up at the surveillance cameras, aware that pets were not permitted inside the supermarket, especially not strays, which posed a greater risk. In the dimly lit corners of the underground parking lot, a few morsels of dog food posed no significant threat. However, should this be captured on the surveillance of a supermarket, it could spell the end of his employment.
Woof.
A small yellow puppy leaped up to reach the knee of the security guard. The dog noticed a peculiar human entering with a knife. The spotted puppy nearby echoed with enthusiastic barks, "Woof." That human appeared rather menacing, wearing a mask that concealed their face entirely. Faced with the exuberance of the pups, the security guard felt the sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He hurriedly replied, "I cannot play with you right now. Be good and step outside. If the supervisor passes by, it will be evident that these two puppies are quite familiar with me." "Wait a moment." Wen Youning, having grasped the situation, inquired, "Did you say that an armed individual entered the supermarket?" "Woof." The yellow puppy was startled, retreating to hide beneath the security guard's shoe. "Who is speaking?" "I heard someone talking." The spotted puppy, equally frightened, sought refuge. "I did not." The security guard assumed Wen Youning was addressing him, finding her words rather perplexing. "Why would I utter such a thing? That would only incite panic." Confused, he pointed towards the entrance, urging the individual to leave quickly. "The supermarket entrance is over there. Please proceed inside." "Woof." The yellow puppy, realizing the gravity of the situation, scampered in front of Wen Youning, barking in distress. "Yes, there's someone. They even kicked me. Very fierce." "What on earth is happening, Teacher Wen? Is this for real? Did the puppy really say that? Should we call the police?" Qian Nua, having pieced together the sequence of events, pointed at the little yellow puppy, asserting, "It was it who said so." She then addressed the security guard. Could you please notify the security team? Inform them that someone has entered the supermarket armed with a weapon and there may be danger. They should act swiftly to apprehend the individual. The security guard responded. Are you two putting on a suspenseful drama? You claim it's the dog that said so? Is this girl implying that I am a dog? I never said that. Or is she suggesting that I am? Adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, the security guard chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Our machines are equipped with detection systems. If someone attempts to enter with a weapon, it will trigger an alarm at the entrance. There is no way anyone could bring a weapon inside. He regarded Wen Youning and Qian Nua as if they were two unruly children. If you're not purchasing anything, kindly leave and do not disturb my work. The security guard's vigilance is rather low.
Well,
the live stream audience consists of fans familiar with Teacher Wen's prowess, having witnessed her capabilities firsthand. However, the security guard, likely unfamiliar with such broadcasts, may not recognize or believe her, which is rather understandable. So, what should we do now? Please do not dismiss this. Qian Nua suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that the world could not trust Teacher Wen as she did. The security guard sighed. You claim there is a dangerous individual inside. Did you see them? Mentioning that you can hear the thoughts of dogs will certainly not be credible to him. Wen Youning interjected directly, I saw them.
Chapter 36.
The first-person perspective of being embraced by a red panda. Oh, the adorable little one is so well-behaved. It even knows to clean off the mud before approaching Teacher Wen for a hug. Such a good baby. Am I also a part of your playtime? Qian Nua's hands remained in the position of hugging the little panda. But how cruel. You leave without a hint of reluctance. Last time you got lost, I helped bring you back. Yet being embraced by the little panda for the first time, though the reasons behind it may be somewhat ambiguous, it was undeniably the panda that came over seeking a cuddle, right? Qian Nua clapped her hands. A hug is a win. She disregarded everything else. No loss here. She playfully scooped up a little panda that had wandered over. Little panda?
Ow.
Wen Youning squinted her eyes, attempting to groom the panda, but could not find a place to start. So she gently wiped the mud off its face with her fingertip. The little panda tilted its head back, squinting its eyes, and let out a soft ow. The little panda, clinging to the caretaker Xiao Zhizhi, was climbing down, unknowingly circling around Wen Youning.
Ow.
Tuan swatted with one paw on the left and bared its teeth on the right. As more little pandas gathered around, it turned around and raised its front paw high. Go away. It's Tuan's. I met it first. Don't steal from Tuan. The little panda, though not very strong, had an immense sense of possession. The two sides faced off, and many curious little pandas squeezed closer. Wen Youning wiped away the mud from Tuan's back and said to Xiao Zhizhi, let us take a bath first. Standing at the door, she felt the warm breeze blowing from the glass wall. Soon, the mud and water on the little panda would dry, and the hardened mud clinging to its fur would be difficult to wash off. Xiao Zhizhi wiped the mud from her face, affirming, yes, let us go wash. I'll notify the repairman to come over. Qian Nua's clothes were already dirty, so she casually hugged two little pandas nearby. She often visited this place and had become familiar with the pandas. They did not reject her outstretched hands. Xiao Zhizhi beckoned to the little panda facing Tuan, who was raising its paws to compare sizes. Let us go play in the water. The little pandas did not particularly like water. They preferred living in trees. While they could swim and sometimes relied on it to escape predators in the wild, the pandas in the park could only move within the limited space behind glass walls. Thus, they were still quite curious about the water they rarely encountered, only getting to play with it during bath time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have played in the muddy water for so long. Upon hearing the keyword play in the water, the little pandas hesitated briefly before decisively abandoning their standoff with Tuan and followed the caretaker, exclaiming, Ow, let us play in the water. Wen Youning pretended to reach out to hug Tuan, let us go too. The little panda, with its back turned to Wen Youning, quickly dodged her outstretched hand. Ow. Here. It nimbly jumped onto the right armrest, standing on it and reaching out its paw towards Wen Youning. Wen Youning stood up, and the little panda's paw immediately grasped her hand. Ow. Just like this. Wen Youning curled her fingers, wrapping the little panda's paw in her palm. Good. The little panda stood unsteadily on the armrest, occasionally bending down to support itself with its front paws. Tuan Tuan has such a good temperament. How considerate. So cute. I want to hold its paw. Squeeze its paw pads. Let out a sharp roar. Hurry, Teacher Wen. Make a move. The panda enclosure behind the glass wall was now empty. Only the remnants of renovations remained. The staff had placed a sign indicating ongoing repairs outside. The water pipes and the pits on the ground caused by the mud needed to be patched up and covered with grass. Wen Youning was led by the little panda into the backyard. The backyard was entirely enclosed, and the indoor temperature was constant. In the center stood a circular bathing pit. Generally, the little pandas bathed themselves. They would roll in the water, hold their breath, splash around, and through their playful antics, manage to clean themselves. Typically, the little pandas would groom themselves and wouldn't get excessively dirty. Yet, at present, they were all muddy, and without the caretaker's assistance. It was clear they wouldn't get clean, unless they remained submerged in water until the dried mud softened. One by one, don't rush. Xiao Zhizhi gently placed a panda into the water and stood by the edge of the pool, starting to scrub the last panda she placed in.
Ow.
All my friends are playing inside, but I'm the only one being held. The little panda struggled incessantly. Once submerged in the appropriately warm water, it would blow bubbles. Gurgle, gurgle. The muddy water dispersed in the fresh water. Wen Youning moved to the other side, placing Tuan Tuan in a relatively secluded corner. The little panda sat in the water, which was nearly at its belly. Tuan Tuan did not swim away, but sat down, gazing up at Wen Youning with longing eyes. Having cleaned itself beforehand, Tuan Tuan didn't carry much mud, and a simple rub in the water would suffice to clean it. Wen Youning, raise your paw.
Ow.
Tuan Tuan complied, raising one paw, hesitating before raising the other as well. Ah, all done. Wen Youning chuckled softly, cradling Tuan Tuan's face in her hands. So good. While this side was calm and warm, the atmosphere was cozy. Xiao Zhizhi and Qian Nua were already nearing a playful scuffle with the little pandas. Hey, Rua Rua, don't splash water on your sister's face. Hey, TT, don't run away.
Come back.
Qian Nua twisted the water from her clothes, okay? After washing one more little panda, my clothes will be clean. It was hard to tell whether she was washing the little panda or her own outfit. On one side, the days are peaceful, while on the other, chaos reigns. Are the little pandas really this lively? I always thought they were quite shy. Can you tell from their personalities? That's hard to say. After all, Tuan Tuan seems very shy. The caretaker is hilarious. You can tell she often interacts with the little pandas. One hand on each with such quick reactions. After finishing Tuan Tuan's bath, Wen Youning lifted it out and placed it on the platform, shaking herself off. She basked in the sunlight. The temperature in the backyard was just right, entirely enclosed and shielded from the wind, with only sunlight streaming down from above. No need to blow dry. After a quick shake, a nap in the sun would leave them dry and fresh upon waking. Ow, no, let go. Don't, my belly is exposed. Help. The caretaker, in the midst of the chaos, caught a little panda, and before starting the wash, it began to struggle uncontrollably. Quickly, look how dirty you are. We must wash. Wen Youning remarked, it doesn't like this position. You should turn it over to wash.
Ah?
The caretaker wiped her brow. Wen Youning extended her hand, using her palm to gently flip the little panda over. Once it was turned over and hidden in Wen Youning's hands, the little panda, previously struggling, calmed down.
Ow.
The caretaker. Is this directed at me? She asked with suspicion. Are you feeling insecure? Wen Youning shook her head, her left hand gently cradling a panda cub submerged in water, while her other hand meticulously washed it, as this particular panda cub was quite private. The cub flicked its tail, the tip of which softly tapped the water's surface. The caretaker remarked, oh dear. Haha, each panda in this pool has its own unique personality. It's truly delightful to spend the day with these adorable creatures. Gurgling, the panda cub nestled securely on Wen Youning's arm, buried its head and began to blow bubbles, surfacing for air occasionally before diving back down. The sound resembled a secretive internal communication among the panda cubs. When Wen Youning looked up, she noticed a gathering of panda cubs eagerly awaiting their turn for a bath. The caretaker, standing beside her, earnestly invited her. Have you considered joining our panda sanctuary? The benefits here are quite exceptional. She dismissed the idea. After all, Chen Nua had dug for so long, merely to become an animal doctor at the sanctuary without ever working solely in the aviary. When Youning finished washing the panda cub, placed it beside Tuan Tuan, and gently patted its back, saying, "Go play." Awa. Tuan Tuan shifted aside, not intending to frolic on the grass, instead positioning itself behind Wen Youning, inching forward to be close to her, tailoring her bathing methods to each panda cub's distinct personality and habits, coupled with her innate charm. The panda cubs bathed under her care closed their eyes in bliss, nearly drifting off to sleep. The caretaker observed, her lips twitching in astonishment. There were indeed so many nuances to bathing. Chen Nua, perplexed, inquired, "How do you usually wash them? When they struggle fiercely, don't you suspect something is amiss?" The caretaker replied, "I don't often bathe the panda cubs. When they struggle, I assumed they disliked water, so I hastened to finish." Chen Nua responded, "That method only confirms their aversion to water." Noticing their clothes were damp, Wen Youning suggested, "You should go take a shower and change into clean clothes to avoid catching a chill. I can handle things here." Xiao Zhizhi felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it's her job to delegate her responsibilities to others. Mud washes off easily, leaving no stains on clothing, and it can be worn again once cleaned. However, if it were something more stubbornly dyed, the clothes would be ruined with such splatters." So she wasn't in a hurry to change. Chen Nua squeezed her clothes to wring out the water, reasoning, "It's really not a problem. Your staying won't be of much help." Xiao Zhizhi retorted, "What kind of talk is that?" Chen Nua sniffled. "To be honest, I wanted to help before, but I was also dismissed by the knob-nosed swan." When Youning continued washing the panda cubs as if they were immobile plush toys, one after another. To be precise, they were even more refined than plush toys, for the panda cubs were exceedingly cooperative when it came to lifting their heads or turning around. The significance of mastering a foreign language was vividly exemplified in this moment. Though it appeared effortless, challenges arose. Washed panda cubs refused to leave, crowding at the back. "Awu!" Tuan Tuan raised its paw to frighten them away. "Scatter, you noisy creatures." Chapter 37. Just admit it, you didn't show off, did you? Otters and sea otters both adore showcasing their young, who decreed that they must display their own. Even without anything to flaunt, they insist on putting on a show. "Ha! You're being utterly excessive." Quickly returned the little otter. Xiao Yichen admonished, pointing out that casually seizing someone's cub is quite impolite. Suddenly, the otter stood upright in the water and, without hesitation, slid along the edge of the pool to pass the cub over. In the next moment, a slightly larger otter barreled in, knocking it over. The otter cub lost its support and was about to tumble down when Xiao Yichen lunged forward, his palm raised to catch it securely. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the mother otter also had her paw raised, seemingly waiting to catch her falling cub. Their eyes met, and the mother otter let out an indignant splash. "Humph, you have accomplices." Wen Youning, breaking off a piece of jerky to share with the dozing tabby cat on her lap, diligently translated. "She says you are in cahoots with the otter that stole her cub. Ha ha ha, don't deny it. You've been cooperating with the thieving otter. What further explanation could you possibly offer? Surrender now, cub thief." The mother otter sighed in disappointment. True heartbreak does not stem from loud quarrels. "I am not an accomplice," Xiao Yichen hurriedly clarified, flustered by the mother otter's furious glare. "If I hadn't caught the cub, it would have fallen to the ground. Naturally, I had to reach out for the sake of the cub's safety, right?"
"Ah, you don't believe me? Come at me."
The mother otter extended her paw, glaring angrily. Here. Xiao Yichen offered the otter cub with both hands, hoping this gesture would prove his innocence. The otter that had been struck swam back, expecting a fierce confrontation with the mother, only to find the cub being exchanged. The hard-won cub was gone, and it immediately shouted in rage, "Ah, traitor! You are a traitor to the otters." Xiao Yichen couldn't understand but felt accused. "Is it scolding me?" Wen Youning nodded. "Pretty much. It says you are a traitor." Hearing this, the mother otter grew even angrier. "Humph. The otter insists you are all in league." Xiao Yichen realized he had been understood this time. "No, I was simply trying to save the cub. Why am I being blamed? I seem to have upset both sides." The mother otter was very cautious of the thieving otter, cradling her cub and slowly retreating into the water. The struck otter rubbed its face, glaring at Xiao Yichen. "This is all your fault. You are the most useless human I've ever seen. You couldn't even protect a single cub. What use is a human like you?" Xiao Yichen felt his brow twitch slightly. The look in its eyes suggested it had taken a grudge against him. He wondered if it might suddenly bite him in the future. Wen Youning remarked, "You have a knack for trouble." Xiao Yichen sighed. "This is the end." A light rain fell softly through the night. Outside, the sky was overcast, the drizzle mingling with the night air, infused with a faint scent of grass. The dormitory's courtyard was adorned with plants. At a glance, there were no puddles, yet Wen Youning refrained from letting the dogs outside. The dampness outside made it uncomfortable to lie on the rain-soaked grass. The little tabby, exhausted from play, nestled comfortably on Wen Youning's lap, purring softly. It stretched out, unfurling its paws, and playfully scratched the air. Wen Youning gently rubbed the kitten's belly. "Awake already?" "Meow." The little tabby licked its nose, grasping Wen Youning's hand, then nuzzling against her wrist. Still groggy from sleep, its round eyes blinked as it surveyed the surroundings, noticing a multitude of dogs, while the familiar fowl bird was conspicuously absent. Where did that fowl bird go? The red-tailed hawk and the little tabby had spent considerable time together. After the general returned home, when Wen Youning was absent, they were the only two left in the house. Though they often squabbled, their bond remained strong. It had ventured out. Wen Youning brushed off the remnants of jerky from the little tabby and advised, "Go drink some water." Having nibbled a few pieces of jerky before sleeping, the little tabby exclaimed in disbelief, "Meow. It actually snuck out to play without me. How inconsiderate." "It didn't go to play. It went to handle important matters." Wen Youning stroked the tabby's fur. "Miss it, did you?" Calculating the time, it seemed that from when the tabby had fallen asleep to when it awoke, the hawk had only been gone for a few hours. "Not at all. I despise that foul bird." The little tabby shook its fur and leaped off the sofa to drink some water, taking a bite of the cat food in its bowl. Yet, its eyes frequently darted towards the door. "Humph, I'm not watching for that foul bird's return. What important matters? What could they possibly be? Animal agents. That sounds rather cool." "That's it. Teacher, one has excluded us from the important arrangements." The comments buzzed excitedly in the chat. Wen Youning chuckled. "Wait for the hawk to return. Let it explain to you." The comments replied, "It's as if we can understand what the hawk says." Wen Youning filled the empty bowls with food and prepared a special meal for the sick dog. In the bedroom, the rock wolf was already awake. Lying quietly on the bed, the blanket draped over it, unchanged from when Wen Youning had left. "I'm here now." Wen Youning switched on the soft orange lamp, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the small area without being harsh. Setting down the food, she lifted the blanket. "Come on, sister. Let us go to the bathroom." The Caucasian shepherd hesitated, not leaning toward Wen Youning but instead trying to stand up on its own using its front paws. "Stay still. It's all right. I can help." Wen Youning gently patted the shepherdess back, careful not to touch the cast on its leg. Adjusting her arms, she aimed to lift it comfortably without disturbing the injured limb. The rock wolf stiffened as Wen Youning held it, possibly aware of the burden it was imposing. Though it did not vocalize its feelings, its reaction conveyed its thoughts clearly to Wen Youning, filling her heart with warmth. She marveled at how understanding the rock wolf was. Her hands sank gently into the thick fur of the shepherd as she lifted it carefully. The bed was laid with a pea pad. Wen Youning had previously mentioned it could use it, and she would clean up afterward. However, the rock wolf clearly did not wish to do so. After finishing its business, the Caucasian shepherd leisurely emerged without waiting for Wen Youning to embrace it, cautiously navigating on 3 legs as it learned to walk again. Unlike the last time when it was injured, the medication alleviated its pain, though the cast felt rather unfamiliar. Additionally, the raised leg was prone to brushing against the ground due to the cast, necessitating a careful movement where it advanced its front paws first, pausing momentarily before the hind legs followed. This slower pace, albeit cumbersome, ensured it did not bump into the cast. "Come eat this," Wen Youning said, having added medication to the meal, which consisted of a simple broth of chicken breast with soup and meat. The Caucasian bit into the dog food, its nose twitching as it glanced toward the slightly ajar door, through which a curious tabby cat peeked in. This was a cat raised by Wen Youning. The rock wolf remained unfazed, continuing to munch on its food. The little tabby squinted its eyes, filled with curiosity towards the large creature. Previously intimidated by the fierce appearance of the Caucasian, it now noticed the familiar scent of Wen Youning enveloping the dog, leading it to think, since it is tamed by my sister, it must be my little subordinate. However, the little tabby felt a pang of worry. This subordinate seemed rather large, and the thought of it grooming her fur was daunting. Wen Youning picked up the small tabby, which was still smaller than the Caucasian's head, and asked, "Have you finished your meal?" "Meow. All done." The little tabby had also indulged in some jerky, having eaten only a few bites of its kibble before feeling full. With the little tabby leading the way, several fluffy heads began to appear in the doorway. The first to follow closely behind was the small black dog. Perhaps having heard the Caucasian's voice, the other dogs were concerned about their leader's condition. Anxious, yet hesitant to enter, they lounged in the living room on this rainy day, gradually inching forward until they reached the entrance. One cannot blame the dogs for entering the bedroom. The living room is simply too small.
Huh?
The seemingly indifferent, yet actually very concerned little creatures. You can chat and converse, but be careful not to bump into your leader's hind legs. Wen Youning cradled the little tabby, intending to allow them some space to bond. If you feel sleepy and want to jump onto the bed, remember to call me. This needed to be made clear, especially emphasized, lest the Caucasian, not wanting to trouble her, attempt to leap up on its own. With no response, Wen Youning squatted beside the Caucasian, embracing its fluffy neck and softly asking, "Did you hear that?" The Caucasian replied softly, "Good dog." As she stepped outside, the dogs that had stayed back wagged their tails while lying on the ground. She turned slightly, encouraging them to enter. Woof!
Yay!
The dogs were thrilled to see their leader. Wen Youning settled back in the living room, glancing at the time. There was still ample time before her scheduled live stream with fans. She picked a slice of lotus root soaked in spicy red oil from the self-heating hot pot. The little tabby leaped onto the table, its tail held high, mewing. Though the little cat might not enjoy the same food as her, it would certainly come over for a taste if it saw her eating. Even if it found something distasteful, it would first sniff it before giving up on eating it. "This is spicy." Before the little tabby could reach out its paw, Wen Youning offered the lotus slice to it. Chapter 38. In a moment of overwhelming information, even Wen Youning found herself momentarily dazed by the sheer volume of data, struggling to differentiate between the substantial and the trivial musings of the pearl bird. The old man's vehicle could not enter the residential area. Such cars, which appeared across the nation, relied on the elderly drivers, for anyone else would surely be apprehended for reckless driving. Wen Youning parked the old man's car by the roadside. As soon as she opened the door, the pearl bird eagerly fluttered out, chirping, "This way." It spun in the air, flapping its tiny wings to lead the way. Following the pearl bird, Wen Youning ventured into the sparsely populated community. At night, only a few units in the buildings were illuminated, and apart from a security guard munching on seeds under a street lamp, there was hardly anyone in sight. Chirp! This is the place. The pearl bird guided Wen Youning to the row of villas, soaring to about the second floor and landing on an extending terrace. Chirp! Don't die, human. Don't die. Wen Youning glanced at the door number and hastily typed a message to call for help while pressing the emergency call button linked to the security office. The arrival of a police car would surely lag behind that of the property management. Saving the person inside was the priority. After a jarring burst of static, without waiting for a response, Wen Youning hurriedly exclaimed, "Hello? There is someone at Unit 6, Building A. Don't call the police." A hollow voice interrupted, weak yet articulate amidst the faint static and the whispering wind. The response from the property personnel came belatedly. "Hello? What's wrong with Building A?"
Gah.
"You're awake." "I'm not dead. This human is still alive." "It's fine," Wen Youning quickly replied, releasing her finger from the emergency button. Looking up, she saw a pale-faced man standing by the railing on the terrace. The white pearl bird was chirping incessantly, hopping around excitedly.
Oh.
"How did you wake up by yourself? It's great that you're okay. You have no idea, human. You scared the bird when you were lying in your own blood." The man pressed his fingers to his brow. The wound on his wrist had dried, but blood stained a large portion of his arm. Perhaps the movement had pulled at the pain, as he paused momentarily before saying, "Come up." The partially composed text message calling for help was swiftly deleted. As the man opened the door for Wen Youning, he was busy wrapping his wrist in tape with a piece of tissue. With one hand injured and struggling with his mouth, the task looked exceedingly challenging. Just before the tissue slipped from his grasp, Wen Youning instinctively caught it, realizing he had lost too much blood and should go to the hospital. "I'll be fine after a moment." The man managed a weak smile. "If I show up at the hospital like this, everyone will be worried." The man noticed Wen Youning's confusion and hesitated. "Aren't you my fan?" Wen Youning, perplexed, realized the man was equally bewildered. "Then how did you come to rescue me?" Upon hearing this, it dawned on Wen Youning that the man must have mistaken her for a devoted admirer who had come upon his injury. She pointed to the incessantly chirping pearl bird beside her. "It was it that called me here." "Indeed. The little bird summoned you." The man was taken aback, recalling that when he was poised to succumb, he had indeed heard the bird's call. The sound had been fleeting, merely a figment of his imagination born from blood loss. He never expected the little creature had witnessed his plight and sought help. Chirp! The pearl bird puffed up its chest in response to the man's gaze, as if to say, "Isn't this little bird remarkable?" Wen Youning remarked, "It's waiting for your praise." The man, momentarily stunned, glanced at Wen Youning slowly before smirking. "What an impressive little bird."
Gah.
"It's extraordinarily capable." Wen Youning observed the man's improper handling of his wound, which had begun to ooze again, and inquired, "Do you have a first aid kit?" "The wound is too deep. This wrapping one to suffice. If you refuse to go to the hospital, I can assist you." It appeared the major artery had not been severed. Otherwise, given the amount of blood that would have flowed, he would have been near death long before she reached him, let alone been able to stand and open the door. The man queried, "Are you a doctor?" Wen Youning hesitated momentarily before responding, "Not quite." "What?" "I'm an animal doctor." "Oh, that's fine." The man coughed a couple of times. "Humans are animals too."
Just a moment.
The man, pale-lipped and having lost a significant amount of blood, searched his home, seemingly unfamiliar with the surroundings. After some time, he finally retrieved a first aid kit from an upper cabinet. "I apologize," he said. "I don't come here often. Please check these medications. They should be unexpired."
All right.
Wen Youning opened the kit, discovering it contained various emergency medications for bleeding and pain relief. The assortment was typical of a doctor's kit, suggesting it had been thoughtfully prepared for his circumstances. "Did you injure your wrist yourself?" "Yes," the man explained. "After finishing filming a project, I was trapped in my character and came here to seek solitude, wanting to be away from the crowd. My manager was worried I might do something reckless, so they prepared these supplies."
Chirp.
The pearl bird tilted its head. "Why would you harm yourself? Doesn't it hurt?" "Bad people hurt little birds, and even without bleeding it's painful. You must be in pain too. Please don't hurt yourself." The man glanced at his feathered savior, marveling at the tiny creature's boundless energy, flapping around joyfully. It was a bit noisy yet quite lively. Like a vibrant splash of color against the dullness of the deep sea, it was rather endearing. Wen Youning bandaged his wound, advising, "If the bleeding doesn't stop soon, contact your manager for stitches." "Thank you." The man sighed softly as he examined his hand. Swapping hands, he introduced himself. "I am Yen Yushan. Wen Youning."
Gah.
"The bird's name is Bai Shui. Isn't it lovely?" It named itself. It saw the white snow and called itself Bai Shui, just like the bird is beautiful. Wen Youning tilted her head toward the pearl bird.
Its name is Bai Shui.
Yen Yushan nodded earnestly and extended his hand toward the pearl bird. "Hello, Bai Shui."
Chirp.
The pearl bird hopped onto his hand, grasping his fingertip gently, as if shaking hands. "Hello, hello." The single-footed standing proved somewhat challenging for the pearl bird, as it wobbled unsteadily, first hopping 2 steps to the left and then 2 more to the right, ultimately plopping into Yen Yushan's hands. Its lack of stability did nothing to diminish the pearl bird's jubilant spirit. Its tiny claws clung to Yan's fingertips, flitting about as it chirped, "Cheep, cheep." "Hello, Yen Yushan." Wen Youning smiled and remarked, "It truly adores you." "I have a fondness for it as well," Yen Yushan replied earnestly after a brief pause. "It is quite adorable," he declared with a gravity befitting the announcement of a significant revelation. The pearl bird proudly lifted its head, convinced it was the most beautiful among all birds. Wen Youning glanced at the pearl bird and then at Yen Yushan, inquiring, "Have you been to the hospital for an examination?"
Me?
Yen Yushan hesitated before responding, seemingly contemplating whether to divulge the information, but eventually nodded. The doctor prescribed some medication. Today has felt rather peculiar. It began when I was cutting fruit and somehow, the knife slipped and fell onto my wrist. His memories of the incident were hazy, a blur of indistinct images. He had not intentionally concealed anything. It was merely that his own mind felt disoriented.
Cheap.
"How terrifying!" exclaimed the little bird, trembling at the thought. Yen Yushan shook his head, attempting to clear his thoughts. "It's really not a grave issue. The doctor said I just need to have regular checkups. Today was simply an anomaly." Wen Youning took to the internet to search for information about Yen Yushan, as she was unfamiliar with the entertainment industry. Her only recourse was online research. "Have you ever considered adopting a pet to divert your attention?" "The doctor did suggest I get a cat or a dog," Yen Yushan explained. "But I believe that the decision to keep an animal is a matter of fate. I have yet to encounter one that captures my interest. So the plan remains on hold." "Why cats and dogs?" The pearl bird interjected. "Aren't birds delightful? Look at how adorable I am." It hopped onto Yen Yushan's shoulder, chirping.
Cheap.
"Just look at me. Am I not charming?" Cats tend to chase birds, and birds are not fond of cats. Yen Yushan's gaze inadvertently followed the fluffy white ball. While the pearl bird chattered away, its words a delightful cacophony, leaving him in a state of bemusement. After a lengthy discourse, the pearl bird fixed its beady eyes on Wen Youning, asking with a curious cheep. Wen Youning interpreted, "It's curious why you only wish to keep cats and dogs, and not birds." The pearl bird nodded eagerly in agreement. "I haven't had the opportunity," Yen Yushan admitted, recalling his visits to pet stores where the most common sights were kittens and puppies, whereas caring for birds would likely require a trip to the avian market. Observing the charming little creature, Yen Yushan inquired, "What species is this bird?" "A pearl bird," came the answer. "It's just a bit more talkative than others. Aside from that, it bears no significant flaws." Wen Youning had listened to the pearl bird's incessant chatter, and now its chirps echoed in her ears, persistent and piercing. "It never tires, this little ball of fluff," she mused. Indeed, not every pearl bird possesses the charm of Bai Shui, the pearl bird proclaimed, puffing up its tail feathers.
Look.
Bai Shui's tail feathers are the most exquisite of all. Yen Yushan's gaze softened as he felt the gentle touch of the bird's feathers against his cheek, the desolation in his heart slightly easing in the presence of this gregarious little creature, which made him acutely aware of his own silence. The pearl bird fluttered its wings and chirped, "Why are you so quiet? Are you feeling unwell again? Wishing to grasp a knife? That's not acceptable." Chapter 39. My neighbor Totoro. Speak for me. Feed me peanuts. Why not donate that if you're not using it? On a sunny day, Rainy Ching brushed her coat, tracing the decorative zipper downwards, and indeed found the hooked golden pendant at the very bottom. She had completely failed to notice when it had been attached. The gold pendant was not solid, it was light as a feather, and she had been oblivious to its presence all along. Thankfully, her concern for Totoro had kept her from venturing outside last night until now. Otherwise, had she taken a stroll, the pendant might have been lost somewhere. Totoro is fuming. "You truly are blind." Rainy Ching opened her mouth. "Teacher Wen, I previously administered a laxative to it. Given the current situation, should I give it something to counteract that?" Totoro remained still for a long while. There had been talk of swallowing gold as a form of self-destruction, and Rainy Ching feared that Totoro might inadvertently consume itself. After a night of waiting, the laxative had finally been given. "Wen Youning, are you adding more water to the flour, or more flour to the water? I understand that your intentions to protect Totoro are noble, but you must not act impulsively. Totoro has truly suffered under your care. No need to feed it just yet. Let us observe the situation first. Medicine can be harmful, especially when administered to small animals, so caution with dosage is imperative." "All right," Rainy Ching agreed. "Then I'll prepare some delicious treats to nourish it." Although the surgery and induced vomiting had not been arranged, Totoro had indeed endured hardship since the golden pendant had gone missing. Totoro shot her a glance. "At least you possess some conscience. Give me the round ones." Seeing Rainy Ching rummaging through the snack cabinet, Wen Youning reminded her, "If it wants round ones, it should be from that blue bag." "This one?" Rainy Ching pulled out a grass ball.
Perfect.
This is also an Ai's favorite. Today, I won't restrict you. Eat as many as you like, my dear baby. The voice gradually faded as the live streaming screen closed. Wen Youning rose to the kitchen to fetch a bag of potato chips. Peering outside the window to see the red hawk still dining. Chatting while snacking, it occasionally pecked, its nimble little head turning about. The nearby red hawk, noticing Wen Youning through the glass, instinctively spread its wings, fluffing its feathers, taking a step back with its claws, ready to take flight at any moment. Wen Youning waved at it with a smile. Realizing that Wen Youning was the one offering food, the red hawk blinked and returned to the feeding station. It pecked at the food but could not resist glancing at Wen Youning, hopping forward to perch atop the feeding station. Before it could curiously fly over. Wan landed on Wen Youning's shoulder, squinting its eyes. A silent exchange ensued. The red hawk jumped down from the feeding station and continued to eat. Wan shook its feathers and proudly puffed out its chest while perched on Wen Youning's shoulder. As its little belly expanded, Wen Youning's fingertip poked it at that moment.
Go.
Wan was caught off guard. No poking the hawk. Wen Youning curled her finger to gently rub its little head. Wan squinted its eyes, and a potato chip swiftly passed before it, which it pecked at.
Oh?
Wen Youning observed the chip with a bite taken out of it. Wan sampled it, perhaps finding the flavor agreeable, and leaned forward for another bite.
You cannot eat this.
Wen Youning quickly moved the chip away. It was too salty. Fried potato chips are both salty and greasy. Even she felt parched after eating too many, let alone small animals that should not consume excessive salt. Chirp. The hawk can eat.
Meow?
A little tabby cat pranced in, tail held high. The cat can also eat. Wen Youning chuckled at the cat nudging her leg. Do you know what I'm eating?
Meow.
Regardless of what it is, the cat can eat it. All of it. Wen Youning broke the piece Wan had pecked into smaller bits for the two of them to taste, but certainly not more than that. The chips contained no meat or seafood, offering little allure to the little tabby. Meow.
Not tasty, meow.
It's fried potato. You don't like potatoes. Wen Youning opened 2 packs of deep-sea dried fish. Here, eat this. Meow. Wan pecked at a chip, then at the dried fish, clutching small morsels to swallow. As Wen Youning exited the kitchen, she muttered, Next time, I'll buy some meat and bones at the market. The meat doesn't need to be meticulously trimmed. Just a bit of flesh left on it, boiled in clean water, serving as both a natural toy and a teething stick. Teacher, Wen doesn't carry her phone. She must have sneaked over to pet the red hawk while we weren't looking. So much fluff. This life of a streamer is my dream. She returned, shaking the bag of chips in her hand and fetching some food. The Caucasian shepherd, having finished its meal, jumped onto the sofa, the leg in a cast not exerting any effort. After pausing atop the sofa, it adjusted its position to lie on its side. Wen Youning gazed at her phone screen, but her peripheral vision remained on the Caucasian shepherd until it settled comfortably, at which point a fluffy backdrop appeared behind her. Ding! Your reported account has been verified. A message popped up in the background. It was a response to her official complaint regarding the Long-Gu account from yesterday. The Long-Gu account had been banned. Wen Youning read out the final result, then searched for Long-Ji's account ID, which now displayed as non-existent. It should be banned. Speaking of which, I saw Long-Gu at the People's Hospital today. He looked like a swollen pig's head. I almost didn't recognize him. He was dazed, lying there with his tongue hanging out, shouting that he wanted to call the police.
Haha.
What would he report? That teacher, when controlled the pearl bird to crash into a hornet's nest, causing him to be stung? They wouldn't even give him the courtesy of filing a case. Speaking of calling the police, have you seen the Sea City Police report? They specifically praised the enthusiastic citizen, Teacher Wen. Enthusiastic citizen? Wen Youning bit into a chip, puzzled, and clicked the link. The link redirected to Weibo. She discovered that a city had retweeted Sea City's official Weibo, tagging her account in the post. The announcement, presented in blue on a white background, succinctly summarized the time of a gold robbery. The robbery occurred at a gold store on Hongbin Road 210 in Sea City. 2 suspects fled the scene at 10:31 a.m., but were apprehended in a city, with all stolen items returned. The investigation is ongoing. The Weibo post concluded there, but the official account commented in the post's comment section. Sea City Hongbin Road branch. Special thanks to the enthusiastic citizen Ms. Wen for providing information on the suspects, aiding in the capture of one of the fugitives, and revealing the hiding place of the stolen items. The A City branch quickly followed suit, retweeting the comment, accompanied by a photo of Wen Youning holding a banner, albeit partially censored. However, it was of little consequence. During the rescue with the little white dog, it had been a live stream, and a replay could easily be checked. Wen Youning. When was this taken? Hadn't it been quickly rolled up after the moment it was unfurled? Shijin Cheng had approached her later to request a reshoot, and Wen Youning had guessed the purpose and politely declined. Yet, somehow, the photo had still made its way online. Upon magnifying and scrutinizing the image, it appeared to be a screenshot taken just before she rolled it up, captured from a pause video. Wen Youning. Shijin Cheng, you're quite cunning. Wow, this term banner is indeed exquisite. Feel free to laugh. Holding it in is not good for your health. Ah, how delightful. Who conceived this idea? Truly remarkable. Is this a form of mind reading officially sanctioned? Upon closer inspection of the announcement, it merely states that crucial clues were provided to assist in solving the case. The authorities would certainly refrain from directly mentioning such sensitive matters. It suffices for everyone to understand the underlying implications. Given that this information comes from an official source, its credibility is beyond doubt. Many individuals have taken to ING and exploring the account of Wen Youning to grasp the full context. Wen Youning's Weibo and live streaming accounts are interconnected, both prominently featuring live broadcast details. There exists no information online that cannot be unearthed by astute netizens. Upon deeper investigation, one can find screenshots related to the apprehension of the initial suspect from the Monkey Mountain, albeit without video evidence, as well as replays of the live stream where gold bars were discovered in the refuse collection site. Some have compiled these into an extended video, with text and images in the first half and video in the latter, rendering the entire sequence exceedingly clear. Consequently, discussions surrounding Wen Youning have surged in popularity. Why not commend Shijin Cheng, who played an indispensable role in this case by virtue of his acquaintance with Teacher Wen? It appears that the ability to read minds may indeed be genuine. I shall observe further. The official's public commendation certainly indicates that they are not addressing any fraudulent internet scam. The fervor of the discussion is palpable, oscillating primarily between belief and skepticism. The remainder of the discourse focuses predominantly on Jin Qi. Wen Youning has opted to exit her account and intends to bid farewell to this platform before the fervor surrounding Jin Qi dissipates. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts outside. Do not approach. Stay away. The commotion escalates, and without a moment to ponder, Wen Youning hastily sets aside her phone to intervene. Stop fighting. Please stop. Red Falcon and the dogs seem to have maintained their distance, so what has instigated this brawl? Perplexed, she listens to the familiar sounds of small animals amidst the uproar. Outside, the once occupied railing by Red Falcon is now deserted, and the dogs basking in the sun have vanished without a trace. What is happening? The clamor of the small creatures persists, and Wen Youning, bewildered, follows the noise only to discover Red Falcon perched atop the roof while the dogs stand guard beneath the wall, gazing intently at something scaling the wall. Pandas? Wen Youning gasps at the sight of the small pandas adorning the wall. Oh no! Tuan spots Wen Youning and, sitting atop the wall, reaches out her paw in a plaintive gesture. A hug, please. Previously, it was she who ventured forth to explore. Now, it is the leader guiding her escape. Wen Youning squeezes through the circle of puppies, and Tuan, exhibiting unwavering trust, leaps down without hesitation into her embrace. Gently, Wen Youning cradles the trembling panda, soothing its quaking frame, evidently frightened. Upon witnessing this, the other pandas approach, eager to join. But realizing there is no room in Wen Youning's arms and observing the multitude of dogs below, they hesitate to jump, despite the dog's benign demeanor. Chapter 40. Lin Baiyu let out a scoff. What kind of skill is it to push me out? If you have the ability, kill me. With a click, the wolf, Yanlang, pushed open the courtyard door. Haha, Yanlang, I've never heard such a request. Did you see that? Yanlang was ready to pounce on Teacher Wen, but upon hearing this, he turned around without hesitation. Haha. Yanlang, if you say that, then I won't hold back. Youth has no price. Today, I'm just sampling my father. I'll fight once I recover. Lin Baiyu, unable to stand, pushed himself forward in his wheelchair. Winning like this is hardly honorable. Roar. Yanlang, limping on one hind leg, pursued relentlessly. As Wen Youning reached the doorway, she remarked, "Well, given your conditions, perhaps you should refrain from the chase. Haha, it's a bittersweet kind of inspiration. Please, stop fighting. I'm about to die from laughter. Is that person in the black suit an assistant? Why isn't he helping push? Oh dear." The assistant is trembling with fear. Is he scared? More like he's stifling laughter. His face is flushed. When Youning called out, "Yenling, come back. You can't run too fast. Be careful not to damage your cast." While it wouldn't matter if the cast got damaged, she feared it might affect the recovery of Yenlong's hind leg. Yenlong's paw was already resting on Lin Baiyu's wheelchair, but with one hind leg injured. It was a struggle to keep up. Hearing Wen Yuning's words, Yenling relinquished his bite on Lin Baiyu and steadied himself forward. Wen Youning rushed over, extending her hand. "Come here, I'll carry you back." Initially, she thought Yenling would be affectionate toward his master. Thus, she let him run out on his own. But it spiraled out of control, and calling him back became futile. Yenling nestled onto Wen Yuning's shoulder. Having become accustomed to each other, she swiftly found the optimal angle to lift the Caucasian shepherd. After a tiring chase, the Caucasian panted heavily, and Wen Youning gently patted its back to soothe it. She called out to Lin Baiyu, who was pushing the wheelchair without looking back, "Mr. Lin, you should come in as well." "All right." Lin Baiyu surrendered to automatic mode on his electric wheelchair. Fortunately, it was electric. Pushing it by hand would have left his hands smoking. The assistant, standing under the scorching sun, felt as though he were at the North Pole, shivering uncontrollably. Stifling laughter became an arduous task, and upon seeing Lin Baiyu return on his own, he hurried over to assist. The dogs in the courtyard heard the Caucasian's roar, and if not for Wen Yuning's restraint, they would have eagerly jumped out to help. Wen Youning placed the Caucasian back on the sofa and checked its cast. It appeared to be intact. There were no signs of friction at the bottom. The Caucasian had been well behaved during the chase, ensuring its leg didn't touch the ground. "All right, drink some water and take a break." Wen Youning brought a bowl of water to the Caucasian's mouth. As it drank, the assistant pushed Lin Baiyu inside, causing the Caucasian to lift its eyelids and slow its drinking, its eyes warily fixed on him. Wen Youning stroked its head and handed over 2 bottles of mineral water, saying, "Sit." Lin Baiyu shook his head. "I have matters to attend to. I'll come by again soon." Seeing a person enter, the Caucasian impatiently shook its fur and huffed, "Leave quickly." Its thoughts were succinct and clear, expressing indifference. "Just stay alive. Alive, now go." Lin Baiyu had grown accustomed to Yenlong's disdain. "I came here out of goodwill." The Caucasian turned away, letting out a low growl. "No fighting, no fighting. We'll settle this once you're healed." Lin Baiyu did not respond to the provocation. "You too." Wen Youning ruffled the Caucasian's ears, removing the water bowl and temporarily silencing the live stream. She thought about their interaction, feeling a hint of uncertainty. "It's something that developed from childhood," Lin Baiyu said with a smile. "Yenling holds grudges. When he snuck into the wine cellar as a child, by the time he was discovered, he was so intoxicated, he couldn't turn." The Caucasian had also been a fluffy, round little thing, staggering against the walls. Lin Baiyu chuckled. "I merely laughed." The Caucasian let out a low growl, twice. Wen Youning was taken aback by the Caucasian's fixation on this memory. Lin Baiyu recalled the moment with a smile. "Upon hearing my laughter, it wanted to bite me." As he reached the end of the tale, he chuckled. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, and then it walked straight into the wall until it knocked itself out, unable to turn. "Haha."
Woof.
The Caucasian turned around. Lin Baiyu sighed, after waking from that drunken stupor. "It chased me, wanting to bite. Haha." Wen Youning reminisced about the little Caucasian, fiercely pursuing people to bite, a round little bundle of energy, and found it endearing. The Caucasian paused, baring its teeth at Lin Baiyu, but upon hearing laughter, it lifted its head and gently kissed her forehead. With slow blinks, the Caucasian seemed to express affection, and Wen Youning smiled. "Why are you so adorable?" Yenling hesitated, resting his chin on Wen Yuning's leg without reaction, while his tail thumped against the sofa, creating a soft thumping sound. Seeing Wen Youning easily calm the Caucasian's impending outburst, Lin Baiyu raised an eyebrow. "Yenling." The wolf growled. "Leave, I don't understand, but the impatience is clear." Lin Baiyu replied, "All right, I'll keep silent." "Why is it silent now?" Still facing away, I can't read his lips. How infuriating. By the way, why is no one discussing Lin Baiyu? He's alive again. Wen Youning hesitated. Are you here to take Yanling back? I do not recommend moving him now. I performed the surgery, and I understand the specifics and how to care for him properly. Even if the next vet is also a professional, there's a learning curve which is rather troublesome. As you wish, Lin Baiyu acknowledged the medical advice. Relieved to know Yanling was in good condition. Please take care of Yanling. If you need assistance financially or with personnel, feel free to ask. He was in a city and had come to check on Yanling. He had other matters to attend to. Lin Baiyu nodded slightly. I'll take my leave now. The Caucasian, upon hearing that someone was leaving, did not lift its head, its tail wagging even faster.
Please go. More.
Witnessing the fierce demeanor of the Caucasian while chasing Lin Baiyu, quietly sat nearby. Only after Lin Baiyu left did she allow her tension to dissipate with her breath. Teacher Wen, that person seemed like Lin Baiyu? He's alive. Initially, she hadn't recognized him, only finding him somewhat familiar when she entered to find Wen Youning. As she thought more, she realized he resembled the Lin Baiyu from the news about the plane crash. Qian Nua couldn't help but marvel. Amazing, he's alive, and there's not a whisper of news online. She shook her head, remarking on the complexity of the affluence world as she cradled the small puppy in her hands. Sinking further into the sofa, Wen Youning inquired, did you come specifically to see Lin Baiyu? Of course not. I had no idea he was the owner of the Rock Wolf, Qian Nua replied, sitting up while petting the puppy. I came for Arno. Indeed, Teacher Wen. When will the glasses you ordered for Arno arrive? He is quite the handful. The glasses? Probably tomorrow, Wen Youning answered, checking the delivery status. The custom-made glasses, once the mold was created, would be completed swiftly, though the time for returning them for repairs had to be factored in. Do Kunlin is in for it, Qian Nua said, her expression filled with intrigue. Ji had shared a video of a panda escaping in their work group, capturing a moment when Do Kunlin was searching for books to play sounds for Arno, only to have Arno spot the video. The little creature had been desperately clawing at the door, trying to break free. He even claimed the gift would calm the tiger down, she added. Now he's finished. Qian Nua opened the workgroup chat, which was used by the park's caretakers for reporting their duties. Since she had taken over the official zoo account, she often received amusing snippets from the daily interactions with the animals, which were compiled from surveillance footage. If the panda can escape, the tiger can too. Unfortunately, there was only one tiger in the entire enclosure, while the panda enclosure housed dozens of pandas. The panda had companions to assist in its escape. When Youning observed the video, watching as the tiger gnawed on the door, splintering wood flying everywhere. Speaking of the workgroup, Qian Nua suddenly remembered, Teacher Wen, have you joined the doctor's workgroup at our zoo? Not yet. Let me share it with you. Any news typically gets posted there. Sure, Wen Youning replied, joining the doctor's group and adjusting the live stream volume. The group had muted all members, likely to prevent important messages from being overshadowed by chatter, resulting in a tranquil atmosphere. A notification popped up on her phone indicating the delivery had arrived, prompting Wen Youning to call out, Fish treats, could you fetch the package for me? Meow. The little tabby scampered out, clutching the crispy fish treats. The panda curiously glanced around, picked up a crumb that had fallen onto its belly, then turned and climbed back into Wen Youning's embrace, finding a comfortable spot to sit while continuing to munch on the unfinished fish treat. Given the panda's bite strength, such a larger fish treat would suffice for an entire day. Due to the unique nature of the zoo, any purchases made by the staff were typically delivered right to their dormitory doors. The little tabby soon returned, dragging a package that was larger than itself, exclaiming meow. Here you go. So heavy, Wen Youning replied gratefully, scratching the tabby's chin as she opened the package to reveal a round sphere nestled within foam padding. Qian Nua observed curiously, asking, what is this? A live streaming setup, Wen Youning explained, perusing the instructions for installation. The promotional material claimed it would liberate one's hands, eliminating the need to hold a selfie stick, allowing it to float and follow like a drone. Such high-tech? Qian Nua assisted in lifting the box and removing the foam pieces. How wonderful! With this new equipment, we should consider extending our streaming duration. Once Wen Youning connected the device, she asked, will the angle look strange? Not at all. It's stunning. Indeed, this professional equipment appears significantly clearer than a phone camera. Chapter 40, One Roar. It seemed that the white lion only then realized what was happening, roaring and turning its head to bite down on Wen Youning's hand.
Wen.
Qian Nua opened her mouth, blood surging, nearly choking and gasping for breath. What is happening? Help. 120.
Ah.
Outside, the animal doctor was astonished and shouted, while a colleague quickly covered his mouth. The leading man entered the room, intending to open the ward door, but noticed that Wen Youning, whose arm was being bitten, showed no reaction, not even fear or shock, and not even a normal response to pain. Clearly, Wen Youning's elbow was down, completely within the jaws of the white lion. Drip, drip, blood oozed down, soaking the lion's fur. Wen Youning switched hands to touch the white lion's nose, which felt cold and devoid of warmth, its color a sickly pale. This was indicative of significant blood loss. The injured white lion had also undergone a transfer, experiencing anaphylactic shock during rescue, and it was far from the fierce and powerful creature it appeared to be. Wen Youning first allowed the white lion to familiarize itself with her scent, attempting to touch it while it contemplated the smell. As long as the lion did not immediately open its mouth, any subsequent bite would be considerably less forceful. Moreover, the lion seemed more inclined to intimidate than to actually harm. It likely did not anticipate biting down on an arm. After all, the lion's injured eyes prevented it from seeing, relying solely on instinct to bite. Wen Youning placed her palm on the lion's nose, indicating her lack of malice. The white lion released Wen Youning's hand, turning its face away, ears twitching as it growled deeply toward the left door. Gore. The heavy rumble resonated throughout the ward. The man pushed the door open and entered, instinctively scanning Wen Youning's bitten arm. She wore only a thin short-sleeved shirt, and her forearm bore a ring of bite marks. Uncertain if it was the lion's blood or her own. "Are you injured?" the man inquired. Wen Youning shook her head, using a disinfectant wipe to clean her arm of the lion's blood. That moment had merely left a mark. The lion's biting strength had not severed her forearm, indicating the lion's temper had improved. Upon seeing Zhao Zi enter, Qian Nua followed the animal doctor's team. "Teacher Wen, you scared me to death."
God knows.
When she turned around and didn't find Wen Youning, she felt as if the sky was collapsing. They had planned to observe, yet she had dashed straight into the ward. Thankfully, her health was robust. Otherwise, she might have fainted from fright. More and more people arrived, and the chaotic atmosphere caused the white lion to become restless once more. The animal doctors stood behind Zhao Zi, exchanging glances, none daring to take the next step. Observing the white lion's renewed agitation, Wen Youning said, "You all should leave. We're here to help."
Roar.
The white lion lunged toward the source of the sound, crashing into the cage with a dull thud, its massive claws striking the bars with a thunderous noise. "Get out, all of you." The doctor who spoke turned pale with fright, his lips trembling. But it was already quiet. Wen Youning reassured, "No need.
Leave this to me.
The white lion is very resistant to your presence." She softened her voice to soothe the lion. "It's all right. I'm letting them go. Please don't move around too much. Be careful of your wound." The lion continued to warn, saliva mixed with blood dripping from its mouth, its abdomen heaving more violently. Seeing them unmoving, Wen Youning furrowed her brow and urged, "Out." Zhao Zi, recognizing the white lion's state, decided their presence was more of a hindrance than a help. "I'll wait outside. Let me know if you need anything." Qian Nua nodded in agreement, pushing the nearest doctor. "Teacher Wen, I'll wait outside too." The doctors were blocked at the door, and, before they could enter, they followed the crowd back outside. Qian Nua glanced at the helpless crowd of doctors and then at Wen Youning, who faced the white lion directly. Sigh. "Teacher Wen, this is terrifying." A doctor in the back coughed lightly. "Are we just standing here watching?" Zhao Zi replied coolly, "Well, you can go in and help hold down one of the lion's legs." Zhao Zi firmly stated, "Observe closely. Learn as much as you can." The ward fell silent once more. Within the blood-stained iron cage, the white lion's low growls persisted. "All right, they have all left." Wen Youning curled her fingers, tapping the bars. "Come here. Let me apply some medicine, shall we?" The specific treatment plan would have to wait until she could assess the lion's wounds. Anesthesia was not an option, greatly limiting medical intervention. Pain could agitate the animal's emotions, especially when conscious. Once it felt pain, it would react instinctively, often biting first. Even without biting, a lion's heavy paw could inflict severe injury, breaking ribs with ease. Remember, we had agreed that I would help treat your eye first. When Youning noticed the white lion retreating to a corner, its back pressed against something, which likely enhanced its sense of security. Are you not coming? When Youning prepared the medication and the shaving tools. All right then. She said nothing further and stood up. The white lion sensed her movement, its growl pausing momentarily, its front paws shifting slightly. Leaving. The human is leaving. The white lion's clear voice resonated, extending into an unfamiliar environment devoid of kin, unable to communicate or resist. After enduring an endless darkness, it had finally encountered a human capable of dialogue. The white lion remained motionless, like a statue frozen in time. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. When Youning approached the lion's side with her tools.
Roar.
Not leaving, merely changing position. When Youning squatted down, pushing a bowl toward the lion, keep your voice down, conserve your strength. You've lost too much blood and shouldn't drink water. Perhaps you'd like to eat something first? The meat and water are fresh. Even if she intended to suture the lion today, full anesthesia would not be employed. And thus there was no need for fasting. The lion could eat at any time, provided it desired to. I'll help you clean up the fur on your body. When Youning received no response from the lion, continuing to speak, it's this sound, listen. She adjusted the clippers to the lowest setting, allowing the lion to become familiar with the noise. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. When Youning searched around the lion, noting numerous wounds, unable to differentiate between those with and without injuries, she could only identify large and small wounds. She aimed to shave fur away from the lion's injuries to apply pain relief. The lion continued to remain unresponsive. At the very least, its low growls had ceased. When Youning used scissors to trim the matted fur, smoothing it out, though it might feel a bit chilly, she dabbed her fingertips with alcohol, preparing to apply it to the lion's body, ensuring that it understood what was about to occur before any sensation registered, thus significantly reducing the chance of the lion becoming startled and reacting aggressively. After applying ethanol and then utilizing tincture of iodine, she meticulously wiped away the iodine with an ethanol-soaked cotton swab. When Youning held the syringe, commencing the procedure. Please remain still. It will be over soon. As she administered the injection, she attentively observed the white lion's reactions. The now subdued white lion appeared somewhat pitiable, its tattered appearance reflecting its exhaustion. Excellent. It's done. When Youning discarded the syringe into the medical waste bin, assuring that the pain would subside shortly. The analgesic injection took effect more swiftly than oral medication. Prior to this, when Youning had circled the white lion, trimming its fur. When performing surgery or suturing wounds on animals, if the fur is particularly short and does not obstruct treatment, it may be left unshorn. However, for long fur, trimming is an essential procedure. Near the wound, she skillfully used scissors, leaving a slight fringe. Soon enough, a pile of lion fur collected on the ground. After cleaning the scissors of trapped hairs, she stood at the edge of the cage and inquired, "Are you weary? Perhaps you should lie down. Remaining crouched for too long can indeed be exhausting."
No.
Very well. Staying crouched is acceptable. With a small wound thoroughly rinsed with saline solution, she sprinkled a coagulant. I'm so hungry. Then eat the meat. The meat was readily available within the cage. The white lion could certainly send it.
Ugh.
I want to eat. The meat appeared quite fresh. Still, I want to eat. The white lion's rebellious sentiments resonated vividly. When Youning chuckled softly, prompting the lion to turn its head. Smile. There was no smile. You misheard, she replied, removing her gloves and donning a fresh pair. She gently pressed her fingertip against the area surrounding the wound, asking, "Does this hurt?"
No.
When Youning adjusted her position, how about now? Through numerous attempts, she gauged the white lion's responses, estimating the efficacy of the medication. The dosage was calculated based on the lion's weight, using the best veterinary analgesic, which typically acted rather swiftly. Proceeding methodically, when Youning noted that the white lion seemed to have discovered a new means of communication, it merely needed to think, and she would intuitively understand, without any exertion on its part to articulate. This was a remarkable discovery for the weary white lion, beleaguered by pain.
I'm hungry.
Would you like to eat meat?
No.
Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, harboring serious doubts about the creature's intentions. When the white lion's inner voice resounded again, hungry, still hungry. Wen Youning changed her gloves once more. At this juncture, aside from the wounds requiring sutures, all minor injuries had been addressed. Many essential injections had been administered during the lion's journey, albeit using instruments, which were efficient but could induce stress in the white lion. Wen Youning stood up, grasping the platter of meat.
Come, let me feed you.
She climbed onto the cage's edge, her words directed toward Zhao Zi outside. Prepare the supplies for suturing. Zhao Zi hesitated. Are we starting the suturing directly? The analgesic could alleviate pain, but anesthesia was necessary for the white lion to feel no sensation whatsoever. Merely relying on the analgesic would not suffice to render the lion insensible during the suturing process. Indeed, Wen Youning offered no further explanation, simply stating, please expedite. Qian Nua urged Zhao Zi, hurry up. Following teacher, Wen's guidance is sure to be correct. Chapter 42. Listening to the heart of the white lion. A smile gradually blossomed on Wen Youning's lips as her palm gently stroked the lion's mane along its neck. With a playful tone, she murmured to herself, since it is sleeping so soundly, a little pinch and touch should go unnoticed, right? The white lion's mane, though not soft, served as protection during fights, and her fingertips sank into its warm, dense undercoat. The mane was so thick that she could not reach the bottom. Wen Youning noticed the comment streaming in, is the white lion sleeping or not? It seems like she's teasing the lion, huh? It's definitely pretending to sleep. I saw its tail move. Her gaze followed the comments down to the lion's tail, which was short and plush. Ending in a slightly rounded tuft, she had snipped it a bit while grooming. Grasping the tuft, she felt the lion's body tense up. This was a perfect opportunity to measure. She pulled out a soft tape measure to gauge the length of the lion's tail, curious about its size. Some lions are born with odd bends in their tails due to injuries from fights or being stepped on. Lion tails come in various shapes, typically arched upwards or hanging down. The white lion's tail pointed upwards. Having squeezed the tuft, the white lion remained silent, confirming it was a solid tuft. Then, she turned her attention to its paws. She lifted one to show to the camera, feeling the substantial weight. The white lion's pads were much firmer than those of a young cub, a testament to its frequent hunting and fighting. Wen Youning compared her hand to the lion's paw, which was significantly larger. Who wants to try a slap with it? She jested, inviting her fans. The comments erupted. The fans want to come. No need to think about fans for such a dangerous task. I'm not exaggerating. If I fought this lion, it would be a 7-3 split. I'd be on my knees in 3 seconds, and it would be just slightly full. Wen Youning measured the paw's size and then placed it on her thigh, sitting cross-legged before the lion. Still not awake.
She teased.
Don't think. Not waking up. Is it thinking, though? The lion's inner struggle to maintain its fade of sleep was utterly adorable. It was evident that the white lion was failing to suppress its thoughts. As Wen Youning moved behind the white lion to measure its body length, she considered leaving if it continued to sleep. No way. Suddenly, the lion's tail thumped down, brushing against her wrist, as if playfully wrapping around it. Though not as lengthy as a tiger's, the lion's tail was quite agile. Wen Youning moved her wrist, but the lion's tail remained firmly attached. She gently patted the lioness back and asked, I heard you're not eating again today? Annoying. Annoyance is a form of emotion, and accumulating emotions can drain one's energy. One must eat sufficiently to have the energy to deal with irritations. After some analysis, Wen Youning concluded, if you eat well, you want to feel annoyed. Once she had finished dressing the lion's wounds and reapplying a bandage over its eyes, she picked up its food bowl. The freshly cut meat strips were intentionally prepared into uniform pieces for the lion's ease of eating, with a mixture of red and white meat that was distinguishable upon closer inspection. The bowl had collected quite a bit of blood. Changing her gloves, Wen Youning offered the meat to the lion, using tools that were less convenient than her hands. Come on, let me feed you. Not eating. If you don't eat, your recovery will be slow. Don't you want to get better quickly? She dabbed the meat against the lion's mouth, allowing it to lick the blood, which would also help hydrate it.
Just one bite, how about that?
You can chew slowly, like yesterday. Wen Youning persisted in feeding the lion, knowing that regular meals were the best way to replenish its strength. Wild animals possess remarkable self-healing abilities. In reserves, some male lions, despite severe spine injuries preventing them from hunting, were fed by their brothers without interference from the reserve, and they eventually stood up on their own. One must not underestimate their bodies, provided there is ample food and nutrition. Smell this meat. Doesn't it smell delicious? She secretly inserted a capsule into the meat, coaxing,
Come on, just one bite.
Leaning close to the lion's ear, she whispered, just a taste. The lion turned its ears back, almost crouching down. Both ears flopped down. Wen Youning reached out, lifting the ear nearest to her to offer a piece of meat. With a low growl, the lion opened its mouth slightly. Clearly annoyed, Wen Youning swiftly took advantage of the moment, shoving the meat inside its mouth as it opened wide and quickly withdrawing her hand, helping to close its mouth afterward. Such attentiveness. The lion's growl was muffled by the meat, and it paused before beginning to chew slowly. Wen Youning patted its head, praising.
Good boy.
The lion lay down, resting its paws beneath its chin, expressionless as it chewed. Have you finished? After this, we'll have another bite. Sensing the meat near its mouth, the lion subtly tilted its head. One bite? Yes, just one bite. Wen Youning organized the meat pieces, indicating this bite, that bite, another bite. Each time she mentioned a bite, she ensured there would be no second serving. One time. Just a little. Yesterday's events felt like a distant memory. Good boy, let the past remain in the past. We won't dwell on it. The lion seemed to ponder. Is this meat called one bite? Wen Youning chuckled. Exactly. One bite after another. However, the white lion displayed little appetite, barely wanting to eat. After chewing a piece of meat the size of a fist, it finally swallowed, but when Wen Youning prepared the next piece, the lion opened its mouth and expelled something small. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a capsule soaked in blood, softening as if it would dissolve any moment. Wen Youning raised her gaze just in time to see the lion lift its chin slightly, exhaling through its nostrils. A clear sign of mirth. Hey, you, she said, both exasperated and amused. All right, I want to give you that medicine. Just meat for you? The white lion no longer smiled. It turned its head away. Were it not for the injuries that hindered its movements, one might suspect it would simply flip over. Rustle, rustle, rustle. What are you eating? Wen Youning circled around, as if she had heard the sound of munching. Yet, the white lion had nothing in its mouth. With a hint of suspicion, Wen Youning looked up, noticing that the agile rabbit had its back turned toward her, its head buried in a corner, gnawing on something. The noise had originated from this direction. What are you? Approaching for a closer look, Wen Youning found that the mat had been nibbled into a pitiful state. The rabbit, with its three-part mouth, was desperately chewing. Its paws pressed the hay, which had not yet been stuffed into its mouth, closer to it. It was evident that it feared Wen Youning would snatch its hay away. Wen Youning. The mat consisted of 3 layers of soft fabric enveloping a thick filling of hay. Tossing a rabbit into a hay-filled room is akin to throwing a mouse into a vat brimming with rice. The rabbit, having feasted on the mat, was quite sated and disinclined to flee, merely showing its discontent when picked up. I'll eat. What's wrong with that? I shall eat whatever I please. Soon, you shall be my meal too. The rabbit bore pain well and rarely made a sound, yet its thoughts were quite animated. Wen Youning gently placed the rabbit back down, advising, eat from below. Don't damage the outer layer. A little nibbling is fine, but if the mat gets ruined, it will require mending, which would be rather troublesome. The rabbit, returned to the ground, clutched a piece of hay, its lively eyes blinking as it resumed its chewing. Not dead. Eat quickly. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to use hay as a mat? I concur. Such material is easily damaged by rodents. Rodent. Are you all insane? Why not gnaw yourselves, leaving the biting to me? Ha ha ha. The white lion, upon hearing the sounds of rodents at night, must have thought, who ordered takeout and delivered it to the wrong address? Wen Youning gradually fed the last morsels of meat from the bowl. This quantity was barely 1/10 sufficient, yet it exceeded yesterday's meal. Gradual progress is essential. She utilized veterinary disinfectant wipes to clean the white lion, as its multiple wounds could not be washed with water and rinsing with saline was not entirely feasible. She meticulously wiped away the blood that had congealed in its fur. The white lion, unable to see, was unaware of Wen Youning's actions. It could only sense her constant movement, its ears straining to hear, unwittingly following her motion. Wen Youning noticed this and gently patted the lion's head, saying, "Let us clean you up a bit. Once your wounds heal, how about a bath? Do you dislike water?" Typically, lions are perceived to detest water, preferring to endure the scorching heat of summer beneath trees rather than take a dip to cool off. However, not all lions harbor such aversion. Many wetland lions in Africa excel at hunting buffalo in the water. It was uncertain what type the white lion was.
Ugh. No.
Folding the wet wipes, Wen Youning remarked, "In that case, I shall arrange a swimming pool for you." Given the lion's size, one could hardly imagine it fitting into a bathtub, let alone a bathroom. Chapter 43. If I return late, I cannot fathom the beauty of the scene. Ha ha ha. The leg is quick to run, isn't it? Wen Youning twirled a strand of hay with her fingers, laughing as she reclined against the white lion.
No.
She murmured, affectionately grasping the lion's neck. The white lion licked its lips, tilting its head towards the hospital door. Wen Youning rested her chin on the lion's head and turned to follow its gaze. "Is someone there?" "Teacher Wen, it's me," came Zhao Ziyi's voice from outside the door. "It's nearly noon, and seeing that you're quite occupied, I went to the hospital cafeteria and brought you a meal. Would you like to have a bit?" "Thank you," Wen Youning replied, rising to brush off the hay from her clothes. "Of course," Zhao Ziyi smiled. "I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I had the cafeteria prepare a selection of today's dishes. I managed to get a few boxes." The cafeteria typically prepared no fewer than 20 dishes daily, each served in small portions, for boxes were filled to the brim, alongside a box of rice. "That's far too much. I can't possibly finish it," Wen Youning said, only taking the rice and casually selecting a box of vegetables. "This will suffice." Zhao Ziyi insisted on handing her the remaining boxes. "You must try them all. Let me know which dishes you like, and I shall remember for next time." He set down the meal. "I'll go arrange for workers to replace the glass. Teacher Wen, please carry on." Without waiting for response, he hurried off to attend to his tasks. Wen Youning glanced at the assortment of dishes, feeling it would suffice for dinner as well. She didn't rush to bring the food inside, first moving a horizontal table into the room to serve as a dining surface. In a room devoid of furniture, eating from the floor was hardly ideal. The table resembled a bedside tray, standing at less than half the height of a regular table. The white lion lay quietly on one side of the room, its erect ears attentively tuned to the sounds outside. Wen Youning placed the table before the white lion, sitting between the lion and the table, her hand easily reaching to stroke its head, a natural, soft sofa, gentle and docile. "Huh? What do you mean by link? Can't the family afford it? Using the white lion as a sofa while I eat, and the lion eats me, right? Pain-free consumption. We ought to have more vegetarian dishes on the table. I'm oily, let the lion have some greens." The white lion caught a whiff of the food, a completely foreign scent to a wild animal. Having prepared the remaining dishes for dinner, Wen Youning opened the boxes to sample the cafeteria's fare. The zoo's cafeteria was plentiful, with staff able to order meals according to their work credentials at no extra cost. Expenses were reimbursed by the park. It was Wen Youning's first experience dining at the cafeteria, and the food was surprisingly palatable, showcasing the freshness of the ingredients. She picked up a piece of fried chicken. "Would you like to try a bite?" As the white lion leaned in, drawn by the aroma, she quickly withdrew her chopsticks, popping the chicken into her mouth instead. "Hee hee, no tasting for you." The sweet and spicy chicken was laden with oil, salt, and sugar, far from suitable for a patient, especially a small animal. "Roar." The lion turned, baring its teeth and snapping, but upon actually biting down, it halted in surprise, quickly releasing its grip. It was the table. Wen Youning patted the lion. "You didn't bite me." The lion paused, letting out a soft sound. "What a pity, Wen Youning. What a pity you didn't bite me." She chuckled, lowering her rice bowl and playfully tapping the lion on the head. "Here's a punch for you. Did you see that? This woman dares to strike a lion. The white lion is so composed, haha." Was it startled and released because it thought it might accidentally bite Teacher Wen? So adorable. It warms the heart. "I've decided to pay off all my outstanding credit card debts. Don't do anything foolish, my friend." The light punch left the white lion unfazed. Wen Youning sat cross-legged, and the lion nudged closer, resting its head on her knee. Unable to see, the reliance on scent alone to perceive human presence felt somewhat insubstantial. Touch provided a more tangible connection. Wen Youning held her meal, raising her hand to create space for the lion, her arm resting comfortably atop its head, an effortless support. The soft mat beneath was a cozy nest, as the contents shifted from front to back before finally emerging from a corner hole. A rabbit leaned against a corner, its three-part mouth full of hay, utterly lost in the moment. So delicious. Aren't you full yet? When Youning observed the rabbit's protruding belly, surely it understood hunger. She pushed aside the minced garlic from the stir-fried broccoli, which was light on oil, and offered it a piece. The rabbit sprang up. For the rabbit! It dashed over to snatch the broccoli off the table's edge and fled. When Youning cautioned, "Don't burrow in there. Don't soil the mat." Squeak. The rabbit returned to its corner, grasping the broccoli with its front paws and nibbling away. With such a large quantity of food, Wen Youning scarcely made a dent in her meal. She closed the box, opening the accompanying juice.
Ding.
You have received a friend request from the group chat.
Friend?
Wen Youning opened it to find Zhao Ziyi's request. It must be from the work group. After successfully adding him, Zhao Ziyi sent a message. Teacher Wen, there has been a situation with the platypus at Xinglong Zoo. Could you come help when you have time? Today, the hospital corridor was bustling with animal doctors, partly out of curiosity about how the white lion was sutured without anesthesia, and partly to borrow personnel. Wen Youning pondered, glancing at the white lion as she typed a response. Is it an emergency? Zhao Ziyi replied. No, according to the doctors. The situation has been ongoing for nearly a week. Wen Youning, then I will wait until noon to change the lion's medication before heading over. It coincided with the workers arriving to install the new glass. After the medication change, the lion would likely be ready for a nap.
Zhao Ziyi. All right.
Afternoon. By the time the maintenance workers arrived, Wen Youning was nearly dozing off against the white lion. The comfortable warmth of the environment, coupled with a post-meal drowsiness, made it ideal for a short nap. Wen Youning was stirred awake by the lion's sudden movement. As she opened her eyes, she noticed 3 or 4 maintenance workers peering in through the shattered glass. Wen Youning gently rubbed the lion. Stay asleep, dear, I'll check it out. She called out, do you need to come in to remove the glass? We need to, one of the workers replied. They had remained outside, hesitant to be the first to enter. Although they had been informed beforehand about the presence of a wild white lion, no one had mentioned that it was not confined within a cage. The cage that previously housed the lion seemed to have been misplaced, and retrieving it would take time. In a hurry, they could only borrow one from the tiger enclosure. They had not anticipated that the lion would need to interact with others afterward. The glass breaking was purely accidental. When Youning stated directly, I will dismantle the interior. You all guide me from the outside. She gestured towards the side compartment where the tools had been delivered. All right, someone responded, relieved to have assistance. Wen Youning laid a mat on the ground, designated for catching the shards of glass. For safety's sake, she began to tap from within, striving to ensure that the fragments fell outward. Any small pieces that did land inside could easily be scooped up with the mat for disposal. White Lion, positioned behind her, listened to the rhythmic clinking of her work, occasionally twitching his ears. Wen Youning proceeded with great care to avoid a sudden cascade of glass, as excessive force could cause shards to splatter upon impact, complicating the cleanup. While she was focused on her task, she felt a nudge against her elbow. Without looking up, she leaned her elbow against White Lion's head, playfully saying, You should lie down. Be cautious of the glass shards falling on you. Ugh, help me. No, 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 Wen Youning replied, setting down her tools and nudging White Lion back. You cannot assist. Roaring, White Lion shook his tail and firmly sat down in front of the glass wall, unwavering. The close-range roar startled the workers outside, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, White Lion turned his head and roared.
Ah!
The workers, taken aback, retreated a step. Roar?
Ah! Roar!
White Lion's tentative roars grew, increasingly resolute. Wen Youning wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, That is too much. Why are you being so naughty? Roar. White Lion growled at her, only to be playfully restrained as she rubbed his ears. Ha ha ha, White Lion. How amusing. Absolutely adorable. If I were present, I would have roared back at White Lion. With Teacher Wen around, he surely wouldn't harm me, hee hee.
I'm utterly smitten.
The Lion King is just a big cat. If it's a cat, I can pet it. Wen Youning continued to cuddle White Lion, making him purr by stroking his throat. Go lie down. Once the glass is replaced, I will play with you. White Lion shook his fur and roared, dismantle the glass. As the wall before them emptied, she meticulously cleaned the glass shards from the edges, around knee height, along the seams. The workers had arrived with a replacement sheet of glass. Once the area was cleared, the installation became significantly easier. They simply had to fit it into the pre-designated gap. When Youning rolled up the mat that had caught the glass shards, carefully taking it outside. Turning back, she crouched beside the glass wall, using her hands to press and search the mat, particularly in the corners and crevices, ensuring no shards remained. Please take care of the inner membrane, she instructed. The workers outside peeled away the film, revealing the glass still slightly foggy. Thank you for your hard work. When Youning tugged at one corner to peel it back, the film was of excellent quality, remarkably elastic and resistant to any tearing. Without this layer, the glass sparkled brilliantly, offering an even clearer view than before. When Youning lifted the live streaming device, aligning it with a newly exposed glass. This glass is so clear. From a distance, it appears as if there is nothing there.
Ugh.
When Youning raised an eyebrow, smiling as she sat beside White Lion. Did you see that? White Lion exhaled a puff of air through his nostrils. Chapter 44. AI Zhang's face turned ashen. The sickly sweetness that deviated from the natural sweetness of water tightened his throat, and he felt a wave of nausea rise almost instinctively, yet he suppressed it forcefully. With an air of nonchalance, AI Zhang handed the large cup to the raccoon, disdainfully tugging at the corner of his mouth. Oh, so you're acting again, are you? Washing your hands, as if you witnessed it all firsthand. He smirked. Are you envious of how close I am to the raccoon? The raccoon stared blankly at the empty cup it had brought over, feeling wronged as it clutched its paws. It's gone. I couldn't find the cotton candy. And now the water is gone too. Candy, the bear's candy. The bear's water, sob sob. Not a single drop left. All gone. The raccoon turned the cup upside down, shaking it vigorously, only a little mud falling out. Instantly, its heartache echoed around, as if tears were flowing profusely within.
Arg.
In frustration, the raccoon flung the cup with a smack and lunged at AI Zhang's leg.
Ouch.
AI Zhang instinctively kicked out in pain, but the raccoon clung tightly to his leg, its paws gripping firmly. Although the raccoon appeared soft and pudgy, it was not to be underestimated when it bit. Hey, don't bite. Let go. Oh no. Did it puncture my boot? If it bleeds, I'll need a vaccine. Before AI Zhang could utter another word, he was hurriedly dragged away by a colleague to the hospital. The raccoon, unable to squeeze in for another bite, saw a human approaching and promptly scampered away, refusing to be held. Turning around, it was met with the sight of its shattered large cup on the ground, and despair washed over it. Now the cup was truly gone. Now it's really all gone. With a heavy thud, the raccoon plopped down on the ground. Raccoon. The sky is falling. Stubborn. Such a big person stealing the raccoon's food. Ha ha ha, raccoon. Help me take a look. AI Zhang. It likes me. Wen Youning rummaged through her pocket. Accustomed to keeping snacks handy while caring for small animals, such as jerky and candies. Today, however, while tending to the White Lion, she had not prepared any treats in her haste. Do you have any candy?
Candy?
Zhao Ziyi was perplexed, patting her pockets. How about mints? They're freshening. Mint candies were sweet as well. That works. Wen Youning took the tin of mints and squatted down, beckoning to the raccoon. Hey little one, come here. The raccoon sniffed the air. Huh? There's candy. Wen Youning shook the candy box, the sweet treats clinking softly within. Though they were a bit cold, they were still sweet. The raccoon stood up and approached Wen Youning, raising its paw. Aw. Let me try a taste first. If you like it, I'll give you more. Wen Youning poured out some candies onto its paw. The raccoon clutched the mint, which was much smaller than its paws, glancing around for water, then scampered off to the platypus' drinking pond to wash it. Such a clean little fluff ball. Ha! What if it washes the mints away like it did the cotton candy? Why does the raccoon wash its food? Is it really that hygienic? Wen Youning closed the mint tin, explaining, because water helps them distinguish what they hold. Every time a raccoon finds something, it instinctively washes it, not out of habit or cleanliness, but because their vision is poor, relying on their paws for identification. However, since they walk on their paws, which have thickened skin, their tactile perception of objects diminishes. Thus, washing items in water softens the skin, aiding their discernment. Mint candies, being compressed sugar, could withstand a simple wash without dissolving completely like cotton candy. At most, they would sustain minor surface damage. After washing, the raccoon, satisfied, held the mint candy with both paws and brought it to its mouth. The refreshing mint flavor made the raccoon squint in delight. I like it. It was delicious. The raccoon's grayish tail wagged enthusiastically. The platypus observed the raccoon using its own drinking pond without a hint of surprise. The two enclosures were separated by a mere wall, and it had likely seen such antics before. Suddenly, the platypus, lying on the ground, stiffened and raised its head. Wah. Not again. Help, please. The sudden shriek drew the attention of all the platypuses in the area. After a brief moment of astonishment, the platypus lowered its head, its body collapsing to the ground, its exhausted paws twitching. The park's doctor rushed to the platypus's side to examine it. Just like this. The doctor beside Wen Youning said, "This is only one. Last night around 8 or 9, it was calling out particularly frequently." Guarding against such scenes deep into the night, recalling last night's occurrences, felt utterly bewildering, almost like a supernatural event. Wen Youning knelt beside the recently vocal platypus, touching its paw and sensing something was off. It felt hard. Yes, after an episode, they often become like this. Based on our observations, they typically recover in about 10 to 15 minutes. The doctor sighed, resting his chin on his hand. We suspected every possible cause, and even wondered if it was a myotrophic lateral sclerosis. Setting aside the symptoms, the first few minutes post-episode did resemble a state of paralysis. How pitiful. Is it a genetic disease? It doesn't seem like an infectious one. Could there be inbreeding in the park? Inbreeding is quite common in animal breeding, especially among critically endangered species, and it can indeed lead to issues. But what can be done? Some species are left with only one male and one female. Without breeding, wouldn't they become extinct? I remember news announcing the extinction of the platypus, but later they found them again somewhere, right? What does discomfort feel like? Wen Youning examined the platypus's limbs. Aside from the earlier cry of discomfort, it had not made another sound.
Tingling.
Very quick. How frightening. Did it press its paws awkwardly while sleeping? Wen Youning felt the tense body of the platypus gradually relax beneath her palm. There was indeed something peculiar about this ailment. Oh no, Teacher Wen is frowning. To be honest, genetic diseases are the hardest to treat. Let us see if conservative treatment might work, but it's a shame for so many platypuses. Teacher Wen, is the situation not looking good? The nearby caretaker paced anxiously, watching the animal she had nurtured deteriorate day by day, her heart heavy with worry. Wen Youning shook her head, still uncertain. She turned and sought out a few nearby platypuses. Hello? A new human.
What?
Wen Youning gently stroked the belly of a platypus, asking, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" The platypus lay on its back, basking in the warmth of the sun. Comfortable? Not at all. Wen Youning inquired several more times, but there was no sign of discomfort or cries of pain from any of them. They didn't seem to be in a state of illness. Wen Youning stood up and surveyed her surroundings, saying, "I will go check the pond." The zookeeper, observing the situation, followed closely behind her. Ever since the onset of that peculiar illness, the platypuses had seldom ventured into the water. They would submerge themselves, closing their eyes and ears, and on one occasion, 2 had fallen ill while in the water, floating to the surface and nearly giving me a fright. Fortunately, since the platypuses fell ill, the park had arranged for personnel to be on duty around the clock. Otherwise, those platypuses would have drowned within the enclosure. The water was flowing, albeit not from a river or sea. It was merely the circulating water from the filtration system. The pond's water was exceptionally clean, devoid of any debris. Just then, a platypus, feeling its belly being rubbed, noticed Wen Youning squatting by the edge of the pond. It flipped over and scurried towards her, biting her clothing and tugging her away. No, you can't touch. It will be sensitive," Wen Youning exclaimed. Don't worry, let me try, she replied, offering a peacock feather to Zhao Ziyi before reaching her hand into the water. Teacher, Wen gloves. The zookeeper instinctively wanted to warn her that this was the water the platypuses drank. As Wen Youning's hand submerged, the icy water flowed over her fingertips, seemingly without issue, until suddenly a sharp pain surged through her, causing her fingers to reflexively curl. Realizing what it was, Wen Youning slowly closed her eyes. This is it. The platypus. It is indeed true that one can laugh out loud when lost for words. Just thinking about the numerous ailments that had crossed her mind moments ago, juxtaposed with the actual reason behind the platypus's distress, made it hard for Wen Youning to suppress the upward curve of her lips, even with her eyes closed. The doctors and zookeepers present had initially been quite tense, but upon witnessing Wen Youning's inexplicable laughter, they were left in a state of confusion, uncertain of the situation. Several doctors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Ultimately, they turned their attention to Zhao Ziyi, who herself appeared equally perplexed.
Die Achaven?
Is there an issue with the water? Wen Youning stood up, shaking the water from her hands. It's not just the water. The entire platypus enclosure is problematic.
Zazi replied. Who?
The comments from onlookers included no way. And could someone have poisoned them? Wasn't it said that the water was tested and found to be fine? This entire situation is quite alarming.
Wen Youning sighed.
Realizing that this was not a matter for animal doctors, Zhao Ziyi fell into a moment of silence. Are you suggesting we should contact a funeral service or the police? Indeed, poisoning would likely involve criminal proceedings. Wen Youning replied, we should contact an electrician. What? Leakage. I don't know what might be leaking. Wen Youning pointed at the pond, suggesting they check either the filtration system or the colorful lights, as well as the colorful wiring spread around the area, to determine where the leakage might be occurring. No wonder they felt numb and stiff. After a while, they would recover. That was simply a result of being electrically shocked, with the weak current insufficient to kill the platypuses. This is impossible, the zookeeper retorted incredulously. They only call out occasionally. How could it be due to an electric shock? Wen Youning explained, the leakage would be intermittent. They would call out when shocked. When I placed my hand in the water, I wasn't shocked immediately. The zookeeper countered. But they haven't entered the water at night when they were making those strange noises. They haven't been in the water during this time. Chapter 45. The streaming device rolled twice on the ground, precariously caught between the trembling iron wings, separating from its main body. Oof! The little panda joyfully raised its paw and took 2 steps forward, slamming its paw down and burying its head in the ground. Goodness! The little one doesn't need to bow so deeply. The little panda's head is so round, I can't resist wanting to take a bite. Lying here watching the live stream, it feels like a paw suddenly descended from the heavens to slap my face. Sob. Foolish device. Did I not tell you not to fly around? Now you've gotten yourself beaten. Wen Youning emerged from changing her clothes and saw the 2 fluffy creatures playfully bumping heads. It was a delightful sight to witness harmony among the plush inhabitants of her home. Well, play on, she smiled, placing the prepared jacket neatly on the sofa, tying her hair back as she walked into the kitchen, continuing her thoughts aloud. The toys I bought, the dried fish ones, showed no interest from them, and I moved them into storage, never to be taken out. But the little panda seems to enjoy them. As she spoke, her movements visibly paused, a realization dawning upon her. Indeed, she had packed away the toys without them ever being touched. Suddenly, she spun around. What are you playing with? As she pushed aside the fluff, parts of the streaming device tumbled out, with several strands of fur caught in the crevices, presumably belonging to the little panda. The little panda patted the ground. This is from the big brother. It generously picked up the damaged streaming device and handed it to Wen Youning. Oof. Let us play together. Wen Youning. She accepted the tattered device, lifting the little panda in one arm. This is not a toy. You cannot play with it. Although the streaming device appeared rather battered, the damage was superficial. It likely had been used as a moving ball. And it had not been bitten. There were no teeth marks on it, and as for the wings, they were separately installed and not an integral part of the device. The wings were not broken, merely detached, and could be reattached for continued use. However, after setting up the streaming device again, Wen Youning observed it rising slowly, akin to an elderly man crossing the street with a cane, slightly askew. Don't save me. I'm having a great time with the little panda. Hee hee. The little panda just nudged the camera. It's practically giving me a kiss. Adorable, fun, delightful to watch, albeit a rather useless device. Fear not. Teacher Wen said the device is inexpensive. We can get several more. Enough with the antics. Wen Youning pressed down on the little panda's paw. The streaming device was in a state of disrepair, seemingly on the verge of falling apart. She pondered, I wonder if I can still place an order. Perhaps buy a spare. It seemed the plush inhabitants of her home were utterly defenseless against such a flying, moving spherical device. The dog was manageable, unable to jump too high, but for the little tabby cat that could easily leap onto the roof, capturing a streaming device would be effortless. For safety's sake, it was prudent to acquire several more. Little rascal. Wen Youning embraced the little tabby, rubbing its head and gathering its fur together. Meow, woof, woof, woof. The little tabby squinted its eyes, its cries distorted from the rubbing.
Haha. Meow.
That's not right. Yes, yes. Wen Youning scratched under the little tabby's chin, recalling that cats' vocalizations are generally more guttural, not the sweet, high-pitched meow they reserve for humans. The difference in their sounds arose from the fact that kittens realized humans favored such tones, prompting them to adopt it. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Wen Youning cradled the little tabby on her lap, gently rubbing its cheek with her finger. Is this right, little fish?
Oof, oof.
The little tabby raised its tail high.
Oof.
The little panda lunged forward, joining in the belly rub game. Wen Youning delightedly rubbed both fluffy creatures. The little tabby disdainfully raised its paw, pushing away the encroaching little sibling.
Meh.
The little panda's head was pressed down, its eyes looking up, oof. Excitedly, the little panda thought the little tabby was playing with it and pressed its paw onto the cat's head. Little daredevil. The little tabby, much smaller than the little panda, found itself entirely covered by the panda's paw.
Ah, ah, ah.
The fluff balls are rubbing against each other. Is Teacher Wen in heaven? This is too cute. Watching these two fluff balls play could occupy me for a day. Wen Youning was equally enchanted, placing the little tabby and the little panda beside the rock wolf to play together. Just don't touch the rock wolf's plaster, she cautioned. Concerned the little panda might not understand what plaster was, pointing it out deliberately. The clever little panda grasped what was off limits and would avoid it accordingly.
Oof.
The little panda acknowledged. Good. The quiet rock wolf lay surrounded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in its stillness. Wen Youning rose to pat the rock wolf's head. I'll fetch you some treats. The rock wolf murmured softly, and as the little panda faced the much larger and seemingly fierce Caucasian shepherd, it felt less relaxed than when encountering the smaller little tabby. After being set down, it shrank in place, as if paralyzed with fear, too scared to move. The rock wolf glanced back nonchalantly, causing the little panda to widen its eyes, its paw instinctively raised. Oof, oof. Observing the little panda, which stood no taller than the rock wolf's leg, the rock wolf turned its head away again. Oof, oof. The little panda cautiously retracted its assertive demeanor, clutching its tail tightly against itself. Meh. Feeling a bit spooked, the little panda licked its tail. Wen Youning rummaged through the kitchen, her gaze ever attentive to the outside. The rock wolf remained composed as a meditative monk, while the little panda flitted about, playfully scaring itself for a while. Wen Youning smirked, opening a container and taking out all the dried meat. She set aside a portion for the white lion, another for the red falcon, and kept the rest in hand. Selecting the largest piece, she approached the rock wolf. The dried meat was presented to its mouth, and the rock wolf opened its jaws to grasp it. This is for you. Wen Youning divided the treats between the two small cats, offering round pieces of dried meat alongside apples. Would you like a bite of apple, little fish? Wen Youning waved a piece of apple in front of the little tabby's nose. The sweet and tangy flavor made the little tabby scrunch up its face in distaste.
Meow.
I want to eat it. The rock wolf can have it. Wen Youning turned the apple towards the rock wolf, with a piece of dried meat still held in its mouth. The rock wolf raised its head and set the meat aside, turning to take a bite. However, the apple pieces were cut too small. Despite several attempts at adjusting its angle, it struggled to grasp them. Seeing its hesitance, Wen Youning assured, "You one bite me." Meh. Taking a step forward, She directly fed it into its mouth. There you go. She left the larger pieces of dried meat intact for chewing, deeming it unnecessary to break them into smaller bits. Come on, line up, one for each of you. Wen Youning sat on the steps in front, having also prepared a small bowl of cut apples. A delightful afternoon tea before dinner, consisting of meat and fruit. They're all so polite. Look at them queuing up, peeking around, huh? As I observe the little dogs wagging their tails, it becomes evident that everyone adores Teacher Wen. How odd. I think I explicitly dislike apples, yet now I am tempted to go wash one. The red apple, crisp and sweet, leaves behind a core adorned with flesh, which Wen Youning consumes with relish. What brand is this apple? She mumbles around the apple core. Let us purchase a few more boxes. The apples from June to August. Primarily varieties such as Summer Honey and Gala boast a crisp, sweet, and refreshing taste, abundant juice, small cores, and thin skins, practically the epitome of flawless fruit. Hello, your delivery. A man gestures from outside the yard. Is it mine? Wen Youning inquires, removing the little dog from her lap. I haven't ordered anything. She had merely requested fresh meat from the market. The glasses for the tiger were not supposed to arrive today. What is it? Smart live streaming equipment. The man hands her a refined box, stating, the assistant asked me to deliver this. The basic settings have already been adjusted, and it is defaulted to connect to your live stream. Any other modifications can be made via the mobile app. It dawns on Wen Youning that the man does not appear to be a mere delivery person. Thank you, she replies, you may be busy. After delivering the package, the man bows slightly and departs. Wen Youning examines the box, pondering, did I just place an order? She inquires, noticing that the interface displayed as out of stock, indicating she had not placed any order. The address and phone number were indeed hers. Upon unwrapping the package, she sees her name, Wen Youning, elegantly engraved in gold on the lower left corner of the box. Therefore, the possibility of a delivery error is non-existent. This is a new model customized by the design team, molded as one piece, with sturdier materials that should withstand several falls better. A comment from the internal account scrolls across the top of the screen. Incredible. While Lynn is preoccupied with family disputes, you are here watching the live stream. Is that so? From the time I ordered the live streaming equipment to now, has it only been 15 minutes? Has the new model already arrived? The updates to smart live streaming devices occur rapidly. New models exist even before the old ones are released. Yet they remain in testing and are not available for sale. Engraving the name prior to delivery does not consume much time. Teacher Wen's previous live streaming device was damaged. This model will suffice for the time being. Wen Youning holds the robust new spherical device, clearly of superior quality compared to her previous one, and expresses her gratitude. You are welcome. The new model has yet to undergo testing, so it would be appreciated if you could trial it. With that, a user with the ID of a period departs from the live stream, having entered specifically to explain the new equipment. Wen Youning retrieves her battered live streaming device, musing, I will restart it. Let us try the new device. The old one, though patched up, remains functional. She sets it aside as a backup. A little panda peers curiously into the box containing the spherical device, Owo. The new equipment features a fog removal function, automatic lens cleaning, intelligent voice control, and quick shutdown capabilities. These functionalities. Wen Youning wipes her fingertips with a wet tissue, finding them quite practical. Let us begin the broadcast. The live streaming device adjusts its angle, and as her words resonate, her phone also indicates that the live stream is now active. Chapter 46. Wen Youning smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped. Really? Were you waiting for me on purpose? Oh, that's a lie. Really, no, it's a lie. Alas. The inner voice struggled in defeat. The white lion, nuzzling against Wen Youning, was momentarily dazed, tilting its head and opening its mouth wide in a howl. Wen Youning, already prepared, covered its mouth, teasing, you can't bite me. The invisible white lion was caught off guard, growling softly as it shook its head and broke free from Wen Youning's grasp, leaping forward with a roar. Wen Youning found herself pressed closely against the white lion, the proximity leaving no room for escape. Roar, cough. Cough. Even though Wen Youning was experienced in playing with big cats, being tackled to the mat by the white lion still left her breathless. The force was akin to being struck by a speeding car. The only difference was that the white lion had held back a bit. After effortlessly toppling the human, the white lion paused, perplexed.
Huh.
No sound? It pawed around. Eyes? Nose?
Roar.
They're all gone. The white lion was taken aback. Had it lost them? Oh? The white lion grew anxious. Wen Youning, pressed face down, pondered, is it checking if teacher Wen is still alive? I don't know if it's checking, but I do know that if the white lion keeps pressing down, teacher Wen will surely be out of breath. Who taught you to measure like this? Pinch the philtrum. White lion. Huh? Am I supposed to pinch?
Roar.
The white lion turned, recalling the layout in its memory, preparing to charge into the glass. Stop. Wen Youning hurriedly called out, that's the newly installed glass. But the white lion had discovered an escape route. Even without its vision restored, once fully recovered, this little ward would not confine the white lion. Wen Youning plucked weeds from her hair, pulling out the rabbit that was diligently digging a hole nearby. Realizing that the white lion wouldn't eat it, the rabbit grew bolder. With its front paws clutching the hay, the rabbit chewed away, saying, I'll rescue you. Wen Youning chuckled at the rabbit's earnestness. You've worked hard. Just as the white lion took a step forward, it abruptly halted. Huh? Wen Youning placed the rabbit in a thick patch of grass, shaking the lioness tail. I'm just playing with you. I'm fine. The white lion shook its fur, roaring. Wen Youning held the medicine bowl, laughing, let us change the medicine. Using ordinary ointment was simple. It could be directly squeezed in, but for the dressings, Wen Youning had to mix them each time, depending on the white lioness condition. She adjusted the medicinal ratio in the dressing. After removing the gauze, the white lion lay on the ground, stretching lazily and rubbing its paw against its face. Don't scratch. Wen Youning quickly pressed down on the lioness paw pads. Just a couple more days, and you'll be fine. Is your eye still hurting? Aside from the first dressing, which contained pain-relieving medication, the subsequent ones did not. Oh, the white lion wrapped in gauze has a somewhat ancient, heroic vibe. How cool if it hadn't been shaved. I can't imagine how magnificent the battle-scarred white lion would be. It looks great like this. Every time the white lion appears, I go wild with screenshots. Ha ha ha. While teacher Wen enjoys tranquil days, the Red Hawks are holding meetings overnight. Are meetings now sweeping through the animal kingdom? Meetings? With a ringing sound, the ointment was placed in a metal tray. Wen Youning removed her gloves and inquired, the Red Hawks are having a meeting? Have they returned to the courtyard? Just like last time when a group of Red Hawks came over for dinner, gathering together. It doesn't seem like a zoo. It looks more like an apartment building. Yes, AAA renovation plumbing, there's live footage here. I think there are nearby streamers broadcasting, but they were stopped and educated by the police. The video angle from the account appeared to be shot from above, likely from a high-rise across the street. In the hazy night, the Red Hawks clustered on the protruding water barrier of the building, filling 3 or 4 floors. As the footage zoomed out, the number of Red Hawks was considerable, making it difficult to count them all at once. Wen Youning sensed something amiss. What were so many Red Hawks doing in a residential building? Could it be that someone had captured them? With this thought, she furrowed her brows, gathering up a trash bag and stating, I'll go take a look. As she turned, she remembered the live broadcast equipment, quickly shutting it down and placing it on the table, saying, I'm signing off for now. Comments. Hey. Wait. The first comment floated by just as the live stream went black, leaving an empty silence devoid of sound. Who said the Red Hawks are having a meeting? I was enjoying the live stream, and now I'm furious. Is anyone in City A? Come on, give us a live report. I'll send you gifts for the live stream.
Sobi.
Outside, night had fallen. Wen Youning had just dashed out of the hospital gates when a car approached, its headlights blinding her momentarily. She instinctively squinted. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Qian Nua waving from inside. Teacher Wen.
Get in.
Wen Youning settled into the passenger seat, and as the door closed, the car's navigation was already set. Qian Nua turned the steering wheel, asking, how about it, Teacher Wen? Did I arrive just in time? She had guessed Wen Youning would head over when she saw the Red Hawks gathering, so she borrowed a car without a second thought. Just in time. I was worried about hailing a cab when Youning fastened her seatbelt and asked, what about Tuan Tuan? Did you drop it off? Don't worry. I dropped it off on my way out. Look at my outfit. Qian Nua tugged at her shabby coat, customized with panda paws. Once the little panda became familiar with everyone in Wen Youning's courtyard, it truly didn't want to leave. As long as Tuan got accustomed to their presence, it wouldn't be impossible for it to stay under the caretaker's permission. Wen Youning was just concerned that without her around, the fluffy ones might clash. While the small animals at home were generally easy to manage, an awareness of potential dangers was still necessary. The roads were relatively clear, and luck was on their side as they caught the first traffic light on green, followed by a series of green lights. As Qian Nua drove in, they were soon obstructed by a vehicle parked at the roadside of the community. Looking up, the scene could only be described as a sea of heads. There were so many people ahead. Many held up their phones, their bright screens flashing, unsure whether they were live streaming or taking photos. Police were present to maintain order, and even from the car, they could hear the officers shouting through loudspeakers. Please refrain from gathering and leave the area promptly. Do not push or crowd. Do not reach out to touch the red hawks. It is everyone's responsibility to protect wildlife. Touching is prohibited. Put down your phones and turn off your high beams. The police, working to disperse the crowd, moved through the throng. Despite a cordon set up around the red hawks, some curious individuals reached out. Chirp. The white hawk unfurled its wings, shielding the red hawks behind it, pecking fiercely at the hand that reached out. Get lost. If you're brave enough, come out and fight. If you win, your hawk can go back to find its owner. Humans are so annoying. Do not approach. The police noticed and waved, attempting to separate the crowd from the red hawks. As the hawk, Huan, turned its head to peck, it caught sight of a familiar human in the crowd. With a call, the red falcon swooped into the throng, prompting the crowd to shift in an arc, their phones following its flight. With a chirp, Huan landed gracefully on the shoulder of Wen Youning, raising its wings to point towards the window above. There are so many little people. The adults say they will take the little people away. Today, all of them. Huan shook its feathers, expressing discontent. Chirp. Humans are bothersome. They always want to touch the falcon. Even when I fly to the trees, there are humans reaching for me. How annoying! Unperturbed, Wen Youning gently ruffled Huan's feathers and shielded the red falcon as she maneuvered through the crowd. Step back. Move away. Zhao Jiaka raised her hand, signaling her colleagues to retreat. Having participated in several statements taken by Wen Youning at the police station, she had become somewhat acquainted with her. Despite their lack of a personal relationship, observing the red falcon circling and landing on Wen Youning, Zhao Jiaka raised an eyebrow, as if to inquire, do you know each other? Considering the uniqueness of the red falcon, Zhao Jiaka refrained from asking directly and instead inquired, are you here for the falcon? Yes, Wen Youning whispered, there are human traffickers in room 302. Huan overheard them discussing plans to relocate the children today. Zhao Jiaka was taken aback. Do you realize what you're saying? Qian Nua, standing nearby, widened her eyes, quickly scanning the chaotic scene. No one seemed to notice the hushed conversation. She thought, this must be a criminal case, right? Is this something I can hear? Qian Nua subtly shifted to the side, striving to diminish her presence. I know. Had it been someone else, Wen Youning might not have spoken so candidly. Given her previous interactions with Zhao Jiaka, she conveyed everything in the briefest terms, assuring her that every word she spoke was the truth. Due to the significant gathering of red falcons, police had dispatched vehicles to maintain order, temporarily halting the traffickers' plans to relocate the children. Zhao Jiaka's breathing quickened as she fixed her gaze on Wen Youning, a torrent of thoughts swirling within her. After a moment of contemplation, she merely pressed her lips together, suggesting that this matter should not be disclosed to the public for the time being. Can you call the red falcons away? Wen Youning nodded, I can. She gently lifted her shoulder, signaling everyone to head back. With a squawk, Huan kicked away a competitor vying for its perch, responding crisply. Zhao Jiaka looked up at the red falcon as it flew towards the rain cover above, seemingly sharing something with another falcon perched there. The drowsy falcon below shook its head, as if attempting to rouse itself, then leaped into the air, unfurling its wings in flight. Wow, are they all flying away? How spectacular. The sheer number resembles the release of doves. Family, the red falcons are departing. The broadcaster must sign off too. If you could give a bit of attention. The flock of red falcons scattered, causing a stir among the crowd. The sound of shutters clicking nearly drowned out conversations. Zhao Jiaka turned to her colleagues and whispered a few words. They looked taken aback, but Zhao Juka shook her head. Do as I say. If there are indeed traffickers upstairs. Chapter 47. Have you crossed over? Are you practicing ballet there? Elegance never goes out of style. Jianbingguo chuckled softly, releasing the air from the kayak in her hands. The crocodile, which had just emerged to bite a rock, had since submerged again, leaving her uncertain whether it had swum away or was lurking beneath, waiting for her to make a mistake. In any case, she certainly would not dare to approach again. Not only today, but she would have to detour around this river in the future. The mere thought of paddling a kayak with a crocodile shadowing her beneath the surface sent shivers down her spine. I'll take my leave now, Teacher Wen. I need to get away from here. What if the crocodile comes up to bite me? Be safe, Wen Youning reminded her. All right, Teacher Wen, I will. Jianbingguo picked up Ling Bao and waved her paw at Wen Youning, saying, say it with me. Thank you, Teacher Wen. Meow. Ling Bao tapped her paw on Jianbingguo's goggles. Hurry home. Silly. After disconnecting the call, Wen Youning tidied up the dishes and turned to see a charming little panda seated at the dining table, happily munching on something. Reflecting on whether she had fed the panda any treats earlier, Wen Youning lifted her gaze and quickly scanned the table. Tuan Tuan, what are you eating? The panda chewed on a green bean, its fur around the mouth smeared with vegetable soup. Crunchy. Delicious. Do you want some, sister? Clearly. Green beans were not on the panda's usual menu, but having tried one and found it delightful, it graciously offered a piece that was already bitten, now even smaller. Wen Youning hurriedly took the remaining green beans away. This is too salty for you. You cannot eat it. She pulled out a wet wipe to clean the panda's paws, relieved that the steamed beans were less oily than fried ones, which would have been difficult to clean. Even so, 2 tissues couldn't quite do the job. Wen Youning decided to carry the panda to the sink, holding its paw under the faucet to wash. The little tabby cat, having finished its cat food, jumped onto the table, licking its lips.
Meow.
Noticing the commotion, it froze mid-stride. Its pupils gradually constricted until they became thin slits. Dried fish, huh? Is that how you wash? In dried fish's eyes, water was the most terrifying substance in the world. Ha ha ha, at this moment, dried fish must regard the little panda with newfound respect. The panda, with its paw pads facing up, allowed the water to soak and wash over it, eyes bright and lively as it looked around, happily calling out to the little tabby, woo.
Boss.
Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, her damp fingertip poking the panda's head. You really called out. It was evident that the little tabby had taught it to do so. The panda lifted its head to lick her fingertip. After applying body wash twice, Wen Youning scrubbed the panda's paws until they bore no trace of vegetable soup, then squeezed the water from its fur. All done. She set the panda down. Now you can lick yourself. Okay. The panda obediently sat down and began to groom its paws. Wen Youning took the opportunity to wash the plate. Ding ding. The screen of her phone lit up and then dimmed beside her. She dried her hands and picked it up to find a message from the work group. Zhao Zi. Group members. Urgent. A prairie wolf is exhibiting abnormal behavior. Relevant medical staff should promptly assist in Area A, Prairie Wolf Zone. The message had been sent twice. In addition to the group chat, Zhao Zi also sent a private message to Wen Youning. Teacher Wen, do you have time now? The prairie wolves in the park are behaving strangely. I may need you to make a trip. A new task had arisen. After replying to the message, Wen Youning set her phone down, removed her apron, and sidestepped dried fish, who was busy grooming the panda, saying, Tuan Tuan, I need to head out. Shall I take you back first?
Woo.
The panda's eyes widened in surprise. I just got here. It was still too fresh a visit for the little panda to bear such news. After changing her shoes and re-entering, Wen Youning found the kitchen devoid of any fluffiness. The rock wolf leaned against the wall, expressionless as it gazed toward the door, while the little tabby lounged on the sofa, calmly cleaning its paws. Below the tabby, a patch of reddish-brown fur was faintly visible, likely hidden behind the sofa cushions. If you don't want to go back, you can play here, Wen Youning remarked, unsure how the panda had managed to squeeze in. You all get along well, no fighting. No fighting. The little panda readily agreed to everything except being taken back. Wen Youning rescued the panda from the sofa, adjusted the cushions, and said, All right, you all play nicely. The panda swayed on the sofa, leaning against the little tabby.
Meow.
The tabby pressed its paw onto the panda's head, thinking, silly cat. With the little panda so close, the tabby, feeling a sense of responsibility, began to groom its younger companion. The tabby paused intermittently, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work, nearly questioning its feline existence. The weather was growing increasingly warm. Stepping outside in the morning felt devoid of any coolness. Although the sun had yet to reach its midday intensity, the air felt as though it were heating up, stifling like being in a steamer. Wen Youning now ventured out, with the air conditioning in her home continuously running to prevent her fluffy companions from suffering heatstroke. The prairie wolf zone was quite distant from her residence. In the zoo's layout, the wolves' habitat was symmetrically placed opposite the horse stables. Due to their high territorial demands, wolves can develop stereotypic behaviors, self-harm, and aggressive tendencies when confined to a small, enclosed space for extended periods. It was still early, and visitors had yet to enter the park. This was Wen Youning's first visit, and she followed the signs to enter. The expansive grassland within the enclosure was surrounded by iron fencing, with a water channel separating it from the visitors for safety. Wen Youning arrived somewhat late, as the animal doctors in the zone were already in place. The prairie wolves huddled together, and one in the center was baring its teeth, its head stiffly swiveling, occasionally raising its paws while emitting low, mournful sounds. Suddenly, it dropped to the ground and violently shook its head. This unexpected movement startled the surrounding wolves. My goodness, it looks like it's about to turn into a corpse.
Ah.
So frightening. What is this illness? Parasites destroying brain nerves? It resembles a zombie mutation. The prairie wolf was clearly uncomfortable. Intelligent creatures accustomed to their environment, they would instinctively seek human assistance when in distress. However, when one wolf approached the humans, it noticed the tranquilizer gun in their hands. Even if it had never been tranquilized, it had seen its kind fall unconscious after being shot. Once subdued, they would not awaken no matter how much they called. Thus, halfway across the distance, the prairie wolf retreated to the pack, hiding behind its peers.
A what?
Stay away. Crazy people. A bunch of lunatics. You think you can catch me? No way. Teacher 1. Zhao Zi called out at the entrance. The physician beside him, after examining the situation, could not arrive at a useful conclusion and silently grasped the anesthesia gun. Wen Youning entered through the staff passage, preparing to administer anesthesia. Zhao Zi nodded in affirmation, stating that after observing for a while, the symptoms of the prairie wolf had neither diminished nor disappeared, prompting the decision to anesthetize it for a comprehensive examination at the hospital. As they spoke, the prairie wolf was writhing and rolling on the ground in a distorted manner. At first glance, it indeed appeared as though it had been infected by a zombie virus on the brink of mutation. The wolf king watched nearby, attempting to intervene, while the wolf on the ground turned over and began to thrash about. It hurts, it hurts. Ah, get down,
Get down.
Wen Youning listened to the prairie wolf's incessant murmurs. Was there any deworming treatment administered? Of course. This pertained to the keeper's attitude toward their duties. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to explain, medication and deworming, along with disinfecting the enclosure, are all conducted in accordance with park regulations, without exception. Zhao Zi inquired, did you discern anything? The prairie wolf was expressing a desire for something to be removed. As for what that was, the wolf's murmurs only repeated 2 phrases without elaboration. Wen Youning tilted her head, asking the keeper, what is the name of that prairie wolf? The keeper replied, the sick one? Its name is Aduan. Aduan. Wen Youning called out from behind the enclosure, come here, no anesthesia. I will help you get it out. Aduan, struggling, had begun to gnaw on the grass. Upon hearing the voice, it let out an impatient growl, briefly digesting its annoyance before finally comprehending what the human was saying. It shook its head, spitting out the grass and dirt from its mouth, and without hesitation, rushed towards Wen Youning. Hurry, hurry. Quickly take it off. You said no anesthesia. The prairie wolf, nearly retching in discomfort, charged forward with determination, almost colliding with a fence. You said you could help. It feels so uncomfortable. I'm about to choke. Why can't I swallow? Teacher Wen, be careful, Zhao Zi interjected, reaching out to shield her from the prairie wolf leaping at the fence, nearly pressing its face against Wen Youning. The nearby physician, witnessing the scene, could not help but ask, is this illness contagious? Will a bite turn you into a zombie? Whether it's contagious or not, a bite still hurts. Wait, are you the veterinarian or am I? Why are you asking me? It feels apocalyptic. Everything is fine, no need to worry. As Wen Youning maneuvered around Zhao and approached the fence, the prairie wolf immediately stood up. Its front paws resting on the top of the enclosure as it eagerly wagged its tail. Woo. Hurry. I can't swallow. Wen Youning deduced the problem and said, give me a pair of gloves. Zhao handed her a fresh pair, asking, do you not need anesthesia?
No.
Wen Youning donned the gloves, assuring, it's not a severe illness. She stepped forward, instructing, open your mouth, don't move. The prairie wolf let out a sound, its mouth closing as it vocalized again, quickly reopening its mouth. Chapter 48. Haraha, it's over. It's all right, darling. Even if your fur isn't appealing, you are still the most handsome lion in the entire zoo. Wait a moment. I recall that there seems to be only one lion in this zoo, right? The most magnificent white lion was clearly quite enraged, with a throat that roared like an engine, its claws scratching incessantly at the ground. Ugly. Unattractive. In truth, it wasn't unappealing. It had its own unique charm. Just look at how distinctive you appear now, compared to the uniform hairstyles of other lions. You stand out remarkably. When you walk among the pride, all eyes will surely be drawn to you. Wen Youning made an effort to smooth the lion's fur. Moreover, it is summer now, and having such thick fur is rather uncomfortable. See, with your fur trimmed, it's much more bearable to be outdoors without air conditioning. Isn't it? Wen Youning appealed to the lion's emotions and reason, urging it to have confidence. After all, you are the most handsome white lion in the entire zoo. Roar. The white lion remained unyielding. The most handsome white lion was not in the mood to listen. Wait. Don't be angry. Let me explain. Wen Youning embraced the puffed-up white lion, preventing it from inflicting any harm upon the glass wall. It was said that the glass wall of the hospital hadn't been replaced for 2 years, and after the white lion's arrival, it nearly required replacement twice within just 2 days. You've sustained injuries. Without shaving the fur, the medicine cannot be applied to your wounds, let alone the sutures, right? If you don't shave, will they stitch the wound or weave fur pants for you instead? And you wouldn't even have to turn the fur into yarn first. Just wrap the fur around and voile, natural lion fur pants. That would surely be more unappealing than your current state. Besides, who wears fur pants in the summer? Wen Youning playfully tugged at the lion's fur collar, reminding it that as a tiger, we are lions. Roar. Tiger? What is that? There were no tigers in the white lion's habitat. Well, I could introduce you to one someday. But right now, we're discussing your fur pants. To prevent the white lion from becoming more agitated, Wen Youning suggested, we can trim the remaining fur later. You'll definitely look even better. She gently combed the lion's fur, offering comfort. Your fur grows back quickly. By winter, it will surely be full again. Just these few strands of fur to comb. While my bald uncle is so fluffy. No worries, as long as your fur collar remains, the white lion's beauty will endure. The white lion remained silent, merely growling lowly. I'm dying of laughter, darling. Before, you were playfully trying to bite Teacher Wen, and now you're merely engaging in verbal sparring. It seems you truly care, haha. The white lion continued to whimper, its slightly parted mouth filled with complaints about its current appearance. It's truly handsome. Wen Youning reassured it with fervor, lavishing it with words of praise. Besides, you had to have your fur shaved because of your injuries. If you weren't hurt, you wouldn't need to shave for treatment, right? With a gentle shift in her tone, Wen Youning concluded, so, the true culprit behind your current fur situation is, you. The white lion was not easily swayed. Wen Youning playfully patted its head, saying, it was that group of lions that attacked you. If they hadn't injured you, you wouldn't have needed rescue, and thus wouldn't have ended up here to have your fur shaved. So, ultimately, they are to blame. The white lion squinted, tilting its head and attempting to bite her arm. Roar. Wen Youning allowed it to nibble, unperturbed. In the next fight, if outnumbered, it would be wiser to retreat and strike back when the opportunity arose. Safety first. In the wild, only a few male lions die of natural causes. The majority perish in battles or due to diseases like tuberculosis. The white lion turned its back to the glass wall, its tail swishing impatiently behind it. Cheer up. At least you can see now, right? Wen Youning raised her hand, resting her elbow on the lion's shoulder, believing that all was progressing in a positive direction. With gain comes loss. Having regained sight, the loss of fur was a fair trade-off. Moreover, a silver lining was that the white lion was no longer shedding fur. After combing for a while, Wen Youning found not a single floating hair, just a few stray hairs caught in the mane. Don't want the light. The white lion silently protested. So you wish to exchange what you've lost for what you've gained? Very well. Wen Youning decisively agreed with the white lion, donning a fresh pair of gloves. Now let me help you apply the ointment. The lion tilted its head, seeming puzzled as to why a human would agree. However, Wen Youning's hand was already reaching out, and it instinctively squinted its eyes. The ointment was squeezed into the white lion's eyes, and Wen Youning instructed, "Just blink your eyes a bit. It might feel a little foreign, but it shouldn't irritate you. Blinking will help spread it evenly." Previously, when the white lion couldn't open its eyes, the ointment had been applied slowly to allow it to disperse. All done.
Huh.
Wen Youning gently patted the big white lion, now unable to see. Since it couldn't tell if the fur had grown back, they would simply pretend it had. Quite reasonable. The white lion was perplexed. Roar. Comments. Okay, you're doing this. How is it not a loss of sight, but a gain of fur? If you don't open your eyes, the fur will remain as a beautiful memory. Haha. Wen Youning comforted the irritable big white lion, assuring it with affection. Once the ointment was applied, the bandage was no longer necessary. She picked up the food bowl, saying, "Come on, let us eat today's meat first." The hospital's meals would be adjusted based on the white lion's condition each day. The container had been changed from a bowl to a metal basin. The jerky that Wen Youning brought yesterday was quite to the white lion's liking, and it had devoured it all. If it weren't for the lack of jerky at home, she would have brought more for the white lion today. It was rare to see the normally reluctant eater so fond of something, so she made sure to prepare enough. Logically, fresh meat should be more appealing than jerky. But unfortunately, the white lion was in a poor mood and was even less inclined to eat, refusing to open its mouth. Wen Youning inquired, "Is it because you're upset about your fur that you don't want to eat?" The white lion snorted dismissively, ignoring her. "What if I help you trim it a bit?" Upon hearing this, the white lion abruptly turned its head, and if not for the medication in its eyes, it would have surely glared at her. The white lion cannot bear to hear this now. Ha ha ha. I've never seen such clear emotions on the white lion's face before. It's a beautiful big white lion that cares so much about its appearance. So adorable, darling. You're like a giant cotton candy. I want to nibble, nibble, nibble.
Eat.
Perhaps fearing that Wen Youning might actually use scissors, the white lion let out a low growl, showing no signs of aversion to food, and promptly picked up a piece of meat, chewing it without enthusiasm. It was clear that it still didn't want to eat, but it seemed there was something it found even less acceptable. "It's mealtime. Don't come near, Wen Youning." "It is quite excessive." Wen Youning, with a mix of laughter and tears, tugged at a tuft of her mane, despite her grooming skills being undeniably proficient. If it's not to be groomed, then so be it. A skilled artisan cannot work without raw materials. Looking at the white lion's patchy fur, she found it truly challenging to proceed. Considering the lion's disposition, Wen Youning pondered and remarked, "How about I buy you a cloak later?" Without hesitation, she settled beside the white lion and began searching online for cloaks, intending to procure one that would drape over him. This way, he wouldn't need to apply ointment to his eyes, as he would be unable to see. Such a gesture would benefit the lioness' physical and mental well-being. After all, a cheerful spirit aids in swifter recovery. Conventional animal garments could be uncomfortable and hinder fur growth. Snugly fitted clothing could even lead to fur loss in smaller creatures. Cloaks, however, were different, loose and casually draped. They could easily be removed. The thought of donning a cloak made the white lion appear quite dashing. Alas, the lion displayed a lackluster interest, likely due to his unfamiliarity with the concept of a cloak. Wen Youning scoured several stores, noting that most cloaks were knee-length, with ankle-length options being scarce. The largest size available might still not fit him snugly, particularly with his majestic mane needing to be exposed at the neck, thus significantly narrowing her choices. Cloaks were predominantly designed for humans, although there were options for cats and dogs. Yet, even the largest feline sizes would not correspond with the white lion stature, rendering them more akin to capes. With no suitable size available, Wen Youning opted to focus on styles and then inquire with vendors about potential customizations. After sharing a meal with the white lion, she gently patted his belly, estimating that he could handle another pound of meat next time. The caretaker waved from beyond the glass wall, gesturing silently towards the adjacent area, mindful of the white lion's presence. Wen Youning patted the lion's head, saying, "I am off now." The lion licked its paw, its fur still intact. Upon exiting, the caretaker eagerly presented the X-ray, just received. "Ms. Wen, please take a look." The time was noted in the upper right corner. It had taken merely 5 minutes from the moment the caretaker received the film to when it was handed to Wen Youning. As the nurse had just delivered it to the ward, the caretaker turned and brought the film over. "Please go in first." Wen Youning held the film awkwardly, unable to discern the details. Entering the examination room, she switched on the desk lamp and placed the film on the viewer. Under the illumination, every detail became strikingly clear. Wen Youning reaffirmed her earlier diagnosis, stating, "It's nothing serious. Just a minor case of overstimulation from blowing up a plastic ball. It would have resolved itself had he come to the hospital a bit later." The caretaker nodded. Finally able to release the tension that had built since suspecting a lung issue, relief washed over him. Everything was all right. In a corner, a little golden monkey huddled on the hospital bed, wrapping its limbs around itself. The moment the scent of the predator wafted in, it became acutely aware. How frightening! Gradually, fear crept in. The golden monkey, known for its gentle nature and lack of aggression, remained motionless, paralyzed by the intimidating aura of the beast, even without seeing it. Yet, the human bearing the scent of the predator was familiar to it. In the midst of its trepidation, the little monkey found itself puzzled, recalling the different predator scents it had detected on Wen Youning during their last encounter. Chapter 49: The Panda. Wen Youning repeatedly zoomed in and adjusted the position on the screen, having watched the video twice. It was indeed peculiar, resembling an exercise routine, yet not entirely so. It didn't quite fit the description of physical training either, considering the panda lay down and moved its claws, and the exertion seemed minimal. What panda? Is the zoo introducing pandas? No way. That's a national treasure. The zoo would need to be qualified to raise one, and this zoo is too small. An exercise routine? Speaking of which, we have a panda at our wildlife park that often seems to be exercising, stretching its chest and limbs. I even captured a video of it the last time I visited. Zhao Zi inquired, "Can we discern any issues from this?" Wen Youning replied, "It's not evident. Has it been behaving this way all along?" After a moment, Zhao Zi sent another message. These are excerpts from the monitoring footage showing the panda's abnormal behavior. There were portions of outdoor surveillance and drone footage. Each machine was time-stamped, revealing instances when the wild giant panda fell ill, and staff had compiled the timeline of events. Wen Youning opened the document, where each timestamp was accompanied by corresponding images, detailing the duration from the onset of illness to exhaustion leading to sleep, fluctuating between 20 to 50 minutes. After fainting from fatigue, the panda would awaken, experience a brief period of normalcy, and then the cycle of illness would repeat. Wen Youning gasped softly. This indeed resembled a psychiatric disorder. Please assist me in registering for a visit. I wish to observe the situation firsthand. Given the panda's current state, a video call might not suffice to address the matter. She preferred to assess it in person. Zhao Zi responded, "Understood, I will make the arrangements." The process for borrowing personnel involved internal protocols, and applications required approval, unlike her previous visit to the neighboring zoo to see the platypus, where familiarity among staff allowed for verbal agreements. The approval process would take some time. Zhao Zi sent over a document detailing necessary preparations. Wen Youning occasionally scrolled through the document with her fingertips, absent-mindedly petting the Caucasian puppy, searching her memory for symptoms that matched the panda's unusual behavior.
Teacher 1.
"I'm here," said Qian Nua, who always played with the only puppy on the premises, having become quite familiar with it. Upon hearing the voice, the puppy squeezed through the door. "Did you miss me?" Qian Nua scooped up the puppy and entered. "Teacher Wen, I brought all the feathers from the warehouse. You can choose the best ones when you need them. If you need more, I can get some for you." What are you looking at, Teacher Wen? Qian Nua asked, noticing the screen filled with text. Wen Youning explained items that need to be prepared for the trip to the Bee City Zoo. Are you going over there? Qian Nua nodded. I went with Brother Zhao before. The environment is quite nice, ranking among the top 3 in the country. Indeed. Wen Youning flipped to the last page, where a red note reminded her, a health check report from a tertiary hospital within the last 2 weeks. I should go for physical examination. Although she had undergone one upon employment, it seemed the timing was not aligned. I'll accompany you, Qian Nua offered. The results typically take 2 to 3 days. Let's go early.
All right.
Wen Youning collected the bowl used for feeding the puppy and immersed it in the water basin to wash later. Qian Nua petted the puppy, saying, we'll play again when sister returns.
Woof.
The hospital had numerous examination items. The facility only required a health check, without specifying particular tests. Wen Youning selected an employment package, which covered similar tests as those conducted for job onboarding. The hospital was crowded, but fortunately, the health examination building was separate from the registration and treatment area, eliminating long queues for tests. It was quite convenient to have a dedicated building for physical examinations. Qian Nua glanced at the clock, noting that they completed all examination items in just over an hour. Last time I had a stomach ache and registered. I went through imaging and CT scans, waiting for morning until the hospital closed before getting the tests done. I thought the physical would take just as long. Had she known it would be so swift, she wouldn't have urged Wen Youning to hurry. Employees from the company also came here for examinations. Wen Youning had seen the arrangements for employee health checks online, noting that with many staff members, they would have to queue for a long time, impacting registration for consultations. Therefore, some hospitals separate health checks from regular consultations. Have you completed all the necessary checks? Qian Nua asked. Wen Youning held the examination form. Most items already signed by the examining nurse, with just the blood draw remaining, which she would return for the next day on an empty stomach. Be careful, quietly. Woof. Quietly I can go in. Slowly, slowly. A faint voice reached Wen Youning's ears, and she looked up to see a black puppy, seemingly 2 or 3 years old, cautiously making its way into the hospital. Teacher Wen, I need to take a call, Qian Nua said. Wen Youning's gaze remained fixed on the little black dog.
All right.
Qian Nua moved to a less crowded area to answer the call. The black puppy tiptoed forward. But before it could navigate the speed bump, a security guard spotted it. Hey, where did this dog come from? The guard rushed out of the booth, brandishing a stick.
Get out.
The little black dog, with its tail tucked, pressed its upper body down, hesitant to advance as it was pointed at, whimpering softly. It attempted to wag its tail to convey goodwill.
I just want to see Grandma.
You can't stay here. I'll leave quickly. Go away. The guard, oblivious to the dog's pleas, only swung his baton to drive it away. The puppy tried to inch closer to the hospital but, noticing the guard approaching, quickly retreated outside. Once outside, the little black dog hunched its neck, barking in distress.
Please. I'm worried.
I just want to take a quick look. The guard raised his baton again. Whimpering, the little black dog took a few steps back, glancing back at the security booth. Dogs aren't allowed in the hospital. Wen Youning approached, crouching down in front of the little black dog, asking, Is your owner in this hospital? Woof woof.
No.
It's Grandma, Wen Youning replied. Ah, your grandmother. If you know what illness she has, I can help you send her a message. The little black dog, initially shrinking back with caution towards the unfamiliar human, paused at her words.
Did you say something?
I didn't say anything. I was just thinking. Yes, what you were thinking. Wen Youning nodded. So, do you need me to help you pass along a message? No pets, not just strays, are permitted in the hospital.
Woof.
The little black dog's tail perked up again. Yes. The cardiology department. Grandma is in room 305, bed 3. How do you know? Wen Youning was somewhat taken aback by how well the little black dog seemed to understand. She had expected the canine to provide a vague or conceptual description of the ailment.
Woof.
The little black dog wagged its tail joyfully. I heard it from the person, the grandmother's little one. Wen Youning thought it must be a relative. All right, I will go find her. Before she could turn around, the little black dog lifted a paw and picked up a dry leaf to give to her. Buy meat for Grandma. Wen Youning was puzzled. But since it was a request from the little black dog, she decided to help and carry it over. You wait here. By the way, What is her name? How should I address her? The naturally fallen leaves remained intact, untouched by footfalls, nestled among heaps of foliage.
Woof.
The shopkeeper grandma. This was likely a unique term of endearment from the little dog for its owner. Wen Youning committed it to memory and turned back to Qian Nua. I'll go in for a moment, I'll be right out. Qian Nua, with a hand over the receiver, nodded in acknowledgement.
All right.
He turned back to continue his phone call. Zhao Ge, you may proceed.
Huh.
No, I was just speaking with Teacher Wen. The little dog's memory appeared to be quite sharp. Wen Youning followed the direction indicated by the little black dog and knocked on the door before entering the ward. The multi-person ward housed 3 beds, separated only by fabric curtains drawn from the center.
Hello.
Wen Youning approached bed number 3, where an elderly woman with graying hair was propped up at the head of the bed, moving her arms. Upon noticing her, the elderly woman's gaze was somewhat dazed. She fumbled to retrieve her reading glasses. Who are you? Wen Youning replied, You do not recognize me. I am here to relay a message from your pet.
Pet?
The elderly woman was taken aback. Her reactions were already slow due to her age. And Wen Youning's words left her momentarily bewildered. Her mind was a swirl of confusion, struggling to comprehend. Wen Youning maintained a serious demeanor and stated, Yes, it is very concerned about your health and has come to the hospital. It is currently waiting at the hospital entrance. The elderly woman furrowed her brow in hesitation. Young lady, have you perhaps made a mistake? I have never owned a pet. She chuckled softly and added, Even if I did not have one at home, my house is quite far from this hospital. How could a pet possibly wait for me at the entrance? This time, it was Wen Youning who was taken aback. She turned to double-check the ward and bed numbers. She had not erred. It is a black dog with white paws. Are you not the shopkeeper grandma? Wen Youning. Uncertain if the little dog had made an error or misheard from the elderly woman's family, described the little black dog's appearance as best as she could. Shopkeeper? The elderly woman paused, recalling that she indeed owned a small shop, but who would ever refer to her in such a manner? Her face still bore a kind smile. Dear girl, I am not easily deceived. If you are truly in need, I can offer you a meal.
You misunderstand.
I am merely here to pass on a message. Wen Youning, unsure if the elderly woman genuinely did not know or thought she was a fraud, shook the leaf in her hand and said, It also asked me to give you this leaf so you could buy meat. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman suddenly recalled something as she looked at the leaf.
Oh.
Could it be? Without waiting to finish her thoughts, she threw off the covers, slipped into her slippers, and made her way outside. That dog, it doesn't look very big, does it? Its eyes are brown, and it has a small notch on its ear, hidden under its fur. You wouldn't feel it unless you touched it. Oh, dear. How did it get here? The elderly woman, piecing together the information she had, began to ascertain who the little dog waiting outside might be. Chapter 50 Hara. The cat cannot speak. Who would have thought that a cat allergy could dismantle its defenses? I remarked on how flat its belly appeared, truly an indication of its condition. Guanchong Hai was momentarily bewildered by this convoluted affair. Is that correct? Just a moment, Teacher Wen, I need to make a phone call. Guanchong Hai left the Persian cat and the connected phone in the bedroom and turned to exit. The Persian cat had been complaining for days, but alas, its owner's brainwaves were out of sync with its own. It could not even be considered a hint. It was a blatant declaration, so clear and unmistakable. Yet, the owner remained oblivious. Finally, it had found someone to confide in. Even after the owner left, the Persian cat continued meowing incessantly at the phone. It employed its paws and body language to convey its grievances with vivid expression. This awful person did this. And this. Meow, scratch him, push him, hit him, tangle him up. Then, the Persian cat dramatically flopped onto the bed, belly up, meowing loudly. I can only imagine how adorable the kitten must be while speaking. Teacher 1. Please translate, I beg you. But before Wen Youning could translate, the slightly ajar bedroom door swung open, revealing a man with a buzz cut peeking in. Honey? After scanning the room, he wondered, where is she? Ha! The Persian cat hissed at him. The man merely cast a dispassionate glance at the cat before retreating from the room. This tattooed brother seems a bit fierce. With dragon and tiger tattoos, let's give a round of applause to this urban gentleman. Not long after the man departed, the door opened again. This time with him wearing a mask. "Hey there, little kitty, do you miss Daddy?" Meow.
Get lost.
The Persian cat was no pushover. As the man approached, it unleashed a flurry of swift, invisible punches with its claws. The man braced himself against the onslaught of feline affection.
Ow.
The Persian cat opened its mouth to nibble at his hair while simultaneously complaining to Wen Youning through the phone. Meow. This awful person is just like this. Ahem. Wen Youning cleared her throat, but seeing the man engrossed in petting the cat, head down, she could only apologize for the interruption. Just as she was about to speak, the owner, who had gone out, returned. The man, acutely aware of the footsteps, lifted his head just before Guanchong entered, casually removing his mask and gloves, tossing them into the trash bin, and leaning back against the headboard as if nothing had transpired. Guanchong asked, "Did you just kiss my cat?" The man replied nonchalantly, "Impossible, I don't like cats. I'm a tough guy." Guanchong pointed to the bedside. "The phone is live streaming." "What phone?" Wen Youning lightly nodded her head. "Hello. Hello. Greetings. Hello, tough guy. Ha ha ha." Why does the cat's affection have a squeaky voice? You take a beating in silence, but still insist on petting the cat. The man. Guanchong smacked him on the back of the head. "You've made my cat socially withdrawn." Meow. "Indeed. Well done."
Hit him.
The nearby Persian cat echoed its owner's words while disdainfully licking its fur. "Just finished grooming, and now it's a mess." Frustrated, the Persian cat rallied for support,
Clawing at the phone on the nightstand. Meow.
"I'll help too." Turning back, it mimicked a human, slapping the phone as if to turn it off. However, the phone screen spiraled down, crashing to the ground with a dull thud before going dark. "I hope the phone is all right." The white lion remained glued to Wen Youning, peering at the phone screen. Upon seeing the black screen, it squinted and lost interest, returning to a reclined position. "Don't sleep yet." Wen Youning patted the lazy lion. "We must set off." Outside, the sky had darkened. After the zoo closed, staff would patrol to return the white lion, and it was best to avoid any encounters with them. Thus, they had a small respite before the white lion was returned, and patrols resumed. Wen Youning gathered her prepared items, confirming no one was around before opening the hospital room door. "Do not run off outside. I want to tether you." Primarily because there wasn't a long enough leash. Unlike dog leashes readily available, those for lions had to be custom-made. But who would walk a white lion? Even in a zoo, such things were non-existent. The white lion, disinterested, let out a low growl as a response.
"Come on."
Wen Youning leaned against the partition door. The white lion ambled over, swishing its tail as it passed by her. Wen Youning instinctively grabbed its tail, giving it a gentle ruffle. Once the white lion stepped outside, she closed the hospital room door. Previously, when the white lion was in a room, it could see Wen Youning descending from the elevator. Now, as it exited, it walked away without looking back. Wen Youning locked the door and followed. Holding onto the white lion's tail, "Let us not take that elevator. We'll go this way." That elevator was for medical staff and zoo personnel. The white lion's large size would not fit. Even if it somehow squeezed in, it would be uncomfortable standing. "We'll take the freight elevator you used to arrive." The freight elevator could accommodate both the lion and its cage, providing ample space. Roar. The white lion pretended to bite her. Wen Youning swiftly wrapped her arms around the lion's neck. "Hurry up, time is limited." The freight elevator was lined with thin wooden boards to prevent damage, covered in scratches. "Will this be uncomfortable?" After entering, she stroked the white lion's mane, aware that wild lions tended to be more alert in enclosed spaces. The white lion shook its fur, resting its chin on Wen Youning's shoulder, emitting a low rumble. Wen Youning wrapped her arms around the lion's head, seemingly reassured. The minor wounds on the white lion had nearly healed, with the most noticeable being a stitched-up wound. Moving slowly would not hinder it. The lion occasionally paced within the room. The rabbit nestled in Wen Youning's arms curiously surveyed its surroundings, its nose twitching, sensing the lush grass below might be delectable. After a few steps, the white lion slowly squinted, fixating on the rabbit, without moving. "What's wrong?" Wen Youning, noticing she couldn't hold on, followed the white lion's gaze, finding the rabbit gazing up in confusion. The predator's unmasked gaze bore an overwhelming intensity, causing the oblivious rabbit to sense the looming threat from the green patch. The white lion lowered its head, inching closer to the rabbit. The rabbit was typically quiet, rarely making a sound, but this was clearly not an ordinary situation. Squeak. The white lion exhaled forcefully. I'm leaving. Are you being held? Wen Youning raised her hand to stroke the white lion's fur, momentarily taken aback by its heartfelt response, and couldn't help but chuckle. The white lion cast her a sidelong glance before picking up a rabbit and tossing it onto the lawn. You can walk on your own, it seemed to say.
Ha!
Wouldn't holding it make us faster? Wen Youning was amused by the white lion's antics. In the next moment, the lion extended its paw, attempting to settle into her embrace. Understanding its intentions, Wen Youning exclaimed, "You are too large. I cannot lift you." She grasped the lion's front paw, measuring its size with her palm, exclaiming, "Look how big you are. You could carry me instead." Roar. Different treatment. What are you doing? Does the injured white lion not deserve to be held by you? White lion, am I not your favorite lion? Love or not? I fear that one swipe from the white lion might crush Teacher Wen. Haha, darling, do you have any concept of your own size? That rabbit is smaller than your paw. If you don't wish to walk, how about I fetch a cart? Wen Youning contemplated taking the white lion outside for some fresh air. After all, it had been confined for so long, from rescue to recovery, and being pushed around in a cage was surely unappealing to the lion. However, it appeared that the white lion was rather reluctant to walk. Roar.
No, don't.
Annoying. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, realizing, you're not tired or unwilling to walk. You simply want me to carry you. The rabbit nearby had already begun to feast. The fresh, tender grass was undoubtedly far more delectable than the dried hay. The zoo was teeming with animals, and even the greenery outside the park was untouched by pesticides. Besides the grass, there were bushes, offering a variety of flavors. The rabbit, as if it had stumbled into paradise, nibbled here and tugged there, unable to stop, devouring so quickly that it could barely keep pace with its chewing. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves, dramatically grasping the white lion's front paw and straining upward, standing on her toes, but the lion remained unmoved.
See.
I simply cannot lift you. She then wrapped her arms around the lion's neck, insisting, we really must go. We have quite a distance ahead. They could not walk past the staff dormitory, but had to take a longer route through the park. Without being carried, the white lion seemed displeased, trailing slowly behind Wen Youning, occasionally opening its mouth as if to nip at her. More often than not, it was merely a show, lacking any real intimidation. The rabbit, watching from the grass, appeared bewildered, chewing diligently while preparing to follow. As Wen Youning and the white lion ventured further away, the rabbit took a substantial bite of grass, tilting its head back and giving a strong tug to sever the blade, then hurriedly pursued them. The live-streaming equipment captured the rabbit's actions in vivid detail, revealing its conflicted inner turmoil. Rabbit, I can distinguish between a feast and a mere snack. Eating for ages and still packing up to go. How amusing. Is it just my imagination? Or does it seem like a patch of the lawn has been depleted? What is the difference from a lawnmower? The speed is similar. And it's even more energy efficient, not really. Chapter 51, the short-tailed marsupial is endangered, partly due to habitat loss and altered fire patterns, but primarily because of predation. The loss of infants has become alarmingly frequent, leading them toward extinction. Wen Youning gently returned the joey to the short-tailed marsupial. The joey appeared to be old enough to leave the pouch and was unharmed upon its return. However, the mother marsupial would likely not develop any more young in her pouch. The mother had already burrowed back inside, a testament to her trust in this area. Otherwise, she would have long vanished, opting to hide and observe from the shadows. The thicket was dense, and Wen Youning knew that stepping inside would likely cause a collapse. So she paused outside, placing the joey down. I've left the little one here for you. The short-tailed marsupial cautiously peered toward her, intrigued yet hesitant to approach. Wen Youning tugged at the cuffs of her protective suit. The temperature here was not akin to the chilly confines of her air-conditioned home, but rather adjusted to the marsupial's natural habitat. Thus, donning the full protective gear made her susceptible to overheating. The joey, with its adorable, naturally smiling face, stood beside her. playfully mimicking simple human gestures, an utterly charming sight.
Oh.
Don't be afraid. This is a kind human. The small marsupial gently patted her protective suit, showcasing her to its companions. She's quite the skilled healer. Wen Youning crouched down to caress the little marsupial, gently correcting, not she, but a person.
Ah.
All right, a person. The short-tailed marsupial, though not fully comprehending, eagerly repeated her words. Is there a group going to Australia? I'm preparing to kidnap one. Can they be domesticated? This is very important to me. They cannot be domesticated. Wen Youning stroked the joey's chin with her fingertips, and it squinted its eyes, tilting its head back, comfortably nestling in her embrace. The short-tailed marsupial is classified as an endangered species on the Red List. Moreover, it has been recognized by the International Union for Conservation of Nature as a species at risk, which prohibits not only domestication but also any form of trade. The little marsupial found a leaf somewhere and began to munch on it while listening to Wen Youning speak, clearly enjoying the treat. Such a delightful creature could be easily distracted by a simple leaf. Through her protective suit, Wen Youning tapped the little one's head. If you like them, you can visit a zoo. Just make sure to search which local zoo has short-tailed marsupials and buy a ticket beforehand to avoid disappointment. Qian Nua dared not approach the short-tailed marsupial any closer. If it startled again and dropped another joey, she would have no place to lament. Wen Youning tugged at the collar of her protective suit, feeling a bit stifled in the airtight garment. Before it became overly humid, she set the short-tailed marsupial down, saying, "Let us go outside first. Staying here too long may lead to heat exhaustion." Qian Nua nodded and wobbled out, adjusting her protective suit. The short-tailed marsupial nibbled on the leaves, cautiously trailing a few steps behind, pausing intermittently until the door closed and Wen Youning's figure vanished from sight. It licked its lips, calling out, "Ah, I'll come again, next time." Wen Youning, even in her protective suit, could hear this clearly, chuckling in response. All right. On the day of departure, Wen Youning rose early to ensure everything at home was in order. Her flight was scheduled for the evening, allowing ample time.
Bark. Bark.
Shall we go? Let us charge. Outside, the cacophony of barking escalated, accompanied by a chorus of inner thoughts, as if debating whether to pounce into a brawl.
Do not leap at people.
Wen Youning emerged from the kitchen, holding treats to feed the red falcon. She expected it to be Zhao Zi or another staff member from the park. The dogs had never encountered strangers, and Qian Nua wouldn't react so vigorously. Lin Baiyu stood outside the yard, nodding toward Wen Youning, Teacher 1. "Mr. Lin, why are you here so early?" Wen Youning approached and guided the barking dogs away from the doorway, opening the gate. "Is your leg better? Last time he visited, he was in a wheelchair."
Yes.
"I could stand a while ago. The doctor advised me to minimize movement, hence the wheelchair. Please come in." Wen Youning stepped aside, noticing Yan Lang had also come out without her realizing. The Caucasian dog merely squinted at Lin Baiyu, its brow slightly furrowed, silently glancing back. Wen Youning's hand gently rested on the Caucasian's head, soothingly ruffling its fur before it could emit a warning growl. "You'll soon shed that cast. Recovery times vary greatly." The Caucasian slightly lifted its head, its nose brushing against Wen Youning's wrist, its voice dropping low as it intently watched the man passing by. Gore instinctively, Lin Baiyu quickened his pace, stepping out of reach. The Caucasian's growl ceased. Wen Youning. What a cooperative creature.
Ha!
It seems quite comfortable with the ruffling. Mr. Lin should at least give a warning before approaching. I know the lines of love and hate are clear, but I didn't expect them to be so plainly drawn.
Yan Long liegt her ist, Wuff.
It's all right. Wen Youning entered the house. Let me go over some daily precautions with you. Lin Baiyu nodded. All right. The foremost concern is the regularity of meals. Wen Youning guided Lin Baiyu into the kitchen. Pointing at the refrigerator, "The staples are here. Portion for each meal." She then opened the cupboard. "Here are the snacks. I've labeled everything." From main dishes to snacks and accompanying meals, they spent nearly half an hour discussing the kitchen alone. Once she ensured all precautions were covered, it was nearly time to head to the airport, and Zhao Zi was already waiting outside. Wen Youning cradled the small tabby cat, admonishing, "And the white lion. I've assured it won't bite you, but it may startle you. For safety, please avoid close contact to prevent any accidents during play." This is hilarious. Teacher Wen is genuinely concerned about Mr. Lin here. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't dare either. I'm too scared to stand close for a photo with a non-biting beast. Wen Youning fondly ruffled the red falcon. Now, regarding your remuneration. I know money is not an issue for you, yet I wouldn't want you to work without compensation. I calculated it based on the highest daily wage for park staff. Lin Baiyu inquired, how much? Approximately under 1,000 a day. In the context of normal wages, this amount is already considered above average. Yet, for someone of Lin Baiyu's stature, money flows in multiples of 10,000 with every breath.
All right.
Lin Baiyu picked up his phone. I'll transfer it now. Please drive safely. Huh? When Youning's phone chimed, and funds transferred directly from Alipay to her account. Is this accurate? The voice of Zhao Zi echoed from outside. Teacher Wen, it's time to prepare for departure.
All right.
When Youning set down the small tabby cat, removed the red falcon, and returned the money, saying, I will pay your salary. I appreciate your help these past few days. After speaking, she turned to leave, but caught a glimpse of the live streaming equipment that followed her. Remembering the live stream, she added, by the way, I'll be taking a few days off from the live stream. How absurd. I do not appreciate such remarks. I strongly advise you to retract that. When Youning helplessly replied, it's not suitable to live stream outdoors, and moreover, the panda sanctuary is very strict about camera surveillance. So I'd rather not take it along. That certainly makes some sense. Wait a moment. How does the inconvenience of live streaming at the panda exhibit relate to your venture into the wild to find giant pandas? Indeed, observing wild giant pandas has no connection to the strict regulations of the panda sanctuary. Don't even think about slacking off.
The
comments were flooded with question marks. As when Youning hurried to catch her flight, she contemplated and said, I'll pause the live stream for now. Once the plane lands and I arrive, I'll resume. With that, she stepped out of the courtyard, immediately spotting Zhao Zi's vehicle. Having packed only the essentials for a few days, mainly a change of clothes, and due to her frequent interactions with small animals, Wen Youning never used cosmetics. At most bringing along a couple of bottles of lotion. Zhao Zi placed the suitcase in the trunk and said, Get in, Teacher Wen. When Youning settled into the passenger seat, waving goodbye to the little animals in the yard, see you in a few days. Woof, meow. The moment the door closed, the rock wolf standing next to Lin Baiyu turned and leaped. When Youning glanced back, only to see a wagging-tailed puppy and the small tabby cat licking its paws atop the wall. Nowadays, one can check in for flights online. If there are no overweight or oversized luggage issues, all that remains is to pass through security and wait at the airport. This trip comprised only Wen Youning and Zhao Zi from the zoo. Wen Youning grasped the suitcase handle, watching Zhao Zi return from buying coffee. Zhao Zi remarked, We arrived early, so we need to wait a bit. I'll go handle the check-in. Teacher Wen, please take a seat here for a while. It is advisable to set out early rather than late. A tightly packed schedule can lead to complications should traffic delays occur or, worse, if the vehicle breaks down. A single misstep could result in tardiness, missed boarding, and the need for rebooking. This trip was funded by the zoo, and being late would necessitate a report, which would be quite troublesome. City A has 2 airports, and this time they opted for a smaller one. In larger airports, the journey from the moment one alights can take over an hour just to reach security. When Youning, feeling bored, scrolled through her phone. She preferred the company of small animals to playing on her device. Her backpack contained a small power bank, fully charged, but without live streaming. Her phone battery would hardly be depleted. A shadow passed overhead, prompting Wen Youning to lift her gaze and pull her suitcase closer. She noticed an elderly gentleman walking ahead, dragging a stack of airline carriers as he passed. The door of the upper carrier swung open, and a white Maltese dog struggled to claw its way to the edge. Belly up, half of its body already slipping out. Chapter 52. When Youning found the situation both exasperating and amusing. Flying bamboo? Have you hallucinated from eating? The phenomenon of hallucinations resulting from consuming toxic mushrooms varies according to individual constitution. It is not unusual for a giant panda to experience hallucinations after ingesting mushrooms. When Youning had not anticipated that a wild giant panda would indulge in mushrooms for a change of flavor. Giant pandas often dig up bamboo that has not fully matured, feasting on the tender shoots. Perhaps while foraging for bamboo shoots, it stumbled upon mushrooms and decided to sample them. Fortunately, these mushrooms are not lethal, Excessive consumption merely leads to hallucinations. The panda was quite lucky, as after eating mushrooms and becoming disoriented, it was not discovered by any predators. Hallucinations? Is that what I think it means? So the panda isn't sick. It's just grabbing at flying bamboo? Ha ha ha, this panda has quite the discerning palate. So it's a wilderness gourmet. How impressive. The giant panda clumsily clutched a mushroom, attempting to break off a small piece, and offered it to Wen Youning. Here, eat this. A small bite will suffice. Once you finish, we can forage for bamboo together. But this isn't edible. Wen Youning accepted the mushroom, intending to take it with her to prevent the panda from nibbling on it unnecessarily. While the mushroom itself posed no immediate danger, it could induce a deep slumber in the panda, which would indeed be perilous. Wen Youning removed her backpack and began rummaging through it, searching for a clean corner to stow the mushroom safely. If the mushroom juice were to seep into her other food items, unbeknownst to her, it could lead to a wild party among the forest animals. The panda, focused on the mushroom, showed no signs of annoyance as Wen Youning collected it. As long as it did not overindulge, it could take what it wanted. It generously offered, "I'll find you a few more. Take them and enjoy slowly."
No, no. Stop looking.
Wen Youning urged, stuffing the mushroom away. "Let us eat bamboo. Mushrooms are dry and tasteless."
Ah.
"Here, you'll know once you try." Wen Youning chuckled helplessly, holding down the panda's paw. "That's toxic. Those flying bamboo shoots you see are mere illusions. They do not exist." The panda sat on the ground, tilting its head in contemplation. "Not real?" "Indeed." Wen Youning sat across from the panda, gently stroking its belly. "After eating those flying bamboo shoots, do you still feel hungry?" The panda lowered its head, slowly raising its paw to touch its belly.
Ah.
"Yes. Eating a lot still leaves you hungry." Wen Youning explained, "That's right. In truth, you haven't consumed anything. Instead, while chasing those flying bamboo shoots, you've expended considerable energy, leading to your growing hunger. Remember this mushroom. You must never eat it again." The panda clearly had prior experience, knowing precisely how much to consume to see the flying bamboo without succumbing to slumber. As soon as Wen Youning finished speaking, the panda lifted its paw and waved in the air, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah,
Here, eat."
Wen Youning was taken aback. What's this sudden urge to grab flying bamboo again? Fu Xia perked up her ears, straining to hear what Wen Youning was discussing with the giant panda. "What can it eat?" Zhao Zi remarked. "I didn't catch that. It seems the panda is sharing gourmet delights with Teacher Wen." The group searching for the wild giant panda, consisting of doctors dispatched from various regions for rescue efforts, arrived at the scene one after another. Following the information and location shared by Fu Xia, the message had been sent out when Fu Xia first spotted the panda, intending to rally support. But the unfolding events had spiraled out of control, leaving her overwhelmed. It wasn't until she saw her colleagues approaching that she remembered she hadn't retracted her earlier message. Had she known Teacher Wen could manage this alone, she wouldn't have sought external assistance. As a man emerged from the forest, Fu Xia noticed him first, hiding behind a tree and waving her hand, whispering, "Fan Song Kong, don't approach. Don't disturb Teacher Wen." Simultaneously, she gestured to her phone, indicating that he should check the group messages. Fan Song Kong ignored her and instead focused his gaze on Wen Youning, who was beside the giant panda. The wild giant panda, recognized by its distinctive ears, was unmistakable to him. The pressing question was, why was someone sitting beside an adult wild giant panda? Reminiscent of the bond between a caretaker and a panda raised from infancy? Were they that familiar with each other? Fan Song Kong raised his hand, signaling his companions to remain silent. Observing the panda's current state, his heart sank. It had relapsed. He gestured for his team to prepare the tranquilizer. Fu Xia was frantically typing on her phone, her fingers nearly worn out, while Fan Song Kong resolutely refrained from glancing at his device. Wen Youning noticed the movement behind the tree and stepped in front of the tranquilizer's barrel. "Don't administer the tranquilizer." Fan Song Kong inhaled sharply, anxiously stating, "It's in distress. Quickly leave. Don't delay the panda's treatment." Wen Youning patiently explained, raising her voice, "It's not in distress. The panda is not sick. Its peculiar behavior is merely a result of hallucinations induced by the mushrooms. Fan Song Kong was incredulous. His immediate response was to dismiss her claim as absurd.
How could that be?
He retorted, "There's no way a panda would eat mushrooms." Moreover, he insisted, "It didn't seem to eat any mushrooms. I saw it with my own eyes. It broke the mushroom apart and then licked its paw." Wen Youning placed her hand firmly on the panda's head, giving it a reassuring rub. "We previously tranquilized this giant panda and conducted a series of tests. The blood test results indicated no signs of distress. The report did not specify the time lapse between the onset of symptoms and blood collection. But Wen Youning was certain, you didn't collect the blood immediately after the panda exhibited symptoms, did you?" Fan Song Kong paused, realizing the truth of her statement. In the wild, even if the monitoring equipment captured the panda moving, it could fall ill in the next moment. By the time rescue personnel arrived, it would take time to extract a blood sample, reliant on mere chance. Furthermore, if no issues were detected after the initial blood draw, there would be no reason for a follow-up in the near term. Blood collection necessitates tranquilization, and frequent tranquilization is detrimental to the panda's health. Nobody would pursue a wild giant panda for blood sampling day in and day out. Wen Youning shrugged. Now, sending blood for testing may not yield any results, especially since the panda hasn't consumed anything. The panda was enthusiastically grasping a piece of bamboo, pushing it toward Wen Youning. She instinctively accepted it. And the panda hesitated for a moment, one paw above and one below, as it exclaimed, "Awesome? Is the bamboo vertical?" Wen Youning embraced the panda sideways and, upon hearing the words, performed an imaginary act with great seriousness, changing her pose to mimic holding bamboo. "Is this how it's done?" she asked. The giant panda appeared satisfied and resumed its bamboo foraging, all the while pondering. Today, there seems to be a scarcity of flying bamboo. Wen Youning thought to herself, that's because you didn't eat any mushrooms today, you merely licked your paws. As the panda was engrossed in its activity, it suddenly noticed Fan Song Kong nearby, causing its movements to become stiff and sluggish. "Ah, this human," it mused. Shaking its paws, the panda then rolled over playfully on the ground. Everyone present watched in bewilderment. Fan Song Kong was still doubting Wen Youning's words. Yet the panda's peculiar behavior offered no clearer explanation. The panda rolled about with utmost concentration, making not a sound, but its thoughts continued unabated. "Oh dear. Just a bit closer. Keep going, you're almost there." Wen Youning, filled with suspicion, wondered, almost where? Before she could decipher the panda's inner musings, it rolled closer to Fan Song Kong and, with a swish of its paw, flung something at him before promptly bounding towards Wen Youning.
Oof.
Direct hit. It exclaimed inwardly. "Humph, take that for poking me, you villain." The proximity was too much. Fan Song Kong was struck squarely, a clump of dirt exploding upon his face, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Are you all right, brother? Quickly, fetch some water." His colleague scrambled to provide something to clean him up. The culprit, however, dashed away with great speed, though even if it hadn't there was little that could be done about it. Fan Song Kong wiped the dirt from his eyes, bewildered. How could it? "You used a tranquilizer on it earlier," it remembered. Wen Youning surmised that the panda was indeed quite upset. It had been frolicking joyfully, only to be inexplicably jabbed with a needle, followed by a blood draw. The panda, not comprehending the situation, harbored a grudge. It had deliberately rolled towards Fan Song Kong, harboring mischief. Fan Song Kong's brows knitted together in confusion, while Wen Youning observed the panda's sturdy paws. The ground had been dry on the surface following a recent rain, but beneath it lay damp soil. The panda had stealthily dug up a considerable amount of dirt earlier, and although it had discarded most of it, its paws were stained. Wen Youning pointed at its paws, indicating the mess it had made.
"Ah."
The panda instinctively attempted to lick its paws.
"Wait."
Wen Youning interjected, halting its movement. The panda stretched its neck forward towards its paws. But after a moment's hesitation, it could not bring itself to taste its soiled extremities. The panda rubbed its paws against a tree, lifting them to examine, then continued to scrub. "I shall take you for a wash." Wen Youning noted the mud lodged between its paw pads, suspecting there were branches stuck within that would be difficult to remove. The panda, displeased, shook its paws, only to look up and see Wen Youning already rising. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she called out, "You all head back first. I will take it to the riverbank for a wash. I will discuss the panda's matters with you later." Chapter 53. As the door slammed shut, Zhang Feiyu's audacity was palpable. Where was the bravado now? "Keep laughing. Why don't you?" he mused, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Why not attach the keychain to the dog's collar? At this rate, your intellect has surely bid farewell to the concept of keys." Gazing at the firmly shut security door, the little butterfly dog wore an expression of distress, its features contorted in dismay.
Bark. Bark.
"You're still tugging despite my reluctance. Just strangle it already, you foolish creature," he muttered, his hand trembling slightly on the doorknob as he glanced between the door and the small locksmith advertisement in his hand. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. "Hello?
Mom."
The butterfly dog leapt up, attempting to accuse Zhang Feiyu with its bark. "Yes, it's causing me trouble. I scolded it earlier. It was Feather who insisted on going for a walk while I was too hot to oblige. Now I've stepped out and realized I forgot the keys." Furious, the butterfly dog barked furiously. "Why don't you just die?" Bark. "Why don't you die? Oh, you dare bite me?" Zhang Feiyu, amidst his grievances, couldn't he help but embellish the scene, contemplating the precarious state of his meager savings. "Mom, my living expenses are running low. I can't afford the locksmith fee. Could you send me some money?" "Such a clever boy. You really know how to ask for money," his mother's voice quipped from the other end of the line. "You better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight." While the chances of the butterfly dog being a threat to humanity were slim, they were certainly not zero. After Zhang Feiyu's slightly sheepish admission, his mother's voice rang out, "I'm watching Teacher Wen's live stream."
Huh.
"I'm buying tickets now, wait for me."
No.
"Mom? Hello?" Zhang Feiyu stared at the call that had ended, the pop-up disappearing to reveal his large face on the live stream.
Gotcha.
Teacher Wen's live stream truly caters to all ages, haha. With a woeful expression, Zhang Feiyu said, "Teacher Wen, I need to run." "No. I'll hang up first." The screen faded to black, but the echoes of the butterfly dog's barking lingered. Not particularly angry, but rather amused. Wen Youning leaned against a grand tree, adjusting her posture, nudging the large panda resting its head on her lap. "You're so heavy." She supported herself against the tree while the panda used her as a cushion. The panda, realizing it couldn't see from its position, flipped over, clutching its bamboo. Wen Youning placed her hand on its shoulder, adjusting the live stream equipment. She rarely used the buttons above. A manual had come with the device, detailing its many complex functions, most of which seemed unnecessary, as many could be easily operated via her phone. The live stream equipment only captured a panoramic view, which she hadn't closely examined. Casually, she pressed the blinking button to turn it off, spreading her hands to adjust the angle of the live stream with her phone. The little ibis, the culprit behind the equipment's fall, appeared calm, but its curious little eyes betrayed its inner turmoil. Now that the device was rebooting, the ibis visibly relaxed. No longer tense. "Ah, it's not broken. You gave me quite the scare." Hearing the ibis's thoughts, Wen Youning turned to it and asked, "Are you heading home?" Typically, ibises either traveled alone or in pairs, with small groups occasionally seen. According to the panda, this ibis often frightened many others away, suggesting it belonged to a small flock. With a brief glance at the panda, the ibis shook its feathers and, with a touch of nobility, began to walk deeper into the forest, its gaze lingering on Wen Youning's backpack. "This is not easy to preserve. If you take it back to eat, do so before nightfall." Wen Youning didn't need to hear its thoughts. The ibis's gaze was too clear. She retrieved some salmon, unwrapped it from its plastic seal, and placed it in a biodegradable paper bag. While convenient for carrying, the paper bag could only hold items and not preserve them. The ibis, however, would find the plastic packaging difficult to recycle, so it needed to eat quickly. "Take it with you and eat." What is wrong with taking a protected species home for dinner? The ibis was pleased, grasping the paper bag and slowly making its way into the depths of the forest. Amidst the overgrown bushes and tangled branches, its form swiftly vanished. The panda hardly spared a glance. A large white bird was beautiful in its own right, but it didn't capture its interest. Moreover, a large white bird could be seen anytime, whereas fresh bamboo was a rare delight. Wen Youning, having come to see the panda, had packed her bag primarily with bamboo, enough to keep the panda munching for quite some time. The allure of bamboo, which didn't require foraging, was simply irresistible. Ruffling the panda's ears, she chewed on some jerky while browsing recent flight tickets. Exiting the booking app, she noticed a waiting list of over 99 people. Contemplating, she decided to invite a fan from the queue to join her live chat. As the panda enjoyed its bamboo, she addressed the accumulated questions. "Good morning," she greeted cheerfully, her face brightening with delight as a girl appeared on screen, her eyes crinkling with a radiant smile. "Teacher Wen, I thought you wouldn't be joining the live stream today." Having entered early to secure her spot, she had hoped to be first when the next opportunity arose. And fate had smiled upon her. When Youning replied, "Indeed, I didn't want to let too many questions pile up. Do you have any inquiries?" "I do." The girl, known as Wen Youning, cautiously opened the door. The camera panned down to reveal a tabby cat nestled in the corner, devouring cat food. Hearing the noise, it glanced up, its gaze sorrowful as it chewed, before turning to leave. With a limp leg, it walked unsteadily and slowly. "Don't go. I want to catch you," Wen Youning assured, gently pulling the door back to indicate her intentions. The tabby paused, peering back cautiously, its downturned features evoking a sense of pity. Seeing no pursuit, the tabby licked its lips and staggered back to continue eating. "You see," Wen Youning whispered, "I encountered this stray cat downstairs. It's limping and very pitiable. I've always wanted to adopt it, hoping it could be a companion for my tortoiseshell cat. A stray cat missing a leg, even a tabby, would easily become prey for other cats, making it rather unfortunate." Last time, she had coaxed it home with canned food, but after finishing the can, it had desperately wanted to leave. Initially, she thought it was just a matter of adjustment, but one night, while she slept, it had torn through her window screen and escaped. However, the next day, it returned seeking food.
Puzzled, Reinieren sa ulo mused.
Does it want me to adopt it or not? She pondered, or perhaps it prefers to reside in the hallway rather than my home. The expression of this tabby cat seems to be on the verge of tears. It must be quite challenging for it to find a place with food.
Yet,
it appears rather plump. This could be due to overindulgence, or perhaps it is unwell. Is it possible that it has been mistreated by the locals? How pitiable. Having found a home only to be driven away. The little cat must be feeling quite disheartened as well. A person named Wen Youning commented, "That is unlikely. My tortoiseshell cat has a splendid temperament. I isolated the stray cat I recently brought home, fearing it might carry infectious diseases. My intention was to take it to the veterinary clinic for a checkup before introducing it to my other pets. Unfortunately, despite meticulous planning, the tabby cat fled before we could even begin." Wen Youning continued, "I joined the conversation hoping that teacher Wen could convey to it that I mean no harm and merely wish to adopt it and care for it well." She sniffled, feeling sorrow for the cat's cautious demeanor. It should not have to rush here every day, devouring its meals in fear of being chased away. It should not have to live such a hard life. The tabby cat, looking aggrieved, meowed, "Why are there so many questions? What care do I need? I don't require your assistance. I am merely eating," it stated. "Be quiet, human. You always want to confine me. If it weren't for the delicious treats, I wouldn't even come here." When Youning remarked, "It simply desires your cat food and canned delicacies. It does not wish to be adopted by you." The cat squinted its eyes and chewed on the meat from the can, thinking, "Indeed, I only want the canned food." Suddenly, the tabby's pupils dilated, and it bit down slowly on the meat, looking as if it had seen a ghost. "I didn't say I wanted the canned food out loud. I was merely thinking it." "Curse it, who is speaking? What is wrong with that person? How does it know I am thinking about canned food? It can't be telling my grandpa. That despicable human wants to confine me. How will I explain to grandpa if I don't return?" In its panic, the tabby cat's inner thoughts began to spill forth. The more Wen Youning listened, the more her smile widened. It had an owner. It was merely here to scam food and drinks. It feared being caught and unable to explain to its owner. "Meow. Be quiet. I command you to be silent." Upon realizing its secret had been exposed, the tabby cat lost its appetite for the cat food and turned to leave. "No, I cannot linger any longer. My home's for fish, cat treats, fresh meat, and fresh fish. Must not be discovered." It was not just dining at this establishment, it had been too. Wen Youning counted along with the tabby's thoughts and realized it had visited at least 11 places for food. Given this number, it was highly probable that it sampled several in a single day. Ranjian Chaolu expressed her disbelief. The comments flooded in. Wait. What happened to the poor stray cat? What a deceitful cat. Manipulating human emotions. How could it manage to eat at so many places? I can barely get through 4 days with takeout from a few places. Huh. The tabby cat's expression is so deceptive. 11 places. Is that even true? Rinjian Chaolu felt this was a bit exaggerated. She picked up the half-eaten can of cat food from the ground and rushed outside, thinking, Teacher Wen, could you have misheard? How could that be possible? This is utterly absurd. Clutching the can of cat food, she awkwardly remarked. Yet it devoured its meals so voraciously while here. Chapter 54. The tiger. Wen Youning's eyes widened slightly as the tiger swiftly darted past, silently pursuing an antelope. Its massive form was both imposing and agile, a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant. A hurried glance failed to reveal the distinct features of this tiger. Yet the likelihood of it being a South China tiger was high. However, its size appeared to surpass that of any recorded South China tiger. Alas, the South China tiger is already extinct in the wild. This species, unique to our nation, ranks among the world's 10 most endangered animals. Human encroachment into forests and expansion of living spaces have intensified the conflict between man and tiger. Since the establishment of the anti-tiger teams in 1957, the aggressive measures against poaching have led to a dramatic decline in the wild population of South China tigers, including those that sought refuge in the Qinling Mountains. In 1964, the last wild South China tiger was shot. Today, merely over 240 remain, a consequence of human intervention, and due to inbreeding, the mortality rate of cubs in their first year is as high as 45. This species is critically endangered, and evidence suggests that this subspecies may have gone extinct in the wild. Yet could it be that one still exists? Wen Youning blinked, recalling that since the early 1970s, no one has seen a wild South China tiger, nor have there been any related reports. The only relevant news was a villager who falsely claimed to have spotted one, causing quite a stir and even making headlines, only to be later convicted for his deceit. While there remains a minuscule possibility of individuals existing in the wild, discussions among animal experts deem this probability exceedingly low, with the South China tiger declared completely extinct in 12 counties, rendering the existence of wild individuals even more improbable. Yet, it appears there truly is one, hidden deep within the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Youning had followed the giant panda a considerable distance into the woods. Glancing back at the path she had traversed, she saw only an inky darkness stretching into the unknown. Moments ago, the South China tiger had silently stalked its prey. Had it not been for the sudden panic of the black bear, even Wen Youning would have been oblivious to the lurking predator. The South China tiger moved with remarkable grace in its familiar terrain. Wen Youning paused, raising her gaze to the live-streaming device, which had now taken to the treetops. Perhaps it was still adjusting its angle, but the lens was obscured by leaves. With no sighting of the tiger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Who allowed you to climb the tree? Can't the live-streaming device be a bit smarter? At this height, I can only see leaves. Everything's frozen like a PowerPoint presentation. What on earth happened down there? Someone tell me what animal was chasing the black bear. Wen Youning reached up to retrieve the live-streaming device, momentarily stunned by the barrage of comments. A black bear. She turned to see the black bear on the adjacent tree, gazing curiously in her direction. With the South China tiger having just departed, the black bear would not hastily descend, wary of a potential ambush. The bear lifted its chin, seemingly contemplating a closer inspection. Its gaze fixed on the black bear cub nestled in Wen Youning's arms. Familiarity sparked within its eyes. Is that your child? Wen Youning held the cub aloft for the bear to recognize. Among black bears, there is typically no communal rearing of cubs. Any such occurrences are exceptionally rare. Most black bears, upon encountering young of their kind, would not hesitate to deliver a swift reprimand. One and another, the bear mused, lowering its head to peer through the branches, as if assessing whether the South China tiger would return. Wen Youning, having gleaned its thoughts, arched an eyebrow. One. A typical black bear litter consists of 1 to 3 cubs. The bear's words implied the presence of 2 more cubs.
No wonder.
Wen Youning grasped a branch and leaped down, placing the cub beneath the black bear's tree. Where are your other 2 cubs? While grizzly bears and tigers may engage in fierce confrontations, black bears often fare worse in encounters with tigers. Nevertheless, given that the tiger had been pursuing an antelope and not the black bear, the latter's panic seemed unwarranted. The black bear's frantic flight suggested a protective instinct, likely preparing to redirect the tiger's attention. At the very least, it was a bid to distance the predator from the location where it concealed its cubs. Wen Youning surmised that had her cub not sparked the bear's recognition, it would have continued its flight further into the woods. The cub, now recognizing its mother, stood and pawed at the tree trunk. The black bear cast a wary glance at the sluggishly descending giant panda. For a mother bear, the approach of a predator is perilously threatening. When Youning retreated beneath the tree to receive the panda's descending paws, it would not harm the cub. The question remained, were they here to find the bear, or was it the bear leading them? The black bear let out a low growl, descending the tree to sniff at the cub. Animals identify their offspring primarily through scent. After a prolonged sniffing session, the bear detected a jumbled array of odors on the cub, including that of a human, which struck it as peculiar yet non-threatening, even piquing its curiosity. Had the panda not been present, it might have ventured closer to Wen Youning to investigate further. Finally found them. I knew Teacher Wen could do it. Returning the lost black bear cub to its mother, what a niche narrative. Wen Youning cautioned, while black bears are dangerous and highly aggressive, they may attack if hungry. Everyone should refrain from approaching them in the wild, as it is said that in some Tibetan regions, bears may stand upright in poor visibility or extreme weather to disguise themselves as humans, deceiving lost individuals into peril. Whether in the Tibetan regions or the forest, black bears undoubtedly pose a threat. Speaking of which, where are those who claimed they could do what Teacher Wen does and are now cashing in? In my opinion, the do not imitate warning in the upper right corner of the live stream is superfluous. Earlier, the black bear had missed an opportunity to show its teeth upon first encountering Wen Youning, due to its pursuit by the South China tiger.
Now,
with its cub in view, it occasionally glanced back at Wen Youning. Fearing a confrontation, she endeavored to soothe the panda, stroking its fur gently. In a moment of inspiration, she reached into the panda's backpack and retrieved an apple. The apples from the park had been pre-sliced for convenience, but were unwieldy to carry, and their exposed surfaces would oxidize. After spending half a day in the forest without locating the panda, those apples would surely spoil. She managed to salvage just 2 leftovers from the keeper's post-meal snack. Next time, I'll bring you more. She offered the apple to the panda, reflecting on the limited variety of fresh fruits available to wild pandas. In the future, she would ensure to bring a selection of treats for them to enjoy. Another apple rolled gently away as Wen Youning half-squatted and tossed it lightly. It reached the black bear, colliding with the little cub, which let out a surprised "owa" and dramatically lifted its front paw, only to be enveloped by the sweet aroma of the apple. The cub opened its mouth, and in the next moment, it found its mouth empty. Confused, it blinked, while the black bear took a hearty bite, consuming 2/3 of the apple, leaving the remainder for the cub. One could optimistically speculate that the bear mother was concerned about the apple being poisonous, thus testing it herself. Cub, mother. Does testing for poison require such a large portion? Haha, even bear mothers need to grow. It's all Teacher Wen's fault for bringing only such a small quantity of apples. It was prudent to depart. Wen Youning worried that the return of the tiger might incite conflict between the giant panda and the black bear. Compared to the tiger, the black bear was relatively mild-tempered, while the giant panda could be aptly described as docile. Casting a glance back towards the direction the tiger had departed, Wen Youning feared they could not retrace their steps. Fortunately, with the giant panda accompanying them, taking an alternate route posed little trouble, and they could even travel alongside the black bear, albeit requiring a considerable detour. In such a place, unless one is a professional, it is vital to refrain from entering. If one must embark on an adventure, it is imperative to register in advance and remain within designated areas. As Wen Youning walked, she imparted knowledge, cautioning that none should emulate her actions. No sooner had she spoken than a peculiar hue caught her eye among the branches. Grasping it with one hand, she observed a snake that, despite its small size, possessed significant venom. A moment's inattention could lead to a bite if one were to disturb the branches. In this remote location, there would be no time to call for help. Wow, how adorable, but let us keep our distance. Nonetheless, though you are educating us. Teacher Wen, you've just grasped its throat. I can't shake the feeling that you, Teacher Wen, are perhaps even more frightening. Facing the camera for a close-up, Wen Youning returned the small snake to the branches. From ambush to capture and finally release, the little snake, bewildered, had no time to express its thoughts before swiftly darting into the foliage. The giant panda had finished its apple when it noticed the approaching snake. Although predominantly herbivorous, they occasionally catch snakes to eat. Even in the protected area, giant pandas are unafraid of snakes. Caretakers often see snakes sneaking in, only to be playfully subdued by the giant pandas, who later rescue them. Suddenly, the black bear emitted a loud call, followed by a series of prolonged how sounds, the final notes lingering in the air. It seemed to be summoning something. It appeared that the bear was calling for its cubs. When Youning tugged at the cuff of her glove for ventilation, realizing that the bear might have been out for a stroll while tending to its young. As the words left her lips, she paused, contemplating that perhaps it was searching for the 2 remaining cubs that had fallen. This theory seemed plausible. The black bear could not possibly rescue the cub clinging to the cliff from above. However, by descending, the mother bear could serve as a cushion, allowing the cub to drop safely. Wait, if that were the case? It seemed the black bear had no time to dig a hole to hide the cubs before fleeing. When Youning inquired, "Do you remember where you hid the cubs?" The black bear's call faltered noticeably. "Push aside. Over here, chapter 55, is there no one?" When Youning slightly raised her head, "Is that true?" Timing is crucial in medical treatment. Some illnesses, when detected early, can be treated effectively, while delays may lead to irreparable consequences. The South China tiger displayed no reaction. After retracting its tail, it seemed to silently vanish among the trees. When Youning, absorbed in her thoughts, inquired, "Who is unwell?" "My sister." "What is wrong with your sister?"
Roar.
The South China tiger suddenly realized something was amiss and leaped down from the tree, lunging towards Wen Youning. Logically, turning one's back to a tiger would pique its interest to pursue you. However, when such a large tiger charges directly at you, some might be paralyzed with fear, while others with quicker reflexes would turn and flee. There is no universally accurate way to respond to a tiger's chase. When Youning was knocked to the ground by the South China tiger, her back colliding with the soft grass, she couldn't help but marvel at her foresight in stopping where she had previously tested the ground with her trekking pole. In this predicament, she needn't worry about small creatures emerging to gnaw at her clothes. The roar of the tiger rendered her momentarily blank as she stared intently at the creature. Among the various tiger species, the South China tiger is relatively easy to identify, possessing a slightly rounded head and a coat adorned with narrow, short stripes. The spacing of the stripes is larger compared to the Bengal and Siberian tigers, and often, diamond-shaped patterns can be found along its flanks. Coupled with the current terrain, Wen Youning was now certain of its identity, having previously only guessed its likely presence. Seemingly dissatisfied with Wen Youning's distraction, the South China tiger growled once more. The roar was deafening, especially at such close proximity, nearly echoing in her ears. She squinted, her head buzzing from the incessant, buzzing reverberation. "You.
Ha.
Are you scared?" Facing the tiger so close, with its intimidating teeth bared, Wen Youning cautioned, "Do be careful not to drool on my face." For a moment, the tiger's thoughts stumbled. Roar. The South China tiger, now agitated, let out another roar. Its powerful front paw pressed down on her shoulder, appearing to rest lightly, yet in reality, it felt as though she were pinned to the ground. "Calm down. I believe you require my assistance." Although it appeared that Wen Youning was at a disadvantage, she was, in fact, in control of the situation. Aside from a sore shoulder and the weight of the tiger pressing down on her, the already stagnant air around them grew increasingly thin. If this pressure continued, regardless of the tiger's intentions to merely intimidate her, she would soon find herself suffocated. The South China tiger, being of medium size, is smaller than the Siberian and Bengal tigers, yet even an adult male South China tiger possesses considerable weight. Seizing a moment when the tiger ceased its growling, Wen Youning asked, "What ailment afflicts your sister?"
Roar.
She is not ill. She cannot give birth.
What?
When Youning's expression shifted, she had presumed that the most severe plight for a wild South China tiger was sustaining injuries while hunting, but childbirth complications? The South China tiger, perplexed, did not comprehend the term. When Youning, momentarily forgetting that she was still pinned by the tiger, pressed on, if she cannot give birth, both the mother and cubs are at risk. Take me to her. I can assist. When did she start to show signs? Wild tigers struggle to grasp human terminology. After a moment's thought, she rephrased her question. When did she begin her labor? Ugh, I do not know. It was dawn when she was driven away. I caught prey for my sister to eat. You think you can go over there? Not a chance. When Youning inhaled deeply, that meant it had occurred in the morning. Can she eat normally? Food is essential for replenishing strength.
Roar.
The South China tiger, irritated by the inquiries, was reluctant to respond, yet could not help but ponder, growing more vexed at the thought of being overheard. I do not know. I did not see. She was taken away and then returned. When Youning nodded, placing her hand on the tiger's foreleg, saying, let us discuss this further. Prolonged labor poses significant danger. Your sister is growing weaker, and you must have noticed this, correct? Bring me to her. I can help. Delaying further would render any assistance too late. A low whine escaped the tiger's throat as it scrutinized this peculiar human from top to bottom. Take me or not? Take?
No.
The South China tiger was deeply conflicted. Capitalizing on its moment of distraction, when Youning pushed away the now relaxed paw, urging, do not hesitate. Lead the way. Roar. The South China tiger stepped back, its expression darkening as it glared at her. Dare to play tricks, and I will devour you. After the warning, it flicked its tail and turned. Follow me. When Youning picked up her backpack, dusted it off, and ran to catch up. Since the 1980s, the population of wild South China tigers has dwindled to an alarming extent. In the early 21st century, relevant organizations conducted extensive surveys in their habitats. Yet no traces of the South China tiger were found. Occasionally, rumors surfaced of individuals hearing tiger roars in their territories, but no concrete evidence ever materialized. Observing the agile tiger leap onto a broken wall, when Youning felt some rumors might not be entirely baseless. Slow down a bit, she called out. Gripping the stones, she searched for footholds. Despite her anxiety, traversing such terrain inevitably slowed her pace. A moment's carelessness could result in a serious fall, but she feared not injury. Rather, the delay it would cause. The South China tiger had already reached the top, glancing back at Wen Youning, who was still struggling to climb. Growing anxious, it paced atop the ledge before finally jumping down, feigning a bite towards Wen Youning. I'll take you. Not possible. Wen Youning tugged at her collar, which had become constricted around her neck. You go up and tell your sister you've brought help. I'll climb up myself.
Roar.
The South China tiger released her and ascended once more. From within, muffled sounds emerged, and once the tiger was atop, a roar echoed from inside. Get out.
Ugh.
The South China tiger's voice sounded somewhat plaintive as it softly whimpered. Seizing the moment of their exchange, Wen Youning grasped every available stone within sight and climbed rapidly. From below, this appeared to be a moderately sized outcrop, but once atop, the view opened up magnificently. Layers of forest stretched out below, evoking the sensation of reaching a mountain peak only to find another mountain's base ahead. Venturing deeper, they encountered a tiger partially hidden within a cave, its rear end protruding. The conversation quieted, and it was unclear what they discussed. When the South China tiger emerged from the cave, its fur appeared somewhat disheveled, suggesting it had endured a few swipes.
Humans.
Enter. When Youning nodded, realizing the tiger had spoken with its sister. As she stepped inside, she removed her backpack. The cave entrance was small, yet spacious within. Upon entry, a heavy scent of blood engulfed her. A South China tiger lay amidst a pile of grass, breathing heavily, its abdomen rising and falling rapidly, its eyes slowly narrowing. Human. When Youning removed her trekking gloves and donned medical ones, hello. Your brother must have informed you of my intentions. Would you mind if I assist you in examining the situation? The South China tiger closed its eyes, its prolonged labor having rendered it weak. After having just roared at its brother, It seemed indifferent to further responses once the circumstances were clarified. Wen Youning took this as an agreement and gently placed her hand upon the tiger's abdomen. A sudden roar erupted, not born of malice, but rather a reflexive response. Wen Youning swiftly darted back. This instinct to protect its belly resembled a knee-jerk reflex, perhaps not a conscious decision of the tiger. The South China tiger paused momentarily, emitting a soft sound of apology. "I startled you," it seemed to convey. "No worries, I wasn't truly frightened," Wen Youning reassured, smiling as she attempted to approach again. "I am prepared." Lacking an ultrasound, she relied solely on her tactile experience. Given the circumstances and location, performing an ultrasound on the tiger was impractical. Wen Youning prepared the needle for disinfection, aware of certain acupoints that could assist in animal labor. Unless absolutely necessary, major surgical procedures were out of the question. Her focus remained on midwifery. "I will move behind you to assist with the delivery." No, I fear it." Wen Youning smiled, observing the exhausted tiger. Its tongue lolling out. "There may be some discomfort. Please try to avoid sudden movements." She positioned herself behind the tiger, parting its thick fur. Even through her gloves, she could feel the dense texture of its coat. Identifying the appropriate acupoint, she began her work. The tiger emitted a low growl in response. Encouraged, Wen Youning carefully inserted the short needle, attentively monitoring the tiger's reactions, prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. Yet the tiger showed no signs of response. Perhaps the pain of labor overshadowed all other sensations. As she continued with the acupuncture, she gently guided, "Try to exert some effort." The South China tiger let out a sound from its throat, its claws digging into the ground as the straw was stirred into a mess. Observing the situation, Wen Youning adjusted her approach, removing and repositioning the needle as needed. The tiger's breaths quickened. With a sudden violent surge in its abdomen, a wet cub fell onto the grass, a small, motionless ball. The tiger licked its offspring, nudging it gently with its nose, seemingly seeking a response. "Come on."
Give me something.
Wen Youning retrieved a pre-prepared dropper, originally intended for administering medication, carrying an entire box in her backpack. She pried open the cub's mouth with her thumb, inserting the dropper's tip and squeezing the plastic top to extract the amniotic fluid from the cub's mouth. With rhythmic presses of her fingertip on the cub's chest, she went through 3 droppers, and the previously inert cub began to react, extending its tiny paws and emitting a low, plaintive sound akin to a kitten's meow. There's a response. Wen Youning exhaled in relief. The stifling heat coupled with her heightened tension had kept her focus razor-sharp. And it was only now that she realized how fast her heart was racing.
All right.
She returned the revived cub to its mother, saying, "Come and see your child." The South China tiger sniffed and licked its offspring. Chapter 56. The little panda, Jiu Jiao, playfully tossed a bamboo shoot, eliciting laughter as it appeared utterly adorable.
Fortunately,
the shoot was not substantial, leaving the caretaker momentarily astonished. Jiu Jiao swiftly retrieved its cherished leaves, twisting its body as it returned to its den, seemingly intent on hiding them within the nesting area. The caretaker pondered no wonder, as they recalled their puzzlement during cleaning when they noticed the treehouse's roof was sealed and devoid of drafts, yet leaves had mysteriously appeared near the inner edges. It seemed likely that Jiu Jiao had carried them inside. The zoo's giant pandas had a plethora of delightful items, yet Jiu Jiao's fascination with a mere dry leaf was perplexing. Thankfully, it was a withered leaf. Had it been fresh, it would inevitably spoil once hidden away. Suddenly, the caretaker recalled past incidents and looked up at Wen Youning, realizing, it must be true, it has been disruptive before. How outrageous! Jiu Jiao exclaimed in a mock protest. Wen Youning nodded, signaling the caretaker that their assumption was correct. Jiu Jiao must have had numerous favorite leaves previously, but they had likely been discarded as refuse during cleaning. In this charming collision of a leaf-collecting panda cub and a meticulous caretaker, the language barrier fostered a unique interaction. "Ah, I see," the caretaker acknowledged. Fan Songkong suggested, "Teacher Wen, please come down to inventory the supplies. Let Zhao Zi queue up above. There are many people waiting." The caretaker found the title teacher Wen familiar, and their eyes widened in astonishment, recalling her from the previous day at the sanctuary. Fan Songkong nodded, instructing, "Please tidy up the area." It would not be good for visitors to see this mess. What needs tidying? The caretaker wondered aloud, only to find Ju Jiao upside down, attempting to burrow into a bag filled with leaves, scattering them all around. Ju Jia! They exclaimed in surprise. Fan Songkong, though not responsible for inventory management, had heard from Zhao Zi that Wen Youning required assistance. He, driven by personal inclination, began to prepare supplies. These are on the list if you need anything else. Feel free to let me know, he offered, tapping the box filled with insulated bags containing prepared bottles of milk for the black bear cubs. Rich in flavor and balanced in nutrition. This section is for food, and this one is for supplies. The mats are vacuum sealed, minimizing space, though they remain quite heavy. Wen Youning initially intended to gather only a few supplies, glancing up at the towering stacks, realizing it was far too much for her needs. I only need half, she stated. Alone, she couldn't transport it all. Even with the help of the black bears and pandas, the trio of cubs would struggle to assist. Very well, you decide what to take, Fan Songkong replied, allowing her to choose what she needed. As he assisted in unpacking the boxes, he said, I will deliver them to you shortly. Wen Youning responded, There's no need for trouble. We can drive ourselves. It's no trouble at all. It's just a matter of pressing the accelerator, Fan Songkong said, nervously rubbing his fingertips. He turned to inspect the production dates on the boxes and casually added, By the way, I have a friend who has worked at the South China tiger breeding base for over a decade, dealing exclusively with the tigers. Wen Youning maintained a neutral expression, responding with a simple, Fan Songkong cleared his throat, acknowledging her concerns. In this age of big data, once certain information is leaked, people worldwide may come rushing. That's merely the surface. Who knows what underhanded tactics could be employed behind the scenes? However, prudent exposure is beneficial. Wen Youning nodded in agreement. I share that sentiment. Fan Songkong observed her demeanor and continued, If you require assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I am at your service. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that if even Wen Youning could not resolve a problem, who could? Regardless, having made the offer, he felt it was the least he could do to help prepare supplies. Wen Youning did not refuse, simply saying, All right, I will trouble you then. It's my pleasure, Fan Songkong replied with a smile. Outside, the streaming equipment captured the scene through the glass, revealing Wen Youning packing items into her backpack. How infuriating! What could they be discussing that brings them such joy? Oh no. Teacher Wen is treating us like outsiders during her live stream. Surely, she can't be taking all that into the sanctuary? Is she planning to build a home in there? Speaking of which, didn't the authorities announce this morning that the sanctuary is currently off-limits? Are there any areas still accessible to Teacher Wen? Zhao Zi approached after finishing her paperwork, finding Wen Youning nearly done packing. Due to space constraints, Fan Songkong temporarily lent her a trailer, making it easier to transport the supplies. Teacher, have you selected everything? Let me help you carry it, Zhao Zi offered, arriving just as Wen Youning completed packing the boxes. Yes, Wen Youning confirmed. She had just ordered some toys for the animals online, prioritizing hygiene and quality, opting for premium brands made from baby-safe materials, resilient to chewing. Checking her phone for delivery updates, she declared, Let us go. My items have arrived at the entrance, just in time to collect them. All right, Zhao Zi agreed, expertly reaching for the cart, but Fan Songkong twisted the handle and pushed it away.
Hey,
are you stealing my job too? Zhao Zi exclaimed in surprise. Wen Youning climbed into the vehicle, unpacking the toys and preparing them for disinfection. The South China tigers favored bright toys, and most of these would emit light when squeezed, some even dazzling with colorful hues and making chirping sounds. As she disinfected, the toys began to squeak as they were tossed into the box. Throughout the journey, Wen Youning noticed the number of vehicles dwindling on the road, likely due to the early hour as the adjacent lane remained empty. Once they reached their destination, the scent of disinfectant dissipated. Fan Songkong parked the car and opened the trunk, saying, Teacher Wen, there are too many items. The cart won't work well on the grass. May I assist you in carrying them inside? Not necessary. I can manage, Wen Youning replied confidently, recalling her experience with far more cumbersome equipment in the past. As she unfolded the cart and loaded the items, she urged, You all should head back now. Fan Songkong did not respond but instead said, Let us stay in touch. Zhao Zi, having accompanied Wen Youning on the trip, planned to remain, lounging in the car while watching the live stream. What a life! Who wouldn't envy that? Be careful, Teacher Wen. If wild beasts were to engage in a confrontation, exercise caution in intervening, lest you harm yourself. What a peculiar reminder. Shouldn't you advise to hide upon encountering wild animals? Hilarious. You truly keep pace with the times. There won't be any conflict, with Teacher Wen around. Rest assured. Wen Youning curved her lips in acknowledgement and proceeded to push the cart through the muddy terrain. Zhao Zi leaned against the cart, arms crossed, questioning the wisdom of feeding wild animals, which could lead to habituation and a reluctance to hunt. So, why had so much food been prepared? To each their own. Fan Songkong's focus was entirely captivated by the sound of a tiger's roar. There were rules against interference, yet when extinct animals reappear in the wild, providing additional support to ease their survival seemed justifiable. After all, the primary prey of the South China tiger consists of ungulates, requiring fresh meat. The reserve had plans for development in 2 days. Prior to this, the number of many animals had drastically decreased, leading to a reduction in prey for the South China tiger. No matter how skilled a hunter it was, without food to catch, survival became a challenge. Moreover, introducing animals specifically for the South China tiger to hunt could disrupt the existing ecological balance. Thus, allowing Wen Youning to bring in meat became the simplest and least impactful solution. Upon entering the reserve, a wave of heat enveloped her. A small fan hung around her neck. Adjusting the speed, she remarked, "I spotted this when purchasing toys. Quite practical." Next to a large tree, a giant panda tilted its head. Wen Youning had anticipated walking further in, at least to the area where the giant panda foraged for poisonous mushrooms, before encountering one. Unexpectedly, just a few steps in, a panda peeked out. Perhaps just waking from slumber, it appeared somewhat dazed and disoriented, merely responding to the familiar human sounds with an instinctive acknowledgement of its presence. Observing the bewildered giant panda, Wen Youning extended her hand towards its ear, exclaiming, "Hey, the giant panda has 2 ears and humans have 2 hands, hence, those ears are for us to grab, ha ha ha. This panda seems remarkably docile and unperturbed. Is it truly wild? It appears more gentle than those in the reserve. Jiu, are you trying to pet it? What are you doing sleeping here? It's South Perilous near the road." Wen Youning gently ruffled the panda's plush head, her hand gliding down its round skull, gathering the soft fur. The giant panda blinked, neither struggling nor baring its teeth. "Mine. This is mine. Is this your territory?" Based on her recollection from yesterday's stroll, Wen Youning estimated the giant panda's territory to be considerably larger than the area she traversed. "It seems your domain is quite expansive." She opened her backpack, presenting a bright red apple to the panda's paw. "What about the black bear?" The panda, still groggy, had consumed half the apple already. Inside. "Humans enjoy. Didn't he scare away? Is it also within your territory? Are you neighbors?" As Wen Youning pondered while advancing further, she surmised that the area where the cub had fallen yesterday belonged to the black bear. Chapter 57. Craniotomy? Is it only about nerve damage? No specific reason? Wen Youning furrowed her brows slowly. "Let me say this. Regardless of whether a neurological condition is diagnosed, I do not recommend proceeding with such surgery. A craniotomy is a significant operation, whether for humans or animals." Wen Youning navigated to the account of a fan, identified as Justice Villain, and made a note. Justice Villain shook his head and remained silent, stating that the doctor had mentioned contacting them again if he was determined to proceed with treatment and arrange for a higher authority to perform the surgery. Wen Youning remarked, "For humans, some municipal first-class hospitals hesitate to perform craniotomies. Confirming a diagnosis often requires transferring to another hospital to perform it at a veterinary clinic. The risk is far too high. Moreover, veterinary clinics often conceal information as if they are soliciting business." "Then, can you do it, Teacher Wen?" Justice Villain inquired. "I can cover the operating room fees at the animal hospital," he added, initially hesitant due to doubts about reliability. He struggled to find a trustworthy veterinary clinic and visited several before arriving at this one, which claimed to be able to perform the surgery. Nevertheless, he still felt uneasy and decided to seek assistance. "Let me take a look at the dog." Wen Youning raised her hand to block the South China tiger. which was stealthily trying to snatch her phone, closed the microphone and raised her index finger, saying, "Shh, no disruptions." The South China tiger wagged its tail. Wen Youning retrieved a toy ball from her backpack. It wouldn't light up, but it could be filled with treats or vegetable chunks. Having come from the park, unlike the toys she had purchased, which were mixed with other items, thus spared from ruin, she stuffed some freeze-dried treats into it, barely filling it, and poured the remaining contents into the South China tiger's mouth.
Roar.
The South China tiger opened its mouth to roar, but instinctively closed it as the freeze-dried treat entered. Chewing. So strange. After chewing more thoroughly, it exclaimed, "Delicious. Go play." Wen Youning tossed the filled ball down, and the South China tiger jumped after it. Wen Youning tapped on her headphones and said, "It may not be that ailment. Is the dog at home?" "Yes, it's sleeping in the cage," Justice Villain replied, changing rooms as he pushed the snoring dog. He opened the dog cage, and a small French bulldog, barely reaching his knees, staggered out. As its front paws exited the cage, its hind legs faltered, causing its lower body to collapse onto the ground. The French bulldog's paws shuffled as it slid toward its owner. Justice Villain looked at his beloved pet with deep concern. "Look, Teacher Wen, every time Wan comes out of the cage, it's like this. The cage is too high." Wen Youning observed the height of the cage relative to the ground. "Place something lower in front of the cage. Anything will do." Justice Villain, feeling melancholic, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Youning's straightforward suggestion. "So, it can't stand up after falling and has to crawl because of the fall?" Wen Youning replied, "No." Justice Villain lowered his gaze. "So it is still due to illness. It struggles to stand because the floor is too slippery, and in its eagerness to reach you, it moves however it can." "Well, that is quite the effort. If its front paws were also tied, would it use its face to crawl? So, is it truly the nerve damage the veterinarian mentioned?" Wen Youning stated, "From what I see, it appears to be completely fine."
How could that be?
"Teacher Wen, please wait a moment. I will retrieve the medical records." He hurriedly left the frame. "No need." Wen Youning began, but he had already vanished. During the call, Justice Villain rummaged through a stack of examination reports, saying, this one, and this one. "I visited several veterinary clinics, and aside from a few reputable ones, these are the diagnostic reports. Teacher Wen, take a look." "These are all basic examinations," Wen Youning observed, stroking her chin. "You've been taken advantage of."
Woof.
The French bulldog agreed with Wen Youning's statement. Wen Youning said, "Let the French bulldog walk a bit, so I can observe." "All right, Wan, come here." Justice Villain stood up and put a leash on the French bulldog, which wore it at home for safety, especially after it had previously injured its teeth. Since then, it had always worn the leash. Just in case it fell again, he could pull it back with the leash. Woof. The French bulldog, close to Justice Villain's calf, started walking steadily at first, but soon began to wobble as Justice Villain had described, its rear swaying. Its tail was held high, and its body swayed left and right, inadvertently stepping on Justice Villain's slipper. Step on. After stepping on, the French bulldog looked up with a puzzled expression. "Why is there no sound? Woof." "Do it again." Being a small dog, it repeatedly walked in circles on Justice Villain's shoe, then looked up for his reaction. The French bulldog, already lacking agility, lost its balance as it stopped but continued to move forward, causing it to stumble.
Woof.
Just before the French bulldog fell over, Justice Villain lifted it by the leash. "You see, when we were out for a walk, I noticed something was off. It couldn't walk in a straight line, so I hurried it to the hospital."
Ah.
This looks somewhat reminiscent of my granduncle's struggle to walk after suffering a stroke. So pitiful, laboring so hard just to reach its owner. A loyal dog. Wen Youning remarked, "It's not that it can't walk in a straight line or stand firmly. It's merely circling around, stepping on your feet, seeking a response." Woof. The French bulldog tilted its head in confusion. Justice Villain paused, his finger moving unconsciously.
Huh?
Seeking a response? What response? He crouched down, easily able to lift the French bulldog, its light weight causing no hindrance to his walking. Wen Youning turned her attention to the French bulldog. "Hello, little one. What response are you looking for?"
Woof.
"None." At that moment, the French bulldog realized something was amiss, its paws flailing to stabilize itself. "It can bark, ah. It barks very loudly." Wen Youning said, "It claims it barks loudly after stepping on something." The French bulldog. Woof. Strange human, be quiet.
No way.
It's truly very light, Justice Villain insisted, striving to prove his French bulldog's weight, claiming it was among the lightest of its breed.
Woof.
Exactly. Master. This isn't fun. Others are fun. Stepping and barking is amusing. It likely stepped on others by accident, leading to a bark, and then began pursuing to step on others. When Youning speculated, it must have stepped on quite a few before you. Due to its small weight, its swaying walk caused little harm, and no one realized it was intentional. When Youning continued, if it is sick or has an injured paw, stepping on it would cause pain. The righteous antagonist exclaimed, "That is simply impossible, truly impossible, Teacher Wen. The only ones who have come into contact with this dog are my parents, my girlfriend, and myself. We are all in excellent health. In fact, even those around me. But speaking of which, don't stop, continue." Realizing after arguing with netizens for a long time that I was wrong, it became a tangible realization. The righteous antagonist paused. My roommate has onychocryptosis. Ha ha ha, case closed. Stomping on onychocryptosis and making noise, then chasing after others to hear them cry out. Truly wicked. Well then, that aligns perfectly. When Youning spread her hands, informing him that no matter how the dog steps on you, it will never elicit a sound. It would simply give up and walk normally. No, that's not right, Teacher Wen. The righteous antagonist raised a hand to his forehead, his head throbbing painfully. If that were the case, what would all the considerable examination fees and the nearly incurred surgical costs mean? The righteous antagonist insisted, my roommate hasn't interacted with Wen Youning. Upon mentioning this topic, the bulldog timidly nestled against the righteous antagonist's feet, remaining silent. Sneaking out to play. So many delicious treats. We can't let Daddy know. When Youning smirked, your roommate is secretly taking you for walks. Had he inquired with his roommate prior to making an appointment, he might have gleaned something from the bulldog's behavior. The righteous antagonist pondered. It sneaks out with my roommate and then steps on my roommate's onychocryptosis, and then tries to step on me when it returns. This dog is utterly malicious.
Woof. No.
The bulldog wagged its tail in protest. Stop arguing, he's about to take you to the hospital for a neurosurgery. Seeing the bulldog's defiance, when Youning quipped, I'll just make a hole in your head and poke around with a needle.
Oh.
The bulldog's eyes widened in shock. What? You beast. Wait a moment, Teacher Wen. The righteous antagonist began to grasp the situation. Previously, he believed the bulldog's actions were due to illness, subconsciously associating its movements with those of a patient. Coupled with the endorsement of an animal doctor, he was utterly convinced. However, after hearing Wen Youning's perspective, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to what she had described. The righteous antagonist inquired, so, to clarify, after it deliberately stumbles and steps on me for a while, it will stiffen its body and jump to alleviate discomfort? When Youning replied directly, after stepping on you and seeing you unresponsive, it jumps to step on you. 6. It's my fault for not cooperating. Pfft, ha, stepping on you doesn't hurt, and then jumps to step on you. Naughty dog. This little dog is too mischievous. I'm about to die from laughter. This naughty little dog seems like it would help an elderly lady cross the street. Go for a refund. Seek out those examination fees one by one. When Youning sent him a series of numbers privately, stating that if there's no refund, he should call this number to report it. All right, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wen. The righteous antagonist sighed, clutching a handful of materials, his emotions fluctuating rapidly, joy and sorrow intertwining like a roller coaster ride. After hanging up the call, he picked up his slippers with a gentle smile. Wen Youning, come here. Daddy will hold you. Woof. A woof a woof. It should sound like a grand contest of love. All right, everyone, let us go see the giant pandas. When Youning turned off the microphone, placed her headphones back in the charging case, and as she tucked them into her pocket, her hand grasped nothingness. She looked down, tugged at her clothing, and suddenly the world dimmed before her eyes. Chapter 58. The South China Tiger's sister glanced back. The pitiful sounds of the milk's sorrow momentarily ceased, her gaze piercing through the paws that obscured her face. The hind legs were already stirring. She could spring away in an instant if the sister pounced. Yet, the South China Tiger sister merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to her play with the toy ball. The milk licked her paws and resumed her lament. With no toy ball available, perhaps she could nibble on some freeze-dried treats. Wen Youning rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a medley of flavors of freeze-dried snacks, promising to bring a toy ball next time. "Oh, I want to eat." The South China tiger rolled over, exposing her belly, her front paws drooping in a display of grievance. Wen Youning offered the freeze-dried snack to her mouth. For a formidable predator like the South China tiger, whose hunting prowess was evident and who clearly lacked for food, entertainment surpassed the mere flavor of the treats. The South China tiger flicked out her tongue, finding the freeze-dried morsels too small to locate in her mouth. She twisted her body and flipped back, sullenly staring at the small mountain of freeze-dried snacks before, devouring them voraciously. In one bite, she eliminated nearly half, reducing the mountain to a mere mound. Crunchy and delightful, the milk squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Wen Youning neatly folded the plastic wrappers into her backpack and took out a garbage bag. "You all can eat first. I'll go tidy up the trash over there." Plastic bottles and cans could contribute to environmental pollution, and if by chance a leaf fell and light streamed in, it might ignite a fire. Such a disaster in the protected area would have dire consequences. Aside from the scattered trash, there were larger items resembling tents. After some contemplation, Wen Youning cleared out the cart and decided to take it with her, allowing for more items to be carried at once. She would push it to the outskirts of the protected area before contacting someone to handle the disposal. Resolute, Wen Youning pulled the cart outside. Fortunately, she only moved the items to the top. The cart was too cumbersome to bring up, remaining below. Otherwise, the back and forth would have been exhausting. The South China tiger's tail dangled over the edge of the platform, the tip occasionally twitching as she gnawed on the freeze-dried snacks, her eyes fixed on Wen Youning's departing figure. The stifling environment carried a dampness and a musty odor. Wen Youning adjusted the straps of her mask, tightening them to block out some of the unpleasant scents. Without the South China tiger to guide her, she treaded more cautiously, yet the path was familiar, with trampled grass barely forming a safe route. Woof woof. Wen Youning paused, gripping her trekking pole. A dog's bark? She glanced back, certain she had ventured deep into the protected area. But where would a dog come from in a protected zone? There's something terrifying over here. We shouldn't go this way. Let us not. What's wrong, Adai? A man's voice filled with suspicion echoed, implying they shouldn't proceed further. He sighed heavily, as it seemed that while she was away, a ferocious beast must have roamed here, evidenced by the flattened grass. This marked the third day of her disorientation within the depths of the protected area. She hoped to emerge alive to share her video. Suddenly, the barking escalated. Something terrifying is approaching. Wen Youning scanned her surroundings. What could be so dreadful? The silence enveloped her. Apart from Adai's anxiety, no other animals sounded off. Not even the stealthy hunt of a predator. When she turned back to Adai, she was taken aback to find him staring wide-eyed at her. The previously incessant barking ceased abruptly, and he tucked his tail between his legs, standing next to his master. Wen Youning understood who the terrifying entity was. Perhaps it was the scent of the South China tiger? Having spent time in the presence of the South China tiger and repeatedly entering her den, she had become indistinguishable from the tiger in the dog's eyes, an innate predator. Recognizing she had been spotted, Wen Youning stepped forward and inquired, "Are you here for an adventure?" The man raised his phone to capture the moment, but upon seeing Wen Youning approach, his throat tightened and his hand trembled uncontrollably. "Why you a person?" he stammered, tears brimming in his eyes. "I see a person. I thought I would never see one again." The man was overwhelmed with emotion. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes appeared ragged and layered, a patchwork of colors, contrasting starkly with the neatness of the Spanish hunting dog at his feet. As Wen Youning emerged, the dog retreated behind the man, yet even so, it dared not bark at her. The Spanish hunting dog, known as the Spanish sabueso, is one of the oldest breeds in Spain. Agile and astute, they assist hunters in flushing out hidden prey. The black Spanish dog had large, floppy ears and avoided eye contact, as if wishing to hide within its owner's clothing. Wen Youning asked, "This area is off limits. How did you end up here?" The man, too overwhelmed to question her presence, struggled to speak through his tears. Having survived alongside his dog for so long, he was ecstatic to finally encounter another living being. Wen Youning patiently awaited his composure, offering him a bottle of mineral water. Here, have a drink. Thankfully, she had brought an extra bottle, fearing dehydration while cleaning up the trash. The man, with cracked lips, accepted the water without hesitation and drank greedily. At worst, I'll just die here, he lamented. Being trapped in this wretched place is driving me mad. After downing more than half the bottle, he poured some into a bowl for Adai.
Drink up, Adai.
Wiping his tears with his wrist, the man introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bao Yunqing, a sophomore at the Province University of Science and Technology. Wen Youning replied, I'm Wen Youning. Bao Yunqing sniffed, Sister Wen. Do you know the way out? He observed her attire, contrasting sharply with his own disheveled state, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Are you a local? I came here for an adventure with my club, but I got separated from the others during a rainstorm. At first, I could still contact them, but eventually, we lost touch. My phone has no signal anymore. I've been wandering around for days. I've run out of water and food. If I can't find a way out, I might die here. As he spoke, his voice trembled with the threat of tears. I even recorded videos on my phone, but I've drained 2 power banks and couldn't afford to stop. I thought even if I die, the next person who finds my body could help share the video. No signal? Wen Youning checked her own phone and confirmed, pointing behind her. If you head in that direction, you'll regain signal. Let us get out first, and I can help you call for help. No need to call for help. Bao Yunqing's pupils dilated in shock, momentarily forgetting his tears. You can't call for help. Are you with the rescue team? Can I hire you to take me out? His desperation was palpable. Seeing his reaction, Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. You didn't accidentally wander in here. You crossed the warning line yourself? Bao Yunqing fell silent, his gaze cast downward. After a pause, he muttered barely above a whisper, yes. He quietly explained, it was an adventure, and we only traversed the permitted outer zones. Photographs abound on the internet. Thus, there is no need for us to venture far. As the expedition team approached the caution tape and passed by the signs warning of wild beasts, none of them faltered. Wen Youning reassured, there's no need for concern. Bao Yunqing looked up, surprised. Is it truly safe to enter? Wherever there is caution tape, there are cameras that can capture everything. Whether we report it or not is inconsequential. Wen Youning glanced at her watch. Moreover, since you haven't replied to any messages, the time elapsed since your disappearance has surpassed 48 hours. We have sufficient grounds to file a report.
Bao Yunqing tiếp lít.
Let us step outside first. My phone has no signal. After a brief pause, Wen Youning turned to the pile of debris. Are these yours?
Yes.
Bao Yunqing, a bit abashed, bent down to pick up a bottle and explained, we initially set up a shelter here, but when we got lost, I returned to see if any classmates might find their way back. Clearly, none had. I will gather all of this and take it with me. Bao Yunqing began to tidy up the litter. I didn't mean to leave this behind. I was so frightened by the solitude that I focused solely on searching for people and neglected to clean up. The Spanish hound followed his owner closely, occasionally picking up something from the ground, appearing quite busy, though it was unclear with what. Are you physically able to manage? Wen Youning observed his condition and feared he might faint if they lingered too long. I will escort you out. I'll return to clean this up later. That's fine. Bao Yunqing smiled, though I may appear somewhat disheveled. I am actually in excellent health, sustained by the provisions I brought with me. The greatest drain has been psychological. It's been a constant state of anxiety. Fortunately, I had the dog for companionship. Otherwise, being alone in such a dark, lightless environment at night would surely drive one to madness. Seeing this, Wen Youning stepped forward to assist with the cleanup, first dismantling the tent, placing smaller items into bags and tossing larger ones into the vehicle. All right, Sister Wen. Bao Yunqing was full of energy, wishing he could sprout several extra arms to expedite the process. This tent is mine. It's the latest model. Bao Yunqing disassembled the frame, having hardly used it, as a group had set out for adventure, leaving him to return alone. Sister Wen, Bao Yunqing continued, have you seen any news about us online? Something about university students entering Huangling for exploration and going missing, or perhaps someone managing to find their way out. I don't pay much attention to online news. Wen Youning replied, I haven't noticed. Bao Yunqing nodded thoughtfully, sighing, even if there were news, the rescue team wouldn't be able to locate me. I was live streaming just before the heavy rain, and then, with one downpour, everything vanished. He sighed again. I had quite a few viewers. Many were following along. I wonder if they would report my sudden disconnection. Am I rambling? Bao Yunqing touched his nose. I apologize, Sister Wen. I haven't seen anyone in so long that I momentarily lost control of my tongue. These past few days have been spent either talking to the dog or to my phone, or merely conversing with myself, none of which yielded any responses. I am truly on the verge of losing my sanity. Chapter 59. Unrescued yet obscured from view, Wen Youning remarked, what a great setup, but next time. No more arrangements. The South China tiger and the giant panda were squished together, jostling for space. The panda, refusing to be outdone, growled softly. The black bear glanced around, then subtly placed its paw, which had been resting on its forehead, onto Wen Youning's face. Wen Youning sighed, feeling exhausted. It was unclear who instigated the tussle, but midway through, they inexplicably began to engage verbally, not in an argument, but a genuine exchange.
No biting,
she exclaimed, using both hands to firmly separate their heads. Despite the veins in her hands bulging from the effort, she found it difficult to contain the strength of these formidable beasts. She decided to press her palms together, using them to hold them apart. As Wen Youning tilted her head to evade the black bear's paw, she took a moment to catch her breath, attempting to calm the two growling creatures, whose sounds resembled a tractor's roar. All right, no more fussing. Wouldn't it be better to be amicable? She coaxed, stroking their fur on either side. How about I fetch you some treats? Let's sit down together and have a nice meal. More friends, more pats. Oh dear. You two are so heavy, she remarked, just as the black bear stealthily took a nibble.
wait.
I've said it several times, no fighting. With only 2 hands to manage the South China tiger and the giant panda, she couldn't spare a hand to restrain the black bear. Unable to confront it head-on, the bear prepared to launch a surprise attack. The South China tiger growled,
Fine.
If you loosen your grip, I'll take care of you. The panda chimed in, if you let go, I'll pounce. The black bear tilted its head. Are you talking to the bear? We'll chat later. I'm busy plotting an ambush. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh at their conflicting intentions. They seemed to understand the farcical nature of their predicament. Holding the standoff was not a viable option, so she gently pushed them away. Although there was space between her and the beasts, they remained resolute. With a deep breath, she shouted, oh no, I can't take it anymore. Immediately after, she closed her eyes, allowing her hands to drop away from them. As she did so, she was acutely aware of the two beasts' potential reactions. If she loosened her hold, a fight could ensue. She envisioned various scenarios in her mind, but fortunately, they did not engage in combat. Instead, once Wen Youning fainted, their attention shifted entirely to her. For a moment, the South China tiger even forgot to bare its teeth. The tiger lowered its head and sniffed Wen Youning's neck, gently nudging her with its muzzle. Completely relaxed, she allowed her head to tilt away from the tiger's pressure. The giant panda stepped back, no longer confronting the tiger. Its small eyes filled with concern as it cautiously pawed at Wen Youning. Hey, are you awake? What's wrong with you? The panda growled at the tiger. It's your fault. You're too heavy. Wen Youning thought, why are they arguing again? Should I open my eyes? It feels like there's still tension brewing, and if I do, their focus might revert to fighting. Thankfully, the black bear had not joined in. Or, it would have been even more chaotic. As she hesitated, the South China tiger licked her cheek. Its tongue, lined with barbs, was carefully controlled, leaving her face damp but not painful. Noticing her lack of response, the tiger took a step back and growled, move aside, let the tiger handle this. The tiger knows first aid. Wen Youning blinked in surprise. First aid? Could a wild South China tiger perform first aid? No. Even a domesticated one wouldn't be able to administer aid. What was happening? With narrowed eyes, she intended to observe how the tiger would provide first aid. To her astonishment, the tiger leaped up, balancing on its hind legs, its forepaws thumping heavily onto the ground as it descended toward her. Oh my goodness! If that paw lands on me, I might as well merge with the earth beneath. The weight of the tiger's descent was comparable to that of a massive African elephant. Wen Youning rolled away just in time, as the tiger's forepaw hit the ground with a thud, leaving an impression in the grass. Watching her sit up again, the tiger's eyes sparkled. Are you alright? Humph, I told you the tiger would manage. Wen Youning, nearly knocked out, thought, is the tiger feeling proud of itself? She playfully pinched the tiger's ear. Don't learn any ridiculous tactics from those adventurers. It was evident that it had witnessed tourists attempting first aid on companions. The tiger bared its teeth. Awake. Effective. It asserted, justifying its actions. If you don't wake up, you'll truly be lost. Wen Youning playfully tugged at the tiger's ears. You're such a rascal. I suspect you knew I was pretending to faint. The tiger huffed and turned its face away. No way.
Hey?
Wen Youning was taken aback. What does that even mean? The tiger turned and bounded away, laughter echoing in its heart as it leapt onto a tree. Wen Youning couldn't help but smile, hands on her hips. You little rascal. The tiger pranced off, its tail held high. The giant panda looked up at the tree, shook its fur, and nestled against Wen Youning. She murmured, wrapping her arms around the panda's thick neck. You didn't harm me. You were just playing around. The black bear also approached, and upon realizing they had a common foe, the two bears, who previously had no significant conflict, stood united. Did my live streaming equipment not follow me? Wen Youning surveyed her surroundings. Perhaps it had become stuck on a branch, unable to move with her. She headed toward the giant panda's home, wondering about the cubs. Are they still over there?
Sleeping.
Sleeping? Are you already tired?
Wen Youning mused.
During hibernation, a mother bear gives birth to cubs, often sealing them in a snow den where they primarily sleep and eat. Typically, cubs emerging from the den wouldn't be overly drowsy. Perhaps these 3 cubs had just ventured out and hadn't yet adjusted their sleeping habits? Not sleepy, still sleeping. Oh. Wen Youning's brow furrowed slightly in understanding. Upon returning to the giant panda's home, her streaming equipment continued dutifully capturing the serene, wildlife-free forest scenery. The black bear cubs were hidden in a cave obstructed by stones, a sign of danger lurking outside. Wild cubs remained silent while their mothers hunt. However, their thoughts were a constant chatter. Wen Youning approached and moved the stone aside. Owo. The leader, upon spotting a person, lunged forward, its head protruding halfway. But upon catching the scent of Wen Youning, it quietly retreated, its eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? It had previously detected the scent of the South China tiger, but perhaps the mingling of various wild beast scents left the black bear cub momentarily bewildered. Stepping outside for some fresh air, Wen Youning avoided the exit, allowing the little ones to emerge on their own. Don't play with the cubs. Teacher Wen, you've trended again. Honestly, at the pace Teacher Wen is going, it would be more noteworthy if she didn't trend someday. But what did the wild South China tiger ultimately say? What could it say? This is its natural habitat, let it be. They must be secretly delighted to have confirmed sightings of the wild South China tiger. Wen Youning leaned against a tree, opened a bottle of water, and overheard the discussions about the South China tiger. That's the wild South China tiger officially declared extinct. Teacher Wen, please don't remain so composed.
Ha!
Her calmness makes me suspect she's the one who released the South China tiger. So, if we think that way, hasn't she successfully bred the South China tiger? How impressive. The crux is that Teacher Wen has been secretly petting it behind our backs. I told you. Avoiding the cameras must have some hidden agenda. I feared that an early exposure might lead to disturbances in the daily life of the South China tiger. Wen Youning shrugged. Despite the explicit warnings against entering dangerous areas, numerous adventurers still flocked there. If word got out about the South China tiger's presence, the Huangling Nature Reserve would be swarming with people. Not to mention the litter. The reserve lacks proper pathways, and many individuals with no awareness of environmental protection would trample the grass and shrubbery, making recovery nearly impossible in the short term. This would ultimately damage the local ecosystem. Even if the South China tiger eluded them, their intrusion would further shrink its habitat. It was evident that the authorities were prepared and had imposed a lockdown. Otherwise, the online chatter would need to be cleared. In any case, as someone who adores the South China tiger, I simply wish to share glimpses with you all. If anyone dares to intrude, I want to be responsible for any mishaps that may arise. Wen Youning made her stance clear, informing everyone in advance to weigh the significance of fame against their lives. See, The official lockdown surely indicates something significant is afoot. Ha ha ha. The usual trolls and teacher Wen live stream. I can do it too. Dare not enter. Sneaking in and getting caught means life imprisonment. Not getting caught means the tiger decides your fate. Don't worry, teacher Wen. Capture more of the tiger. Just now, the camera flashed by so quickly I didn't even get a clear look at its handsome face. I'll take you to see it shortly. First, let us find someone. Wen Youning pulled out an apple from her backpack and sliced it into small pieces. Bao Yunqing mentioned that 5 others had also gone missing with him. He should have found my live stream by now, right? Have the families of those 6 been notified? Almost as soon as she spoke, gifts began flooding into her live stream. Wen Youning took a bite of her apple, thanking university exploration expert Bao Yunqing for his 10 golden dragons. Bao Yunqing, Teacher Wen, this is my rescue fee. Please accept it. The platform for Wen Youning's live stream does not take a cut. Even if half were deducted, the remaining funds would adequately cover the expenses for a typical rescue team to venture into the mountains. Chapter 60. Confiscation. Confiscation. All poisonous mushrooms confiscated. Wen Youning raised her index finger to the panda's head. You.
Ah.
No mushrooms. I didn't eat them. The panda blinked, its confidence unwavering. Wen Youning. Indeed. Speaking the truth certainly lends one confidence. She wrapped her arms around its neck, forbidding herself from eating or feeding any to the other animals.
Oh.
The panda hesitated.
Fine.
Don't be sad, Gun. Let me eat. Those mushrooms are delicious when stir-fried. Just a tip, if you can't stir-fry, don't expect anything fancy. Just toss them around a bit, but remember to cook them thoroughly, even if they turn out a bit tough. Let me go stir-fry a plate for the panda. Wen Youning brushed off the dirt on the panda, resolving not to forage for mushrooms anymore. Apples are surely tastier than mushrooms.
Oh.
The panda nodded in agreement. Fruits are delicious. One can never tire of them. The South China tiger shook its head and tilted it, attempting to bite the mushroom in Wen Youning's hand. Initially, it was merely curious, but after Wen Youning forbade its consumption, its interest peaked significantly. Humans will get angry. Hearing the cheeky thought, Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and, seizing the moment, playfully swatted the South China tiger on the rear.
Roar.
The tiger immediately ceased its laughter.
Ah.
It opened its mouth wide to bite, baring its teeth and growling, but only managed to snap at the air several times, failing even to catch the hem of Wen Youning's garment. Ha ha, baby. Go ahead and bite. You call such a large tiger baby? Then I shall call it tiger baby. Does the wild South China tiger have such a good temperament? Even after being swatted, it merely intends to intimidate. I wouldn't dare to reach for my caddis rear like that. Yogurt knows that teacher Wen won't allow it to eat poisonous mushrooms, so it's pretending to bite to tease teacher Wen. Are we going hunting today? Wen Youning squatted beside the rolling South China tiger, gently ruffling the fur on its neck. With 3 South China tigers, relying solely on the prey that the elder sister tiger caught that morning might not suffice, even with the addition of a large bag of freeze-dried food. The tiger, engrossed in its playful antics, used its paw to nudge her shoulder. Upon hearing her words, it flipped over and sat up. Roar.
Caught it.
Sister is eating. Having just given birth, the elder South China tiger typically wouldn't venture out to hunt for the first 10 days. Historical data shows that South China tigers usually hunt 10 days after giving birth because they are raising their young alone. However, the current situation differs. With 2 robust adult South China tigers hunting, the food supply is ample, allowing the elder tiger to remain in the den. The South China tiger licked its paw. After frolicking for much of the day, it was hungry. Roar. Let's go eat meat. Go ahead. I'll come find you tomorrow. Wen Youning plucked a tuft of fur stuck to the tiger's whiskers. The tiger, unaccustomed to its whiskers being touched, squinted its eyes, pawed at its face, and, shaking its head, escaped from her grasp, its tail swishing as it climbed a nearby tree. Ding, you have a friend request to connect. Wen Youning tightened the cap on her water bottle. Shijincheng? It's me, Teacher Wen. Shijincheng, dressed in uniform, greeted the live stream with a smile. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. How is the general lately? Wen Youning adjusted the backpack on the black bear's chest, signaling for them to return, and whispered, I must take my leave. As dusk approached, it was time for her to go.
Oh.
Shijincheng replied, The general is doing well, eating and drinking with great vigor. Wen Youning glanced at the background behind him and vaguely saw the police station sign. He must be at the precinct. Are you at work? What prompted you to connect? I encountered a bit of an issue. Shi Jincheng squatted on the steps outside the police station, patting the schnauzer beside him. The schnauzer is a breed developed from the crossbreeding of poodles, wolfhounds, and Dobermans. Depending on their size, they can be categorized as giant, standard, or miniature. The one before him was clearly a giant schnauzer, comparable in size to the squatting Shi Jincheng. The schnauzer, tongue-lolling, with its large ears perked up and fluffy cheeks, observed its surroundings with curious eyes, not shying away from approaching individuals. It came to our station on its own today, Shi Jincheng remarked, stroking the dog's head, which seemed rather friendly. I checked the surveillance. It has been running around outside alone without any sign of an owner. I posted a lost dog notice, and someone came to claim it, but it ignored them. I'm at a loss for what to do. Having made its way to the precinct, Shi Jincheng hesitated to hand the dog over. Another individual who claimed to recognize it left when they realized it wasn't their dog. Without sufficient proof, they couldn't claim ownership. This dog was a gift from a friend, and I've only had it for a short while, but I am indeed its owner. The man held a broken collar and leash, explaining that his friend was abroad and still asleep due to the time difference. Once he wakes up, may I show you a photo? Shi Jincheng said, I asked you to call the dog by its name, but the schnauzer didn't react at all. I can't just give it to you. The man paused, reasoning that he had owned the schnauzer for some time. He should know it. He found it strange that it didn't recognize him. We can't just hand it over. We must conduct a thorough investigation. If the dog hears its name, it will definitely respond. This person might be a fraud. How bold of you to bring a con artist to the police station. Having said that, Shi Jincheng felt fatigued inside. I've been busy with this all morning. Teacher Wen, could you help me determine if he is truly the dog's owner?
Wen Youning nodded. All right. Point the camera at it. Come on, chat with Teacher Wen.
Shi Jincheng exited the frame. The schnauzer sniffed curiously at the camera, giving it a lick. Woof. Shi Jincheng pulled the phone back slightly and wiped the lens. Wen Youning asked, hello, is this man your owner?
Woof. No. It is.
The schnauzer barked with firm conviction. So what if it is? Woof doesn't recognize. The human who wouldn't buy me grilled sausages. Woof wants to report. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take him down. Wen Youning? Teacher? Shi Jincheng didn't receive a response for a long time and thought the phone had frozen. He took it back and saw Wen Youning stifling a laugh. What's wrong? This schnauzer is undoubtedly his dog. Wen Youning's lips curled into a smile. The dog was upset that its owner wouldn't buy it grilled sausages, so it came to report. What? Shi Jincheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Did it really come to report because it was angry? Reporting to make its owner buy grilled sausages? This dog is too amusing. Wen Youning shook her head, reporting to get its owner executed. Owner. Bullet comments. Ha ha, this dog is killing me. Dying of laughter. The accusation of not buying grilled sausages is too severe. So it deliberately ignored its owner calling it? What kind of grilled sausages are so delicious that it's captivated the dog? Schnauzer. Old deng. If you don't buy me grilled sausages, you're dead. The master, standing nearby, opened his mouth in disbelief, hands on his hips, breathing heavily through his nose, his jaw clenched in frustration. He snapped the dog leash in his hand, questioning whether this was the reason the schnauzer had broken its collar while he was preoccupied at the vegetable stall. Initially perplexed by the schnauzer's antics on the ground, he had dismissed it in his eagerness to gather vegetables. After finally collecting a hefty bag of produce away, he raised his hand only to discover the dog he had been tethering was missing. Even if the police had not issued a missing dog alert, he would have reported it. Yet, unexpectedly, the schnauzer had made its way to the police station on its own. Bark. Bark. The giant schnauzer was in a panic, torn between barking indignantly at the phone and soothing its master. Don't listen to the instigators. Bark. You and I are the best in the world. The giant schnauzer's tail wagged furiously as it nuzzled affectionately against its owner. Shi Jincheng observed in astonishment, thinking, if you had shown this level of attachment from the very beginning, I wouldn't have had to contact Teacher Wen for assistance. Clearly, you belong to your owner. The man ground his teeth in irritation, exclaiming, "No more grilled sausages for you. Your sausages have now become a new collar." Woof. I don't recognize him. The schnauzer huffed, attempting to distance itself from the man, but it was evidently too late to change its mind now. Sure, Jincheng interjected, you should return to your owner. Next time, be more vigilant. There are blind spots in the surveillance around the nearby alleys. If your dog goes missing, it will be too late for regrets. The man quickly replied, yes, this was truly an accident. I will definitely get a sturdier leash when I return. Sure, Jincheng opened the door, saying, well then, with that settled, Teacher Wen, I must take my leave. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Please stay safe over there. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. All right, Wen Youning responded, pressing the power button on her phone as she stepped out of the secure zone. Compared to the row of vehicles from last time, there was only Zhao Zi outside now. The surroundings seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. Wen Youning entered the car and inquired, has Fan Songkong returned yet? Not yet. He mentioned that the meeting has been ongoing until now and might last through the night. Zhao Zi remained vigilant for updates from that side, fastening his seatbelt. They wanted me to join, but I thought it inappropriate, so I declined, citing other commitments. He didn't belong to their system, merely involved in a temporary capacity, and given the seriousness of the situation, he had no interest in mingling with the crowd. Rather than sitting idle in a meeting, Zhao Zi preferred to wait in the car for Wen Youning's return. However, he could not allow the meeting to hinder his primary duty of driving for Wen Youning. Zhao Zi turned the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. Teacher Wen, you needn't worry excessively, as long as you remain steadfast. They cannot advance any projects without your approval. There are higher-ups watching to prevent any reckless actions. Zhao Zi tapped the map twice, glancing ahead before asking, shall we head straight back to the hotel? Let us rest well. We should have definitive news by tomorrow. Wen Youning, indeed feeling fatigued, stifled a yawn and replied, all right. Following a night of intense discussions among the relevant departments, a resolution was finally established before noon the next day. Wen Youning opened her phone to find a message from Fan Songkong. Completed. Confirmed non-participation and non-interference plan to be implemented immediately. Accompanying it were documents regarding increased patrols around Huangling and environmental protection measures, among others. Chapter 61. The man stood there, mouth slightly agape,
Lost in thought for a while.
but the bag of dog food is right in the yard. It doesn't even have to stand up to reach it. Why not take the whole bag out? Wen Youning gently replied, because the food in the bowl is what you provided for it, while the bag's contents are not. It's akin to a domesticated farm dog that refuses to eat food from your hand, but will eagerly devour what is tossed onto the ground. Xiao Li swallowed hard. TSK, that big yellow dog is something else. With a wave of his hand, he declared, it's just a few dogs. I've raised them before. If necessary, I can endure a few hits from my mom. I can take it. There are countless stray dogs, enough to drown the food bowl in their eagerness. The food in the bowl diminishes quickly. While one dog may eat a lot, with a dozen dogs eating together, some may only manage to fill their bellies halfway. No wonder that big yellow dog looks so famished. There simply isn't enough food. The big yellow dog pushed the bowl filled with dog food out, returning with the iron bowl, licked clean of its remnants. Xiao Li approached, calling out, Big Yellow.
Woof.
The dog, having just set down the iron bowl, rushed out to greet him. You're back. There's nothing left. Upon recalling the empty bowl, the big yellow dog appeared somewhat guilty. Xiao Li crouched down, placing his palm on the dog's face and gently rubbing it. Good dog, no need to sneak food anymore. I can afford this little bit of dog food. He filled the bowl again but added, you must eat your fill first. Go on, eat. I want to see you eat. No more saving it. Woof. The big yellow dog looked up suspiciously, a confused question mark almost materializing above its head. It knew that he was secretly feeding stray dogs. Wen Youning squatted down. Woof. The dog's tail, which had been wagging, froze in place, looking dazed. You found out, Woof? Wen Youning softly reassured the big yellow dog. He is not angry with you. In fact, he supports your efforts to feed the strays. Eat well first. Don't starve yourself and fall ill. Woof woof. The big yellow dog's eyes brightened. Really? Xiao Li embraced the big yellow dog, his hands moving up and down the dog's fur, urging him, that's right, eat quickly. I'll go feed the ones outside. He released the dog and picked up a new, unopened bag of dog food. searching for bowls in the yard to take outside for the strays. Wen Youning observed the big yellow dog's eating state and remarked, "Leave the stray dog matter to us. There are quite a few strays nearby. It might be a bit overwhelming for you to care for them all alone."
What?
Xiaoli halted mid-step, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he turned to Wen Youning. Like the big yellow dog, his eyes were filled with the question, "Really?" Wen Youning explained, "I am involved in stray animal rescue and can assist with finding homes for them, as well as reimburse any expenses related to the strays, such as neutering, bathing, and medical care. You can also calculate the cost of the dog food you provided for the strays and seek reimbursement. Reimbursement is unnecessary. I can afford a few strays for my big yellow dog. It's just the matter of finding homes that might truly require your help," Xiaoli replied, somewhat bashfully rubbing his hands together. He lacked the channels to find homes for the strays. It wasn't simply a matter of giving the dogs away. One must be responsible for them. Perhaps we could contact the rescue organization in our area. They have a public adoption list and dedicated personnel to assist, which would make the process smoother. After all, they cannot stay here indefinitely. They will leave once the last stray is adopted. A city is far away from here. Fan Song Kong adjusted his glasses, adding, "It's indeed more convenient to leave it to our local staff. Stray animal rescue is a public service project available in all regions."
All right.
Wen Youning contemplated posting their photos, along with those of the strays near the police station, on their account to seek adoptions. She addressed her audience of 1 million fans in the live stream, saying, "The adopted dogs will receive lifelong medical care here." Once posted, "If any of you find a dog that catches your eye, feel free to message me. The strays must first be taken to the vet for a health check. They need to be healthy before being adopted. How wonderful. May all the little strays have a bright future. I hope that before this winter arrives, every little stray can find a home." Fan Song Kong made a call to arrange for someone to pick up the strays. Wen Youning watched the big yellow dog nestled in Xiaoli's arms, his eyes narrowing in amusement. "Your big yellow dog is indeed starving. Just explain it to him. He just needs to eat normally." "Thanks, doctor." Xiaoli playfully flicked the dog's forehead, saying, "Just feed the strays. I never stopped you. Why aren't you eating? Starting today, you must eat well, understand?"
Woof.
The big yellow dog, slightly startled, still managed to smile broadly. Fan Song Kong handed over his business card. "This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you have any further questions. We'll take our leave now. All right, goodbye." Xiaoli held the big yellow dog's paw, bidding farewell to everyone. Woof, woof. The big yellow dog howled, leaning its head back against Xiaoli's shoulder. As Wen Youning exited the yard, she noticed several stray dogs drawn in by the sound of the big yellow dog barking. They cautiously observed from a distance. Upon seeing someone emerge, the dogs hidden in the alley instinctively recoiled. Wen Youning waved to them, "Goodbye." Woof. A little dog tilted its head, puzzled. Was the person bidding farewell to them? They were delayed in finding a vehicle along the way. By a fortunate twist of fate, they avoided the worst of the morning rush hour. After purchasing toys from the supermarket, Wen Youning rummaged through the packaging, mentally calculating what else was needed. In the interim of waiting for the traffic light, Fan Song Kong asked, "Shall we head straight to the disinfection room? Those toys need to go through a round of disinfection, right, Teacher Wen?" Wen Youning nodded, "Yes. That's necessary. We must undergo disinfection before entering Huangling. It's a mandatory procedure." "Teacher Wen, your phone is flashing." Zhao Ziyi, who was helping carry a box, sat in the back seat. In the dim light, any color that crossed the phone screen appeared particularly vivid. Wen Youning picked up her phone to check. Seeing it was an emergency call, she accepted it, and the fan's ID appeared on the screen, slowly revealing the image. Sang Sang, the fan, had reddened eyes and visible tear streaks on her face. The moment the video connected, she choked on her words. "Teacher Wen, please help. My little lion is going to be paralyzed." Woof, the Shih Tzu nudged her, licking her face. "Don't cry, Woof." The Shih Tzu, also known as the lion dog, is round and plump, adorably so from its head to its body and limbs. This breed is known for its calm demeanor and reliability. Wen Youning enlarged the image, observing the panting Shih Tzu. "Don't panic. Please explain the situation clearly." "Well, just before, my little lion suddenly couldn't walk in a straight line. After observing, I noticed it seemed to have a problem with its waist and was afraid to exert itself. I fear it might have injured its bones. I took it to the hospital for an X-ray. As she mentioned the X-ray, tears quickly filled Sang Sang's eyes again. Then, she couldn't continue, opting instead to simply show the X-ray images she had taken during the hospital visit. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the lump in her throat. This is the X-ray I had taken at the hospital. Imitating the gestures of the veterinary doctor, she pointed towards a dark area on the X-ray, where an inexplicable growth was pressing against the spine. The doctor indicated that the situation was rather grim and that surgery needed to be arranged promptly. However, regardless of the outcome, the likelihood of the little lion becoming paralyzed was considerable. Sang Sang wiped away her tears and asked if acupuncture could be a viable treatment should the surgery result in paralysis. I am not particularly adept at reading X-rays, but that large shadow is strikingly evident. It appears quite serious. I hope the surgery goes smoothly. It is alarmingly close to the spine. Perhaps Professor Wen should perform the procedure personally? Wen Youning gently rubbed her chin, finding something amiss in the X-ray. Do you have a light nearby? Any kind of light will do. Please shine it here. I possess a specialized LED viewing lamp for X-rays, which I purchased specifically for this purpose. With that, Sang Sang rose and exited the frame, the sound of her hurried footsteps echoing before she returned. After plugging it in, she positioned the X-ray against the viewing lamp. Is this right? Yes, Wen Youning nodded, magnifying the image repeatedly. Sang Sang noticed suggestions in the comments, holding on to that very thought. She understood that the veterinary doctors often warn of risks, yet the more she listened, the more uncertain she became. She had urgently contacted for a consultation, hoping to see if Wen Youning could perform the surgery. After all, even if the surgical outcome was not favorable, Professor Wen could still provide acupuncture for the animal, helping paralyzed dogs to stand again, as evidenced by past cases. This was certainly preferable to blindly searching online for reliable local veterinarians. Wen Youning furrowed her brow. Sang Sang tightened her grip. Is it that difficult? Under the illumination of the viewing lamp, the shadow resembled a suffocating fog, poised to snatch away her beloved dog's future. Your dog Sang Sang closed her eyes. I am aware, Professor Wen. I have consulted with animal doctors, and I know such surgeries are challenging. I implore you to assist. I am willing to spend any amount as long as it allows the little lion to stand post-surgery. Wen Youning, amidst Sang Sang's fervent plea, seized the opportunity to inquire, how long has your dog gone without a bathroom visit? As soon as you speak, I will immediately send a gift. Sang Sang stared wide-eyed at Wen Youning through the screen. What did you just say, Professor? Wen Youning reiterated. How long has it been since your dog last went to the bathroom? Sang Sang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This sudden and seemingly illogical question left her bewildered. How long has it been? I can't recall. I haven't been paying much attention. Previously, we would take regular walks, but lately Wen Youning sighed with relief. That's just it. You don't mean to imply that the shadow is? Not just that. It's also pressing against the spine, which causes discomfort when walking. Wen Youning suggested, there's no need for surgery. Just purchase a few bottles of glycerin suppositories. Remember to improve the dietary regimen and avoid feeding as you did before to prevent future occurrences. Sang Sang opened her mouth, glancing down at her large lion dog's head, then looked back at the live camera in utter bewilderment. Wait, so we don't need surgery anymore? I can't believe it. I was seriously praying and worrying for nothing. Ha, what has the dog been eating all day to get so constipated? What are you staring at? Hurry and buy the glycerin suppositories. Chapter 62. The giant panda is not merely talkative. It generously shares its untouched bowl of milk. You drink first. Humans drink first, then the panda. Thank you, but I shall pass. A smile adorned Wen Youning's face as she couldn't help but curl her lips. You drink. All of this is yours. I'll speak with the caretaker to see if we can increase your daily milk allowance to 2 bowls. That way, you need not pretend you dislike it. The panda taps against the glass wall, exclaiming, You are truly kind. Human, do you wish to touch the panda? Don't come for nothing. I'll let you have a feel. You should tell the caretaker that the panda wants 3 bowls. Humans have 3 meals a day, so should pandas. Although Wen Youning couldn't touch it, they could still negotiate the quantity of milk. Thus, she readily agreed. All right, you drink first, but be careful not to spill. The giant panda cheerfully placed the bowl on the ground and began to drink. The milk prepared for adult pandas is already larger than that intended for cubs. Xia Shiqing stood outside, seemingly an outsider, as the caretaker who delivered the milk set it down and departed, leaving her with no one to converse with. With no other option, she interjected into their dialogue, "Teacher Wen, does the little one like it or not?" Wen Youning replied, "It loves it dearly."
So,
It indeed had some depressive tendencies earlier, which is why it showed no interest in food. After feigning disinterest, the panda struggled through the first bowl. But upon seeing it consume something, a second bowl was offered. Wen Youning gently patted her shoulder. Xia Shiqing's expression shifted, and the burgeoning atmosphere dissipated. So, the concern I had for so long was simply because the panda wanted toys and 2 bowls of milk. The 60-kilogram panda has a heart weighing 59.9 kilograms. Haha, I suddenly recall eating digestive tablets as a child. They were sweet and delightful. So I pretended not to like them, hiding them under my tongue, and my mother would give me more. The cub is still small. What is wrong with drinking some milk? Small? Where is it small? Aside from its eyes. Where else is it small? What is happening? Bear attack. Bear attack. Now it wishes to drink 3 meals a day. Can your park accommodate that? Preparing is not an issue. Xia Shiqing thought, whether feasible or not, an application must be submitted. Otherwise, who could bear with a panda feeling emo all day? Other pandas munching on bamboo left and right, while this one retreats to a corner, refusing to eat or drink, looking utterly forlorn. If captured on camera, all caretakers in the park would face repercussions. Every panda has its preferences. Some enjoy apples, others disdain any fruit apart from pears, some eat only the tender tips of bamboo, while others clutch bamboo all day long. Yet, Xia Shiqing never anticipated that after being weaned for so long, the little one would develop a fondness for milk. It is known that pandas are typically weaned around 1.5 years old. Wild pandas of that age can venture out around their mothers. Moreover, it is quite intelligent. I believe its ability to express itself is superior to that of some pandas. Wen Youning observed the panda dipping a piece of bamboo into the milk. This method of eating could only have been learned from someone seen dipping food in sauce. Xia Shiqing remarked, "So that is how it is? It is not unsociable?" Thinking it was isolated by the panda, when in truth, it isolates all pandas. Ha! While all pandas are intoxicated, I remain sober. Imagine, usually, the little one commands in the park, "Everyone heed my call, and my command, let all of you feign illness and disdain the milk. Once successful, we shall indulge in endless bowls of milk." The other pandas, munching bamboo, scratching their bottoms, sleeping. How infuriating! If it were me, I wouldn't play with them either. Xia Shiqing shook her head in disbelief. This was a perspective she had never considered. Should they send it back, or leave it here, though it seemed rather pitiful to be alone? I will inquire. Before proceeding with any action, the thoughts of the panda must be considered first. Wen Youning knelt down on one knee, gently tapping the glass wall with her fingertips. "Little one, do you wish to return to your previous home, or remain here?"
ah,
The panda does not wish to return. It struck the empty milk bowl against the ground, adamantly refusing to go back to those foolish bears. "Would you find it boring here?" Wen Youning pondered and suggested, "How about I prepare more toys for you?" From the panda's demeanor, it was evident that Wen Youning's proposal resonated deeply. "Very well." She turned to Xia Shiqing and stated, "It does not want to go back. Staying here with more milk and toys is sufficient." It sounded like a panda with exceedingly low demands for life. In truth, the environment here is no less than that of another panda exhibit. Even the climbing trees and tree houses are merely stylistic variations, but all essentials are present. The area is roughly the same size, with several pandas playing on one side, while this space feels quite sparse with only the little one. However, since it enjoys it, staying here poses no issue. All right, I will submit a request to the management. Xia Shiqing glanced at the floating live streaming equipment. With a live broadcast, there would be replays available, and there is a chance that her superior might be watching it right now. After all, following the incident with the South China tiger, local media has been buzzing, often sharing Wen Youning's live stream link. Their work is also animal-related, making them quite sensitive to such matters. While watching the live stream, Xia Shiqing noticed several familiar IDs sending gifts, discovering that some were even official accounts from the park. Truly, they were brazenly slacking off at work. "I'll head to the little one."
Wen Youning felt it was about time. Ah.
The panda paused its clanging against the bowl, the ding-ding clang reverberating in the air. Are you leaving? I shall come again when time permits. Wen Youning smiled and waved at it. Ah. The panda lifted its fluffy paw in a wave.
Goodbye.
As time passed, the temperature gradually rose, reaching the peak of summer. Wen Youning turned on the small fan she had purchased earlier, though it was small in size. Its effect was considerable, blowing a breeze that also carried a fine mist. It is said that, if it is chilled in the refrigerator beforehand, it can even blow cold air. While the promotional material suggested so, she had never actually tried it. This was quite satisfactory. She walked back to the disinfection room under the blazing sun. After waiting outside for a while, she finally saw someone emerge. Teacher Wen, shall we not go for lunch first? It seems about time, Zhao Ziyi suggested, having just stepped out from the air-conditioned room, entering the stifling heat, which made him momentarily catch his breath. Wen Youning replied, I just had breakfast. You all go ahead. I can drive over myself. She had eaten breakfast in the car, having had it late. That won't do. Fan Songkong hurriedly ran out behind, insisting on escorting you first. Given the abundance of supplies this time, it would indeed be cumbersome to transport. It is still quite early before noon. If you are hungry, perhaps you should go ahead? Zhao Ziyi shrugged, expressing concern for Teacher Wen, fearing there would be no food inside.
I am not hungry, she replied.
Even if there were provisions within the protected area, one must refrain from consuming them indiscriminately. One cannot simply indulge in the protection of plants while simultaneously feasting on the protection of animals. Let us proceed. We can pick up some snacks along the way, she continued, pulling out her phone. Food delivery is possible everywhere, though the difference lies in the delivery fees. They could have it sent directly to the perimeter of the protected area where a makeshift patrol booth had been established after the road was closed. It is quite nearby, extending from the disinfection room down a narrow path, with branches overhead filtering the sunlight. Meow.
Human.
Meow allows you to pet me. Go ahead. What are you waiting for, Meow? Why do I hear a cat meowing? Fan Songkong mused, scanning the vicinity. The presence of a cat here likely meant a stray had ventured out, as the zoo had rented a nearby yard to care for rescued strays.
There.
Wen Youning lifted her chin to see a boy standing by the roadside, a small calico cat nuzzling against his feet.
Wow.
It's a calico. Baby, you are such a beautiful little cat. Where is it located? Send me the coordinates. I can tell at a glance that little cat is mine. Give it a hug. You heartless human. Calico cats are not a singular breed. The term encompasses both tricolor patterns and tabby markings. Due to their unique genetic combinations resulting in rare colorations, they are quite exceptional. Some assert that all tricolor cats, regardless of tabby markings, fall under the calico classification. Though there is no official documentation clarifying this, leading to varied opinions on the matter. The small calico rolled about on the ground, its paws resting on the boy's shoes. Its head tilted with ears squished against them. Meow. Pick me up, cuddle me. What are you doing?
Meow?
The little calico, slightly dusty, looked up in confusion. What is wrong? Are you unwell, or did you bump your head after jumping off the wall? The boy, with the cat's paws resting on his shoes, dared not move, pondering whether his head hurt, or if it was the cat's claws. It seemed the little creature could not stand, its throat raspy, perhaps obstructed by phlegm. The plight of stray cats is truly disheartening. Do not fear. I will adopt you. Shall we take you to the vet? The boy pondered, unsure how to approach the small feline. As Wen Youning passed by, she caught sight of the calico's exasperated expression and couldn't help but interject, it's not sick. The little cat simply wishes for you to hold it. What a flirtatious glance thrown at a blind person. I can see it. Clearly someone who has never owned a cat. My cat doesn't require such theatrics. As soon as I lie down, my face is buried in its belly, while my hands hold its paws. After all, those scratches can be quite painful. This is too relatable, sister. I truly am at a loss. I cloud gaze cats online daily. Yet how come I have yet to find one?
Chapter 63.
It's so adorable. Please, let me touch it. If I cannot pet the South China tiger today, I might just collapse in front of my phone. Is this truly a tiger? It resembles an enhanced version of a cat. Since it's a cat, I can certainly keep it. It doesn't allow me to touch its paws, but I can stroke its head? Oh, darling, you are such a tsundere little cake. Ahem. The yogurt has made quite an appearance. Everyone should be familiar with it by now. Wen Youning gently scratched the tiger's chin with her fingertips, knowing that felines cannot resist the pleasure of a chin scratch. The South China tiger tilted its head slightly back, emitting a continuous purring sound from its throat. Unable to support herself with one hand, Wen Youning switched to using both hands to scratch its sides. Did you come all this way just to bring me wild boar? Oh, sister will feed you. The tiger's nose twitched, responding, I've given you everything, sister. Oh, you've been here all along? I didn't even notice. However, judging by your words, it seems the South China tiger spotted the giant panda and the black bear providing it food, prompting it to catch a wild boar to gift to her. Wen Youning affectionately ruffled the tiger's ears, saying, You all eat. I've just finished my meal, and I cannot let it go to waste. Given the high temperatures, wild boar cannot be preserved for long. If it were nighttime, it would be easier to keep. But during the day, the food should be consumed promptly. Wen Youning patted the supplies beside her and said, Could you help me pull the cart? Roar. The tiger grumbled a couple of times, but obediently picked up the rope. As it turned around, the paw raised by Wen Youning hung in midair. The tiger squinted its eyes, confused. The South China tiger casually retracted its paw and licked it before brushing past the yogurt. Roar. Keep up. Are we going home? I can finally see what a South China tiger's den looks like. Oh, how exhilarating. The tiger's den is not convenient to broadcast at the moment. Staying here to enjoy the scenery and play with the giant panda and black bear is delightful as well. Wen Youning waved with a smile, and with another turn, she stepped out of the camera's view. The comments flooded the screen. The South China tiger's den had already been tidied up during the last visit. Wen Youning did not use many large materials, fearing it would complicate things if the tiger decided to move. Everything was disassembled into smaller pieces, allowing the 3 South China tigers to relocate swiftly. It was well maintained. Upon entering the cave, Wen Youning noticed that the mat on the ground was pristine, save for a stubborn drop of blood that could not be washed away, along with faint pink stains. The entire cave lacked even a hint of a bloody aroma. Outside the cave entrance, remnants of food were evident, indicating that meals were consumed outside. Lying on the mat, the coffee-colored tiger noticed the commotion outside the cave, stretching its paw over the mat, causing creases to form. Upon seeing Wen Youning enter, it relaxed its paw. The tiger cub, lying atop the coffee-colored tiger, was anxious, biting at its fur but unable to reach its milk, feeling both frustrated and desperate. Considering the cub's gluttony, Wen Youning instinctively glanced at its belly. It was quite swollen, clearly indicating it had been well fed before she left. Yet, she was uneasy leaving the cub alone at the cave entrance, so she decided to keep the coffee-colored tiger in. Milk followed Wen Youning inside, its translucent beastly eyes scanning the coffee-colored tiger. The South China tiger, lying comfortably, immediately stood, without hesitation, smoothly transitioning from lying down to stepping out of the cave. The cub's cries grew more urgent. Has the nipple been abandoned? Wen Youning sat on the mat, picking up the nipple that had rolled into a corner. It was intact but covered in fur, indicating it could no longer be used. Thus, she retrieved a new one. The new nipple was not purchased by her. Judging by its size, it must have been developed by the breeding center specifically for South China tiger cubs. It was appropriately sized, unlikely to fall off, and easier to bite. Knowing Wen Youning had brought a nipple, the breeding center had prepared it without asking any questions. The cub's previously sparse fur had shown remarkable improvement over the past few days. Once the nipple entered its mouth, the South China tiger cub immediately quieted down. However, it could not help but wonder, where is the taste? The cub lay on the ground, its hind paws sprawled out, with its soft pink pads facing upwards. As Wen Youning realized what she was doing, her fingertips had already poked the soft pad. Indeed, the texture was soft. The little short tail wagged between its hind legs, visibly irritated, yet focused on biting the nipple. The ground was covered with mats, alleviating any concerns about the cub rolling off and injuring itself. Milk lay nearby, not far from the cub. Wen Youning stood up to open a toy ball, filling it with freeze-dried treats, including the one for Milk. She waved the toy ball in front of Milk, saying, I took this outside. The freeze-dried treats inside were not specifically for the South China tiger, but were small enough to be safe. Playing inside the cave. Any treats that fell out could pose a risk if the cub bit into them. Milk's toy ball was empty, suggesting it had finished its treats and brought the toy back to the cave after playing. Phew. The South China tiger lowered its head, resting its chin on its paws, radiating a lazy demeanor after its recent meal. The yogurt was outside, having consumed half a wild boar, which was not a large amount compared to a South China tiger's regular intake. It could barely be considered a light dessert. As Wen Youning exited, the South China tiger was gnawing on a bone, with only a bit of meat left clinging to it, which served to sharpen its teeth. "I've placed the freeze-dried ball here for you," Wen Youning said, holding several balls filled with freeze-dried treats. "It's going to rain soon, so remember to play under here." The cave entrance had natural protrusions resembling stone slabs that provided shade from the sun and shelter from the rain. The yogurt licked its lips and immediately abandoned the bone it had been gnawing on, rushing over. Before it could steady itself, its paws had already latched onto the toy ball. A cascade of toy balls began rolling as one collided with another, scattering the freeze-dried treats in every direction. The yogurt picked up a treat and tossed it into the air, tilting its head back to catch the small morsel. Watching this, Wen Youning couldn't help but smile, enchanted by the lively spirit of nature that stirred her heart. Then, just as the yogurt tossed another treat into the air and tilted its head back to catch it, it held the position for quite a while, but nothing seemed to fall. Puzzled, the South China tiger closed its mouth, only to see a delicate hand reaching over its head, likely holding. Wen Youning met the yogurt's gaze and burst into laughter. "Ha! Here, have some." She returned the freeze-dried treat to it. The yogurt tilted its head to avoid her outstretched hand, refusing to eat. However, it turned and pretended to bite her wrist. Yet, after opening its mouth a couple of times, it did not actually bite down when Wen Youning did not flinch. Feeling a chill on her back, Yogurt turned around to see her sister at the cave entrance. With a swift motion, she tucked her tail back and silently shifted aside. Upon hearing the commotion, Milk, who had stepped outside to investigate, also retreated into the cave. Humph! Yogurt bared her teeth at the entrance. "Why do you not show your teeth in front of your sister?" Wen Youning tossed a handful of freeze-dried treats to her. "Ow!" The tiger was delighted. A tiger could never fear it. The tiger is incredibly strong, capable of defeating 10 at once. After saying this, it let out a roar, chewing enthusiastically on the freeze-dried morsels. The crisp crunching sounds delighted the animals. In terms of texture and auditory appeal, the freeze-dried snacks surpassed fresh meat. Wen Youning searched around but could not find coffee. "Has your brother-in-law gone hunting again?" Wen Youning patted the South China tiger's fluffy chest, brushing off the remnants of freeze-dried food. "It looks like rain is on the way. Remember to call your brother-in-law back early. Once the giant panda and the black bear have eaten their fill, we can return to find them a place to shelter from the rain." Yogurt tilted her head and hummed in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a strange mechanical sound echoed, causing Yogurt's ears to twitch. Sensing the presence of a mobile phone even before Wen Youning had taken it out, Yogurt approached eagerly. "Do you wish to leave another tooth mark on me?" Wen Youning decided to sit against Yogurt, retrieving her phone. The last tooth print left by the South China tiger was still fresh. "Oh, certainly not." The South China tiger rested its head on Wen Youning's shoulder, its paw pressing against a toy ball. Wen Youning opened her phone and began chatting with Yogurt, asking, "What is your niece's name?" "Ow, you guess." Wen Youning's first reaction was to ponder which two characters made up that name. "What?" The South China tiger leaned closer, and Wen Youning wrapped her hand around its coarse, fluffy head. "Sister says humans can think, but tigers cannot. What do humans want to call it?" The South China tiger tilted its head, gently pawing at Wen Youning. Wen Youning grasped the tiger's paw, her palm resting on its flesh pad, which felt remarkably different from the soft pads of a cub. The texture was pleasing, and she thought, "I need to ponder this and discuss it with your sister later." Naming must first win the approval of the tiger mother. She currently had no clear ideas. Wen Youning swiped her phone, navigating through the live stream's comments, pausing as she accessed a new application she had downloaded today. It was an internal software for the Forestry Bureau of B-City, replete with numerous functions. In simple terms, it was a chat application for internal personnel. Jing Siqing messaged, "Teacher Wen? A drone has detected a leopard cub 370 meters from the southwestern corner of the reserve, near Guanning Road, with no adult female leopards in sight. The cub is in a precarious situation. The forest rangers on duty today are not very close, and I have sent a dispatch alert, but I fear it may be too late. Could you share your location? Timely assistance for animals is crucial. Proximity is key for rescue. If the rangers are diverted from afar, by the time they arrive, the cub may have already fallen prey to other animals. To be cautious. Jing Siqing asked another question. Wen Youning did not open the location link but replied, "Send me the exact location of the cub. I will go take a look." Guanning Road was the very path she had taken to enter the reserve. Chapter 64. Rain washes away certain scents. Yogurt braved the fine drizzle to locate the leopard before the rain intensified, managing to bring it here. Call? Shout? Chase? In any case, it was successfully summoned. As Wen Youning stepped out holding an umbrella, the leopard immediately began to huff at her. Humans and tigers? How could they possibly coexist? One could discern the leopard's profound confusion. Perhaps it was indeed a mystery to it. Please come inside. Don't stand out there in the rain. Wen Youning, holding a towel, urged Yogurt to dry off, exclaiming, "Your young one is inside. You should join us." Go away. What strange things are humans saying? Why would a leopard's cub be in a tiger's den? Even deceiving a leopard doesn't require carrying animals. Wen Youning replied earnestly, "It is indeed inside. You have been out hunting for too long, and they have come out in search of food." The leopard paced atop a tree, turning in the narrow space. Still unable to accept Wen Youning's words. Seeing that it showed no intention of descending, Milk and Coffee darted up the tree, aiming directly for the leopard in the middle. Hesitating, the leopard found retreat impossible at this point. The only escape was to leap forward. At that height and position, it landed squarely on the stone platform before the den. Meow, meow. From within the den came the faint cries of the leopard cubs. The leopard, turning to flee, paused abruptly. That sounds familiar. The cries sound familiar. That is indeed your young one. Wen Youning first ushered Yogurt inside, wringing out excess water. And then Milk followed. Milk shook off the rain in the shadows. This amount of rain was insufficient to dampen the inner layer of the South China tiger's fur. A quick shake left it nearly dry. Wen Youning took the towel to wipe it down from head to paw. Aren't you going to take a look inside? The leopard hesitated. After all, that was the tiger's den. There are 3 of them. Wouldn't going and be akin to courting death? Meow. Mommy. Mommy's here. It's Mommy. Meow. The cubs inside, catching the familiar scent, called out eagerly. Had they been able to walk, they might have rushed out to greet her. As the leopard hesitated, Coffee also dried off. Come on, let me help you. Wen Youning extended her hand towards the leopard. The leopard peered inside, steeling itself, and stepped forward. The cub's fur was still fluffed up, evidently startled by the presence of the South China tiger. The leopard cautiously poked its head in, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the tigers lying quietly to one side, it sensed no immediate threat and hesitantly extended its paw. Meow. The leopard cub had spotted its mother and, despite its lack of walking ability, was attempting to claw its way forward unsteadily. 4 trembling golden fur balls pushed and jostled towards their mother. Seeing this, the leopard could no longer contain itself and rushed over, lowering its head to lick the cubs, each one reeking of tiger scent, along with the faint odor of other animals and humans. Was that right? This left the leopard in a state of uncertainty. The cubs, having just finished nursing, now sought to nuzzle against their mother's belly. The leopard mother hesitated for only a moment before Wen Youning stepped inside, holding the umbrella open at the entrance. Come on, don't block the door. The entire den was illuminated solely by the faint light at the entrance. Even the live stream had switched to night vision, revealing just how dark it was inside the cave. The leopard mother remained on high alert, unwilling to lay down to nurse her cubs, instead keeping them close with her paws, cautiously positioned in a corner, facing the 3 South China tigers. 3 South China tigers? Oh my goodness. I can hardly believe my eyes. How wonderful that a group of South China tigers is forming. Is that a leopard? Uncertain if it's a leopard, but I can assure you this one is definitely not a South China tiger. What is happening? Did Teacher Wen just go out to capture a leopard? Yogurt was the one who found it. Wen Youning carefully nestled the leopard cubs beneath her, taking the opportunity to absorb more of the leopard mother's scent. Ha! The leopard extends its claws to scratch at her. Yet the moment it bared its teeth, A sudden movement from the resting South China tiger forced the leopard's aggression to retreat. The leopard licked its nose, choosing not to resist the current, settling down dejectedly. Encountering cubs in the wild can be quite troublesome. Everyone should refrain from attempting this. As Wen Youning spoke, she tucked the cubs in further. The leopard may appear fierce and unapproachable, but in reality, it is merely intimidating in appearance. It has not harmed Teacher Wen. Sister, can you explain the idiom tiger's eye on its prey? What are you saying? Don't even mention the leopard. If you were placed in its position with 3 South China tigers watching you, would you dare to move? The leopard mother, too, was reluctant to act rashly. It began to comprehend why the tigers had not attacked. They had cornered it, leaving only one escape route to force it in this direction. As Wen Youning waited for the leopard to calm down, she inquired, "Did you go out hunting?" Meow.
Yes.
Didn't he catch anything? They were too cunning. The leopard mother flicked its tail, displaying irritation at the mention of hunting. Perhaps recalling its own unfortunate hunting experiences had dampened its spirits.
Meow.
Yogurt squeezed in beside Wen Youning, resting its head on her shoulder. The leopard has been thwarted in its hunt. Oh. Wen Youning surmised that the leopard must have encountered some formidable challenges, which delayed its return. Given Yogurt's comment, it was likely that the leopard had clashed with a herd of animals during the hunt. Even herbivorous animals with minimal combat ability could pose a challenge when united in numbers, making it difficult for the leopard to gain the upper hand. Yogurt flicked its tail. The tiger saved it. You rescued it? Wen Youning wrapped her arms around the tiger's head, impressed. That's quite remarkable. Yogurt proudly lifted its head. Of course. Tigers are incredibly powerful. Wen Youning contemplated for a moment before rising to leave. Yogurt, realizing it was alone, shook its head and followed closely. What are you going out for? Wen Youning playfully scratched the tiger's ear. Would you like some jerky? Roar. Wen Youning retrieved a box of jerky. There was little fresh meat left, as it had already been consumed. Now, only the jerky remained. The leopard appeared quite thin, unable to secure prey. It had no milk to nourish its cubs. It was likely that it had encountered several failed hunts. Ultimately, it recognized that continuing its hunt in this manner was futile and thus focused intently on its final hope. Still locked in this standoff. The sudden intrusion of the South China tigers shattered the tension. Wen Youning laid a layer of film on the mat, placing the jerky atop it. Go ahead, eat. The leopard sniffed. Unlike cheetahs, they wouldn't solely consume fresh food. Hanging from trees, they could also eat slightly spoiled meat. Though jerky differed from the fresh meat it remembered, it still emanated a meaty aroma. Famished, the leopard wasted no time and bit down eagerly. The chewy meat perhaps bears a resemblance to food dried in the trees. The leopard initially bites as a mere test, but soon begins to chew voraciously. Clearly, it is quite famished. It is rather pitiable. Despite being a skilled hunter, the leopard finds itself in such a dire predicament. Perhaps it is a lack of experience? They can ambush prey by utilizing the advantages of their terrain. Life is indeed arduous for wild creatures. As the leopard consumes its meal, it keeps a watchful eye on Wen Youning, with the meat swiftly vanishing into its mouth. When encountering tougher morsels, it presses down with its claws to tear them apart. Mid-meal, it seems uncomfortable lying down, so it stands up to focus on its feast. The leopard cub, sleeping soundly against its mother's belly, stirs. Is it merely my imagination, or does it seem that the leopard mother struggles with the care of her cubs? This first litter may lack experience. Much like domestic cats, a first-time mother may not nurture her young properly. Some exhibit weak maternal instincts, reluctant to nurse, while others avoid contact altogether. It appears she is a novice. Wen Youning arranges the squawking cubs in a neat line, covering them with a small towel. The fact that the leopard mother is willing to enter the South China tiger's den for her cubs indicates that she does care, albeit clumsily. The inexperienced leopard mother seems flustered as she navigates this new journey. With an increase in the number of animals within the den, the temperature appears to rise as well. The steady rhythm of their breathing fills the air as Wen Youning leans against the South China tiger, awaiting the leopard to finish its meal and return. The cubs call out, rushing toward their mother. With 4 cubs, they can be arranged in a line. Wen Youning advises the leopard mother, if they crowd like this, none will be able to eat. Move the one on top aside. Arranged in a row, all 4 cubs can partake in a meal together. The leopard's pupils dilate. The dim light within the den makes it difficult for Wen Youning to see clearly, yet the live stream captures every detail. Is knowledge entering the leopard's mind in a novel manner through human interaction? The leopard seems intrigued, contemplating the unconventional approach.
Ha!
Teaching a leopard how to nurse its young in the wild. What a curious scenario. Are you the leopard, or is it? Wen Youning only shifts the position of the top cub, smiling as she observes the leopard. The leopard hesitates for a moment before gently grasping the cub by the nape and placing it next to the first one. Throughout this act, its gaze remains fixed on Wen Youning. Is this correct? Yes, precisely so. Wen Youning gestures that there are still two more nestled together. The nursing spots are clearly more than just this one, yet the cubs that can already see are adamantly vying for this spot. Having grown accustomed to this method of feeding, even if there are scents from other areas, they show no interest. They are a remarkably stubborn bunch of little leopards. With its abdomen rising and falling, the leopard's eyes remain locked on Wen Youning. Once the rain stops, I will take you back home, she assures. The cubs must not be exposed to rain. Their fragility renders them vulnerable to the slightest danger. Exposure to the rain could lead to illness. And even if Wen Youning is present to assist, recovery would leave them weakened for a time. The leopard pauses, its curled claws stretching as if to rise. But mindful of its cubs, it retracts its claws and softly utters, Chapter 65 I truly. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits. My eyes are almost rolling to the heavens.
No wonder you get beaten up.
If you don't get hit, who else will? When confronted by a little dog, you had a moment of weakness that was seen through and promptly expelled. Speaking of which, that Labrador from yesterday was not fierce or aggressive. It was merely honest and well-behaved. It only retaliated after being provoked. You, indeed, are something else. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits clenched her jaw, her fingers pointing emphatically at her own husky, whose chest was puffing up with indignation. Just stay at home. Woof. You're blaming Woof now. The husky retorted defiantly, barking loudly. If it weren't for your foolish ideas, would Woof have been bitten? Woof only wanted to sniff around, but you insisted on making Woof take action. You are truly a lunatic. With each remark from spring blossoms and autumn fruits, the husky countered tenfold. For a moment, she was rendered speechless. Though she had argued with the husky like this before, it was often just for the sake of atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity to connect online, Spring blossoms and autumn fruits asked, Teacher Wen, do you understand what it is saying about me? Wen Youning replied, It says you're making foolish suggestions and also called you a lunatic.
Ah?
Just those two sentences? After listening to the husky's barks for so long, she felt it must have said much worse. Wen Youning found it difficult to pick out anything more appropriate from the remaining words, simply stating, the rest isn't suitable for the live stream. In the past, we would have certainly faced a ban for such language, but now, while that isn't the case, we should still promote civility. Ha ha ha, understood, it was quite vulgar. The owner is in a tragic situation, and so is the dog. Perhaps the husky itself wonders why its owner insists on making it confront other dogs. Haha. Husky. The master's orders are absolute. Is that applicable here? On the foolish misuse of small dogs. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits clicked her tongue, lifting 2 large boxes of gifts as she prepared to leave. Too exasperated to continue arguing. I'm going to apologize to them. You stay at home. Teacher Wen, I'm logging off now. I must return the items. The Labrador bit my dog, and its owner felt quite embarrassed, offering to pay and even bringing me numerous gifts. I need to return the money and buy some additional gifts to send back along with the previous ones. The sky was darkening, and the husky was sneaking a leg lift, unnoticed by anyone. Otherwise, it would have lost face yesterday. Woof. The husky bared its teeth. You're sending it gifts? Useless. Woof does not have such a worthless owner. Ignoring the husky's insults, spring blossoms and autumn fruits logged off. It seems all participants in this incident are quite unfortunate. Verbal commands should align with the dog's cognitive abilities. Do not issue foolish commands. When Youning stretched, having sat for too long, her back feeling uncomfortable, as she moved, the lazy yogurt awakened, opening its eyes in a drowsy haze, its eyelids barely lifting. When Youning curled her legs and gently patted the milk's fur. Peering through the rain curtain at the outside, she remarked, Why does it feel like the rain is getting heavier? She checked her phone for the weather forecast, which indicated that the rain would cease in about an hour. The timing was accurate, but when Youning noticed the previous updates had said, rain will stop in half an hour. Well, it seems the last prediction was incorrect, and they adjusted the timing. When Youning turned off her phone and took a comb to the milk. If it's still raining after dark, I won't be going out tonight. She had no intention of experiencing the forest in the rain. With limited visibility, listening to her surroundings would also be hampered by the sound of rain, raising the risk factor significantly. Come on, milk. When Youning removed her coat, donning only a short-sleeved shirt underneath, the milk glanced at her side. The drowsy coffee received the command, yawning and standing up lazily. The South China tiger cub, clutching its pacifier, slept soundly. Wild animals do not adhere to a strict schedule. It is impossible to specify when they awaken or sleep, as most are nocturnal or crepuscular. The South China tiger is recorded as being nocturnal, but now it was well fed, the rain falling outside, making the warm cave the perfect place for slumber. When Youning shifted the tiger cub further inside, ensuring it wouldn't be crushed when the milk turned. The cub stirred slightly in its sleep, tightening its grip on the pacifier. When Youning smiled, her fingers gently rubbing the cub's face before picking up the comb to groom the milk. Hey, where's the scenery? I tuned in to see the visuals. Use the live streaming equipment. I beg you. Honestly, after getting used to the angles of the live streaming equipment, switching to a phone for filming offers a severely limited view. Wait, the phone just left on the ground during the live stream? Oh no, Teacher Wen, please notice. The comments section exploded. As when Youning focused on grooming the South China tiger, she only noticed that the phone set aside to film the yogurt had somehow toppled over onto the ground. The camera now pointed upwards, capturing only the cave's ceiling. My apologies. When Youning quickly picked up the phone. I'll show you the yogurt for a while. I'm logging off now. A smile just crept onto my lips. So early. I'm feeling a bit tired too, since the rain won't stop. I'll sleep early tonight. When Youning twisted open a bottle of mineral water, planning to start the stream earlier tomorrow. While she was still discussing with her fans in the live chat, Jing Xiqing sent a message. Jing Xiqing, are you really okay staying in the tiger cave tonight? Isn't it too dangerous? If the South China tiger suddenly becomes agitated and harms you, our staff wouldn't be able to rescue you in time. If needed, I can arrange for rescue personnel to assist you. When Youning stared at the text, finding it increasingly peculiar, hesitating as she typed back, if they suddenly become violent, you wouldn't be able to help either. What does that have to do with staying here tonight? There was a brief silence from Jing Xiqing. Yes, that seems to be the case. Jing Xiqing, then please remember to stay safe and keep in touch. After replying, when Youning set down her phone and retrieved a blanket, which had originally been intended for the tiger cub's bedding but would now serve its purpose. The cave was warm, so she didn't need to cover herself completely, just draping a corner over her. She folded the blanket into a pillow and lay down, patting the space beside her for the yogurt. The yogurt lazily glanced at her and stumbled over to lie down next to her. When Youning raised her phone and waved, wishing everyone good night. How can you sleep at your age? Get up and stream. You're nestled among South China tigers, and you just want to sleep. If you can't, let me take over. Wait a moment, the South China tiger isn't a cat or dog. How would you manage that? Although the live stream had gone dark, the comment section remained lively. Even without visuals, the conversation continued to buzz with excitement. As the Southern China tiger was captured on camera during a live broadcast, numerous individuals eagerly took screenshots, creating animated GIFs and various videos that circulated across multiple platforms. Previously, the Southern China tiger had trended on social media, and it now enjoys peak popularity. Questions and skepticism emerged. Who is this girl? Wasn't it said that the Southern China tiger is wild? How can there be a keeper? If she isn't a keeper, how can she approach the tiger so closely? Why does this wild tiger seem more docile than those in the zoo? The voices of doubt and curiosity surged in unison, prompting passing fans to chime in with explanations. However, many chose to directly tag Wen Youning, guiding onlookers to enter the live stream to witness for themselves. This influx of interest dramatically increased the viewership, leading to an overwhelming surge in traffic that nearly overwhelmed the platform's live streaming capabilities. The officials worked tirelessly overnight to stabilize the massive influx of viewers.
It was a race against time.
The following day, when Youning awakened, her first instinct to reach for her phone to check the time. Upon noticing the flood of private messages and live stream gifs, she furrowed her brow in confusion. What was happening? She was curled up with the southern China tiger, using it as a pillow while simultaneously perusing the comments in the live chat. After grasping the situation, Wen Youning stifled a yawn and sat up, glancing at her phone, which was nearly out of battery. She hesitated, knowing that once she stepped outside to set up her live streaming equipment, her phone would not endure much longer. Yogurt. Wen Youning leaned in to snuggle, only to realize that beside her lay not yogurt, but milk.
Huh?
With a delayed reaction, she surveyed the cave. It had been bustling with activity yesterday, but now it was merely her, the milk, and a cluster of cubs. The southern China tiger cub was languidly lying on a distant mat, suckling from its bottle in self-sufficiency. The leopard cubs, no longer huddled in a corner, had awakened and were playfully chasing the tail of their elder southern China tiger sister. More precisely, it was the milk that waved its tail enticingly, capturing the attention of the leopard cubs. Wen Youning affectionately nuzzled the milk. Had yogurt and coffee ventured out to hunt? Oh, indeed. The leopard mother likely went hunting as well, leaving her cubs behind with confidence. Though perhaps not entirely, as the notion of stealthily whisking away 4 cubs at night without the southern China tiger noticing was nothing short of fanciful. Often, felines may appear to be asleep while remaining alert, especially the southern China tigers that huddle together. Invariably, one will feign slumber to keep watch during the night. The leopard mother had seemingly surrendered to this reality. Moreover, in her presence, leaving the cubs here felt safer than taking them back. In contrast to others, the leopard had a greater trust in this individual. Wen Youning rose to open the insulated box, where the bottled milk remained at a consistent temperature, unchanged from the previous day. After all, the environment was warm. If placed in the Arctic, even the finest insulated box could not prevent bottled milk from freezing into solid blocks. Since both the southern China tiger and leopard cubs had their mother's milk to drink, Wen Youning proceeded to pour the milk for the big cats. Roar. Yogurt returned with a catch, tossing it at the entrance. Sensing a familiar aroma, it ventured inside, only to find Wen Youning holding a bowl of milk. Chapter 66. The wind stops at the forest. Ah, how delightful. Meow. The Cornish Rex cat swatted with its paw. You are indeed amusing. Meow is on the verge of laughing uncontrollably. Oh dear, feeling a bit disgruntled now, hee. The smile on Feng Ziyulin's face was an unmistakable maternal grin.
Who understands?
It was imperceptible before, but now that I realize the little kitten rolls around due to being tickled, its cuteness has doubled. All done. The kitten's ticklish spot has been discovered. I suspect Feng Ziyulin may have to poke it from time to time in the future. Do you need legal assistance, little cat? Let me poke it too. Even after being swatted, Feng Ziyulin remained cheerful, cradling the Cornish Rex cat, Teacher Wen. I shall fetch a doctor. No need for a consultation. The diagnosis of ticklishness is already confirmed. Wen Youning ended the call, tucked her phone into her bosom, and stepped outside to reconnect. The rain-soaked ground was treacherous. In areas overrun with weeds, it was impossible to tell if the ground was solid or merely a puddle without prodding with a trekking pole. Fortunately, having traversed this path before, I retained a mental map. Otherwise, my high-top shoes would have been thoroughly soaked. As Wen Youning exited the inner sanctuary and stepped onto the outer path, she remarked, "This route is much easier to navigate." She removed her live streaming equipment and held it in her hands. The phone's battery was perilously low, and the streaming device was on the brink of shutting down. The solar charging was rather slow, unable to keep pace with the consumption.
Teacher 1.
Zhao Zi waved from outside. Over here. Wen Youning turned her foot. Didn't you head back? She checked her phone and saw the chat box. I messaged you yesterday. I went back, but this morning, having nothing to do, I came over to wait again. Zhao Zi entered the car. Fan Song Kong had something to attend to, so he didn't come today. I'll drive you back to the hotel.
All right.
Wen Youning opened her phone and browsed through the comments. Zhao Zi glanced at the rearview mirror, then quickly shifted her gaze to the windshield, repeating this several times. Is something the matter? Wen Youning closed her phone. It's a bit. Zhao Zi hesitated, but I noticed your schedule has been quite tight lately. You might not have the time to go. It's fine. Go ahead and speak, Wen Youning urged. The snow leopard situation at the Wildlife Rescue Center in B City isn't very good. I have a friend there who saw me in your live stream and asked if you have time to check on it. After a pause, Zhao Zi added, "It's an unofficial request. My friend is simply concerned that something might happen to the snow leopard. I'll go take a look. It's hard to gauge from the video. Alright, I'll first drive you back to the hotel, and once she replies to me, I'll reach out to you." Zhao Zi handed her phone back. "Here, my friend sent me updates on the snow leopard's condition. You can take a look." The chat box flooded with dozens of short videos, each showcasing the snow leopard pacing in a small yard, occasionally letting out plaintive sounds. Zhao Zi explained, "My friend is worried about it developing stereotypical behaviors, and since you're in B City, she thought to ask me to invite you to check it out. It looks so lonely and pitiful. Has it been bullied, the poor kitty?" Snow leopards are very intelligent creatures. It must be feeling unwell. I volunteered at the Wildlife Rescue Center in B City. They seem to take good care of the animals there. Why would it develop stereotypical behaviors? It's more important to feel sympathy for the animals in front of us than for others. Your zoo still has crocodile shows, right? Knowing to speak up for the snow leopard. Does that mean the crocodiles are neglected? No, not at all. Wen Youning closed the webpage. After I started working, I submitted a report. The crocodile show was halted on my very first day. The tickets for the online crocodile exhibit have all been removed. Didn't you notice? Before her employment, she was just a visitor. A suggestion report would likely yield no response. However, after her employment, analyzing the pros and cons from the perspective of a part-time employee and veterinarian, her suggestions were ultimately adopted by the director, leading to the cessation of the crocodile show. A clown. No compelling arguments here. Hey, why does it say the account doesn't exist when I click on it? Is the platform managing teacher Wen's live stream? Swift action on your part. I wondered why there are so few contrarian comments in the chat. Haha. The administrator must have seen this and thought, oh no, my year-end bonus. The administrator joined in the fun, posting a message that read, "Cack instantly." The comments erupted in laughter. Wen Youning removed her jacket, folding it inside out. After a walk through the rain-soaked forest, despite her best efforts, her clothes were still splattered with mud, her upper garment was already soiled, and her pants were a veritable disaster zone. Wen Youning tidied herself up, pulled her hair back with a scrunchie, and prepared to reconnect. Sticking to the usual routine, she selected the first application in line. Qianzhu logged on and greeted, "Good afternoon, Teacher Wen. It's finally my turn after waiting several days. Everyone else is just too talented with their speedy hands." "Good afternoon," Wen Youning replied. "Your pet here. Over here." A woman dragged her lethargic golden retriever. "My dog seems a bit depressed, usually so cheerful and gentle, but lately, it just lies around looking glum and refuses to eat its favorite dog food, even getting into fights with my husky." With a sigh, the golden retriever sprawled on the ground. It remained unresponsive to its owner's tugging, resembling a soulless mop head, entirely at the mercy of others. "Stop it. It's quite bothersome. Living is truly uninteresting, woof." Golden retrievers are very friendly towards humans, but possess a strong sense of possessiveness. Indeed, fighting with peers is commonplace. If it senses favoritism from the owner, it's likely to retaliate. How could that be? I swear I'm not biased. I've been taking good care of it since it came to us earlier and is older. The woman sat cross-legged on the ground. Besides, they've only been with me for less than half a year, and they were fine before. It's just recently that this has happened. The golden retriever lifted its gaze momentarily before returning to its resigned size. "Has anything happened at home lately?" Wen Youning pondered, it could be something trivial, just enough to alter the household dynamics. The golden retriever, fully known as the golden retriever, is a breed renowned for its ability to fetch game during hunts. They are characterized by their steady temperaments and energetic disposition, brimming with confidence and loyalty, making them ideal companion dogs and often seen as working dogs, such as guide dogs and police dogs. It is quite unusual for such a mature and composed dog to be reduced to this state. Well, if I must find a difference, my son is home for summer vacation. Does that count? He's in 3rd grade at a private school. Busy with classes and often out, leaving little time to interact with our dogs. Once summer vacation begins, kids tend to play with dogs. "Mom, my sister isn't sick. She's perfectly healthy." The child's tender voice chimed from the other side. Sister is very well. Oh my goodness. Why is he back again? The moment the child appeared, the golden retriever's inner voice was one of excitement. Not just inner voice, for it had been lying still. But now it began to slide on the ground, crawling forward. It seemed terrified of being caught by the child. Be good, son. Go to your homework. Qianzhu gently pushed the child aside, preventing him from entering the frame, leaving matters concerning his sister to their mother.
Woof.
You've held it in, haven't you?
Woof.
How foolish to ask Woof. If Woof points incorrectly, you blame Woof. Woof has never been to school. How would Woof know what is right or wrong? You believe whatever I casually point at. Every day at home, you keep asking Woof to point. It's utterly vexing. I feel drained from dealing with both of you. Silly dog, don't run away. I'll give you a good thrashing to vent my frustrations.
Hey,
Hey. Jeansy, don't hit. Qianzhu hurriedly embraced the charging golden retriever. The husky, with ears pinned back, was preparing for a confrontation. Qianzhu held onto the golden retriever tightly, seeking assistance from Teacher Wen. Please, enlighten me on this matter. I've been utterly distressed these past few days. My mouth is blistering from the stress. When your child encounters a challenging question, does he ask Jeansy? If Jeansy cannot answer, does he just point randomly? Do you check his homework? Do you scold him? When Youning paused before responding, I was referring to your child.
yes.
Qianzhu glanced at her sneaky son, grasped the collar of his shirt, and pulled him back. So, after I scold my son, he scolds Jeansy, is that it? When Youning replied affirmatively. Qianzhu closed her eyes, gazing at the ceiling with an expression of disbelief, nearly succumbing to Wen Youning's words. Considering they were still on the call, she restrained her emotions, forcing a kind smile. No wonder Jeansy appeared so morose. Even a dog could suffer from the burden of tutoring.
Woof.
Yes, at last, the golden retriever has found an ally. Woof, woof. This is sheer cruelty. Woof can hardly endure a day of this. Woof pretends not to hear, and you tempt him with canned food. How wicked. With a chuckle, Wen Youning covered her mouth, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Teacher Wen? Qianzhu's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something significant had transpired. The golden retriever is indeed clever. It understands that random pointing leads to scolding, hence it refuses to comply. Meanwhile, your son entices Jeansy with the sound of opening a can to solve problems, which is quite humorous. As the conversation drew to a close, Wen Youning burst into laughter. This child is exceptionally clever. Goodness, employing such tactics on the golden retriever. Tutoring an elementary school student is akin to navigating hellish challenges. Golden retriever. With a paw, surely he won't take it seriously. Child, if the golden retriever dares to extend its paw, it must be entirely confident. Brilliant. Both